For we are opposed around the world by a monolithic and ruthless conspiracy that relies primarily on covert means for expanding its sphere of influence, on guerrillas by night instead of armies by day. On infiltration instead of invasion, on subversion instead of elections.
If I were the devil, I'd take from those who have and give to those who wanted until I had killed the incentive of the ambitious.
Violence and vandalism is being led by Antifa and other radical left-wing groups who are terrorizing the innocent, destroying jobs, hurting businesses, and burning down buildings. They are coming after me because I am fighting for you. That's what's happening.
Greetings, fellow thought criminals, and thank you for joining the insurrection. I'm Michael Lauber. This is Derek Evans. It's another day in America's new golden age, and we've got quite a show in store today.
Yes, we do, guys, and appreciate you guys for hanging out with us. Missing yesterday, being here today, appreciate that. As always, like, share, subscribe, all those good things. If you're watching live, I read every single comment. I'll do my very best to give you guys a shout out if you hop in the comments. We got Kelly Song and Dan Dreyer over here in the Rumble chat, and then we've got Jim Bart, Thaddeus, and Alex already popping off over here in the X chat. We really appreciate you guys for tuning in.
Yeah, and I got my letter of marque yesterday. I'm going to become a pirate, so I'm already in the process of transitioning over. I'll probably have a hook for a hand by Friday, and I'm looking for parrots.
As long as you don't turn into a rhino like Dan Crenshaw, just because you put that on. That's all I ask.
Yeah. I'm not going to turn into Eye Patch McCain. Actually, this will probably be off by tomorrow. I had cataract surgery yesterday. Everything went well. I just got to wear the eye patch through today. But yeah, everything should be fine. Though I would like to be hunting the Houthis and Somali pirates. That sounds like good fun to me.
But really quick before we move on, Kelly Song in the Rumble chat, she said, before you said that, she had said, "Arg, matey, what happened to Michael?"
yeah. I figured we'd get some comments, but yeah, it should just be for today. And then about a month, I'll have the other eye done. So then the eye patch will move to the other eye. But yeah, we got a lot to get into. We missed a lot yesterday, unfortunately. As always, I mean, news really does just happen at lightning speed now. There's always something new to talk about. And before we get into the more serious stuff, we got this. This is hilarious, I think. But as part of the JFK document drop yesterday, we learned that JFK Jr., he saw the signs early on. JFK files reveal his son called Joe Biden a traitor. So even he knew, even he could sniff out a rat decades ago.
Yeah, that's the key thing is, like, you know, we're all called Joe Biden a traitor today. JFK Jr. was calling him correctly referring to him as a traitor decades and decades ago. You talk about somebody who was well before their time in terms of knowing and seeing what somebody was all about. And you know, I think it kind of adds more credibility to us today who are saying that he's a traitor when it's been consistent for decades now that anybody who was paying attention was calling him that for years now, because he is a traitor.
Yeah, 100%. Yeah, Eye Patch McCain has, sorry, too many different things going on. But yeah, RFK Jr. or JFK Jr. knew exactly what was going on. He saw the problems with Biden well in advance, and you know, we're still going over this today. Like, we're still uncovering all the corruption within the Biden regime even today. But this was just the tip of the iceberg. Like, the real meat of this was everything else. And again, they released 80,000 pages of documents. So obviously, like, we haven't had time to parse all of this just yet and figure out exactly what went on there. or exactly what all has been uncovered in these documents. Sorry, guys, I'm trying to do like 3 things at once. But I want to get into like just some of the highlights that have been uncovered so far. So, Lee Harvey Oswald was reportedly considered a poor shot during his target practice in the USSR. JFK files reveal that Lee Harvey Oswald was a spy, tried twice to obtain USSR visa in Mexico City. Or sorry, USSR visa from Mexico City. CIA memo confirms Lee Harvey Oswald was under surveillance by the CIA 59 days prior to the JFK assassination, which again brings up good questions. You know, why? Well, the president was in town. Would they not have had somebody on this guy tailing him? And then there's some other details that are a little more interesting. Gary Underhill claimed the CIA was responsible for JFK's assassination. Then he was later found dead and was ruled a suicide. And this was definitely like an Arkansas Hillary Clinton type suicide. Apparently, he shot himself using his behind his left ear, even though he was right-handed. And then the gun was found under his left side. And again, if you shoot yourself, the gun's just going to drop. It's going to scatter away from the body. It's probably not going to end up under you while you collapse. But there's just so many things that don't add up. And because this was released in a giant 80,000 page trove of documents, people have not had a chance to fully go through everything yet. So we're going to probably see a lot of updates from this over the next coming days.
Absolutely. I want to give a quick shout out to Sean over here in the Getter chat. And then in the X chat, we've got Richard, Teresa, Rosalina. Appreciate all you guys for tuning in here. And then Alex was referring to the guy you was mentioning there. He added in the chat. He wrote about Whitewater and the corruption of the Clintons. So my thing with this is maybe I'm wrong. I doubt I'm the only person who feels this way. I just have a hard time believing that these are all of the JFK files or even the real ones. I mean, guys, this has been decades now that these secret government agencies have had their hands on these to remove information, add information. We're forgetting all of that, and so I'm glad that we're being told it's being released. But I just don't really believe that this is that this is still going to bring out the truth of the whole situation surrounding that. Diligent. On X yesterday, he's a huge Twitter Space account. He had a video Twitter Space, X Space. It's always gonna be Twitter Space to me. Probably it had a video X Space where and I watched a lot of it, where they actually watched a documentary from like the 60s/70s. Like it was very shortly after this event, where they had people who were eyewitness accounts there, and just a lot of these people who were there that day and lived through the moment had different viewpoints than what the government has been telling everyone. And I'm somebody who I believe a firsthand account from some random American who has no reason to lie whatsoever. I happen to believe those people more than I do our own government. And so I don't know. I mean, this is probably the most we're ever going to get out of it, so we have to take it at face value. But I just personally don't believe this is the whole truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth surrounding the JFK files. That's just me personally.
Agreed. And it already came out in a few batches, which is also kind of suspicious. It isn't like they had to fix like one hyperlink. They got out a lot later than they were supposed to originally. But what I do think will happen is with these 80,000 pages, if there are holes in it, we're going to know, within a few days, maybe a few weeks, we'll know where to ask questions and be able to follow up on this and to a certain extent hold Trump accountable for it. He promised everything out. If the CIA or somebody else either got rid of or is still holding on to documents or has fictitious information that conflicts with other what we already know in there, that we're going to be able to hunt it down, track it down, and then demand the administration either investigate or release whatever else that's connected to this that will fill in some of those holes.
Yeah, I mean, my thing is if what they released and it's a bunch of really nothing at the end of the day, there's not any groundbreaking new secretive stuff that we found yet. As you pointed out, there's a ton of documents, and so I'm sure the Laura Loomers of the world, that's what I'm waiting for. I'm like, hey, I'm just going to wait for Laura to go through and tell us all what's in there. But why would they hide these documents from the American people for all these years if the only thing that's in there is what they're telling us right now is in there. Like to me, it's like if that was the case back then, they should have released it then, and then it would have, wouldn't have all these conspiracy theories around it. You wouldn't have all this the distrust around it. So to me, it's like if this is really truly all that's in these files, why did you have these classified this entire time? So it's something just doesn't add up to me.
Yeah, agreed. I think that's what a lot of people are kind of thinking already. But let's go ahead and move on because we got a lot to discuss. I mean, we had 4 more of these psychotic judges yesterday. Again, try to unlawfully, unconstitutionally block the operations of the Trump administration. Again, these radical leftist judges are a thorn in our nation's side, and I believe that they're violating their oath to the Constitution. So first, we've got our friend here, Tanya Shutkin. Breaking: corrupt Obama judge Shutkin temporarily blocks Lee Zeldin from clawing back $20 billion from Biden EPA slush fund. And again, this is the $20 billion that is pure corruption. This went to entities that have never done anything for the environment. Some of them had only been created in the last 6 to 9 months. They're tied to hardcore Dem operatives like Stacey Abrams, John Podesta, and many others. And some of them had worked with $100 in donations priorly, and all of a sudden they're being given billions. Well, again, I think Zeldin ought to just ignore this order. We'll get to I'll get to why here shortly, because we're going to tie a lot of this together. But again, this is pure insanity, and it's time to just put our foot down and not let one. I mean, there's supposed to be checks and balances, but this isn't one of them. These inferior court judges are not on par with the president. They do not have authority to prevent them from conducting his lawful duties.
Absolutely. I want to give a couple of quick shout outs really quick to Sharon. We got Barbara. We got Braves fan, in my opinion, and Terry all over here. And then in the X chat. And then I want to give a special shout out to Benjamin Martin over here in the X chat. It's just so for those who don't know, Benjamin Martin is a fellow January 6th political prisoner who was they were attempting to continue to hold him even after he had received his pardon. So I'm so happy to see that you're out, my man, and hopefully you're enjoying some time with your family. And really appreciate you for being a pager. So I just wanted to give you a special shout out because I saw you there in the chat. This whole thing with these judges, it is beyond frustrating. Nobody voted these judges into office. We voted for President Trump. We voted for generational change, if you will. But here's the thing: even if this money was going for some sort of, it doesn't matter what it's going for. Regardless, how can a judge tell a duly elected sitting president of the United States of America that they are required to steal and confiscate money from the American people and then turn around and give it to anything? It doesn't matter what the judge is saying. It doesn't. None of that. All of this is irrelevant in terms of, oh, it's the EPA. These are like the things we don't agree with or whatever. And all of that is irrelevant. At the end of the day, how does a judge have the perception that they have that sort of authority? That is the major issue here right now. They are just a judge over a little tiny district of the United States of America. They were not elected, they were appointed, and it is not their position to tell the sitting president of the United States of America that you can or cannot spend this money accordingly. I think it's a total joke.
Yeah, exactly. And I want to dig more into this money and how it's spent here, like I said, when we get to kind of the wrap up on this segment. But I want to get through all 4 of these judges here first. Radical Obama judge Boasberg orders President of the United States to turn over details on illegal migrant flights to Latin America by noon today. So again, President Trump invoked the Alien Insurrection Act. Doesn't matter what some other judge says about that, him not being able to do that. It's already done. Doesn't matter if the law is 200 years old. We follow the Constitution. It's a lot older than that. Once things have moved into the military realm, because we are now deporting terrorists off the terror watch list, the judge has no authority. He certainly can't demand access to military documents or anything else pertaining to military operations. You wouldn't want a judge jumping in and intervening for a general's field command. Let's say somebody wanted air support in wherever, and all of a sudden a judge like, well, the Houthis filed an injunction, General. We're not allowed to, so we're not allowing you to defend your aircraft carriers or continue this strike for where they're launching missiles at our fleet. We're just going to have to let it play out in court. Well, that's not how things work. And this judge has no right to ask for logs or any other military doctrines, and cannot interfere with military actions.
Absolutely. Well, shout out to Money over here in the Getter chat. Appreciate all you guys in the chat. We got J-Rod. We got I think it's New Hampshire NH Dirt Riders over here in the X chat. So we appreciate all you guys for tuning in over here. Dude, that's the thing. So where do you draw the line? If you're going to allow these judges to do what they're doing right now, that's an excellent point. Where do you draw the line on these activist judges? Can they tell Trump that he's not allowed to have peace negotiations with Russia and Ukraine? Are they allowed to say that Trump has to deploy troops to a certain part of the world, or is not allowed to deploy troops to a certain part of the world? Are they allowed to? Are they going to say that Trump is not allowed to put sanctions on other countries in terms of from military action or whatever? Like, we're going to no longer do business with you, sort of thing. I mean, where do you draw the line on these judges who, for some reason, believe that they have this sort of power and authority to do this? This is a major, major issue. I know there's a lot of people talking about it, but I don't think there's enough people talking about the constitutional crisis and the fork in the road that we're heading down right now. Never in the history of our country have we had, there might have been one or two here and there, but where we've had an entire group of judges who believe that they are more powerful and have more authority than a duly elected president of the United States of America. This is a major, major issue. I mean, that judge literally attempted to force President Trump to turn the plane around when it had known gang members, not just criminals because they invaded our country. We're talking about rapists and murderers and gangbangers and evil people, and they were already on a plane in international air. And this judge said you had to turn the plane around and bring it back. Like, this, at that point, if they think they can do that, I don't put anything past what they think they're capable of doing.
Yeah, let's just underscore the point. These aren't just criminals now. These are designated terrorists. So even if the judge wanted to intervene in a criminal case, it's not a criminal case anymore. They've been designated terrorists. Well, in more madness from these judges, Sleepy Joe appointed judge blocks Trump ban on tranny service members. I love that headline too. If you guys, again, I think I said this the other day, start checking out the Liberty Daily. We're going to start working with them a lot more on these stories. But the headlines tell it like it is. So once again, we have a judge trying to interfere with military policy and military doctrine, which again is clearly under the purview of the President of the United States. Judges are not there to interfere with actions that they don't like. And this is, it's clearly in the president determines everything down through the Secretary of State and others. Are they going to tell him that that Pete Hegseth can't fire the 60,000 people in the Pentagon that are unnecessary? Well, yeah, probably. We'll see that lawsuit within a few days. And let's not forget either. These people, there are plenty of other mental disorders that you're not allowed to get in the military and serve with. We don't let schizophrenics serve. We don't let there's, I think it's 29 or 30 mental dysfunctions in the DSM-5 that we do not allow people to serve in our military if they have them. Now, with a lot of these trannies, if they've already had the meatball surgery or the other gender-affirming care, or on some of these forever hormones and other cross-sex hormones, they can't serve anyway. They're not deployable. So we're paying hundreds of dollars a year for medical treatment for them. We're not able to field them properly, and we're paying them to be there. So these are three strikes against them. They are not which makes them not valuable members of our military because they're not able to properly function. Now, they've already stated people that think they're transgender, that aren't taking hormones, aren't dressing cross-gender or anything else, as long as they're able to function and do their job, that they can remain in the military. It's the wackos that want to, men that want to wear women's clothing or chop off body parts or on all these drugs. That's who we're throwing out right now.
Well, Money over here in the Getter chat has one of the best descriptions of the situation that I've seen anyways. Very short and sweet. And Money describes this as a judicial insurrection. And that is basically what's happening right now. I mean, it really is. It's a judicial insurrection. We'll clear the X chat again because you guys are keeping it popping off and really appreciate that. I'm reading all the comments. We got Daniel Bradford over here. We've got Stacy. We got Barbara. Falcon over here, Christian. Who else we got? Sorry, guys, I'm trying to get caught up so we can be good now. I think we're good. West Virginia Nighthawk. Appreciate you guys. Here's the issue. Let's just for a second throw out the tranny or the not tranny and all of that in this ruling. What this judge is actually saying here, this judge is saying that they have the authority to tell the U.S. military and the commander-in-chief what kind of people can and cannot be disqualified based on medical conditions. That's what this comes down to. So it's the same as a judge saying, well, this person who is 5'2", 600 pounds, if they want to be a sniper, then they can be a sniper. No, that's not how this works. I mean, that's you can't hide behind anything. So that is really what this judge is saying right now. I mean, they're obviously ruling and saying that you can't ban the trannies, but really what they're saying is that as the judge, that they are the ones who get to make the decision as to whether someone is medically disqualified from the military or not. Honestly, how have we gotten to this point where these judges think that they have that sort of authority and that sort of ability to tell the United States military and the commander-in-chief that they are the ones that should be able to decide who is able to serve in the military and who is not? This is a very dangerous situation we find ourselves in right now.
Well, and let's also not forget this. Part of this has to be cohesion of the military. And we already know from other troops, they don't want to serve in the trenches out in the field with somebody that's transgender, somebody with a mental disorder. And let's not pretend that it isn't a mental disorder. The DSM-5 says, transgenderism is a mental disorder. Make no mistake about it. And again, we're not going to let schizophrenics or other people suddenly start serving in the military or make exceptions for other people that are clearly unfit. A quadruple amputee, they're not going to be able to do anything or function correctly within their role. Now, if somebody that's injured, it's already in the military, then they can maybe be moved into a different role. But we're not going to take somebody from the get-go that can't get through boot camp or function normally. Guys, we do have to take a quick break here from our sponsors, and we'll be right back with even more.
I hear every day about the products you all wish MyPillow carried. Well, guess what? We probably do. Slippers, bathrobes, pet beds, blankets, mattresses, sleepwear, loungewear, duvets, comforters, pot holders, aprons, oven mitts, and so much more. And they're all on sale. For example, get our best-selling standard MyPillows for only $14.98. Body pillows, $29.98. 6-piece bath towels or kitchen towel sets, just $29.98. Multi-use MyPillow 2.0s with pillowcase, $9.98. Save $40 on our Spring Percale and Giza Dream bedsheet sets. Any size, any color, and so much more. So go to MyPillow.com or call the number on your screen. Use your promo code to save up to 80% on all MyPillow products. And I've never done this before. When you spend $100 or more, you're going to get 2 standard MyPillows absolutely free.
Thank you for staying with us. And again, the best way to support our program and all the programs on Ex American News is by supporting our sponsors. You can go to mypillow.com right now. Use code INSURRECTION for the deepest discounts and the best deals on all their products. Get yourself a MyPillow. It's a good way to support our program and support a great patriot like Mike Lindell as he continues to fight for free and fair elections. And like I said before, I think we're going to have some major updates on that in the next few weeks. Guys, we got one last psychotic judge to get to. Obama judge rules against Doge shutdown of USAID, orders employee access reinstated. Yeah, well, this is another case where I think the judge ought to just be ignored, because oversight of these agencies is clearly allocated to President Trump. So it's up to his administration to determine how many people are working there and how these agencies each execute their job. This judge has no ability to give staffers demand that staff regains access, or that employees are rehired for that matter. This is clearly in the purview of the President of the United States. It's spelled out in Article 2 of the Constitution, and it just, at this point, it just can't be tolerated. When it was a few rogue judges, fighting them in court, again, maybe that would be the best thing at the time if it was just 2 or 3 lawsuits. That way you don't look like you're overstepping your bounds. But at this rate, when we now have over 120 of these cases going, sorry, but somebody's got to put the kibosh on this. And since the Supreme Court isn't going to step up and put on their big girl pants, I guess we're going to have to do it ourselves.
Absolutely. Well, shout out to Obliviously over here in the Getter chat. Appreciate you for tuning in again as well. Once again, man, these judges are just out of control. This judge is basically saying, I'm ordering you to take all that money and re-launder it back to the Democrats. That's basically what the judge has ruled here. It's unbelievable. But my question right now is, when we're tying all this together, Republicans have control of the House and the Senate and the presidency. And I love what President Trump's doing. Don't get me wrong. This is awesome. But why could they not just spend a day, sit down, and codify all these things and pass it from the House and the Senate side of things, to where they're at that point? How do they even argue when it's been signed, sealed, delivered from the House and the Senate at that point? And it doesn't have to be a long drawn out process. Just take the executive order that President Trump's team has already drawn up that they're trying to do, and pass it through the House and the Senate, and then move on with their lives. I don't understand why this is becoming such a major issue, and I don't understand why elected Republican members of Congress are sitting on their hands right now and not doing very much about this. I know there's a few people filing some articles of impeachment. Impeachment is awesome, don't get me wrong, but to be honest with you, I want to see these judges arrested, because when you're over here as a sitting judge and you are siding with people who have been labeled as domestic terrorists who invaded our country, that's treason. That's exactly what this is. That is treason, and these judges need to be arrested. Send somebody in there into the chamber. I don't care where they're at. I don't care if they're wearing their daggone robe and sitting on the bench. Go into the chamber and drag them out in handcuffs with the whole world watching, and throw them in prison and say, you know what? We're going to give you the same treatment that you gave the January 6th political prisoners, the same people who prayed outside of abortion clinics. We're going to throw your butt in solitary confinement while we figure out what to do with you. We'll see you in 3 years, pal. I mean, if that's what we got to do to put these judges in line, then that's what we got to do. I'm sick of the patty cake politics. I'm sick of Republicans like, oh, we've taken the high road for years. Is there another high road to take right now? No, that's what got us in this mess to begin with. It's time to actually get a little bit of grit, get a little bit of backbone. It's time to get a little dirty. It's time to go up and punch them in the daggone mouth. That's where we're at right now, instead of this whole let's go sing Kumbaya and see if we can get on the same page. No, punch somebody in the mouth and see what happens. That's where we're at right now, and that's what I want to see happen.
You bring up a good point, and a really good opportunity, too. We can definitely pass this stuff through the House, all of this. We control the House, and they won't be able to filibuster it. But when it gets to the Senate, the Democrats will have to filibuster all this, which means they're going to have to argue for why the money laundering should continue. They are going to have to argue why we need trannies in the military, or why we can't deport criminal illegal aliens that have been designated as terrorists. Make them own it. Once again, we're going to get to this because their ratings just continue to fall, and the Democrat Party is less and less liked by Americans. So this is another opportunity to continue that. Even if they filibuster this stuff in the Senate, we're still going to be able to make them own it and be able to generate that in the news cycle. I mean, I know their allies in the media are going to come out and try to champion them as heroes, but the American people aren't buying their propaganda anymore. So it's time to fight dirty just like they do. Let's go ahead and pull this last headline and then get everything kind of tied together here. Chief Justice Roberts says Trump's call to impeach District Court Judge Boasberg is not an appropriate response to disagreement overruling. Well, So it's calling for impeachment isn't appropriate. Where was Justice Roberts when Captain Caveman has filed his articles of impeachment against President Trump this time, or with these two sham impeachments from President Trump's first term? He's kept his mouth shut about all those the whole time. Roberts is not just inconsistent; he's turning into a partisan. But now let's go back and connect some of these problems. So right now, Trump and all these agencies are operating within the law. So any funds that aren't designated by Congress for a specific cause and instead are just designated to an agency, the president and his cabinet, his team, they have discretion over these. So even if if they allocated $1 billion for USAID to disperse to various causes, Trump can go in and reallocate that. Let's not forget that's what Biden did. I mean, Biden spent money that was never authorized. He just pulled it out of thin air. And I'm not just talking the student loan program. There's plenty of other times where Biden spent money that Congress never appropriated. So as long as Congress fails to do their job and appropriate proper budgets and designate where dollars are spent, it's up to the president. And that Congress has been doing this for decades now because they don't want the responsibility or the accountability being held to account for spending money in ways the American people will disapprove of.
Absolutely. Well, shout out to Money465 over in the Getter chat. Brings up a really good point too. It says Brandon Gill from Texas is calling these judges out. He's filing articles of impeachment. Yes. He is a freshman congressman from Texas. Is also Dinesh D'Souza's son-in-law. If you're not following Brandon Gill and what he's doing, he's definitely a true patriot and a true America First person who's going to put his money where his mouth is. So want to definitely give him a shout out as one of the good guys who's new to DC, who's actually fighting for all these things. John Roberts has been one of the biggest disappointments of the Trump era, I should say. And I would imagine if he had that one to do all over again, he would have done something a little different. But once again, that's back whenever the Trump circle was infiltrated with a bunch of turds and losers, in my opinion. But yeah, he's been a major disappointment throughout all this thing. I want to give a quick shout out to Kristen over here as well, and in the X chat, and then Winans. I don't know if I'm saying that right, as well as Samuel. So thank you guys for tuning in. We really appreciate it. Man, these judges I just can't say it enough. They're out of hand. It's funny to me too. There's videos of when Biden was trying to force through the student loan forgiveness. AOC, all these people were like, Biden should ignore the judge. Well, now they're all out here saying Trump's got to obey everything that the judge says. He can't do that, and it's the same people. And then here's the difference in Democrats and Republicans, though. Okay. Joe Biden on his way out the door, I don't know why not more people have not been discussing this. He attempted to create his own amendment out of thin air. Was it the 28th Amendment or whatever? Like he attempted to create his own amendment to the Constitution on the way out the door. And yet we have Republicans who are saying, oh no, we can't ignore a judge who's doing things unconstitutional. I'm sick of those sorts of Republicans. You need to go join another party because your party no longer exists because MAGA took over that old Republican Party that just rolls over and says, kick me again, and we'll pray and hope that you don't do it anymore. That party's dead and gone. The MAGA movement, the America First movement, the blue collar, the rough and rowdy crowd, if you will, who's willing to get in your face a little bit. We have taken over this party, and this is why we're actually going to save this country. Because let me tell you something, our founding fathers did not create this country and did not get out from underneath the boot of tyranny by rolling over and saying, kick me again, or saying, oh no, we can't do that. We have to listen to this person or that person. No, we live under more tyranny today than our founding fathers did in 1776. And it's about time that we reach deep down into our souls and pull some of that back out of us and grow a little bit of backbone and be willing to stand up. Yes, there's going to be some sacrifices to make along the way, but if that's what we have to do in order to save this country and to, I would say, preserve individual freedom and liberty, but we don't have any right now in this country. So I guess if we want to fight for individual freedom and liberty for our children and grandchildren, then it's past time to stop looking for the high road. It's past time to stop saying, oh man, this is we'll move to another hill. We are on the last hill. There's no other hill to move to. This is the last hill to die on. So you either die on this hill that we're on right now, or we just pack it in and say it's over and let the communists take over and have it. But either way, something has to give. We can't continue to going down this path of 1 foot on each side of the tracks. It's time to stop being lukewarm, as the Bible says, and actually be hot or cold.
Yeah, I mean, Roberts has been a giant disappointment and a thorn in the side of America pretty much since George W. Bush put him.
Yeah, I got it mixed up all the way. Sorry about that. Thank you for correcting me there. Appreciate that.
Oh, you're fine. So in 2005, he let's not forget, he's the justice that allowed the Obama administration to argue that Obamacare was both a tax and a law, and then allowed them to rewrite portions of the statute, or basically rewrote it for them at the Supreme Court level, so that the law wouldn't be considered unconstitutional and gotten rid of. He's the one that caused your health insurance costs to basically double, and a lot of people lost their doctor. If you had your doctor, you can keep it. Allow that lie to move forward. He's done immense harm to the American people during his tenure on the bench, and you know what? His comments have made me really think about something. Maybe it is time to start impeaching some of these psychotic justices that have no idea what they're doing, or don't know what a woman is. Maybe we should take the opportunity in 2026, when we completely crush the left, retake the House and the Senate with super majorities. Maybe it's time to impeach Roberts, Ketanji Brown Jackson, and the rest of these mental midgets on the Supreme Court, and replace them with our own people, because I don't think the left will be taking a majority in the Senate anytime soon, where they can control impeachments. And it's time to flex the muscle, use the power we have, and actually fix our country once and for all. And I think that'll also prevent these radical communists from moving their agenda forward, or ever gaining real power at the federal level ever again.
Yeah, and when I was speaking about Roberts a second ago, in my head I'm thinking Kavanaugh, when they're basically the same. He's been a major disappointment as well. I mean, they're both turds right now. So same thing, just 6 and 1, half dozen of the other. The only issue with it, though, is I think it's 2/3 vote to confirm impeachment in the Senate, and we don't have that. We won't get that.
That's why we got to wait till 2026.
Yeah, I mean, you never know. There's definitely a possibility of getting there in 2026. I mean, there really is. But I mean, at the end of the day, Trump needs to ignore these judges and go forward and say, we're not going to do that. You guys are being unconstitutional. We're not going to do this. We have been given a mandate. Look, Trump can't get reelected. He's not even up for reelection. He needs to. We did not vote for President Trump this go around, especially. So I voted the first time when he came down the escalator. We were all excited, when he stood there and said to Hillary Clinton, "You'd be in jail," that sort of thing. That's what we were hoping to see in the first term. We got a very watered down version, a very attempted, polished version of President Trump in the first term. Not to take away from any of his accomplishments in the first term. They were great. But I believe that the second time around, or the third time, I guess, technically, 2024 here, after the attempted assassination, after they raided his home, after all that, I believe that there were a large portion of people who voted for President Trump specifically for the hope that he would be pissed off enough to go and make some radical changes. Nobody voted for him because they thought that he was just going to let all of that go, everything that they did to him and attempted to do to him. That's not why people voted for him. People voted for him because they're like, this guy is going to be pissed off and he is going to make some serious radical changes. So that's what I want to see out of this next Trump term. And honestly, everything else that they do is going to be great. But to me, I'm going to consider it a major disappointment in this term if there are not some arrests that are made, if there's not some radical changes that are made, if Trump doesn't stand on the national stage and give a metaphorical middle finger to these judges and all these globalist elites. That's what I voted for. That's what I want to see. And anything short of that, and despite everything else that they might do, anything short of that, I'm going to consider this term a disappointment.
Yeah, agreed. And let's make no mistake about it. What we're seeing right now is a judicial insurrection. It's judicial tyranny, and we've got to put an end to it. I got a video I want to play of Greg Gutfeld last night. I think he summed this up perfectly.
I don't know.
Okay.
I think we should defer to our chief.
Oh, wait, yes.
Thank you.
Our chief legal analyst, Greg Gutfeld.
Oh, yes. Well, I'm glad you asked me that question. Look, John Roberts says it's not appropriate. It's not an appropriate response to when you disagree with the judge. And it is really a surprise to me that Trump doesn't follow the appropriate protocol when there are rapists and murderers invading our country. Maybe a guy in a robe in D.C. can follow all the protocols, but Trump is the effing president of the United States who protects 300 million plus people. He is a leader who does not have the luxury of opening up his little books to read, oh my God, maybe he didn't do it the right way. Roberts, shut the F up. This is something that a president has to do. He has to do this. It blows my mind how wrong I was in 2016 or 2015 when Trump came down the escalator and I was like, I can't believe he said these things. Everything he said was right. They're sending bad people. What did he say? They're sending killers and rapists. Do you remember this?
Some of them were good people.
Some of them were good people. He said this, and now he's sending them back. He's sending them back. You know, political disagreement among parties is normal, but the Dems complain about things that Trump might do. They look at this. What might he do next? Oh, what could he do? He could do this somewhere else. But when you look at the Dems, you see what they've actually done. Not what they might do, but what they've done. For example, you know, they're trying to prevent rapists and murderers from being deported. They allowed perverts into female safe spaces. They allow surgical experimentation on kids. They defend those who materially support Hamas. They defend no cash bail that expanded recidivist criminality. I could go on. My point being, we don't have to make up the crap that they do.
Right.
The only way they can survive is by hypothetically imagining what Trump will do next because he's right in the present moment. He's doing the right thing right now. So you go, well, what if? What if? Your what ifs never materialize. Go ahead, be on the wrong side. Be on the side of rapists and murderers. Again, you're like the chick who dates somebody on death row, except now you want to bring him home to your parents. We should send these miscreants to the media and the activists.
Well, yeah, Gutfeld is dead on. Sorry, that cut off a second early. But yeah, Gutfeld's dead on, and we're tired of this judicial tyranny and these, you know, people that have this lofty view of themselves trying to dictate down policy and protect people harming America. I'm done with it. It's over. It's over, and it's time for real change and to fix America once and for all and end this tyranny in robes. Guys, we got to take a quick break, hear from our sponsor, and then we'll be right back with even more.
Well, hello everybody. It's Annie Cyrus. Welcome to my art studio where all the magic happens. This is the station for painting, and that is the station for all the resin art I do. If you want to check out my art, all you gotta do is go to lutfstudio.com. But I'm sure for this, I hope I'll see you at lutfstudio.com.
Thank you for staying with us. And, you know, Ex-American News would not be on the air without all the hard work that Annie Cyrus does behind the scenes. Go to lutfstudios.com, buy yourself a unique handmade piece of art, help support her, and help support everything that we're doing here at Ex-American News to bring you the news the mainstream media doesn't want you to hear.
Yep. Sorry. Sorry, man. I was over here topping into chats here. Appreciate all you guys in the chats. I'll read all of them. We really appreciate it more than you guys know. You help the flow of the show more than you can imagine. Annie is amazing. She does so much for all of us. She's a true patriot. And if that's something you're into, you should definitely consider, going with her and helping her out. But man, we got some awesome people in the chat today. Some of you guys I'm seeing for the first time. Just so you guys are aware, while I have you here, I want you guys to know we're live Monday through Friday, 11 a.m. Eastern time, and would love for you guys to join the crew here and be part of the show moving forward as well.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, let's move on to another one of my favorite topics here lately, and that's leftist violence and terrorism. Doxing website featuring Molotov cocktail cursor exposes personal info of Tesla owners. I listened to a long discussion about this yesterday, and some of this is just insane. They're listing like addresses of private owners in various states. They were talking about Maryland specifically, but there's continue to add to this database. It isn't just the locations of all the Tesla dealerships and charging stations that they're destroying, and they're actively encouraging this. They also dox a number of the Doge employees on this particular site, which will remain unnamed. But last night, they actually discovered Kash Patel's information is on here. His home address and his personal details, along with a number of other elected and unelected officials within government. And they've all got this posted on here on a site that's obviously encouraging acts of terrorism and violence from these psychotic leftists.
Yeah, these people, look, these are Tesla terrorists at this point. They need to officially label these people who are doing this as domestic terrorists, because that's exactly what they are. There's some people going to get seriously injured from this, if not even worse. These people are going around not just the dealerships, but they're now attacking people out there who are just driving their Tesla cars down the road, if you will. And people have a right to defend themselves, their families, and their property along with doing that. But if you've ever wanted proof that the Democrats are in a cult, it's funny because they say that the Trump people are in a cult, and we all criticize President Trump all the time, constructively, but we do, and we love the man. But I mean, we always say, well, we would wish this or that. But the left, if you want proof they're in a cult, this is it. Last year, probably this time last year, if not 2 years ago max, they were protesting to demand that everyone buys electric vehicles. They were loving Elon Musk. And now, just a year or so later, they are now destroying electric vehicles and saying that he should no longer get any sort of government contracts and such, if you will. That's how crazy these people are. Then again, you're talking about the same people who 1 month before COVID were protesting and demanding the end of single-use items such as, plastic forks and spoons and cups and such. And then a month into COVID, they were mandating and requiring everybody only use single-use items. These people don't have any sort of credibility. They don't have any sort of moral. They don't have any sort of grounding as to who they really are. They lick their fingers, stick it in the air, and see which way the wind's blowing, and do whatever CNN tells them. These are the people that I refer to as CNN parakeets, because all they do is repeat whatever CNN has told them.
Yeah, well, I mean, people that they think there is no truth but power. If they didn't have double standards, they'd have no standards at all. It's whatever's convenient, whatever they think will help gain them more political power. That is the route they will take. They will shift any position on a dime and then pretend that you just don't understand the nuance and why things change the way they have. Why that Elon Musk is now persona non grata, public enemy number one. But Derek, I do have some good news for you. AG Pam Bondi declares Tesla attacks domestic terrorism, pledges severe consequences for those involved, and they have been scooping these people up, including off reports where people have now are helping to identify a lot of these terrorists, and then tagging the FBI, the DOJ, and others, so they can be scooped up, arrested, and prosecuted. There's some great videos of one guy denying these attacks, even though he's clearly on video of I think he keyed a SWAT swastika into a car. I might be confusing that with a different guy. But the people, these retards on the left are also forgetting, these Tesla vehicles are basically computers on wheels. They have their own security system, and they have cameras all over them that capture video when the alarm's triggered or somebody's, vandalizing the car. So we have up close and personal video of these cars being damaged. And then these retards are wondering how they're getting caught, arrested, and then crying that they're going to have to suffer the consequences from their actions. But yeah, they should all be prosecuted as domestic terrorists. They should all be given felonies, like the other guy that was given I can't remember what it was, some kind of criminal vandalism charge. So we can also strip their right to vote away, so that they can't interfere with our country anymore with their insane ideas. We need to just take away any little vestige of power they have and beat them into the ground. Now is the time to save America.
I would agree 100%. And I'm glad that Pam Bondi's, going to do that. There has to be. I know some of these are probably just people who are just liberals who are raged and act out on that. But I believe that in terms of the attacks on dealerships, I believe that there's actual probably group chats about this, or probably some groups of people. I don't know the how intricate it is, but I'm sure that is involved in some way or another. This doesn't just happen at multiple dealerships across the thing. And then West Virginia Nighthawk brought up a good point. Not only are they in the X chat, not only are they burning these electric cars, but I'm almost guarantee they're using fossil fuels to do it. And I guarantee you that they are as well. And then Sharon, yes, I replied to you there in the chat. And absolutely, we're here Monday through Friday, 11 a.m. Eastern time. I would love to have you come back to watch the show again tomorrow and the next day as well. And then somebody brought it up over here. I can't find it exactly, but in the X chat, I believe is where it was. They were talking about how not only are they attacking the cars and the dealerships, but they're also destroying charging stations. And you have to think a lot of people who have the electric cars are left-leaning at the very least, you would imagine. And I'm not saying everybody. I mean, like Thomas Massey has a Tesla, for goodness sakes. I mean, Trump does too, for that matter now. So I'm not saying everybody, but I'm just saying as a whole, you would think that most of them are left-leaning. But even if they're not, but now they're out here destroying the charging stations too. And so these people have mapped out their trip of, okay, I can drive from here and I can go to this charging station and take a break and charge up or whatever as they're driving across the country. And then they get there and the charging station is destroyed. And what do they do at that point? So, I mean, these people are, I would even argue that you could make a claim that there's some sort of interstate stuff here going on as well. There's crimes to go across state lines and commit crimes, and they're obstructing the flow of traffic. All these different issues. This is a major issue that needs to be addressed. And I think if you make an example out of a couple of these Tesla terrorists, that the rest of them would maybe learn from that and just take a step back and kind of quit doing what they're doing, at least hopefully.
I don't think they will learn from that, even with a couple arrests. But I've been assured that these terrorists are only using environmentally friendly Molotov cocktails, handcrafted in artisan batches from renewable resources. But
well, I got two things here. So Kristen in the X chat, I did not know this. I don't have an electric vehicle. I'm not necessarily opposed to them. Anyways, Kristen says the charging stations are for all electric vehicles, not just the Teslas. So I did not know that. I thought maybe only you could charge a Tesla at a Tesla charging station. Apparently you can charge any electric vehicle. So this is a major issue. And then West Virginia Nighthawk, this is an excellent point that I had not thought of so far. West Virginia Nighthawk says there's enough people that own electric vehicles now that it could be considered critical infrastructure. And that is an excellent point. I had not considered that. And this is once again why I say I love you guys in the comments. You guys help the show more than you could ever imagine. And so I never really thought about that, but you could argue that this is critical infrastructure at this point that is being destroyed because there are a large amount of people who have electric vehicles now. So and then Sharon says, I still believe arson and the destruction of property are crimes punishable by the no good judges that applaud them. That's exactly what they are. Yeah. And then Shanna says someone needs to chase them and activate the shot that they took, I guess, of there. And then remember Kamala Harris was trying to get electric school buses, as Kristen pointed out. And now you have kids stranded because they can't charge their buses either. This is insane.
Oh man, we got update on those electric school buses too. I didn't pull this story, but a town, and I don't remember if this is in California or Washington State, has had to get rid of all the electric school buses because they can't even do the pickup in the morning and the drop off in the afternoon. That their batteries don't hold enough juice just for that. But yeah, until they're, I mean, I do think we'll see some actual enforcement, arrests, and prosecutions with these terrorists. But yeah, we've got to send the message. And let's not forget, Pete Buttigieg spent, what was it, $8 billion or $10 billion? I can't remember, to build 8 charging stations throughout the U.S. So these already are critical infrastructure. And yeah, Tesla kind of became the standard for electrical vehicle charging because of the supercharging options and other things. And let's face it, most of the other early electric vehicles, like the Chevy Volt, I remember those things just falling apart and catching fire on the highway. And then the Nissan Leaf, oh man, when I still lived in Florida, I think this was like the last year I was down there in 2010, like the city of Orlando bought one of these Nissan Leafs, and they were going to do a demo of it and drive it around the city. The battery died and something malfunctioned before they could even get it out of the parking garage. And this is on like live TV when it happened. It just became a giant joke. But that's what most of these things were to begin with. And Tesla was the first one to really make a viable electric vehicle that, if you didn't have to drive daily across cities, if you were going to be in town just using it as a grocery getter and, maybe taking an hour trip here and there, they were the first ones for a viable vehicle that, you didn't have to charge every 30 minutes like it was a freaking Power Wheel.
Absolutely. And this is not something we're covering. I saw a comment from, I'm trying to give you credit, from Money over here in the Getter chat. I just quickly Googled it. No idea what's going on, but there is a massive police presence near the CIA headquarters right now. So that's something to keep an eye on. Like I said, I don't know what's going on. It looks like there was some sort of threat made and some sort of barricade incident. Like I said, I don't know the exact details of that. I'll try to dig into that a little bit after the show here, and maybe post something on X about it. But I wanted to update everybody on that as well.
Yeah, I'm looking it up right now too, see if we can spot anything else on it. Because I saw that flag.
While we're doing that, can you play the video really quick of Tim Walz while we kind of see if we can find some information on that breaking news in the background?
Well, we'll grab that in a second. We got more good news I want to get to here real quick. A record low share of voters view the Democrat Party positively. Will they ever learn? Democrats are losing popularity for a good reason. It's really several reasons. This is a great article from our friends over on Zero Hedge, and they point out, the Democrats continue to dig the grave that they're in deeper and deeper, whether that's standing up for terrorists, like the people burning down the Tesla dealerships, or for, the illegal aliens and terrorists invading our country, or taking a stand against getting rid of waste, fraud, and abuse at the federal level, or, continuing to push legislation for trannies in women's sports and women's bathrooms, in the military, wherever else. Like, every hill they've picked to die on is something that is only popular with a small percentage of American voters. And we're talking, basically 20 to 30%, maybe 35% on a few of the issues that, by and large, no position the Democrat Party is taking right now is popular. And let's face it, they're all destructive to America, American values, and our way of life.
Yeah, the only thing I'll quickly say is I agree with everything you just said. The Democrats are out of touch with the American people, and they continue to choose the most far left fringe people to prop up, and I'm here for it. I hope they continue doing it because it's good for the rest of us. My only concern is that as conservatives, we've got to be careful about allowing some of these people who are left-wing extremists, but maybe they just don't agree with the trans agenda and they no longer identify with the Democrat Party and they're wanting to become Republicans, but they're not conservative. So that's what we got to watch out for on our side of things.
Agreed. Well, let's hear from your buddy Tim Walz real quick. Let's see what he had to say.
Fight it. This
I think I could kick most of their ass. I do think that if they want to do it. I know I can outrun them, but I don't know if we're going to fall into that place where we want to. Okay, we challenge you to a WWE fight here type of thing.
What a loser!
Well, Tim Walz wants to fight. Let's give it to him.
Yeah, I'll be his Huckleberry if he wants to, but I put out a post that said I would love to see him box John Rocker. That's what I want to see happen. But yeah, and then in that same interview with Gavin Newsom, they're so stupid, man. He says something along the lines of that we're scared of him because he can fix a truck. And we know that he's not BSing about that. He can really fix a truck. I'm like, dude, what in the world? He is so weird. But then again, every time he speaks and every time I see this man, I believe the allegations about him and the high school boys. I believe them more and more every time that he opens his mouth. So.
Yeah, well, I've never heard about him fixing any truck, but I do hear there's a horse out there somewhere with a restraining order against him. But we don't need to talk about that right now.
Yeah. Really quick, I know we're leaving. So Gret in the chat here is wanting to know about our channel on Rumble. So guys, on Rumble and here on X as well, we have X American News. So we have an account here on X specifically where we have all of our other shows as well. In addition to ours, there's other shows that stream live right here on X. Just go to X American News and follow that page. And then also on Rumble, and it would help us more than you guys could imagine to go over there. We're trying to do some things over on Rumble. So if you have a Rumble account, I'm not asking you to make one if you don't have one, but if you have one, go over to Rumble, search X American News, give us a follow over there as well. And then the same thing here on X itself. We got a lot of great things rocking and rolling over here. We've got a good lineup of shows coming on, and we'd really appreciate you guys for supporting the whole program and network.
Yeah, absolutely. Last thing I want to say before we wrap up the show for today is I do want to congratulate President Trump and Elon Musk on safely returning some of our astronauts back to Earth. Promises made, promises kept. Musk and Trump, heroes in outer space. Astronauts return to Earth after being stuck on space station for 9+ months. And again, let's not forget that Biden left them up there for purely political reasons. Musk offered early on to help bring them back safely to Earth. And President Biden refused because he couldn't have any ally of President Trump's accomplish something good or say something positive. And again, we see this derangement continuously with our mainstream media, which is filled with Democrats masquerading as journalists. Guys, thanks again for tuning in. Please like, share, and subscribe, and we'll be back tomorrow with even more.
We have investment, the likes of which this country has never seen, already announced. And they all want to have news conferences. I don't have enough time to have that many news conferences, but I would say so far at least $4 trillion. $4 trillion is coming in. Car companies, very importantly, a lot of the car companies that were going to build in Mexico or Canada are now building here, because I don't want cars from Canada. I don't want cars from Mexico. They want to do it, it's fine, but I want the car companies to build here, not. They were building in Mexico 3 plants, big plants, really big plants, and they were going to sell the cars right across the border. We wouldn't have the jobs, we wouldn't have the profits, we wouldn't get the taxes, we get nothing. All we get is unemployment and empty factories. Those days are over. So now those 3 places are going to build here, but many more than that. We have a big one. Honda is building, just announced a really big plant in Indiana, great state, smart place to build. And we have many car companies coming here. The steel mills are going to be booming, And many other things come with that. But we need that for defense. There are certain things you have to have. You have to have steel. We would have had, if I didn't do in my first term tariffs to stop the onslaught, because they were dumping steel in order to destroy our steel plants. If I didn't do 50% and even 100% in certain cases tariffs on steel, you wouldn't have a steel plant in the United States. And Biden was unable to get rid of those tariffs because they threw off so much money that his numbers, which didn't work anyway, because his numbers were terrible, what he did, the way he spent money was so horrible, and what he allowed to happen to energy. That's the other thing. Energy is going to be like it's never been before. Mr. Vice President is here. Do you have anything to say while you're here?
No, sir. I'm
good Vice President.
I'm just here to watch the show, sir.
Okay.
I think airplanes are pretty cool, so I wanted to check this out.
Airplane's cool. It is cool.
Is there anything that China can do to take off the trade war at this point, though?
Well, I'll be speaking to President Xi. I have a great relationship with him. We're going to have a very good relationship. But we have a $1 trillion deficit because of Biden. With President Xi, more than that. I mean, I've heard $1.2 trillion. We have a deficit. And I've explained that to President Xi. We also have a problem where he's allowing fentanyl to be sent into Mexico and then cross the border and, killing. I think the number is much higher than the 125, 115 that I think it's closer to 300,000 people a year. And so that's a problem. But they have a tremendous surplus against the United States, and we don't want that.
Mr. President, why do you want to control Ukraine's power plant? A number of countries have come to you asking for exemptions on tariffs. Is that something that is under consideration by you?
Well, people are coming to me and talking about tariffs, and a lot of people are asking me if they could have exceptions. And once you do that for one, you have to do that for all. So, I mean, generally, I did something interestingly during 2 weeks ago. I gave the American car companies a break because it would have been unfair if I didn't. And everybody said, oh, he changed his mind on tariffs. I didn't change my mind. I helped our, sort of big three, big four. I helped some of the American companies. And instead of taking it properly, they said, oh, he changed it. I don't change, but the word flexibility is an important word. Sometimes there's flexibility, so there'll be flexibility. But basically, it's reciprocal. So that if China's charging us 50% or 30% or 20%, and I don't mean China, I mean anybody, any country, Canada. Nobody knows that Canada's charging our dairy farmers. They have 270% tariffs. Nobody knows that. Nobody knows that. They have up to 400%. They have a couple of tariffs at 400%. Nobody knows that. Nobody talks about that. And remember, with Canada, we don't need their cars, we don't need their lumber, we don't need their energy, we don't need anything from Canada, and yet it costs us $200 billion a year in subsidy to keep Canada afloat. So when I say they should be a state, I mean that. I really mean that, because we can't be expected to carry a country that is right next to us on our border. It would be a great state. It would be a cherished state. The taxes for Canadian citizens would go down in less than half. They don't spend money on military because they think we're going to protect them. There are many things that they do, like icebreakers. They want us to provide icebreakers for them. Oh, that's wonderful. So the Canada, they're very tough traders too. I want to just tell you, all the people, they're tough traders. They trade very tough. And the expression I use is, some people don't have the cards. I used that expression about a week and a half ago, right? Somebody was negotiating who didn't have the cards, who's now, I think, saying that he wants to do it, and I think we're going to have a big deal on that very special something. We got to make a deal on that. But Canada has been a very nasty negotiator against the United States, took advantage of the United States for a long time. But nobody knows that they were getting 270% tariffs on dairy products.
A follow-up on Canada. I don't think I've heard you say this in all of the talk about Canada becoming the 51st state. Are you concerned that if they became the 51st state, they would be a very, very blue state? Very, very big and very, very blue.
No, there might be, but it would, you have that artificial line that goes, that straight artificial, that looked like it was drawn by a ruler. Somebody with I don't mean a ruler like a king, I mean like a ruler, this way. And it's just an artificial line that was drawn in the sand or in the ice. And can I tell Peter, just, you add that to this country, what a beautiful landmass, the most beautiful landmass anywhere in the world. And it was just cut off for whatever reason. It would be great. Now, is it liberal? Maybe, but a conservative until I got involved, because I don't care who wins up there. I frankly probably would do better with the liberal than the conservative, if you want to know the truth. But just a little while ago, before I got involved and totally changed the election, which I don't care about, probably it's to our advantage actually, but the conservative was leading against, I call him Governor Trudeau, the conservative was leading by 35 points. So, so I don't know about that. I think Canada is a place like a lot of other places. If you have a good candidate, the candidate's going to win.
And I don't know if you've seen this, but the two astronauts that you just helped save from space, they didn't get any overtime pay for all that extra time. They got $5 a day per diem. For 286 days, that is $1,430 in extra pay. Is there anything the administration can do to get them, to make them whole?
Well, nobody's ever mentioned this to me. If I have to, I'll pay it out of my own pocket, okay? I'll get it for you.
Mr. President,
I like that.
Mr. President,
I'll pay it right out of my, is that all? That's not a lot. For what they had to go through. And I want to thank Elon Musk, by the way, because think if we don't have him. You know, there's only so long, even though they're in the capsule up there, that the body starts to deteriorate after 9 or 10 months and gets really bad after 14, 15 months with the bones and the blood and all the things that you've been reporting on very well. And if we don't have Elon, they could be up there a long time. Who else is going to get him? And I just want to thank him. He's going through a lot, what they're doing to him. And these people are going to be caught, and they're going to be caught, and they're going to be prosecuted. And from what they tell me, I see this just by watching your programs and reading the news, but from what they tell me, they could get 20 years in jail, and they'll get it. I'll tell you, there's going to be no leniency, and there'll be no pardons. I can tell you that right now.
And you said this morning 20 years in jail, and then maybe you said this morning 20 years in jail, and then maybe they'll go to one of these prisons in El Salvador. Do you think with the way that the judges have been issuing injunctions, it would be easier or harder to send these Tesla domestic terrorists to a jail in El Salvador than these MS-13 or Tren de Aragua guys?
Well, I view these people as terrorists just like others. These are, when I looked at those showrooms burning and those cars, not one or two, like 7, 8, 10 burning, exploding all over the place. These are terrorists. You didn't have that on January 6th, I can tell you. You didn't have anything like that on January 6th, which is sort of amazing because on January 6th, the Democrats were talking. Nobody was killed other than a very beautiful young woman, Ashley Babbitt. Nobody was killed. And you look at what's going on now with these terrorists. These are terrorists, and that's an organized event. You know, take a look at their signs. Take a look. They're all made by the same sign company. A nice, expensive job. Now, these are the people that finance it are, in my opinion, in just as big a trouble as the people that are setting the match and setting the fires. So we'll see. It's under very serious investigation by the FBI and by the Justice Department. These people are terrorists.
Mr. President, you mentioned a deal with Ukraine.
Mr. President, what do you say to American military families who are seeing Elon Musk at the Pentagon today, are hearing about Defense Department cuts, and their thoughts are immediately going to the safety of their loved ones who are currently deployed?
Well, we're making our country strong. And when they see a thing like that and they hear that story about Elon and China, what they should do is realize that the New York Times is a corrupt institution, because I think they're the ones. They knew that story wasn't true. Nobody believed that story. People that, when I first called, they laughed when they heard this story. Nobody believed it, that the Pentagon was giving him a briefing on what war with China would look like, and he has business. No, they made that up because it's a good story to make up. They're very dishonest people. I have it with the Times, and you'll see more and more of it. To me, it's a very dishonest organization. But a story like that is made up. It's total fiction. And I just wanted to make sure. I called up Chief of Staff and I called up Pete, and I said, is there any truth to that? Absolutely not. He's there for Doge, not there for China. And if you ever mentioned China, I think he'd walk out of the room. He wouldn't take it anyway. So it's just a made-up story. Nobody's taken better care of the military. One of the things that I know that Pete's doing is he's talking about a lot of the civilian staff, and we're going to get them other jobs. You know, we're going to have a lot of jobs in this country, but we don't want to have wasteful jobs. We want to have meaningful jobs. And those were wasteful jobs. Those are jobs that not only military, but jobs where people don't show up. You take a look at Department of Education. I've never seen so many buildings with the names on it. You go past one after another Department of Education, and they're empty. The people don't show up. You know why? Because they have other jobs, because they're playing golf, or they're playing something, they're doing something. And we have a lot of great people, but we have to move that back to the States. We're going to make our country strong, and we're going to get people much better jobs, because we have companies moving into our country, the likes of which we've never seen before. Nothing like this has happened. And it's automatic. They don't want to pay the tariffs. How do you avoid paying the tariffs? You build your plant in the United States, and it's a beautiful thing to see. I see it. So far, I would say $4 trillion. Nobody's ever heard of them. No country's ever heard of numbers like that. $4 trillion, and those are the best ones. The biggest, best chip maker in the world. I'm not a fan of the Chip Act, where you give billions of dollars away to companies that don't need it, and it won't bring them here. I'm giving nothing away. All they're doing is coming here. They're building because they want to avoid. Remember this on the tariffs too, because that's going to be, Liberation Day, April 2nd. It's reciprocal. If they charge us, we charge them. So somebody say, well, how much are the tariffs? Very fair. If India, as an example, has been very bad to us on tariffs, they charge 100%, 200%, whatever they charge. Now, Europe just announced they're lowering the tariffs on cars. We charge like a joke, 2.5%. That's what this country charges. Europe just announced that they're reducing their tariffs on cars to 2.5%. It's nice. But they also have non-monetary tariffs where they make it impossible for the cars to get in even without the dollars on them and the dollar signs. It's called a non-monetary tariff, where they put on controls where no matter what happens, because they don't want cars, they don't want the American car in their market. And yet they send us millions of cars, they send us big agriculture, they don't want our agriculture, they don't want anything from us. European Union's very tough, but now it's fair. So whatever they do to us, we do to them.
Mr. President, you mentioned last month you mentioned
as Russia continues to attack Ukraine, are you planning to impose any sort of sanctions?
Well, they're fighting against each other. Yeah, I think we're going to have we have a ceasefire on a lot of areas, and so far that's all held very well. And getting that ceasefire, they had a lot of guns pointing at each other. We had some soldiers, unfortunately, surrounded by other soldiers, and they are going to be, I believe we're going to pretty soon have a full ceasefire, and then we're going to have a contract. And the contract's being negotiated, the contract in terms of dividing up the lands, et cetera, it's being negotiated as we speak.
What do you say to critics who say that your actions towards law firms amount to coercion?
Well, the law firms all want to make deals. You mean the law firms that we're going after, that went after me for 4 years, ruthlessly, violently, illegally? You mean, are those the law firms you're talking about? They're not babies, they're very sophisticated people. Those law firms did bad things. They went after me for years. Russia hoax, all a hoax. It was a hoax. It was Hunter Biden's laptop. It didn't come out of Russia, by the way. It was came out of his bedroom. It was all a hoax, developed by Democrats. Hillary, I don't think Biden did, because I don't think Biden knows what the hell he's doing, frankly, based on everything I see. I've seen things since being here that are so sad. What he's done to this country, what he and they did to this country, those people that surrounded him, who, by the way, are radical left but smart. He's not smart. He was never smart. But these are radical left, smart people. They totally controlled him. He did whatever they told him to do. And it's a shame. It's so sad to see what happened, what they've done to this country, both not only the inflation you saw, but allowing millions and millions of criminals into our country. That's an inexcusable act. And many other things besides that. Thank you very much.
Mr. President, can we talk one more question on Ukraine? Why do you want to control Ukraine's power plants?
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
I love the fact that President Trump taking all of these questions and just basically, answering every single one of them. And the Democrats, they're not happy with Trump. They're not happy with Trump. One of the things I want to talk about today as well, and thank you so much for everyone for tuning in. If you haven't already, please hit the thumbs up. Please hit the thumbs up. Going to open up the phone line as well. Today is Friday. It's your day. If you want to give me a call, if you want to talk to me, if you want to holler at me, my producer will put the phone number right here so you can give me a call, 319-527-3453, if you want to call me. One of the things I want to talk about today is the Democrats are coming up with a new party. And just like I said when I first heard about this, I got wind about this, of course, through Bernie Sanders. It is going to be, they're going to create a socialist communist party. It's already there. I think they're thinking that this is the time for them.
Well, we hope you all enjoyed your meals. We'll get the program going again. We have some of the busiest people.
So, sorry, that distracted me. Lost my train of thought there. Okay. President Trump, when President Trump came on the scene, he was the outsider. He was not the typical establishment Republican. He wasn't the one bending a knee for the Democrats or the Ronaldcrats. President Trump came in as an insider, and he actually has changed the Republican Party. And personally, I say that President Trump took the Republican Party back to its original roots. He took them back to the roots. Now, you have Bernie Sanders teaming up with AOC. Well, they were always together in the first place, but they're taking that concept because now we have the MAGA Republican Party. It's the MAGA party, right? Regardless if you like it or not, it is the MAGA party. Well, they know that President Trump has done this. So you have AOC and Bernie Sanders and a few others that they're coming together and saying that they need to create another party inside of the Democrat Party. And the thing is, they're going to go more radical than they currently are. That's just the thing. They're already radical, and the reason why a lot of people are leaving the Democrat Party. And with Bernie Sanders and AOC, they're going to become more radical. It's pretty crazy. And I kind of encourage them to do it. I'm like, I want to see how they're gonna finesse this and how they're gonna push this. So here's AOC, and they're on the big sign right there, and the whole tour is called Fight Oligarchy. Really, Fight Oligarchy. And when I first saw this, I'm like looking at that, I'm like, man, is that a China flag in the background? But it's not. I have no idea what that flag is.
I mean, they're in Las Vegas.
I don't know. Maybe someone watching can let me know in the chat what that flag is. Of course, that I know the American flag. I don't know what the other flag is. Maybe it's something else. I don't know. Maybe it's their new Communist Party flag that they're flying next to it. I don't know. Maybe someone can let me know, enlighten me, because I've never seen it before. It kind of looks like almost like Japan, even. You know, I don't know. You let me know. But listen to her, because now they're on tour. They're going around trying to rally up people to join their Communist Party. That's what this is all about.
In fact, one thing I love about Arizonans is that you all have shown that if a U.S. Senator isn't fighting hard enough for you, you're not afraid to replace her with one who will and win. And that's how you got two fantastic senators in Mark Kelly and Ruben Gallego.
Wow. Okay, so that is the Arizona flag. I didn't know. Never seen it before, so don't hold it against me. That's the Arizona flag. But listen to this. You know, I kind of think that they're going to probably try to uplift her for the 2028 too, Shannon. Can you see that? I kind of think
I can see that.
I think they're going to try to lift her up for the 2028.
Do I think she'll do well?
No, she's not.
I don't think. I would like to know what the numbers are at the rallies. So far, they did one in Las Vegas and Arizona. That you can see it's a Fight Oligarchy tour, which I think is really rich, considering that most of the rich people are in the Democrat Party.
Yeah. So what is this here?
I don't get it. So yeah, it just says that they're AOC and Bernie are going on a rally. It's called we're calling it the Fighting Oligarchy Tour. They're calling for the party to fight. They're calling for a party.
Is that what we're calling, or is that what they're calling it?
I guess they are calling it that.
I mean, because it's in front of their billboard.
Yeah, it does.
Her podium there.
Yeah, yeah. They're calling for people to fight harder. AOC said, this isn't about Republicans. We need a Democrat Party that fights harder for us too. She said, but what that means is that we as a community must choose and vote for Democrats and elected officials who know how to stand for the working class. AOC did not mention any Democrat leaders, but the crowd broke out several times while saying primary Chuck, talking about Chuck Schumer. It said AOC and Sanders are stars. Of course, this is NBC article. of the left who are channeling a fighting spirit at a time when Democrats say that what they want to see more, that's what Democrats want to see more of. And then, of course, Bernie Sanders said we have two different Americas. In one of those Americas, the wealthiest people have never, ever in history of our country had it so good. People on top are doing extraordinarily well today. We have more income and wealth inequality in our country than we ever have had before. Now, Will, interesting about him saying that wealth gap actually grew substantially under, guess what, president? President Biden. People were getting poorer under Biden and the rich were getting richer under Biden.
Yeah.
When Trump was in office, that wealth inequality was actually shrinking.
Can you hear my cat?
The studio cat is like yelling at us. He wants attention. And by the way,
let me know. Can y'all hear my cat?
The phone line is open. Give us a call. Let us know what you are thinking. 319-527-3453.
Yes. 319-527-3453. It's right there in the lower third. If you want to give me a call, holler at me. Tell me what you think. Yeah, people can hear the cat. I mean, man, the cat's going off. Okay, so talking about these oligarchies, right? Listen to this. Let me just pop it up here for you.
There is such an irony to Democrats talking about oligarchy because, of course, for every one billionaire that backed President Trump, Kamala Harris had 2. 9 of the 10 richest counties in America are represented by Democrats. 65% of Americans making over $500,000 a year today are Democrats. 75% of hedge fund managers who make political donations donate to Democrats, and 95% of political donations from the top 3 management consulting firms go to Democrats. Meanwhile, President Trump absolutely crushed with Americans who make under $100,000 a year. The Democrats are the party of the wealthy. And Donald Trump is representing the working class because he simply lifted the pro-worker elements of the Democrats' agenda when they abandoned the working class to cater to their rich base. This is all performance art. And what's so upsetting about it is they are being paid by the American people to serve them, and they are doing nothing of the kind.
Yeah, they're not doing anything. You know, it's kind of rich that they're attacking the oligarchs when majority of the rich people in this country are Democrats.
Absolutely.
Majority of the rich people are Democrats. You know what got me thinking too? I wonder how many of these rich people that they're talking about fighting have Teslas. I mean, how many of them have Teslas? Man, they're getting really buck wild when it comes to these Teslas. I'm telling you. If you own a Tesla, I'm just saying, be careful. What you gonna say, Shannon?
And you know, Letnick, Trump's Commerce Secretary, he's talking about, just yesterday he was talking about it in a forum. He was saying that he asked President Trump, he said, Trump, if we get our spending in control and we start balancing the budget and we get these tariffs, would you object to people making under $150,000 a year if they have to stop paying income tax? And Trump says, you can do that. And so here is a man, Trump, who they've said wants to give tax breaks to the rich and tax the poor, which is literally the complete opposite of what they're doing. They want to only tax the rich and not tax the poor or, you know, under 150,000.
Who doesn't want to tax the poor?
Trump.
Yeah, Trump doesn't.
He's saying let's get rid of income tax.
But the Democrats do.
Balance everything, and we no longer have to depend on the IRS.
And you know okay. I just want to make sure because you know the Democrats, they constantly come out and say tax the rich, and they don't want to tax the poor. And they said, you know, Joe Biden said anyone making less than $400,000 a year wouldn't have a single penny raise in taxes, but they still want to tax everybody.
I'm just so glad you said that because who hired 80,000 IRS workers to go after every single person for taxes owed? And they're not going after the rich people. They went after 85% of the people that pay tax in America are the ones that make under 150,000. So Trump wants to tax the people that make 15%, the top 15%, and eliminate tax for the lower 85% of America. I hope he gets there.
Yeah, I hope.
If he does, the Democrats will literally be over with.
So I've got some more clips where they're actually talking about AOC and, you know, and some of these other Democrats possibly, you know, taking the lead here, and their new Democrat Socialist Communist Party of America. It's really not new. It's really not new. They just believe like, well, this is the time for us to do this. How are you going to get people to rally behind that? I mean, I don't know how they think they're going to get people to rally behind communism and have everyone to believe, well, the government is going to take care of everything. I don't want a country that way. I want the government only to be there to make sure that we can keep our civil liberties, to keep our country safe. That's the only government I want. Everything else, get out of the way. Allow us to be innovative. Allow us to expand. Allow us to become great. That's what the government is there for, to get out of the way. But the Democrats, they want the government to be there so then they can tell everyone how to live, how to think, and what to do, et cetera, et cetera. Listen.
Let me just make a point, okay? As a member that is in a swing district, okay, I have and continue to do in-person events, including today, where I was protested by climate activists, okay? They showed up, barged into a private luncheon with the Rockland Business Association and screamed and yelled for 5 minutes and then finally left. But Chuck Schumer went on the airwaves multiple times now, including today, and said, we are organizing to send protesters up to Republican districts here in New York, including mine. And they have been working, the Democratic Party, along with activist organization, including Indivisible, to organize and mobilize voters both within the district and outside.
Mike, that was the whole
auditorium.
Isn't that a sign of energy, though, that should be concerning?
That is
it's
democracy.
A sign of good
organization.
No, but that was the whole auditorium screaming at those.
Let me just say, that is democracy, and that's fine. But let's not act like organizing Democrat activists is somehow news. It is not.
All right.
It is not news. And they're happy to do it. You know, these Republicans, some of them are having town hall still. But some of them are like, okay, well, we're not going to do it. We'll just do the virtual town hall. Because these Democrats are saying every time a Republican has a town hall, show up, be disruptive, and say that you are a Republican. See, that's their MO here. And that's what they're doing. We'll go in, we'll act like we're Republicans, wear our MAGA hats, and tell people that we are not happy with what President Trump is doing. We want President Trump to stop. MAGA is changing. No, it is a bunch of lies. And we have an article on it too. Okay. And then they're doing this, right? With these billboards. And I'm going to read some of this to you. It says the Democrats launched billboard asking public to demand town hall from GOP representatives. These are the Democrats launching these billboards saying, we want GOP town hall meetings so we can come there and attack you and yell at you and pretend that we're MAGA Republicans. Really? So they're spending all of this money for these billboards because you know they have to pay for it instead of them helping out their constituents. It says the DNC is launching a billboard campaign in Republican-held congressional districts accusing GOP lawmakers of avoiding town halls and dodging accountability. The billboards placed in states like Arizona, Florida, Michigan, Pennsylvania labeled the representatives as cowards and provided their Washington, D.C. office numbers urging constituents to demand meetings. So they're putting these billboards all throughout these states, demanding Republicans, right? So they can all call in. Yes, have a meeting, have a town hall. And Democrats are calling in because they all got the memo to call in to these numbers. And some of them not even the constituents to these Republicans. They just want to make it look like, oh my goodness, the Republicans they're turning their back on Republicans. How do people not realize that this is a setup? And the Democrats are getting used at the same time because they don't have anything to stand on.
Yeah, they're actually putting them up mostly in purple states. So states where there's, a struggle, there's a tug of war
except
between
for Florida.
Republicans and Democrats.
Florida's not a purple
state. Except for
state.
Florida. That was the only other one, yeah, that I
but
saw.
They have such a disdain for Ron DeSantis and the Republicans in Florida. That's the reason why they want to turn it blue.
Yeah, and really you know what they're doing? They're tainting the purpose of a town hall. Because like you said, Will, you're supposed to hear from your constituents of what they want you to do and how you can work better for them in DC. But they're sending activists there to get video to say, oh, look at the Republican Party is falling apart. And they send these people that really are not their base, or they're extreme liberals in their district that's really outvoted by the large number of Republicans, to go there and just cause a ruckus. That's all they want to do. They care more about optics, meaning what you visually see and hear, than they do about what's actually happening in Washington, D.C. Why is the DNC spending money on billboards instead of paying back all the millions of people that Kamala Harris failed to pay during her campaign? Shouldn't that money be better spent towards the people that invested in your Democrat Party that you let down?
It really should be. But you know what? They're doubling down. They still haven't even figured out why they lost the election. And they're doubling down on pushing that same nonsense. So, you know, we've been talking and asking the questions all this time. Who is the leader of the Democrat Party right now? Who's the leader? Is it AOC? I mean, I'm like, you know, it sounds like a good candidate for them. For me, I mean, let's do it. AOC. Maybe Jasmine Crockett. Sounds good to me. And you know what? I encourage them to go out and speak as much as possible, off the cuff, of course, as much as possible, so the American people can get to know who they are. Well, they're on here having a discussion about, you know, because they don't have a leader right now. But again, it might be AOC in the future.
Because we need to hear new, fresh, bold voices. That's what the American people want. And if the party doesn't do that, the party is about to be finished.
I hope that AOC, Pramila Jayapal, Greg Cesar, I hope they're the new face of the Democratic Party because Republicans will be winning elections all over the country if that is the face of the Democratic Party. Are you?
I mean,
and this is failed Congressman Fire Marshal Bowman. Remember, he was the one that went and pulled the fire alarm. Remember? So he said, are you crazy? Really? Crazy for wanting AOC to be in the leadership? I mean, I like the idea. Fire Marshal Bowman likes the idea. They want it. I like it too. By all means, even the gentleman he's talking to, which I don't know his name, he's on there. I guess his name is Mike Lawyer. Is that his name? I guess. So he's on there and he's saying, yeah, I like the idea too, because it is going to help out the Republican Party bigly. And I'm all for it.
Listen, a district like mine that Joe Biden won by 10 points, okay, 10 points. Kamala Harris won by half a point, okay? I won by 6.5 points, 24,000 votes in a district that has 85,000 more Democrats than Republicans. Why?
And
you're right. Because the
Democrats... but you ran against a cornball candidate.
He was your friend.
He was not my friend.
He was your friend
You
long
had
ago.
someone running against you who was not a strong candidate. And we still
we agree on.
We still have consultants and big money controlling the Democratic Party, compromising it.
Outperform Kamala Harris in her district.
Now.
Trump did better than.
But here's my point. The New York, look no further than New York, where issues like cashless bail have been a disaster. Issues like sanctuary state status, congestion pricing. In districts like mine, where Democrats on paper should win big, they're losing. And so if the messenger is AOC, who, by the way, was originally from my district, she grew up in Yorktown, not the Bronx. If AOC is the face of the Democratic Party in swing districts all across this country, she will mobilize voters way more than Nancy Pelosi ever did.
Let me just add for
the Republicans. She's going to mobilize more people for the Republican Party or the MAGA Party than Nancy Pelosi ever did. Okay, hey, look, the phone line is open. Look, I don't bite too hard. Y'all can't give me a call. I want to know what y'all think about this next story that we're getting ready to talk about. And this is about the Teslas. You know, people are riding around in the Tesla and they're getting confronted by other people. What do you think? 319-527-3453. And what I've been saying is that the Democrat Party, because the Democrat Party, the reason why this is happening is because of the Democrat Party. Because of all the lies that they're pushing out there. They're constantly lying about Elon Musk. And now they have these Democrats, just like everything else, attacking these Tesla dealerships and burning up Tesla vehicles. It's almost like the summer of love. And we haven't even gotten to the summer yet. It's just spring. So I'm just kind of curious. What do you think? Am I off the mark here? Call me. Tell me I'm wrong. 319-527-3453. Tell me how I'm wrong that the Democrat Party is not a domestic terrorist organization. I would really like to hear from you. I don't bite too hard. The number is open. The number is open. You can call me. Well, while you're contemplating on calling me or not, let me share this one with you. And as I've told you before, so people are riding around minding their own business, and it's getting a lot hotter. Now, I've said this multiple times that when the Democrats realize that they're not going to be able to stop President Trump from proceeding to making this country great, they're going to get angrier and angrier every single day. I think I've been on a record that's been on repeat, constantly saying it. And every day, you have something else new coming from these Democrats. And you know, the Democrats could put this to an end. They could nip it in the bud. The Democrats like Chuck Schumer, Hakeem Jeffries, Elizabeth Warren, AOC, Jasmine Crockett, you know, all of these predominant Democrats, they could get in front of the cameras and say, look, this is not who we are. We're not going to destroy other people's property. We're not going to go to these dealerships and destroy the dealerships and shoot bullets into the dealerships and throw these Molotov cocktails, because that's not who we are. We're not going to call people out of their names because they're riding around in a Tesla. We're not going to do that. See, they could do that, but you notice the Democrats, not a single one of them are coming out saying stop. None of them are saying stop. They're all doing this because they want to apply peer pressure. They want to apply peer pressure onto Elon Musk and to try to convince Elon Musk to step away from helping President Trump. That's their whole goal here. So let me play this, and I'm told we have a phone call. We're going to go to the phone call. Watch this.
Angry because she was driving a Tesla.
I was thankfully by myself.
Lee was on the way to a doctor's appointment in Linwood Wednesday morning when she says all of a sudden a driver behind her just laid on the horn as they came up to a red light. Things spiraled out of control when a white SUV followed her and cut her off, stopping in the middle of the road.
Gets out and walks straight up to my window. So I cracked my window and I said, what is the problem? And he goes, you need to sell your car. This is a Nazi car. You're driving it. You need to sell your car.
Lee says she's been driving a Tesla for the last 2 years. She says a man wearing a camouflage jacket and a ski mask attacked her for it.
It's really sad, that this is what's happening to people who honestly, it doesn't affect how I believe or what I believe. Just the car I drive. Being in Seattle, it was climate's important, our footprint's important. This seemed like the right move for our very busy family.
This, however, isn't the first incident or act of vandalism reported. We've seen attack after attack after attack. Teslas set ablaze at the Las Vegas Service Center earlier this week, with the culprit leaving behind the word resist. In Oregon, shots were fired at a dealership, and in Massachusetts, charging stations were torched. These incidents have only intensified since CEO Elon Musk has taken a prominent role in the Trump administration while slashing government jobs and spending.
Felt so intentional, felt exactly what he was there to do.
There was even a website, now taken down, sharing the personal information of Tesla owners to pressure them to sell their vehicles.
It was to align with what we thought, that it's easy to just, turn over a $60,000 car and find something new that works. That's not a decision that everybody can make overnight. And I think that puts a lot of us in a hard position.
Now, since May confronted, Lee says that she started taking the highways in order to feel more visible and avoid those back road stop signs. At the the same time, though, she also tells me that she's made several reports regarding this incident. We're waiting to hear back if this individual is going to be facing any consequences. In Seattle, Alejandro.
Wow. All right, let's go to the phone calls.
All right,
we have Patrick.
We have Patrick from Ohio.
Hey, Patrick, thank you so much for the call.
Yeah. Hello, Will. Hello, Shannon.
Hello.
Hey.
I'm youthful 73-year-old from Ohio. I promise not to sing to you today.
Do you have a Tesla, Patrick?
Are you kidding me? I've got a 1996 Chevy Lumina that my dying father gave me, and that's what I got to run. Half the time it runs, and half the time it don't.
Wow, that's a classic.
Yeah, when it runs. It actually, I think I'm in better shape than it is, but for how long, who knows?
Well, that's good. That's good.
I got to stay in shape because, us MAGA people, we're really extremely violent people. We got to be ready for it.
I'm hearing that all the time from the left.
Oh yeah, we're just terrorizing the whole country. I'm telling you, it's just pathetic.
So what do you think? Do you think I'm off the mark here by saying that the Democrat Party should be labeled as a domestic terrorist organization? Because look what they're doing. They're actually the reason why the violence is happening in the country.
Mm-hmm. Well, no, you've been spot on from the first time I started listening to you. That's one of the reasons I stayed and listened for so long, because you told the truth. You told it how it was. You showed the proof. You were on board, spot on everything. So, no, I think they are. If you are against the American people and you're against the American government, then you're a terrorist. It's plain and simple. It's common sense.
Yeah. Just like this guy that's here on visa, a green card, and he's basically saying eradicate the United States of America. And he was doing terrorist tactics against Jewish students at Columbia. And the Democrats, all of them they're advocating for him. And they're saying, well, what he was doing is free speech. Yeah. He should be able to terrorize Jewish people. That's what they're calling freedom. It is, it's actually insane.
It's peaceful protest if they do it and raise hell and burn everything and hurt people and everything. When we do it, it's horrible. It's worse than Japan attacking us in 1941. You know, it's terrible.
Yep, it really is.
But what Trump represents is a return to morality, to common sense, to having a faith in your own government and the faith in the people that run the government, faith in each other, respect again for the United States, which we need so badly. We were so disrespected. That's good. And I say let these Democrats just spout off all they want, because I used to have a hard time finding something funny on TV to watch. And I don't have that problem anymore.
That's funny, yeah. I don't know. They really strike a nerve with me. I can't stand the lies. I can't stand that they allow the evil one to deceive them. And the sad thing is I really have a hard time with people that are believing the lies, that are really, I want to say, I can only think of the word lazy, where they don't go and research things for themselves, right? They don't actually see what they're actually experiencing versus what somebody tells them how they should be feeling or thinking. We have to pray for America. Trump is doing great things. And I think that he is being blessed by God and put in a position for just this time. And I just pray that people wake up and see it.
I think you're absolutely correct, Shannon. You really, she summed it up perfectly, very eloquently, in fact. But I don't know that. You listen, when you get to be 73 like I am, and I've been through, oh boy, about what I've been through. But what doesn't kill you makes you stronger, and that is true, and mentally and physically. Well, mentally mainly. But a lot of these kids, they're immature, and when they get older, they're not even going to think probably the same way that they do now, and they're going to go back and what was I doing?
Patrick, do you not see
So-
a awful lot of older dumb people out there?
Yeah,
I see a lot of
see,
them out
Patrick,
there.
I hope
I'm
you're.
like,
I hope
okay.
you're right, Patrick, because I see a whole bunch of liberals with pink hair, purple
Yeah,
hair, and they're like in their 50s, 60s, and I mean, like,
Well, most of
really?
them are mentally ill. Most of them are mentally ill. They have some kind of mental incapacity. No, it's the
Something's
truth.
going
They've
on.
done surveys on it. They long time ago they tried to put me on medicines and stuff. I don't take nothing. I don't take no medicines. No, I don't drink. I don't smoke. I don't do nothing. You know, I'm just my YouTube. That's my only bad habit. I love my YouTube, we need common sense. We need faith back in this country. We need respect. Oh, respect and mind your own business. If nobody's causing you any harm, why do you got to go out? To me, you know what I do? I just got back from Walmart. I don't get out. And when I go to Walmart, I make it a point to make it their day for anybody I run across, to help the people. It's like an opportunity to make somebody's day better. And that's the way I look at it. Maybe I'm wrong. I don't know.
No, you know what?
I love that, Patrick.
That's the way we should be, Patrick. I
Love
think we
one
could learn a
another.
lot from you. And
Yep.
again, had you not told me that you were 73, I would not have a clue. Because I mean, especially after listening to Joe Biden for the past 4 years, I mean, I would not have a clue. I would say that you're at least in your 50s, at least.
I'm about 185, 190 pounds, 6'1", and my BMI is around 24 or under.
Wow.
For a 73-year-old.
Wow.
Yeah, man.
Wow.
Oh, yeah.
Ladies' man.
I used to be a weightlifter. I was a weightlifter for about 3 or 4
ladies'
years.
man. I hear you.
Okay. All right, Patrick. We need a picture.
Yep, absolutely.
We need a picture.
Oh, well, I don't know how to do that, but yeah. Well, I'm a pretty. I'd say I'm a pretty cool dude for my age. I got my hair's
cool.
about halfway down my back. I've got white hair, and I sang on my YouTube. Hello.
Yeah,
We're here.
We hear you.
Oh yeah. On my YouTube, I put my Santa outfit on and sang Rudolph the Red-Nosed Reindeer for the kids, and they just loved it. Yeah, because
nice.
I look like Santa, because I got white beard and white hair. And well, I got that because my girlfriend and me, we had it when I was with her, and she got me into it because she's a fantastic singer, and she got me into singing, just going around singing, and like going to nursing homes and stuff like that. You know, I'm not that great, but she said, sing something. I said, okay. And I sang. She says, oh my gosh. She says, you sound kind of like Willie Nelson. She says, you need to start singing Willie Nelson.
I can kind of hear it even
Yeah,
just with your
yeah.
accent. You
Yeah.
know, you kind of.
Oh yeah, I was like.
And you got the look of Willie Nelson. It sounds like with the long hair. Oh, there we
you ready?
go.
Listen to this. Listen to this.
I love this.
I was crying in the rain when we kissed and said goodbye. I knew we'd never meet again. What do you think?
We're gonna get community strike
good,
because you
sounds
sounded
good.
so much like.
Oh, I know. I'm sorry. They don't let me. They don't let me communicate very often with people. They try to keep me on a leash.
Well, good. Well, hey, Patrick,
That's
thank you so
awesome.
much
Thank
for the
you.
call.
I love it.
Yeah, hey, thanks for putting up with me. I hope I haven't been a nuisance or anything, but I enjoy talking to you
You're good.
and Shannon. So,
Thank you. Thank you.
and keep up you're doing a great job. I enjoy your everything that you do. So yeah, it's great. Thanks a
Well,
lot.
God bless, Patrick. Take care.
God bless you too.
All right.
Bye-bye.
Okay, so I want to share something else with everyone that's watching. And man, I wish I could sing. I sing so low you can't hear me. Let's put it that way.
That's absolutely true.
Solo, you
Both
don't.
of us.
Solo, I'm telling you, solo, you don't want to hear me. Trust me. Okay, so talking about and Shannon just brought up a second ago how the Democrats, they take the lies and run with it. I'm kind of paraphrasing here. They don't want to believe anything that's factual. Now, this latest thing, and I saw someone put a comment in on Facebook asking when did Elon Musk supposedly become like a Nazi? And that's not the case. But they only started saying that about Elon, and it was Wanda. And I told you I do look at the comments. I bounce around between the different platforms and I look at the comments. But they only started doing that about Elon Musk when he started supporting President Trump. The same tactic, the same thing that the Democrat Party would do every 2 to 4 years, and they're still doing it, not realizing that the American people are not buying it. Well, now Elon Musk, he was just paying a visit to the Pentagon, right? It's just a visit, right, Shannon? He's not there to do any work. He's not there to do any auditing, to my understanding. He was just paying a visit.
Well, he is going to start working with Pete Hegseth.
He's going to work with Pete Hegseth,
Yeah.
but they're because they got wind that Elon Musk is going to pay a visit to the Pentagon. They're saying that he's sitting on the meetings about what to do about China and all this other stuff.
New York Times
The New York Times put out a straight up fake false information, and I wonder, did they put that on Facebook? Because every time if I put something out on Facebook, an article, and I think they were having the assistance of, what was it, NewsGuard? Every time I put something out there that was factual, but it didn't have some other details in there, because the articles can get really long, but you can put links to other articles. But nonetheless, putting articles out there, they would say, oh, it's missing content, right? They would constantly do that, missing content. YouTube or Google, because of Google AdSense, they would do it all the time as well. So did they do the same thing to New York Times? I'm just kind of curious about that. Well, we actually have someone from the Pentagon talking about that. Talking with Lawrence. He's a Pentagon secretary. Talking about the article from the New York Times where they're blatantly lying. Listen to this.
Yeah, on the record, that is completely fake. And let me show you this. This started with this New York Times headline, and they've since changed it. But Musk set to get access to top secret U.S. plan for potential war with China.
How would the New York Times get that information in the first place? They're blatantly lying. Listen to this. This is good. Now I have something I want to share with you after this. Watch.
This is egregious. This is fake. The New York Times should retract this story. 5 anonymous sources. I've been on bilat calls with the secretary. I see how hard he's working to implement the president's agenda and pursue peace through strength. This type of garbage from the New York Times undermines that process and undermines our mission. It shouldn't happen at all. Elon Musk is just coming over here for a visit. Again, he's an innovator. This is a guy that shot a rocket at thousands of miles an hour that's thousands of pounds. And as it landed back on the Earth, it was grabbed out of midair by a giant robot arm. Yeah. We want a guy like Elon Musk in the Defense Department to help us come up with creative solutions to the problems that we face of the day. But this article is ridiculous. It's fake. And I can confirm that on the record.
It's fake. And of course, these tyrant liberals on the left, they don't care that it's fake. They 100% don't care that it's fake. Here's the proof of it. Watch.
I'm the crazy one at the table, but I'm actually comfortable with someone who is incredibly effective at putting small objects and large objects into orbit over China.
Are you comfortable? Are you comfortable with potentially Elon Musk showing these plans or giving intelligence to
You're just
China?
making that
I'm
up.
not. I am not. I am saying that is why.
She read the New York Times fake article before she went out there, and she's in her mind, oh, I got ammo against Elon Musk. I got something I can tell everyone, and like, I know what I'm talking about. She took it like you're fishing. I mean, they put the hook in her mouth and she's ran with it. It's a total lie about the story, and she's running with it. And no one on there other than him is telling her that it's fake. Watch this.
Or giving intelligence
You're
to
just
China.
making that
I'm
up.
not. I am not. I am saying that is why, as Abby was saying, hold on, Abby, this is why Abby was saying it's on a need-to-know basis. It's a need-to-know basis because only a handful of people have this information. Not only that, I was a former Justice Department official up until 2 months ago, and I had a security clearance. What I will tell you is I was. Can you let the woman
go ahead?
Please,
go ahead. You interrupted me. I was talking here. You interrupted me.
What I will tell you is that it is the Pentagon.
Did she say let the woman talk?
Yeah, she did. And then she said, Abby says, you're having a conversation
with the
let
woman.
her talk. And she goes, He goes, well, I am too. And she did interrupt him.
Yes, she did, because he was already talking.
Abby, I do not like Abby.
I was a former Justice Department official.
And then also, she says she got security clearance. Like, the other 51 agents that were getting security clearance, Hunter Biden's laptop, like that security clearance?
Up until 2 months ago, and I had a security.
And you're living up to my point about
can you let the woman
go ahead?
Wow, can you let the woman talk? How liberal can you be? He was already talking. She didn't like what he was saying. She interrupted him, and now she's saying, let the woman talk.
You lose me after that. Anything you have to say after that, I'm like,
Shannon, let the man talk.
Shut up.
I mean, it's wild.
Yeah, go ahead. You interrupted me. I was talking here. You interrupted me. So.
What I will
see right there.
Will tell you is that it is the Pentagon. What is happening here, and everyone needs to be scared, is Pentagon officials are sounding the alarm. This doesn't just happen on its own. This has happened because career officials within the Pentagon are terrified, and they believe that there is a conflict of interest. That is why it is in the New York Times, because I am sure they took it to the senior most people within the White House and within the Pentagon, and they didn't do anything about it. And when people asked me when I left the Justice Department, how do we know that there is something unethical happening here? And I said, it will be the career officials within the Justice Department who will sound the alarm if something happens.
She's straight up lying. She took the New York Times lying article and is running with it.
Yeah, I mean,
none of that is even true. Elon Musk is not there to negotiate with China or figure out what to do about China or even leaking information to China. That was China Joe. You notice she doesn't say anything about China Joe. These people are despicable. I mean, right down despicable. All right, everybody, that is it for me. Thank you so much for tuning in. Hey, have a safe, wonderful weekend out there. Man, be mindful of your surroundings, everybody, especially if you are in a Tesla. Go to my website, uniteamericafirst.com. Please support me. I need your support. uniteamericafirst.com/donate. God bless everyone. See you Monday.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to this edition of the Paul Harrell program. Really appreciate it. Got a great show for you. We're going to talk. I guess I don't know what we're going to. Is it liberal to conservative? What are even those terms? Liberal to conservative conversion? I don't know how to exactly characterize it, but it's going to be good. This portion of the program is brought to you by Red Vive Health. I want to remind everybody to get their terrific red light panels. This is the way you can support the work that I'm doing here. Obviously, as well, the Meltdown report. You see their incredible red light panels. It's redvivehealth.org/Paul. That's redvive, V-I-V-E health.org/Paul. This is, of course, not just red light, but these panels have red light and near infrared light, which the red light is what gives you your skin health, increased collagen production, as well as anti-aging. But the infrared light, which is you can pick and choose if you want one or the other or both, but the infrared light is going to penetrate deeper into the tissue, reaching your bones, your organs, and stimulate the mitochondria of your cell, which I remember in high school biology is the powerhouse of the cell and what makes cellular respiration possible. I want to say time travel, what makes time, because of Back to the Future. Anyway, terrible reference there. Lighting your path to wellness. Shop right now at redvivehealth.org/Paul and help support the program as well as reclaim your health. So really appreciate them. It's always great to have them as sponsors. So we turn now back once again to our friend here, Mr. Jacob Holloway is back with us. Jacob, thank you so much for coming back on the program.
I'm really happy to be back. This is a story that's long overdue, been coming for a while, to finally get this out here and be able to talk about this.
Yeah, well, people may be wondering, like, why, I love having you on, and you happen to be in town for another week.
Mm-hmm.
And so we said we wanted to do another one of these, and so
yeah,
you used to be a liberal. Let's say you used to be like a progressive, I would say like Occupy Wall Street type liberal. We're talking about going back to like 2010.
Yeah, and it goes beyond that as well. But what's funny is, you used to read my letters to the Jonesboro Sun on your radio show ever before we even met. We had we have an ongoing former understanding of each other.
No, we really do.
It's funny.
It's kind of crazy because we have mutual friends now that we didn't then. And I do remember, so I was on radio in Arkansas, and I would read your letters to the editor on the air, and kind of just slam you for being a leftist. And see, that's the thing. I don't even really. That was so long ago.
Yeah.
So I started my career in radio in 2009, and I don't remember. I have no idea. I know the Tea Party was emergent then, and you had kind of Tea Party versus Occupy Wall Street. I remember that. So I'm pretty sure that's probably what the dispute was.
Well, there was a lot. I probably started writing letters to the Jonesboro Sun around 2010. And it was in 2010, because it was in 2010 when I ran for Jonesboro City Council. And so that's kind of the first time I'd ever run for public office. And I just moved back from Fayetteville, and we can go back and kind of talk about a little bit about that. But I just started writing all these letters to the Jonesboro Sun, and nobody was really writing letters to the Jonesboro Sun like I was writing letters to the Jonesboro Sun, and they pretty much just gave me a column in the paper about every week.
Yeah.
And and I'm sure I maxed out the word limit several times, and they just go ahead and run it. But
yeah,
people told me someone was reading my letters. I felt flattered.
Yeah, man, like that. It's crazy how things have gone. And I think what we're going to find here as we kind of go over things today is how so many of those positions back then, there is like a new political coalition that has been formed over the last 15 years, certainly with the re-election of Donald Trump. So it's pretty wild to think about. I mean, if you go back to 2010 and you have this rise of the Tea Party, specifically in the South, just for those of you that don't know, specifically in the South, you had kind of a last bastion of blue dog Democrats.
Yep.
And in Northeast Arkansas, which is where you and I are from, we had a congressman named Marion Barry, who was a Democrat.
Yep.
But then when Obama gets in 2008 and he starts pushing Obamacare, there was a kind of a contingent of Southern Democrats that were like, we don't want this. Some of them did want it, but Obamacare effectively, and Obama's presidency effectively ended Democrat rule in southern states like Arkansas, where people would vote. They would maybe vote for Democrats locally, but they would then maybe vote for Republicans in the president. It was a very weird time.
Yes.
And it at least kind of made things a little bit more consistent, although the uniparty certainly was corrupt and at play the whole time.
Arkansas was an anomaly. By the time I got into politics in this state, Arkansas was a huge anomaly.
Yeah.
There was no other southern state quite like Arkansas, and it was probably the last bastion of the Southern Democrats. And I worked for Marion Barry. I was his legislative assistant.
Now, were you in D.C.?
Yeah, I got to go to D.C. in 2008, and then I also worked out of the first congressional district office, and I spent that summer of 2008 in D.C., and that was kind of like his last go-around, because I think he got out around 2010 or something like that. I don't know if he ran again.
Yeah, that's when he was ousted.
Yeah.
And Congressman Rick Crawford
became
one. Yeah. He's still there now. He's now the head of the Permanent Select Committee on House Intelligence.
Oh, wow.
Rick Crawford
is.
is.
That shows you how much things have changed. And so, when I worked for my Congressman Marion Barry, and I also worked for the Arkansas Democratic Party, and this all goes back actually to around 2004 and 2006, because what got me involved in politics in the first place is I wasn't really politically involved, and my parents were actually conservative. They were Republicans, and my dad was in the military, and what got me involved in politics was the Iraq War, because my dad got deployed, or was going to get deployed. And so I got involved in the John Kerry campaign here in Arkansas in 2004, but also working for Congressman Marion Barry and the other local Democrats in the state. And at the time, Democrats would sweep the state. They had a supermajority in the state and all of that. And
you had Senator Mark Pryor. You had Senator Blanche Lincoln. Yep. Who would vote for all these liberal policies. As somebody who was, kind of became, I was liberal in college, certainly, then became conservative and then started the radio show. Blanche Lincoln, do all these liberal things, but the message wouldn't get out, and she'd come talk about how beautiful the sunrise is over the Delta. And everybody's like, yeah, I live in the Delta. I've seen the sunrise. I'll vote for you.
Yeah, she was, I have some stories about her as well. How I got Bill Halter to run against her in the primary.
In a primary, right?
And that was when I was really involved in the Democratic Party. And
okay, before we go any further, Jacob, I want people to understand just how involved you were in the Democrat Party. There is a slideshow that you graciously provided the show, and just because this is crazy, it's wild to me because We've had you on for the Nevada sex slavery scandal, exposing that. We've had you on for the ag tech, and you've got all these photos. It's like you're some time traveler or something. You're always there. It's really funny. So you provided us with some of these. So okay, this is you. How old were you in this picture, and who is this?
I had to be like maybe 18, 19 years old, and that's Geraldine Ferraro, and she was the first woman vice presidential candidate for the Democratic Party. I believe she ran with Dukakis.
Okay. And then we have you with that's former Arkansas Governor Mike Beebe.
Yeah, and that was at his inauguration ball, and I was at the governor's mansion.
And invited to that. What's crazy about that is he really was the last Arkansas Democrat, because as all of these the congressional delegation was flipping Republican, he was still getting reelected as a Democrat in Arkansas.
Oh yeah, everybody liked him. He was universally liked.
There's really no arguing with that. Yeah. Even I didn't disagree with his policies. He was a excellent communicator. And then here is you with Dennis Kucinich.
Yeah, that was around 2008. This is about the time when I got kicked out, right after I was really getting kicked out of the Democratic Party.
Okay.
And
you got kicked out, and I'm going to talk about that here in a minute.
Yeah, and then I met with Dennis Kucinich in Washington, D.C., and that's when, I was really anti-war and looking at joining the Green Party at the time. It's
funny, Kucinich was one of my first, I guess, red pill moments. Mm-hmm. I was watching Bill O'Reilly all the time, like many of you. And Kucinich is, coming on. Bill O'Reilly has, and they're talking about, I think it was in 2014. It was in 2014. It was during the Ukraine Maidan revolution, which we now know is a coup led by Victoria Nuland and everything. Mm-hmm. And Kucinich was on as the protesters erupt, and remember the gunmen that were firing into the crowd that they were blaming on the current government. And I can't remember the name of the president that fled, that the U.S. clearly didn't like because he was more friendly towards Russia. But it's Kucinich that comes on Bill O'Reilly. And at the very end, he says that this wasn't started by, the opposition forces. This was started by NGOs that are funded by U.S. taxpayer dollars. And Bill O'Reilly's like, all right, we got to go to break. We'll be back here in just a minute. And I was like, wait a second, what? And that was like a real wake up call for me.
What's funny is when I I was the vice president of the Arkansas Young Democrats, and I decided to support Dennis Kucinich against Obama and Hillary Clinton. He was a long shot, and nobody even knew who he was, but I was endorsing him and promoting him. And I was in Fayetteville at the time, and I got an invitation to, a party. And I walked down from the campus down to Dixon Street, and they were having a private party down around George's. And
so this is in Fayetteville now.
This is in Fayetteville. This is when I was a student. This is all when I was a student in Fayetteville, and because that's when I was really deep in the Arkansas Democratic Party. And so I show up for this party, and lo and behold, it was being hosted, by the Hillary Clinton campaign. And guess who's hosting it? Chelsea Clinton, and she's there. And so I'm standing there talking to Chelsea Clinton at this event. And everybody's endorsing Hillary, supporting Hillary, except for me. And she comes up to me and she's like, flirting with me about,
Yikes.
Yeah, I know, she was flirting with me. And I think she had a boyfriend at the time, but, I guess, she was having a good time, had a couple drinks. And her and I were talking about her mom's policies.
You're not suicidal, are you?
No, I'm not. I'll never whack myself. I really love, all of my oligarch benefactors. So, shout out to you, Chelsea. So anyway, I told her that, I wasn't going to support her mom, and she kept trying to get me to want to, support her mom against Obama, and I wasn't supporting either of them. By the time, it was just Obama and Hillary, but I was still supporting Kucinich as just a protest. But I told her, I said, I really don't want to go to war, and I said, I think your mom wants to go to war with Iran and half the world.
Wow.
And she said,
right.
"Oh, no, she doesn't want to do that. She doesn't want to do that." And I said, "I think she does." And so anyway. That's a funny little story there. Maybe I should have told her. Maybe I should have told Chelsea I support her mom. But anyway, who knows where that would have went that night? But
all right. Well, I got more photos here. All right. So that's Kucinich, and then we have you with John Kerry.
Yep. So around, and so I'd actually worked for his campaign.
Incredible that I just think this is so funny.
I worked for his campaign in 2004, and and I'd met all the Arkansas Democrats and many of the national Democrats by this time, and mind you, at that time I was only in high school. I couldn't even vote, and so I met all these national Democrats by that time. I was super involved in the political party and in the election process at that. By the time I was a senior in high school, and I was the president of our local high school Democrats as well, and all of my friends, and a lot of it had to do with Fahrenheit 9/11 and the invasion of Iraq, and my I did not support the invasion of Iraq because I knew my dad was going to get deployed, and lo and behold, he did. Actually, it was on my 18th birthday when I got a call. I knew I was going to go to the U of A. And I got a call from my dad, and he told me I just got the orders to go to Iraq. So here I am getting ready to go to college, and my dad's getting ready to get deployed, the 875th Combat Engineers.
What was your dad's experience over there? Did he make it back okay?
Well, he's got 4 Purple Hearts and a Bronze Star. And combat engineers is one of the most dangerous jobs that they have. He was on route clearance, so. And that was
like IEDs.
Yeah, putting out IEDs, finding IEDs, route clearance, and all of that. Of course, they only had one real casualty in the 875th during their deployment. But yeah, my dad got blown up 4 times, and he got 80% disability from the VA when he got back, and he actually had to hire a lawyer, like a caseworker, to even get his 100% disability in the end.
Wow.
They tried to screw him out of that after 30-something years in the military. He did career military, something like 35 years, something crazy that, straight out of high school. And
I know there are veterans that have that same story.
Yeah.
Well.
So my dad, he's okay, but I'm sure other veterans got screwed, and and he's got a story to say about Iraq too. He told me there was a lot of military contractors ripping off the government, and they could all see that there.
Yeah.
But that was a big thing for me. It really impressed upon me how much I hated the George W. Bush administration, and how much I distrusted the U.S. government, and how much I really just distrusted the government and authority and power in general. And my real hatred towards that war and what they did to Iraq, and and never getting any justice from that. The Americans never got justice. Iraqis never got justice. Yeah. I think George W. Bush should have been impeached for war crimes, but Nancy Pelosi didn't impeach George W. Bush. She impeached Trump twice. So
yeah, there you go. And we were just doing I did this earlier in the week. We were talking about just the absolute death toll of Christians, and ever since, anytime the U.S. gets involved in the Middle East, our foreign policy actually just displaces Christians. There was like 1 million Christians in Iraq before the invasion.
They call them Yazidis.
Yeah, and now there's I think like 200,000 or something. I mean, it's just crazy how that works. Okay, back to this slideshow though, because I'm saving one of the photos for last here. This is you. What are you doing here? This just shows
it's
you
the national convention.
Yeah, the Democrat National Convention for Young Democrats or something like that. Okay, and then we have here it is. This is the ringer. This is the one I was just like, this is incredible.
So Hillary, this is in South Carolina, Columbia, South Carolina, and she was that's when she was still running against Obama. And this is before the primary there. And so they were like, oh, you got a chance to take a picture with Hillary. There's people from Arkansas. And
then this last one is you and Ralph Nader.
Yeah, by that time, I had already joined the Green Party. I was 100% against the Democrats. And I invited Ralph Nader to U of A to speak as an independent presidential candidate in 2008.
Okay. All right. So we have established now that you were firmly within the Democrat apparatus. And so in the Iraq Wars, what got you involved, you didn't like that your dad went over there and everything else, and the foreign intervention. We're going to spread democracy. You saw right through that, which, by the way, it's so interesting that this is one of the reasons why I wanted to have you on as well, because the left in this country used to be against war and foreign intervention.
Correct.
And something has happened between now and then, not to leapfrog too much, but it's wild that is now no longer, and now those people, a lot of those people, not all of them, are now backing Trump, or at least there's a faction within the Republican Party that does not want to continue this same failed foreign policy.
Yeah, my core political beliefs haven't changed, honestly, very much. I've watched the political parties change around me. And I've seen an entire political realignment around me. I've changed a little bit, I think, but a lot of my core beliefs around government and authoritarianism and against tyranny and centralization of power and war, that's never changed.
Yeah.
And so, I've watched the world change, in all these years, and this. Is why I really don't feel like I fit in either political party still.
I think you and most Americans would agree with that at this point. It's lesser of two evils.
So I eventually got kicked out of the Arkansas Democratic Party because
you got kicked out of the party.
Yeah, I got.
So you were somebody. I mean, you were as we've established, kind of firmly in there in the Arkansas Democrat apparatus.
Yeah.
And then they kicked you out. Why did they kick you out?
Because I had wrote a letter to the editor to our school newspaper criticizing Mark Pryor, our senator, about supporting the George W. Bush administration and the Military Commissions Act and warrantless spying and wiretapping on Americans, and also the the Homegrown Terrorism Prevention Act, which was basically that the government can label anybody they want as a terrorist who doesn't agree with the government. And, of course, I have to stand up for our civil liberties and Constitution no matter whose side I'm on.
Okay, so you were calling out, let's see, in your letter you talked about Mark Pryor here, specifically Holloway listed Pryor's vote for the Military Commissions Act. And this is a website by the uatrav.com, the Traveler, I guess. And it says here that the MCA, so I don't even remember this, but it says here the MCA was the Siamese twin of the unconstitutional U.S. Patriot Act but arguably more evil. It institutionalized the privilege of kings. It institutionalized enhanced interrogation, torture and admissibility of coerced testimony in secret courts. It's talked about, suspending habeas corpus. Also, the Violent Radicalization and Homegrown Terrorism Prevention Act, which vaguely defines homegrown terrorists as anyone promoting any belief that the government's considered to be an extremist agenda. It's crazy to read this back in the day because these systems have been weaponized now against the American people. And yet, again, to my previous point, it's wild how this issue is now really nowhere inside the Democrat Party. And if you want to fight about this issue, the coalition to do it, and the Republican Party is the only place where you can actually even have this argument, this discussion.
Yeah, and I got kicked out in like 2008 for bringing this stuff up. And if you read the article, Pryor's office, there wasn't a Republican running against Pryor. Nobody was running against Pryor. And Pryor's chief of staff reached out to me on the phone, and they were so worried about me criticizing him. And I basically said, well, you don't have to vote for Pryor. That's what I said in my letter. I said there's a Green Party candidate you can vote for. No one else is running. It's a Democrat and a Green Party candidate. And at the time in Arkansas, the Republicans didn't run for office. It was nuts. Yeah. This goes back to that whole period of time where there weren't Republicans in Arkansas.
Right. 08 was the last. 08 was the last time where it's like no one's gonna. Basically, the election is a primary.
Yeah.
Like the Democrat primary is who's and now it's the complete opposite. A Republican primary is really the real election because Democrats don't stand a chance in Arkansas.
So I just said, vote your conscience. I said if Rebecca Kennedy, the Green Party candidate, resonates with you and you're anti-war and you're pro-Constitution, then this is your chance to send a message to Pryor. It's not going to hurt. It's not going to be like the Green Party stole your vote.
Right. So when you got kicked out, what were you? Did you have an official title at that time?
Yeah, I was the secretary of the University of Arkansas Young Democrats, and then I was the vice president of the Arkansas Young Democrats, and then I'd had several other various campaign positions before. It was. I was going somewhere. They were grooming me to move up in the Democratic Party at that point. I was one of those young leaders they keep on the bench, for later. But they filtered me out real fast,
right.
Once I started talking about,
So you were forced to resign, or you got kicked out?
Oh, I got kicked out and forced to resign. It was Pryor's chief of staff called my personal cell phone, and I was on the phone with him for about 2 or 3 hours trying to negotiate something. And if you go into that article, it talks about how that Pryor's chief of staff was actually willing to send their team to Fayetteville to meet with me to try and work something out.
Okay.
And but in the end, they just decided to go ahead and curb stomp me and get rid of me, and it wasn't worth their time or effort trying to win me back.
Okay.
It's better just to cast me aside.
So is it safe to say that, because you were telling people that they could vote for the Green Party candidate, that made the Green Party kind of like the most obvious next step?
Yeah.
And let's also talk about how, I kind of think the Green Party's full of communists. Maybe that's an
Certainly
over.
There are some in there, yeah.
Okay. So you're working. You go into the Green Party now, right?
Yeah.
Is this a good? Have we spent enough time? Do you want to say anything else about your time in the Democrat Party?
Just that look, they're just really awful people, and look how they use people, and they have no morals or ethics, and how in the end they'll cannibalize their own and throw good people away, and they're everything awful that you think they are.
Yeah. Well, you see that now too. That's certainly a line of consistency within the Democrats, because you're like, you've seen these people. Like you take a J.K. Rowling, the author of the Harry Potter books, right? She's in line with this whole move. I know she's across the pond, but then she says this one thing, like, I'm not down with the trans agenda, and then she's anathematized, right?
Yeah.
You've seen that here and that's one of the reasons why there was this new political coalition with Trump and everything else, RFK.
Sure.
Is because of this. It's really religious in a way, like a religious dogma. You're either gonna be in line with every jot and tittle, or we're going to get rid of you.
Yeah, and I pretty much got canceled before like canceling was a thing, and the Democrats canceled me because
you're expendable.
And I didn't support the war, and I wasn't going to tote the line, and so they thought I was expendable. That's how they look at people.
Yeah,
and especially in politics, all these people in politics, what I realized are just are a bunch of psychopathic narcissists.
Yeah. Okay, so can you tell me how? Because we've had you on the show before, and I know eventually, like you actually worked for the Trump campaign in
Nevada.
In Nevada, and so I know there's a huge. You may have already touched on it.
There's a lot
but
of time in between.
What makes you go from Green Party to a Trump supporter?
Well, I think when Trump ran in 2016, before that, I had also supported Bernie Sanders, and because I hated Hillary Clinton so much, and when I heard Hillary Clinton was running. At that time I didn't even live in Arkansas anymore. I just moved out of the state, and then I heard Hillary Clinton was running for president. I thought, oh no, she cannot. And so when I heard Bernie Sanders was running, I got behind the Bernie Sanders campaign.
Feel the burn.
Yeah, and which was exciting. I thought the Bernie Sanders campaign was exciting. And around that time I was kind of like left-leaning libertarian, if you can try and square that, but I thought Bernie Sanders should be the nominee, not Hillary, and I wanted to see him win, and I registered to vote in another state. I volunteered for his campaign. I knew a lot of young people who supported the Bernie campaign, and I watched Hillary steal it. And especially in California when they were just rigging the primaries against Bernie. And it was really, I didn't trust the Democratic Party, but I wanted to see Bernie upset it and to see Bernie get it rigged and stolen from him, basically, for Hillary, who I absolutely hate. That was enough for me to turn to Trump and say, okay.
So even in 2016, you were one of those, because people talked about that, right? Mm-hmm. That there was a Bernie contingent of okay, now we're going to vote for Trump.
Yeah, because Trump was the most populist and he was against the wars. And so because Trump was an outsider and against the war in Iraq, which was the main thing that I was voting on because of my dad's deployment and just generally I was against the wars.
Him standing up there in the debates, calling out Jeb Bush, calling out the donors, calling out the weapons of mass destruction lie.
And Hillary pushed the war in Iraq. She voted for the war in Iraq.
Wanted to go to war in Syria. I mean, like that was very clear that she wanted to go to war in Syria against the Russians. Then Trump wins. So then they frame it, well, that must be because, Trump and the Russians are colluding. Mm-hmm. And then, of course, you have the WikiLeaks thing in there, and we still have all these questions about Seth Rich. Where are we ever going to get the laptop that the FBI is supposed to hand over? They're now saying they're not going to, or at least this was like 3 or 4 weeks ago. To go back into the 2016, that's
there's a lot there, and of course we could almost have a whole show. About this stuff, about how the government destroys whistleblowers and covers everything up, and really it's a grand level of espionage against anybody who wants to expose the lies and corruption in our government. And I ran up right against that when the Democrats threw me out of their party, and then that's when I got into third party politics. And at the time I was quite naive, but I thought, well, maybe it's time for a third party, and I thought that maybe people are ready to listen to a different message, because I wasn't seeing any hope in the Republicans or the Democrats. And, I came back to Jonesboro. I ran for city council.
You also ran for Congress, right?
Yeah, that would be afterwards. I ran for city council, and I was independent. I ran against Charles Frierson. Everybody has to run nonpartisan.
Yeah, you're right. They're all nonpartisan.
Charles Frierson was really old, and I was like 22.
I think that guy stayed in office a long time after that.
Yeah, no, he was in there for like another
I honestly
20
think
years.
He only I think
I made him get out and actually campaign.
Yeah, I think he just didn't run for re-election 4 or 5 years ago.
Yeah,
anyway,
I don't know what happened to him, but he by the time he ran against me, I was the last person that he ever had to really run against. And that was interesting. I was mad about them getting rid of Optimus Park, and I was mad about what the developers are doing to this town. And I was mad about a lot of other things that I saw happening in Jonesboro because I was comparing it to Fayetteville. I was thinking, man, we're really getting the shaft here on development in the city. And so that pushed me to run for city council, and that was a local thing. But, I started organizing the Green Party here in the state, and I was trying to get local Green Party chapters up and going.
Which is why you have that photo with Ralph Nader again.
Yeah.
Or that was the connection.
Yeah, that was part of the connection. And then I decided in 2012 to run for Congress, again, because of my my strong opposition to the ongoing expansion of wars that were happening. And by 2012, Obama was president.
Had Libya happened yet? Had Muammar Gaddafi been?
Yeah, it was around.
I can't remember.
It was in his second term that happened, but I don't think Libya had happened yet. But he was trying to go into Syria, I know, and all of that. And, I wanted to be an anti-war candidate. And that bleeds into our other story, how I became the chair of the Craighead County Green Party, and how I was put in a position in 2012 to handpick Kate Holliday as the next county clerk for Craighead County.
So this is where I'm become intimately involved. This is where I become intimately involved in what was going on. So there was this, and this is getting into local politics, folks. But this just bear with us here. There's a story here. So there was this county clerk by the name of Nancy Nelms in Arkansas, in a county called Craighead County. And she had been caught. It's really funny. I actually had one of her camps. She was a Democrat, and I had one of her matchbooks, with her political slogan on it, and it said, "Nancy Nelms, I stand on my record." Very unfortunate campaign slogan, because she was caught with, I think it was not paying the IRS taxes
for decades.
Yeah, I mean, it was it was a huge scandal. So it was very clear that she was, and she was running unopposed at the time. And so that's where, and there was nobody that was running. And so that's where the Green Party is they're the only party that fielded a candidate.
Yeah, because what happened, it was a fluke, really, because the Republicans and Democrats already had their convention. And so I got a call from people started calling my phone one day because Chris Wessel at the Jonesboro Sun wrote a letter to the editor telling people to reach out to me if they wanted. He wrote an article saying, reach out to Jacob Holloway if you want to run for county clerk. And so all these people start calling my phone one day wanting to run for county clerk. And, I just kind of looked around at all these people, and I started figuring out what was going on. And I was sitting there. And, I went to school with Cade for a long time.
We haven't even talked about it. So the candidate that you found was a guy by the name of Cade Holliday. And he was the guy who said, okay, I'll do it. And the Green Party backed him.
Yep. We put him up. And the thing is, I knew Cade. He went to school with us. He went to all my friends. Everybody knew Cade Holliday. Cade was well liked. No, there wasn't anybody who said they didn't like Cade. But yeah, he was like a hidden psychopath or something. He was he literally, as soon as he got power, he went absolutely insane.
Okay, well, so here's the history behind it. So he wins easily, right? Green Party candidate. This is from KAIT8.com. From 2012, November 7th, 2012, Green Party candidate takes Craighead County clerk race. And this was a big deal. Of course, it was an easy win, again, because this Nancy Nelms person owed the IRS $300,000 in back tax. The county did. And so she had no chance of winning, so it was easy for this guy, Cade Holliday, to win. And what happened after he won? Was he fully embracing of the Green Party and this is a huge win for the Green?
No. He immediately, all these people in town. So Caden, I'd known him forever. But as soon as he was looking to win and become the next county clerk, all these people in town start crawling out of the woodwork to kind of influence him and to you know,
such as
groom him.
Government, you know, right?
All these
like,
people
that's
here
what's
in
going to
town.
happen.
All the Jonesboro aristocracy was crawling around him to figure out who he was, and they were trying to groom him. And I'm sure immediately they were telling him to get out of the Green Party. So Cade does something totally crazy, and he goes up there to Western Sizzlin with Rick Crawford and them, and says, well, I've always been a member of the Republican Party, and this was a secret thing for the Republicans. And he never told me he was going to do this, by the way. So a lot of people call me really upset when this happened.
So what are you talking? What specifically
that he was
happened?
just going to go join the Republican Party. He went and joined the Republicans. He switched from the Green Party to the GOP, and his explanation was that he was always a Republican. And he just did this as like a technicality, but he wasn't always a Republican. He was.
So is this him right here?
Yeah, that's him at the Democratic Party convention, National Young Democrats convention.
So that's you and him.
Yeah, and some other Democrats.
And then there he is.
Yes, with the Mike Beebe sign.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Okay.
Yeah,
and then
he
so
was always a Democrat.
And this okay. So this is where I
He was
I
never
come
a
in.
Republican.
But this is where I come in because I remember on radio back, covering local politics. When this happened, I thought it was awesome.
Yeah.
I was like, oh, right. This is great. And he was the clerk for several terms.
Yep.
And then it kind of all went haywire. And when it did, you weren't surprised. I mean, for those of you that don't know, Cade Holliday is now in federal prison.
Yes. Yeah. Yeah.
I guess, Jacob, were you surprised when you heard the news? I mean, he ended up like stealing millions of dollars.
Yeah, he ended up like embezzling like $1.5 million from the county, and then he screwed over his business partner Rose Hankins and all kinds of other crazy stuff he was doing. He went totally wild, man. It was like there was no one there to hold him back. There was no one there to tell him no, and this dude just went totally wild. He just did whatever he wanted to, and he kind of went crazy. I think he kind of like just lost his mind, lost any attachment to reality, because the amount of money that this dude funneled and defrauded people out of is
he took $1.5 million from county. And this is ironic considering like the predecessor owed $300,000 in back taxes. This is way worse.
Yeah.
$1.5 million in county money for his personal use. And he got 57 months. Didn't he go to state prison at first?
Yeah, I think he served time in county jail to try and prevent all the, I guess to slow. I guess if you do enough time in county or whatever, then you don't have to spend as much time in state prison. But I know, he ended up going down to Cummins.
That's right. Arkansas has a state prison named Cummings, which is probably the worst name you could imagine. You could ever name a prison.
Yeah.
So, and I guess he's gonna be getting out soon, right?
That's what I heard.
Yeah.
Because he did that state time, but that federal time's a straight shot. That's right. 5 years.
Yeah.
So they let him off like 2 years on the state time.
Yeah, it was a big scandal.
Yeah, it was crazy. I mean, the dude just went nuts. He was like buying all kinds of crazy stuff, and I think they popped him because he bought that Cadillac Escalade, and he was bringing a Cadillac Escalade and parking it up in front of the county clerk's house or county clerk's office at the courthouse, and he wasn't. They weren't registered. He never registered his vehicles.
Oh, really?
Yeah, he just never. And that's when they started finding whatever he was doing to be suspicious.
Yeah.
Because that's what I heard.
Well, I think people were wondering, like how a county clerk could live that kind of lifestyle. I mean, he was investing in businesses, like there was some endowment scholarship he created.
Yeah, at ASU.
So it was a wild.
It was
time.
wild. It was just wild, and I didn't talk to him ever since.
Well, let me go back. Like
he switched parties.
Yeah, did he tell you he was switching parties?
he alluded to it, but he didn't say like what he was going to say. He didn't tell us exactly. He didn't ever tell his friends or anybody exactly what he was going to do. We had no idea he was going to go up there in front of all the Republicans with Rick Crawford and say, well, I've always been a Republican and this was a Republican thing. And I was like, oh,
well,
wow. That was his first huge lie. So he threw me under the bus first.
Right.
And then that's when I stopped talking to him.
Yeah. Man.
Yeah, I had to get it. And then, and I wasn't, I could I have picked anyone else, even myself, to run? Yeah. Hindsight's 20/20, but this is, it's unfortunate, but it really shows you put somebody in power. This guy was an outsider, and how fast he
it's quick,
in such a small office too. I mean, the county clerk.
I know.
It's nothing. But he went nuts. The power just went straight to his head, I guess.
Yeah, so
Drove him crazy.
So where do you go from there? How do you come out? I think I've already asked this, but I don't know if we got a specific answer. Like you go from the Green Party to Trump.
Yeah, well,
it wasn't just Hillary being awful, right?
Mm-hmm. I kept working for the Green Party, trying to help them. I realized they were we didn't necessarily align on everything, and the Green Party was having a really hard time getting any traction or any help. And, and I also started helping the Libertarian Party in Arkansas as well organize and get on the ballot. And so, Jessica Paxton, who was the Libertarian candidate when I ran for the Arkansas, when I ran for Congress, I was the Arkansas Green Party candidate for Congress. When I ran against Rick Crawford in 2012, Jessica Paxton was a Libertarian, and so she met me as another third-party candidate running. She said, well, you should run for something in the Libertarian Party. We'd invite you to run. And so I was asked, what would I like to run for? And I looked at all the Republicans and people running, and I said, yeah, I want to run for Arkansas Secretary of State because our Secretary of State, Mark Martin, was at the time a real piece of work.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
I always liked him.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Say, here's where we go.
Yeah,
Here's where we're going to... No, I mean...
Yeah. Well, he didn't... I
was a fan of Mark Martin.
Mark Martin and I were okay, as far as we were very nice to each other. Why I didn't like Mark Martin is that there were accusations that he was not showing up to the state capitol building to his work, and it was kind of funny. He was parking a car there and saying he was in his office, but he wasn't.
I didn't know that. I guess that was conveniently hidden for me.
So sure,
I didn't know that. I've never even heard.
So
there
were accusations about him doing funny things like that. But the thing that really ticked me off about Mark Martin is that he wouldn't come to debate me, and there was at least one or two public debates between me and him and Susan Inman that were set up, but he would never come to debate. So there's actually a article in one of the articles I sent you where I saw Mark Martin the day before the debate, and he was at the North Indian Hills Neighborhood Association meeting in North Little Rock, and I saw him the night before, and then here I am on the debate stage in front of the entire state. And they
was asked, it like a PBS thing?
Yeah, and they asked, where's Mark Martin? I said, well, I saw him last night down at the Indian Hills Neighborhood Association meeting. I said he's not missing, but
yeah.
So where are you, Mark? Come on. I'll still debate you.
That's wild.
Yeah, so that was my third time running for political office, and then that's when I decided that running for political office, especially as a third-party candidate, was kind of a waste of time and a really good way to get just blackballed from anything in the state of Arkansas. And then eventually I realized I probably need to start my career somewhere else in a different state for a while. And I moved out of Arkansas in August 2015. And it's been almost 10 years ago.
That's wild.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I've been out of politics that long until the stuff happened in Nevada.
Yeah.
Which we've discussed before.
Right.
And by that time, I was in the Republican Party pretty solidly, mostly because the Nye County was a super Republican county. All of my elected officials were Republicans in that county and in that area. And I was appointed to the Republican Central Committee, and of course I was an appointed office. I had been appointed to office and actually won a vacancy election for a minor public office at the time, and
that's interesting though. That's kind of like an interesting juxtaposition.
Yeah,
you got maybe a second chance. You could have run. You could have run.
Yeah,
and I don't think you would have turned corrupt like Kate Holiday did. And so now you get another shot.
I did.
Nevada.
I got another shot in Nevada, and then everything I learned about Nevada.
Yeah, you exposed corruption there.
Yeah, I exposed a lot of corruption in that.
Yeah,
state.
for those of you that don't know, we did that episode last year about the sex trafficking that's going on with the professor there, Fei Fei Fan. Not Fang Fang. That's Eric Swalwell's Chinese mistress.
Yes,
yeah. So it was that was a fascinating episode. If you guys need to check that out, because that was nobody's talking about this basically sex trafficking ring of Chinese immigrants.
Yeah,
into Nevada.
It's wild,
and ensnares the university system and everything else.
It was pretty wild stuff, and and at the time, I was working on the Trump campaign in Nevada, and 2020 was such a weird time, and it was just so interesting. I got all this experience, and I'd been appointed to various agricultural extension public offices in 2 other states as well before that, and so when I went to New Mexico, was the first state I really moved to. I was living on the Zuni reservation, and that might be a whole show about living out on a Native American reservation out in the middle of nowhere. And I was appointed as a tribal extension agent, and I was basically living with the tribe for years out there.
Dude.
And so
it's just crazy.
I know, it's wild.
It's like the 21st century equivalent of like an explorer. Like we got you on tractors in Germany. We got you on ag tech conferences. We got you with Hillary Clinton, John Kerry, Kucinich.
I'm in Nevada.
We got you in Nevada with all this, and then by the way, I also lived on an Indian reservation for years, dude. That's wild, man.
Yeah, that was wild. The Zuni reservation, and that actually could be a whole show. Is about the reservation system, what I learned about living on the reservations in New Mexico, and just how crazy it is to live on a reservation, but. I have really great friends out there. I still stay out there in Zuni. But and I got involved in politics in New Mexico slightly as well, because I became very much opposed to our United States Senator Martin Heinrich, and I was part of a group of people who tried to get somebody to run against him this time unsuccessfully. He got reelected, but
real quick though, I want to tell everybody about Curable CBD, Curable Premium Health, and I want you to get your CBD from Curable.com. I want you to use promo code Paul20, save 20% when you do this. CBD, this is the best that you can get, and the reason it is because Curable they do everything with the process. They plant the hemp, they harvest the hemp, they extract the hemp, and then they send everything off to a third party. And when they grow this stuff, they don't use any of the herbicides or the chemicals that you would see in I guess big ag. And the muscle cream is my favorite. This is stuff that is instant relief. If you got a muscle cramp here or there, you've been working out, you're sore, you roll your ankle playing tennis. This is going to be good stuff. Also, the sleep gummies are fantastic. They've got them now with the melatonin, and so and we're going to actually be interviewing Justin Finneman, who's the national sales director for Curable, here in the coming days to tell you even more. They got great deals on free shipping. So if you need to give it a try. I mean, those of you that, if you already consume CBD, I want you to use Curable instead. But if you've never considered it, this is about stopping inflammation. Their tinctures are really good as well. You put it, in your mouth or under your tongue, and you can actually fight inflammation within your body, maybe inflammation you don't even know about. Again, Curable, that's KURIBL.com, and use promo code Paul20 and save 20%. So we're still talking with Jacob Holloway. And Jacob, what I want to know from you is, going from the going from the Democrat Party, going to the Green Party, now being, in the Republican Party, and, Trump's now got this second term. How's he doing?
So,
in your opinion? And I know that's a loaded question.
It's a really good question because, so I ended up working for, because now I'm in Georgia. So I ended up working on the Trump campaign in Georgia this time.
Right, that's right. You're based out of Atlanta now, doing a tech startup.
Yep, and I was, member of the Atlanta Young Republicans, Buckhead Young Republicans, going to Turning Point Action meetings, invited to various Republican Party campaign events in Atlanta, and met a lot of the elected officials there, and it was really interesting. It was really interesting to work and volunteer on the Trump campaign in Nevada in 2020, and then all these years later, do it again, but in Georgia, in a different incarnation of my life. And
what do you think about Stacey Abrams?
She's not going to go anywhere in that state. She's not going to go anywhere in that state. I think the peak Democrat wave hit Georgia, and now it's heading back the other direction.
Yeah,
and I can tell.
Okay, but what about Brian Kemp? There's a lot. I mean, most people think. Most people on the right. I mean, they think Georgia was stolen in 2020.
Oh, and certainly it could have been. And if Nevada was stolen, then Georgia was definitely one of the other ones that could have been stolen. But the thing is with Brian Kemp, he's a middle of the road Republican kind of guy, and the economy's good in Georgia, so no one has any complaints about Kemp because the economy's booming, and so there's just not a lot of complaints domestically about him. In the end, all politics are local, so Kemp takes care of people in Georgia. He's gonna have an easy time there, and the real split in the Republican Party in Georgia is down through the Kemp faction, and this goes down into the young Republicans as well, but there's a Kemp faction and there's a MAGA faction in the Georgia Republican Party, and that tends to be the two major factions in that state. And unlike Arkansas, where the Republican Party is probably not big enough to have multiple factions, where there's probably just a MAGA faction here, in Georgia
there's some split, but
there's some split. There was ASA, but in Georgia it's a pretty big split and pretty sizable faction, because there's been multiple primaries against Kemp and against Kemp allies, and just and I sat there and I watched a lot of that. And to go back to your other question, how's Trump doing right now? I'm kind of like, let's wait and see. Like I hear Trump saying things that I really like. There are things he's doing that encourage me, give me encouragement, and certainly, to see, I hope inflation goes down. I hope the economy gets better. I hope, it's the guy tends to be, when he's in office, things get better. So I mean,
I think domestically, 100%.
Yeah, I mean that alone.
Yeah, that alone. The main reason I voted for Trump in 2020 was because of the I don't want the wars. Right?
Yeah, and I was going to go back to that one. Because that's the main thing.
Yeah, and yet last week we're lobbing we're now lobbing missiles and stuff at the Houthis in Yemen, and there's still people whispering in Trump's ear, go to war with Iran.
Oh sure.
And then at the same time, it looks like peace in Ukraine is. They had a good phone call apparently on Monday, Trump and Putin, to actually get a ceasefire and get a long-term deal. And we have Marco Rubio, who I can't believe I'm saying this, but he seems to actually be parroting an America First-ish.
It's wild.
It is kind of wild, but yet we've got people in Trump's ear that want to go with war with Iran. They say they want to normalize relations with Russia financially, but my question is, how does that happen? How do you normalize relations with Russia when Iran is a proxy of Russia?
There's so many things here, and I'm sure who knows exactly what's going on and with Trump's inner circle as far as diplomacy is going on, but the war in Ukraine was a big deal, and to watch them push that, and they tried to push a war with Russia, and all the money we sent to Ukraine for a proxy war, and to watch the liberals line up and be so rabidly pro-war, and I had to watch the liberals be rabidly pro-war with Syria, with Obama. They wanted to go into Syria. And then, Obama, the bomber, went into Libya, and that was totally cool with the liberals. And so all of a sudden, war was liberal. It was fashionable. It was cool for the leftists. This thing with Ukraine made me sick to see how they embraced this whole proxy war with Russia, and they wanted to go to war. And so for that alone was enough to vote for Trump to stop World War III with Russia.
100%. Yeah.
And if people aren't paying attention to that, or they don't understand what I'm talking about,
no, they do. On this show,
I'm sorry, but like that for me is beyond all the other domestic issues, is for me foreign policy, and it all goes back to the war in Iraq and my dad's deployment, and how that affected me at a young age, and how that has directed my entire political journey. We call this from liberal to conservative. What is it? For me, it was a journey. It was my life, and it's not over. It's really not over. And yeah, I think Trump did good things to influence the Republican Party in a populist way. And, he got rid of a lot of the rhinos and a lot of the neocons that needed to go, that I never liked. He never liked George W. Bush. He never liked Dick Cheney. That's why I liked Trump, because Dick Cheney and his daughter and all the neocons hated Trump. And I thought, well, at least if all those people hate Trump so much, I said, well, Trump's got to be great. He's got to be something better than these guys. And I don't see anything coming out of the Democratic Party that's anti-war or really talking about populist issues. It was only Trump. In the end, this last iteration, this last go-around, Trump was the only real option.
Yeah.
There wasn't anybody else really coming out saying anything.
Yeah.
There was never any
So I have a chance at world peace, even a chance. And we may not get it. He may start another war with Iran.
We don't know what Trump's going to do, but I'll tell you this: how they slipped Kamala in there.
Yeah,
they slipped Kamala in there, and she was selected, and didn't even go through a primary process.
That's just the same thing with Bernie Sanders.
And how would I have been able to support that? I don't understand how the liberals and the Democrats get behind these people and get behind their own candidates and find that that's even acceptable. I just don't understand the left anymore, and how they name call people. Of course, I'm going to be called like a racist or whatever without any proof or anything. Just because I don't support the Democratic Party, and you get called a racist, and you get slandered basically for having different political opinions, different political views. I mean, they really want to shut up free speech. They want people practicing free speech to be arrested and to be censored and to be kicked off and depersoned and not even get a job. They want you kicked out of your jobs. They literally was a leftist reign of terror going on in this country, a leftist reign of terror happening in America. And the only person who seemed like made any damn sense was Trump, that was even saying anything. Yeah, Trump says crazy things sometimes. He tweets crazy things. In the end of the day, everything's running great when he's been president. So, there was a lot of hysteria, that Trump derangement syndrome. A lot of my friends got it. There are people who will not talk to me anymore because of my political opinions. That's fine. I may get canceled. That's fine. I really don't care. And that's why I've been so independent. And, I'm sure the Republicans will come back around and do something really stupid that'll make me hate them.
Well, a war with Iran would be absolutely insane.
That would be one too much. And it's just, there's, a lot of this is out of our hands.
All we can do is...
Our elected officials, I realized a long time ago, were completely sold out. I have no faith in Congress. I don't have any faith in the courts or the judiciary either. They're just as corrupt. I guess our only real hope would be get a strong president in the presidency.
Well, and that's kind of what I was thinking, is like, and a lot of people are there as well, the left now all of a sudden is talking about the Constitution and needing to restrain Trump from, really using the power that the judiciary has given the executive over, the last 100 years.
Oh, sure.
But the Constitution really hasn't meant much in this country in a long time. And at this point, and I had a guest on the other day talking about this, that like if you even want to glance at restoring like the actual Constitution, making it the law of the land, you've got to winnow your enemies, your political enemies. You've got to actually use the political power that you have to essentially discredit the other side, defeat other side, defeat their ideas, consign them to the dustbin of history, because the country is in shambles constitutionally. So you say a strong president, I think you're absolutely right. Like and people are willing to tolerate that now because they're sick of the double standards.
Yeah, you know? if I was advising President Trump, I'd say your time is now. You got like 2 years before the midterms to do whatever you possibly can, and I would not hold back. Yeah. Because you won't have a chance like this again, and it's less than 4 years. He's got like 2 years, a year and a half now.
Right.
Really, to get everything he possibly can get done.
Yeah.
And so he really needs to use every single power at his disposal if he's president. Every single power that's given to him and that his executive authority to try and get things done as fast as possible. And the real enemy he has is time. So the faster he can get things done and do things in this small window of time that he has, the better. But I don't see, is Trump probably okay? I think he's going to be okay, at least. I hope he's great. I really hope he's a great president. The country needs somebody who's going to unify the country. I hope President Trump tries to be a unifier and try and unify the country, because now's the time. I think even people on the left are kind of tired of all the vitriol. And, I really hope he can bring the country together and stop the wars and help us revive our economy and really focus on making sure like this next generation of Americans have some economic opportunity for them. And, we have a whole huge tech economy in America, and a lot of it sits in Silicon Valley in California, and I've seen that, and I just talked about that. But, I really hope that they break the tech monopoly in Silicon Valley and allow the rest of America to have access to tech finance and startups, so that we can spread that around and create economic development for places like Arkansas and all around the country.
Georgia and Nevada. New Mexico.
Other places.
All of the places.
Yeah, anywhere else than the Bay Area, California, and Silicon Valley. And, and so I'm talking about that. And I do my best to try and write letters to my elected officials and be involved in political campaigns and do all of that. I don't know if I'll ever run for office again because of just how corrupt everything is. Because once I was in public office, I just realized just how hopeless a situation the whole system is in.
Yeah.
But, now my activism goes into developing tech and technology. It's going to empower people and looking at, I'm very concerned about where AI and robotics is taking us, as we've discussed. And it's going to be a huge issue. And I really want to see how Trump handles that. And
did you send our interview from last week off to the White House?
Yeah, I sent it to them. Yeah, I certainly sent it to them, and I send them correspondences. But and that's another thing is that I'm really concerned. Trump needs people sending him correspondences and trying to influence him in a populist direction. I'm afraid that he's surrounded by tech bros and surrounded by insiders, and there's a lot of people from Silicon Valley around him and a lot of elites around him, and he needs to hear the voice of the people. He needs to hear his populist base, what they want. And so from my recommendation is that everybody needs to be reaching out to the White House, be reaching out to President Trump, share your thoughts with the president, share your thoughts with your elected officials, be vocal. Otherwise, people are just going to assume that silence is consent. And I know a lot of people are really upset. There's a lot of malcontent in this country right now.
Yeah.
Just generally. And that has to do with economic inequality. And people are working really hard. I see everybody, especially people in my generation, the millennial generation, a lot of people working really hard, doing multiple jobs, getting nowhere.
Yeah.
People in debt, can't have families, can't buy houses.
You know, they've talked about, limiting the, limiting interest on credit card. But to your point, it is insane to me. We've got tax day coming up here in less than a month.
Oh, I hate that.
And you've got this USAID scandal that essentially exposes, that Doge exposes, that they're just giving away, I mean, an ungodly amount of money, millions and millions and millions of dollars, like it's, like it's nothing. And yet we're over here slaving away, and the government literally hates its own
theft.
people.
The IRS is theft. The income tax is theft. We should definitely support President Trump when he says he wants to abolish the IRS.
Yeah.
When I heard that, I was like, bravo, Mr. President.
That would be huge.
It'd be huge. You would save people so much money, and it hurts us so much every year to have to file our taxes and see our hard-earned money go away, and you can't even budget for your taxes because you're never really sure how much you owe the IRS every year, and it's always some moving target. If at least they could give us a number, a solid number, and just and that's what happens. Stressing people out, man.
That's what happens in localities. You live in your city, if you get taxed, they send you what you owe, and then you pay it or you dispute it. Versus us having to sign an affidavit every year saying, I owe you this. This is I'm coming up with a number, and you're literally, when you sign that tax return, you're signing an affidavit.
Oh yeah.
And so now if they come, now they've got you. You've sworn, and now you can be prosecuted for it.
Absolutely awful.
The whole thing is tyrannical.
It's just tyrannical, and Americans shouldn't have to put up with this.
Yeah.
And you can't say it's a free country when they treat us like this. When they treat us like chattel, when they treat us like slaves.
Kind of winding things down, it is fascinating. You go look at some of the Occupy Wall Street arguments, which, from back in the day, and you look at that populism, that certainly was a real thing. I wasn't a fan of Occupy Wall Street, but there were some audit the Fed people there, which is now a mainstream thing. You've got Trump wanting to look at the gold in Fort Knox. It's fascinating how it's taken 15 years, but it's also been, it's been astroturfed by different. It's been squashed. It's been controlled by so many forces, and so I don't know.
Yeah.
You say one thing. The 2024 was a brand new coalition for good or for bad.
Yeah.
Obviously, I think lesser of the two evils than what we had, and history is going to decide, whether or not, or how good it was, or how evil it was.
We're heading in some direction. I think we're better than if Kamala would have been president, and so I'm going to continue to tacitly support the Republicans and President Trump. Really, I mostly just support President Trump. I don't really like the Republican Party still.
That's a lot of people.
And I don't know if the Republicans will ever be able to earn back my trust after Iraq and George H.W. Bush.
Well, again, the only way, you got to make sure we don't get any new wars.
So. Yeah, it's both. The two-party system, I would say, it someday has to be abolished, and I'll still be calling for that. Doesn't matter. I think the current system is corrupt, and as Americans, we deserve a better political system. But we're going to have to fight for it.
Yeah.
So this fight, it's not over. And my journey's not over politically. And, we'll just see.
Yeah.
I have an optimism about it because I love this country. I love America. I'm willing to fight for this country. And I want other Americans to feel that way, that, at least America's worth still fighting for. And freedom is worth fighting for. And you shouldn't be afraid to speak out and run for office and follow your heart and your intuition when it comes to these political issues. And I did it. It took me all over the place. I went on this huge journey, and this is where I'm at right now. And who knows where I'll head next? But it's only my interest is in the best interest of this country. And as a someone who pontificates on politics and these things, that's my perspective. Is like, what's best for the United States. What's best for regular Americans, what's best for Arkansas and the people who live here. So very,
Yep.
Very interesting conversation.
Hey, man, I look forward to doing something like this again. So, Jacob Holloway, we really appreciate it, sir.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you for letting me come on here and talk.
Absolutely. Folks, that's all we got for today, and I'll see you guys on Monday.
The Paul Harrell Program.
The very foundation of the Christian faith is based
Hey, everybody. Welcome back to America's Mom. I'm your host, Sharona Bishop. Thank you guys for being with me. We have been traveling this past week. We're preparing to head to Romania next week. It's going to be a wild set of shows between now and then with unbelievable guests. We're covering the topics that are happening to us even still. In spite of President Trump being in office, the left is not done. They are not dying. They're not necessarily even in death throes right now. They're pushing back with everything they have. And for those of you who thought President Trump getting into office meant everything was just going to be sunshine and rainbows, you are sadly mistaken. Okay. These people are very vested in the disgusting things they've been doing for decades in this country. And that is no more obvious than what we're seeing in the release of the JFK files. We're going to be talking more about that today. We have a special guest, Shane Stevens, who's going to be joining us in just a few minutes, talking about his family's own personal experience with with Lyndon B. Johnson and the actual murder of John F. Kennedy. We're going to get into that in just a little bit here, but I am actually in Colorado right now. We're on location. Obviously, this is not my normal setup, but guys, I'm in a state right now that is so controlled, so perverted by a governor who continues to declare himself to be the middle of the road, libertarian, pro-business governor of the country. He is the head of the Governors Association. That is one Jared Polis. He is the first openly homosexual governor, the father of 2 children that they adopted along the way somewhere, and the most prolific groomer of children in America via the legislation of Colorado. We're going to have another guest on today, Erin Lee. You have heard from her before. Her own daughter was targeted by the transgenders, groomed for hours so precisely, so concisely that in just a few hours, they completely changed the mindset and the trajectory for this little girl. You will not believe the story if you haven't heard it before, but what's worse yet is Jared Polis and the policies that he's bringing it back again. An opportunity to deny parents the right to govern their children and what medical procedures they can actually have in the state of Colorado. Jared Polis is very viciously trying to make sure that Colorado remains a safe haven for parents who want to, castrate their young boys or, chop off perfectly healthy breasts of their young daughters. He wants to make sure there is a safe haven for these type of disgusting individuals. And this bill that we're going to be talking about today is not exclusive to Colorado. Again, anytime I'm bringing a story to you, it's because it's not just about the place in which the story is at. This is coming to you. Colorado is the home of the Democrat blueprint, where Jared Polis said if we can do it in Colorado, we can do it anywhere. The pact of 4 billionaires who came together to work to flip a very red state blue. And oh, yes, it does include electronic voting machines. Are we allowed to talk about that? Are we allowed to say anything about that? Big breaking news, obviously, this week has been the ongoing story of Clerk Tina Peters. Just last week, there was actually a declaration filed by one Linda Good. She is the paralegal to John Case, the head attorney in the state of Colorado for Tina Peters' defense. She filed a declaration with the courts 2 weeks ago, stating that Clerk Tina Peters was in rapid deterioration, both mentally and physically. and they are asking for Governor Jared Polis to pardon her on a mercy pardon, really, to get her out of prison as she is failing fast. She was given a 9-year prison sentence. Okay. And I was there from the beginning with all of this. I'm from Mesa County. We led the canvassing. I worked with Clerk Tina Peters throughout all of this. I led her Secretary of State campaign, continued to work with her through February of 2023 directly. I've been there for all of this. I've watched it all unfold. What would have possibly been a misdemeanor, okay, possibly been a misdemeanor, instead was a 9-year sentence, which really at Clerk Peters' age, 69 years old, is a death sentence. And they knew that. They knew that, they realized that. So of course, now the U.S. attorney has gotten involved and is actually heading up an investigation after Mike Lindell brought a 91-page report to the president on February 23rd. It was 91 pages, the story of Clerk Tina Peters, the Mesa County machines, the reports that followed 1, 2, and 3, and of course, other unbelievable situations going on across the country of clerks, of elected officials who have done their duties to secure elections, who are now being targeted with lawfare, either by the electronic voting machine companies or by the secretaries of state in their own states. You guys, it's not exclusive to Colorado, but the reason this was such a big deal is it was the first. Clerk Tina Peters was the first person to make a forensic image of the Dominion voting machine before what they called a, quote, trusted build. They call that an update, right? They're just coming in and they're updating the machines. But in the process of updating, they erased over 26,000 election files. Now, that is against the law. Some people are saying, Sharona, those files did not matter. Says who? According to who? Sorry. Who made the decision? Colorado statutes specifically, explicitly say all election records must be maintained. And yet Dominion voting machines came in during their trusted build and deleted 26,000 election logs. After that, Clerk Tina Peters did another forensic image so they could see what was the difference before the trusted build and after. And the rest, of course, is history. Tina Peters is now sitting in prison 9 years. Her health is failing. Her cognitive decline is palatable and noticeable. If you've heard her on any podcast recently, and how can it not be? You know, this is a woman who did not even believe she was going to be looking at a prison sentence because it just seemed impossible based off of history, based off of precedents, and based on really what should have been a whistleblower protection status that she should have had. The Supreme Clause would have protected her because she was doing and acting in the best interest of the voters, of the people she represents, rather than on behalf of a private company that is very inbred with your government, by the way. The access that they have to our secretaries of state, the access that they have to your elected officials, the access that they have to federal judges is really incredible. The way that no judge has been willing to listen to any case, really, it's true. They've been unwilling to listen to any case regarding Dominion voting machines, instead dismissing it without prejudice, which means you can take it to another judge, but I'm not going to rule on it. I'm going to be the one suicided. I'm going to be the one losing all my mortgages that I love so much, right? The joke is, how many mortgages does a judge have? Don't know. Same joke as governors across this country. Don't know, because that is the exchange, right? Do what we say, and we will provide amazing things for you. It's very similar to his bargain with Jesus, right? Took him up on the mountain, said, I'll give you all of this if you just worship me. Well, there are too many people, too many politicians, too many judges, as Doge is exposing right now, who are in bed for big money. And that is, obviously the same exact situation that's happening with our judicial system. The judicial system is corrupted. It just is. Our guest is actually, sorry guys, email. Our guest is going to be joining us in just a few moments here. Producer, can you send the link one more time to our guest? I'm sorry, for some reason he's not seeing it. If you can send it one more time, I'd appreciate it.
You got it.
Thank you so much. Okay, so here's the thing about what's going on with Clerk Tina Peters. There is this U.S. Attorney inquiry right now, an inquiry of interest, right? A statement of interest. They want to understand what happened here. They want to understand why she was sentenced to 9 years. They want to understand why she did not get a fair shake at her trial. They want to understand why the judge openly and publicly stated it was the words that she was saying that led up to her trial that got her 9 years. They want to understand why DA Dan Rubenstein, after the trial was over, said maybe she will understand she needs to watch what she says next time. And this is a warning to all elected officials to watch what they say. Well, they still have the right to the First Amendment. Just because, and in fact, because you are an elected official, you must exercise those protected rights. And she certainly had that. So U.S. attorneys specifically are questioning whether or not her First Amendment rights were violated. And was she punished and penalized for speaking her mind and what she believed was happening in the elections, both the 2020 as well as every election thereafter, primarily the 2021 municipal election, which is what brought all the attention to the election machines in the first place in Colorado. And I know because I was there. We had hundreds of volunteers who came out week after week after week to figure out whether or not the municipal election was a legitimate election. We came away believing that it was not. We came away realizing that there was a lot of bizarre, nefarious activity based off Mesa County Report number 3, which talks all about this critical city council election. And you know what's really fascinating about that? The city council ballots were looked at, and some of those ballots had been ran through the tabulator more than 4 times. They have timestamps on them every time they're run through a tabulator, but somehow that's not curious. Somehow that's not worth investigating, according to the sheriff Todd Rowell in that town or the DA Dan Rubenstein. Apparently, that's just what happens. You just get your ballot run through 4 times, and I don't know if it was counted 4 times. I don't know. Nobody knows. Nobody knows what that means, but it's not worth investigating, even though it could have changed the trajectory of the election. It could have changed the outcome of the candidate selection in those races. And since then, by the way, it's worth noting that Grand Junction City Council approved a measure that the people of Grand Junction kept denying, kept saying they didn't want, which was a huge rec center that the people of Grand Junction are going to continue to pay for the rest of their lives. They also did not want marijuana plant shops by schools. And yet, wow, now they are by schools. They're everywhere, actually. If you've been to Grand Junction, fentanyl deaths are on the rise, and Grand Junction is now one of the most violent cities in America. That's all post 2021 municipal city council race. And there's so much more there. But it just goes on to say that it's really, really important and critical to be paying attention to this story coming out from Tina Peters in Colorado, her failing health, the request from the people of Colorado, myself, Mike Lindell, the Lindell Offense Fund, to free Tina Peters. And for the U.S. attorneys not to stop until they've investigated not only this case, but Phil Weiser, Jenna Griswold, Dan Rubenstein, and everyone else who was complicit, Merrick Garland and his DOJ, who were on calls, who were in emails, and possibly even Dan Rubenstein's brother, Julian Rubenstein, who had direct connections to the New York Times, who had direct connections and is a legacy media icon in Colorado, and was able to shut down any narrative in opposition to Tina Peters is crazy and she rigged an election. Literally, that was the verbiage they were saying, that she interfered in an election, even though the trusted build was done during a time when there was no election happening at all. It was May. It was done in May. The elections had been in April. The elections were coming up in November. So it's a wild story. It's one that really does deserve your attention because the majority of people believe that Clerk Peters has been incarcerated far too long, that this sentencing was extreme, it's abusive in nature, and it is intended to shut down narrative about elections and whether or not our elections truly are secure. Well, right now, President Donald Trump has issued an executive order, and he is, we're all working and supporting Senator Sessions, Congressman Sessions, rather, out of the state of Texas, who has just brought forward an incredible bill. We talked about this last week with Will Huck out of Arkansas. This bill is one that is designated to appoint 3 days for voting, in-person voting, voter ID, and paper ballot hand-counted elections for our national races. Of course, we want to see that go all the way down to the county level and everybody be using paper ballot hand counts. But that really is the job of the Lindell Offense Fund. That's what we do here. That's what our job is to help 3,143 counties get to paper ballot hand counted elections again, so that at least we can have some peace of mind about what is happening. Are people being elected, or are we still in selection mode? And I want to point out, it's not just Republicans who are asking for this, or independent voters. Even Democrats in 2016, what did they scream? They screamed election interference. They were the first ones to get down on the congressional floor and demand that the machines be investigated over and over and over. If you go to Lindell Offense Fund or LindellPlan.com, you see the video right there of all of these Democrats, including Hillary Clinton, saying that the machines rigged the election. You know what the difference was, though? President Trump didn't incarcerate anybody for saying that. They have the freedom to speak that. But in 2020, that went out the window. Everyone who was asking about the legitimacy of elections was targeted. If it was attorneys, your law license was gone after. If it was individuals, you were raided by the FBI. If you were an election clerk, you're thrown your rear end in prison. Very, very different mentalities about what people are allowed to say. We have a constitution that defends that free speech. And so we've allowed the Democrats to say whatever they wanted because they have that freedom. They have that right. But under the Biden regime, all of those rights were restricted. It's as though the Constitution was eliminated. It was on pause, I think is how they said it. The Constitution is on pause right now. Well, that's not possible in a free country. That's not possible in a constitutional republic. The Constitution never goes on pause. We always have these inalienable rights because they're not given to us by men, they were given to us by God. And our elections are at the forefront of that, friends. That's not delegated to elected officials. They don't get the control and the say over your elections. I'm watching a lot of people in the state of Texas right now, California, Michigan, I mean, really, truly, Pennsylvania, all over the country, New Hampshire, who are aggressively trying to regain control over their elections as it was meant to be. The elections do not belong to elected officials, guys. They don't belong to secretaries of state. They don't belong to even your local clerk and recorder. They belong to the people. And we are in a position where we must hold them accountable. Even if you're not a designated judge or you're not a designated poll watcher, you have a responsibility, obligation, and duty to be there to watch what is happening with your elections and to advocate for real, transparent, true elections. That's your job. We can't subvert that to anybody else. We don't acquiesce the power and authority to someone who has special letters behind their names. It is the proper role of the people to maintain their own elections. And right now, President Trump is calling on every single one of you, freedom-loving Americans, to do exactly that. It's your role, it's your responsibility, guys. And we can no longer acquiesce and leave it up to these others. They've proven they don't have our best interest in mind. Whether it's just, politics as normal. I'm watching right now a lot of the GOP races for the state GOP chairs across the country. And you have candidates who are saying there's nothing wrong with the elections. Everything's just great. I can't list all their names, but I can tell you right now, that's a no vote right there. That's a no vote because across party lines, we know and we understand that our elections are not secure in America, and they will be less secure the longer we stick with these black box machines, which, by the way, just to remind you, you have no access to. Your elected officials that are supposed to be governing your elections cannot even open these black boxes. They're not allowed to. They sign a contract with the machine company saying, you may not open the black box. Do you guys realize that? And not only that, but these things are so complex. Your clerk and recorder, who probably was just a really great person in your community, somewhat popular, probably a former business owner, does not have the skill level to even understand what's going on. And that's not that's not a negative comment. It's a reality check. They have no idea what goes on in those boxes. Tina Peters, who was the clerk and recorder of Mesa County, had no idea. She had no experience, no technological experience that would equip her to understand even the potential sensitivities of those electronic voting machines. And frankly, guys, neither do you and I. We just don't. It's a very few people who can actually get in there and actually can see what's happening and understand what's happening. And with the laws being set as they are, that limit your exposure, limit transparency, it's not safe. It's not right. And President Trump recognizes that. He realizes that. So, guys, we have a lot of work ahead of us because the primaries are right around the corner. It's going to start all over again. And if I could just say before we bring our special guest on, elections have massive consequences. If you're not the one who's governing your elections, who is? And for the last, I would say 6, 7 years, people have really taken a renewed interest in being a part of our election process. And I love that. That's exactly how it should be. We would love to see elections down to the precinct level once again, where you know your neighbor, you know who's supposed to be there casting a ballot, you know who's real, and so you know about how many people would probably be voting. So when you see thousands of ballots come flooding into a precinct where people do not exist, you're able to call foul and end the abuse of even ballot harvesting in your elections. It's all going to come down to the precinct level. So just keep an open mind about this. And more information can be found at lindellplan.com. You also can go to causeofamerica.org to go pull up the paper ballot hand count method, start educating yourself, start training up the people around you. We have people all over the country right now who are using that information. They're setting up their own trainings, 50, 60, 70 people coming together, Democrats, Republicans, and independents, to learn the paper ballot hand count method. The elections belong to us, guys. If we keep giving it up and over to people with letters behind their name, we're going to continue to lose. It's time to take back our elections. Go to lindellplan.com for more information. So huge drops this week. And again, I want to thank you guys for being with us today on America's Mom. We are on location. I'm not in my normal capacity right now, but there's so much important information coming in. And I missed you guys, quite frankly. I miss talking and hearing what's going on with you guys. We have so many letters we're going to be reading throughout the week of parents who are dealing with the ongoing sexualization of their children. We're going to get there in a few minutes. But the JFK files, we've had a lot of guests on talking about the JFK assassination. I've had a lot of people come on throughout the years talking about what they believe happened and who ultimately was responsible for the murder of one of the most beloved presidents in history. Someone who, very much like President Trump, was opposed to endless wars, who continued to look for peaceful routes of diplomacy, and honestly has left a legacy of what the presidency is supposed to look like. Not only do we have the death of John F. Kennedy, we have this ongoing Robert Kennedy, and of course the unbelievable story now of Bobby Kennedy serving as in the White House and the administrative team in HHS is just incredible. I think everybody's pretty amazed by that. Then we have John Kennedy Jr., who ends up being assassinated. There's information coming out in the files about that. But my guest right now, this is your first introduction to him, Shane Stevens. He provided a recording to me back in October that had not yet been heard by the American media yet. He did go on Alex Jones not too long ago and revealed this incredible information to the public, which exposed the role that his own grandfather played in the assassination of John F. Kennedy. And if you know me, you know I'm always looking for first-hand information because I want to know exactly what happened, not conjecture, what actually happened. I hate rumors. And Shane Stevens has an insight that none of us have. Shane, thank you so much for being with us on America's Mom. The great revealing today. It's very appropriate that you would be here. Producer, just so you know, I'm not seeing Shane's face. Are you seeing it? Because I'm not. I'm just making sure.
No, I messaged him. I think the camera thing is blocked on the computer because we're getting a message that the camera's closed.
Okay, well, I'll hang tight for just a minute because I could talk just a little bit about what's been found so far on the JFK files. And as soon as Shane gets in, we'll get into what his grandfather's role was in all of this. But just to start us out, first of all, why did it take so long to release the JFK files? Most of this information is things that we really already knew. If you were listening to Roger Stone, if you watched the JFK movie, the film that was done by, what's his name, Steve?
No, y'all can't hear me, right? Can you hear me, Sharon?
Yes, I hear you good. John F. Kennedy, by the way, so let's just kind of go into what's been exposed. Steven Spielberg, thank you. His JFK film, if you saw that, a lot of people say that's really pretty much what happened, but there is more to the story. So what are we hearing so far? John F. Kennedy Jr., John Jr. called Joe Biden a traitor just days before he was killed in a plane crash, him and his wife. The CIA orchestrated the entire assassination. I think we all knew that. There are links now exposing the murder to Mossad and Israel, and I don't think we're seeing a lot of that, by the way, in the retracted documentations. So I'm going to be interested to see more about that. There are ties to the Khazarian mafia. I think we all understood the mafia was involved because Kennedy had gone back on his word about working with the mafia. And then we have Gary Underhill, who was murdered after revealing within just a couple of days, actually it was the day after John F. Kennedy was assassinated. He went to a group of friends and said, the CIA did this. I am scared for my life. I think I'm going to have to flee the country. And within a matter of months, he was shot to death, but it was ruled a suicide by the coroner. So these are some of the highlights so far that are coming out of the JFK files. And we're going to be hearing more and more about this in the coming weeks. And guys, we're going to be working on this for the next probably 6 to 8 weeks. We're going to be bringing more information to you, more guests, more firsthand knowledge of what happened, because a lot of people have truly been afraid. And I remember when Shane provided this video for me, or it wasn't a video, it was an audio. Shane, are you with us? I think you're good to go now.
I am. Yeah, I'm back in. I finally figured out how to turn my camera on, so we're good to go.
Hey, you know what? Thankfully, we're on vacation right now. We're just having a good conversation between friends today. I want you to tell us a little bit about the audio recording of your grandfather, what this means to people who've been trying to understand Johnson's role in the assassination of John Kennedy. And by the way, thank you, because it was a very courageous move to bring those recordings to the public. And I'm asking you, do you have protection? Because you live in Texas. And I'm pretty sure that those bushes were part of the CIA at that time.
Yeah, it's certainly been concerning at times as far as the safety front. And I did bring in protection initially. And then after a few weeks and no threats, no problems, whatever, then we got rid of that. But obviously we're Texans, so we welcome a fight if it wants to come to us, but who knows how it'd turn out. I'm sure that they do something sneaky or middle of the night or whatever, but it's not like we're just walking around like ducks that don't have any protection. So we'll see where it goes. And it's funny, I showed it to you way early on, the recording, and then I think on Alex Jones, I'd mentioned there's probably 50 people that I'd let listen to it, and nobody sold me out or told anybody that I had it. And you were one of those. And I got to listen in prior to me jumping on, figuring out my camera, but you're talking about election integrity also, which is a fight that's near and dear to my heart. So you seem to be able to see truth and see through all of the deceit and lies that are out there. And this tape at this point still seems to be one of the most relevant pieces of evidence that would point to who actually was behind the assassination of JFK.
I think this needs to be part of the congressional inquiry to really establish what exactly happened and exactly why the CIA needs to cease to exist. It has not served the American people for quite some time. Could you kind of sum it up? What is it that your grandfather was saying? Who was he speaking to? And how did he have such insight into the assassination?
You bet. Yeah. And if you go into X and a bunch of different places, we won't waste y'all's time with playing the recording today, but it was recorded, my best guess, in mid-1972. So if I recall, I don't have my timeline up, but my granddad had gotten out of prison for taking the fall for LBJ and a bunch of other folks that were involved in these scandals. He got out around maybe May, June of 1972. His name was Billy Saul Estes. And everything that I'm going to share with you guys, for the most part, you can look up and find online. Just do your own research. It's made it so much easier using Grok or ChatGPT. It's crazy what all you can find out there. But Billy Saul Estes was one of the wealthiest men in Texas at the time, was tied in very closely with Lyndon Baines Johnson and a lot of the other power brokers, the Texas Syndicate or the Texas Mafia, as they were called. And then you have Cliff Carter. So Cliff Carter, he was in the motorcade the day that JFK was assassinated. He was just an intricate component of LBJ's system. LBJ originally was running the U.S. Youth Association, and Cliff Carter, I believe, worked for him there. Then he took it over once LBJ moved on. Then he became one of his top aides and continued to do that all the way through. He was his bag man. So, you know what that means is he would go collect money. He would broker backroom deals. He did it all for LBJ. He was one of the closest people there. And my granddad never shared a whole lot with us, and it always really frustrated us. And it wasn't until I met Barr McClellan, who wrote Blood, Money, and Power. And Barr was like, you know, Shane, he did that to protect you guys, because there was a real and present threat about him talking and who had this information. So, you know, we've always had a little bit of fear of having the tape. I've only had it for maybe 10 years. We've always heard that it existed, but we had never seen it firsthand. And Saul really wouldn't tell us much. But some of the stuff we started kind of hearing from the family and, you know, the adults and overhear them talking was that Saul was on the White House lawn or at the White House with LBJ. Mac Wallace is another key name. You can look him up, Malcolm Wallace or Mac Wallace. That was LBJ's hitman. And that goes back to, you know, Texas and this guy killing LBJ's sister's boyfriend at the time. And then LBJ getting him off for that. Interestingly enough, Mac Wallace's family has reached out to me and said, Shane, I can't believe that you had this tape, that you know the story, but this ties in with our family secrets. And they're embarrassed by it because obviously my granddad he wasn't a part per se. He was simply involved and on the sidelines of it and essentially complicit because he knew about it and what was happening. But he wasn't, say, planning it or pulling the trigger or anything like that.
Well, not to interrupt you, Shane, but one of the things about the recording that's so powerful, and we'll put the link to the recording below the show today, you guys. One of the things to me when I'm listening to Saul talking is the remorse, the tremendous remorse. So you're saying he didn't pull the trigger, but he had firsthand knowledge. He knew what LBJ was doing. And I think if I remember right, you said that LBJ was responsible for more than 100 murders. surrounding this situation and basically just getting rid of people that weren't in agreement with what he was doing. And your grandfather was in that inner circle. He was aware of what was going on. And he says in the recording that it's been really, really hard on him and his family. Can you elaborate on that a little bit?
Yeah. So surrounding that investigation into my granddad, apparently the Kennedys sent 52 FBI agents down to start investigating my granddad. And that alone is an interesting kind of intersection of how you have, let's say, good agents that are doing the right job and doing it well, and they're in it for the right reasons. And then you have corrupt agents, which sadly are the ones that tend to make their way to the top. But so, sorry, jump back. I got sidetracked. What was the question, Sharona?
Just he talks about the emotional, like he says, my family has been under, it's been really bad since this all happened. My family has been under so much, or so upset. What is he talking about? If he wasn't a part of the actual planning and the implementation of the murder, why was this so hard on him? And what is he talking about in the audio recording when he's saying that it's been so difficult for his family ever since John F. Kennedy was assassinated? And you mentioned they've got agents that come down to investigate, start really just causing upheaval in the community. And it's not a big town that your grandfather was from.
Yeah, I know what part of the tape you're referring to. And that's where he said, it's cost me a lot of time. It's cost me a lot of money. It's embarrassed my friends. It's embarrassed my family. And, what he's referring to is he was supposedly worth $600 million at the time when they started investigating him in the early 1960s. And, ultimately they took everything. It went from them, being one of the wealthiest families in Texas to moving out in the middle of the night with security guards because people had shot their house and they had security guards on the roof, moving back to Abilene, my granddad going to prison, my grandma working 3 jobs. And then, a lot of emotional trauma, obviously, to my mom and her sisters and my uncle. So it was, certainly hard on the family. And I think it still has ripple effects. Obviously, there's no way to kind of unwind what could have been with the family and what could have turned out from all that. Perhaps it could have been a totally different story. And, I'm not here to complain or not bitter about that, but that was hard on him, knowing that he was a central piece to that. And that, without his relationship with LBJ and him having to take the fall and, LBJ dictating what lawyers he was going to use to defend him, he didn't have a way out. In fact, I just got somebody sent me a ton of papers, and they sent me all these things. So different stacks of historical interviews and things that I'd never seen. And that's been the cool part about this is folks reaching out, but it gives a lot of detail that I had no idea about on how bad it was and how they had kind of trapped him.
That's incredible. So I'm curious, and we're going to be having you back on again. We want to just kind of hit the peripheral of this story with you. And maybe you could save this a little bit, but do you walk away from the recording? Don't tell me who you think it was, but when you walk away from the recording, do you have a really firm grip on who in fact killed John F. Kennedy?
For me personally, I do, but I also know a lot of the periphery as far as the different players and the different actors and all these names that were household common names growing up. And, I've kind of used this. I hadn't gone into it in nearly as much detail as I have the last couple of months. In fact, it was kind of a burden and really wanted to run from it and hide from it. But now I've embraced it, and it's caused me to dig into a lot of these names that are mentioned in there. And it's fascinating as I start to just use, Chat GPT or Grok. Okay, well, what was it? Mentions Bill Decker. It's what was it Bill Decker's relationship with LBJ? Mm-hmm. Goes way back to, their involvement, their knowledge, how they've been tied together, how he became sheriff over Dallas, just all this information about him. It's oh, wow, they were tight. They were boys. And, find out he's leading the procession for JFK's assassination. And you can dig into it. I don't think just on the surface level. Well, actually you do. You walk away knowing but there's just so much more to it. I mean, it's kind of like a little cornerstone, a foundational piece that you can expand out from with what's in there to do some of your own research and figure it out.
And I encourage people to do that for sure, especially as don't let anybody tell you what the files are saying. Like, start researching, start looking into this directly. We're going to post the link below the interview today here, or our conversation today. But I also want to make sure, guys, you can find Shane at Shane Stevens on Twitter at Shane Stevens TX. Please we'll post that up so that you've got access. You're going to want to go directly to him also and see all of these audios, hear these audios here, and watch the interview. I think the Alex Jones one, I think I like it the best still because it was so fresh and raw and nothing was scripted there. It was just, this is what happened. This is the audio. This is what was going on. And thankfully, he had a good understanding already of the assassination and everything that was surrounding it. I still think it's one of my favorite ones, but we're going to be diving in more, and we'll be playing portions of the audio recordings in the weeks to come, because I do think that your dad says this, and I think it's the best application to what happened. After all the books I've read, the interviews I've had, I may be wrong, but I really think this became a conspiracy of interests, and not necessarily, it's not quite as sexy, I think, as people are wanting it to be. I think LBJ truly was, and you've mentioned this before, and I think Alex Jones stated it too, he got tired of being embarrassed by John F. Kennedy. He got tired of being told he wasn't doing the right thing or playing second fiddle to Kennedy. Would you agree with that?
Yeah, for sure. And I mean, it's mentioned in that tape that, well, I think it was Cliff Carter saying, well, I just don't know that he could have done anything different than what he did. I mean, he had to. He couldn't beat him. So that was his only way out. And you start to look at Cliff, and then, they talk about the CIA being involved. And there was a piece of information that came out and said a retired CIA agent was killed over his potential knowledge with all of this. But, the Bay of Pigs, Kennedy had fired one guy. His name was Cabell. Charles Cabell was one of them. And then Alan Dulles. Those two guys were booted out of the CIA over it. And then you fast forward, and guess who's there at a big meeting at Clint Murchison's house the night before the assassination? Dallas. Cabell. So the former deputy director of the CIA. Guess who's chosen to head up the Warren Commission? Alan Dulles. So you see these names that had been burned and scorched by by the Kennedys, and all of a sudden they're central to everything that's going on. And just the circumstantial components of that, it's not really hard if you understand greed, power, corruption, and the links that they'll go to come to some pretty simple, rational conclusions.
And I think, too, just on a final point here, we'll just put a dot on this. When Nixon was asked why he was not president and Johnson was, and he said, well, Johnson's willing to do things, I'm not. And I think the understanding was he was willing to kill people. So Shane Stevens, thank you so much for jumping on with us today and sharing just a little bit. This is barely the icing. Like, this is not even I don't even know if this is a sprinkle on the cake, but it is the introduction. You're going to want to go hear the audio for yourself, and we'll definitely be having you back on. Thank you so much, Shane.
Thank you, Sharona. Great seeing you. Have a good one.
Absolutely. So, guys, just a reminder, we are in Colorado, and this is the place where children are being groomed, castrated, and perfectly healthy body parts are cut off every single day to the glory of the Democrat Party as they continue to make their sacrifices to their gods. And there are people standing in the way. There are parents standing in the way who continue to fight because their children have literally been impacted by these disgusting satanic agenda. The laws that have passed in Colorado are designed to protect the predators. I tell parents every single day, do not go to Colorado if you have young children, if you intend to put them in the public school system, because the minute you do, it truly is, they're not yours anymore. Okay. You just need to understand that. And nobody knows that better than Erin Lee. She is joining us now. Erin, your story, you've been on here with us multiple times talking about what happened to your daughter. And I talked about it briefly. But the fact that you have relentlessly gone after Jared Polis, the Democrats, and anyone else who is propagating these grooming bills, and for the last several years, is a direct reflection of the deep love and care, primarily from you, the parent, to your child. So thank you every day. Thank you every day that you get back up again, do your full-time job, mother all your children, be an excellent wife, and still fight these Satanists. It's incredible.
Oh, thanks so much for having me. Welcome home to Colorado.
Oh gosh, it doesn't feel quite as homey as it used to. I can tell you that. But it is beautiful today. It's still a beautiful state, and I just, again, we fight to regain sanity, just even sanity in Colorado. And there is, of course, no end to the insanity here. There's a bill that you guys have stamped out before, and it's come back again. And this is SB, what is it, 25-1
129.
129, SB 25-129. Let's put that up on the screen, Michael, because it seems so nice. All bills do in Colorado. It's just so sweet. I mean, not that one, sorry. It's the Colorado General Assembly bill, SB 25-129. It's the link. Legally protected healthcare activity protections. Let's just take a look at this bill for a second. There we go. All right. So tell me a little bit about this, but that sounds nice. Legally protected healthcare activity protections. What people want to have, whatever kind of healthcare they want to have. What's so nefarious about this bill?
So good at using deceptive language to thoroughly confuse people about what they're actually doing. And it's funny, I caught wind of this bill because I don't have cable at home, and my rabbit ear TV channel antenna was only getting ABC News, and ABC was bragging about this bill, that they were going to protect abortion procedures, they were going to protect gender affirming care procedures, and basically insulate the doctors here in Colorado who perform these barbaric procedures, mostly on children. And it's essentially what this bill is doing is doubling down on establishing Colorado as a transgender mutilation and abortion sanctuary state. So in 2023, they passed 3 bills, Senate Bill 188, 189, and 190, which established Colorado as a sanctuary state for abortion and gender mutilation, meaning for the 27 states who've banned irreversible sex change procedures for kids, they can come to Colorado and get those procedures for their kids, and the doctors are virtually untouchable. And so what they're doing with this bill is doubling down on that. They are eliminating all course of action for any kind of investigation into doctors who butcher children or perform abortions. And so the medical board can't look into them. The federal government can't look into them. Detransitioners who realize years later that they've been harmed by these doctors who took a vow to do no harm have no course of action through the legal system for any kind of civil complaint or lawsuit. And so they're just insulating our state as a place where children will be mutilated and murdered via abortion. And for people who don't know, this past election cycle, Coloradans voted in a ballot initiative that basically enshrines abortion in our Constitution, which makes it very hard to change. And so they eliminated parental consent of a child who's getting abortion. No adult will be notified when a child is brought here to receive an abortion. What that does is it protects child traffickers. We are now the state in the West where child sex traffickers can bring their victims, their rape victims, to have secret abortions. And within these bills that they pass, they also put in gender affirming care. They call it reproductive health. It's not. It's complete mutilation of otherwise healthy body parts, mostly of children and young adults. But they're making it so that we are just completely impenetrable when it comes to abortion and gender mutilation.
So we're going to be right back, guys. Sorry, we are up on a quick commercial break. You heard it here first. You heard it from Aaron Lee. This is exactly what they intend to do. We're going to dive more into this bill in just a few moments. We'll be right back. You're here with America's Mom on X America News. Right back.
Well, hello, everybody. It's Annie Cyrus. Welcome to my art studio where all the magic happens. This is the station for painting, and that is the station for all the resin art I do. If you want to check out my art, all you gotta do is go to lutfstudio.com. But I'm sure, for at least I hope, I'll see you at lutfstudio.com.
All right, everybody. Well, welcome back to America's Mom. I have to just stop and take a deep breath, because when you hear what Aaron Lee is talking about. You hear the legislation that's being passed in Colorado. You see these beautiful, let's put the bill up one more time. I want you to see the beautiful female faces that are advancing this. We have Lisa Cutter, Senator Lisa Cutter. Boy, they just look so nice and trusting. Senator Faith Winter, we do know she's insane, but I mean, they look like normal people. Representative Junie Joseph and Representative Karen McCormick. I mean, they look like normal people. Okay. They don't look like devils, although they are by what they're advancing on Colorado. So one of the interesting things about this bill is it gets covered, in my opinion, it starts out and you just think this is a prescription bill. You don't even realize the fullness of what this bill is actually doing. It's talking about out-of-state telehealth providers. It's talking about prescribing practitioners and how they have to label their drugs. You have no idea that this bill is protecting. It's a judiciary bill, guys. This is going to change the laws of Colorado in the judicial system and what information can be subpoenaed when you're going after these doctors who are performing surgeries that President Trump has said no. We're not doing this anymore. You cannot castrate and mutilate young children anymore. So they're literally, this bill is limiting subpoena power by attorneys who are going to be going after doctors who are performing these surgeries. Is that correct?
Yeah, it essentially makes it illegal for anyone to comply with a subpoena. So the insurance company that it's involved, any third party that's involved in the mutilation of children or abortions is not allowed to answer a subpoena from anyone, the federal government, the medical board, civil complaint, nothing. Like I said, it just completely makes these doctors untouchable here in the state of Colorado.
Okay, and literally the verbiage here in the overview, it does say if a person or entity brings an out-of-state civil or criminal action or attempts to enforce any order or judgment issued in connection with an action against another person or entity for engaging or attempting or intending to engage in a legally protected healthcare activity, which they're calling these mutilation surgeries and radical abortion, murdering babies on the day of delivery, all of that, gender affirming care, they're saying, or reproductive health care, the person or entity subject to the out-of-state civil or criminal action has a private right of action against the person or entity and may institute a civil action in district court within 6 years after the date of the out-of-state action. So you literally, so they're saying you can actually turn around and sue them for requesting this information about you because this is America.
Yep. Not only can you not find out what they're doing, we can then sue you for trying to find out what they're doing. And another piece of the bill that a lot of people didn't catch is that it allows doctors to prescribe anonymously. Now, that's specific to the abortion drugs, not the gender affirming care drugs. But what we know is that with these bills, they come back every year and just build incrementally on what they're trying to do. They build this barricade around the people who are butchering children and performing these abortions bit by bit. And so they made it so that doctors in Colorado and telehealth who practice in Colorado, so doctors out of state, can prescribe these abortion drugs anonymously and virtually be untraceable, untouchable. And we've had several bills here recently trying to just put some kind of guardrail around these abortion facilities because so many people are dying. I know that's a separate issue. Abortion and gender mutilation are two separate issues. The Democrats lumped them together as reproductive health care. But the reality is that people are dying in large numbers here in the state of Colorado from botched abortions. And there's no accountability. Now we're making it so that the doctors can prescribe anonymously and virtually be untouchable here.
And no accountability. Yeah, no accountability. If you have an incident happen with your child or with you, you have no one you can sue. You have no place to seek recourse from because this bill literally will give the person you're seeking recourse from the ability to sue you for even asking. This is insanity.
It's insane.
It really is.
And what's so scary is that Colorado's become, like California, the state where divorced parents bring their children when there's a dispute about mutilating their kids. I know dads in Minnesota. I know dads here in Colorado. I mean, there are dads in many states who have ex-wives and ex-girlfriends here in Colorado who are mutilating their kids against their will. And I also feel for all the parents who get bullied with the suicide myth. We were bullied with that. Do you want a living son or a dead daughter? If you don't allow your child to go through these medical procedures, they will kill themselves. You have two options. Either we take your child away or they kill themselves, or you go along with mutilating them because that's what the doctors here are pushing on families. And so there's a really common misconception that only willing participants mutilate their kids. That's not true. It starts in the classroom, then it happens in the counselor's office, and parents are bullied into harming their own children against their better instinct. And so now when those kids grow up and inevitably realize it's impossible to change your sex, that they were mutilating perfectly healthy body parts and caused physical problems that didn't otherwise exist. This is always the path for people who mutilate themselves. A very small percentage of people who transition are happy with it. I would venture to say none, that they're not being honest on polling. But there's over 50,000 detransitioners now in the Reddit group online. So there are so many people who are coming to learn, because there was such a fast track around 2012, 2015 to ramping up these procedures in the United States. And so many people have harmed themselves. And it's just despicable to think that they will have no course of action when they come around and realize how they've harmed themselves. There aren't even medical codes that exist in the United States to help detransitioners. So they have medical codes for mutilating kids, for performing these abortions, but there is no medical code in existence when someone wants to detransition. They have no support, and we're just making it even harder on them. And the legislators here in Colorado, we had a whole conga line of detransitioners for a bill a few weeks ago. They were demeaned, they were belittled, they were questioned. They weren't treated with respect, and they haven't been back to testify here in Colorado. And I don't blame them, because they're treated like dirt by these truly evil legislators.
President Trump has issued the executive order that the mutilation of children through these transgender surgeries is to stop immediately. Yeah. And if it does not stop, then they would be pulling funding, and that's happening. I've just received a letter, and I know Moms for America is pushing this out everywhere. I'm certain other organizations are as well, that if this is happening in your area, if you are still dealing with, you mentioned it, it's exactly right. It's what happened to you in the public school system. They're pushing the trans ideology, the LGBTQIA map agenda, all of that. You are to notify the Department of Justice. That's what's being asked. If you believe your school or your community is not complying with President Trump's executive order, this is regarding keeping men out of women's sports, but it does have an extended application where they're teaching transgender ideology or supporting this doctrine. We're supposed to be reporting that, because the National Education Association is no longer going to be funding states that continue to support this agenda. President Trump stated, we believe that actually God made you exactly how you are and how you intended to be. And I really love that. But what do you think is what's the practical nature of this executive order, of the DOJ truly investigating what's happening in states like Colorado and New Hampshire, Maine, California? Do you think that there's actually going to be physical consequences, financial consequences for pushing this stuff and destroying kids?
I do. So I'm in contact with the DOE and the DOJ, and I can confirm that they are taking this very seriously, that they, like you said, they created that portal, enddei@ed.gov, in order to track these reports. It's basically a tattletale line for parents to make reports, but they're taking it very seriously, and they are going to come down on states like Colorado who are really going against these executive orders. What's scary is that our attorney general here in Colorado pushed back on the executive order for child mutilation, along with Washington, Oregon, and Minnesota. So our hospitals, as soon as that lawsuit was filed, they ramped right back up with the child mutilation procedures. They basically thumbed their nose at the federal government and said, fine, take my funding. Our attorney general is going to go fight it. But I think a lot of organizations in these blue states are prepared to forego federal funding. And so I cannot emphasize enough that while Trump did the most, that he truly is doing the most that he can with his power at the federal level to withhold funding. And they will do that. They will withhold funding from these states and these organizations that are continuing to push gender ideology and mutilation. But we've got to keep pushing back in blue states. They're going to double down, triple down. Our school districts have said, well, our federal funding is only 10% of our budget, so we're going to forego it. We're just going to ask for more money from you, the taxpayers in the state. Yep. And we're going to triple down on gender ideology. So we cannot take our feet off the gas in these blue states, especially.
That's a really great point. So you're going to be, I did just see that actually from a county that is actively supporting trans ideology. It may have even been Fort Collins. They're going to be passing the measures again, asking for you to provide more of your taxpayer dollars, going to pass another levy. We need more money. We need more money. The districts that are going to need more money are the ones who are not in compliance. They are the ones that you're going to know for certain they're pushing woke ideology. They're pushing trans ideology, and your kids are not safe with them. We've talked about this a lot, and I can't stress enough, if you are in a blue state minimally, just at the bare minimum, would you advise, Aaron, that no parent should put their children in any public school in a blue state? Period.
Never. Never. That is always my bottom line message. Get your kids out of these failing government indoctrination centers. They are not safe for your kids. I homeschool private Christian and classical charter school. We're all over the place. It means sacrifice. But either you sacrifice for your kids or you are sacrificing your kids in this public education system. But we also can't forego the other 80% of kids who were left behind. So I encourage the good parents, get your kids the heck out. But we have to stay and fight for the families and the kids who don't know any better, who are being indoctrinated. That's our next generation. That affects all of us, whether we have kids in the system or not. What's happening to the next generation of kids in the public schools matters to us. It affects us. And so we've got to take control back of our school boards, keep pushing back, keep educating people, encouraging them to get out, keep supporting the alternative options like charter schools in our community. We've got to keep pushing. But get your kids the heck out.
Absolutely. And I want to remind everybody where you go to report cases like this, where they are promoting trans ideology, where they're continuing wokeism in your school, or they're advancing the trans surgeries in your community. You're going to go to dei.ed.gov. If you see a boy running with the girls in your track season right now, you go and you report it to dei.ed.gov. Go report it, you guys. You know, I remember they were like, you see somebody not wearing a mask, go report it. Go call your local, you know, all the nonsense that went on. That was for not wearing a mask. That was for things that nobody even cares about. We're talking about the allowance for public school systems to groom and destroy your kids. That's the eventual goal. And like I said at the beginning with Erin Lee and her daughter, and why it was so devastating, Erin, I just think about how much of a science they have this down to, how they were able to spend just a couple of hours with your daughter and a whole group of girls who all were impacted for years after that one meeting with a very focused, a very systematic approach to convincing your child that they are gender confused and they don't, you know, and they shouldn't talk to their parents. They don't really know who they are, and let this teacher walk them through the path to figure out who they truly are. A couple of hours. And when you think of that in light of the years of investment that you as a parent had put in your kid, it really is, it's shocking and it is alarming. And it took a long time to undo that damage, didn't it?
Yeah, it's such a pervasive issue. Yeah, but almost destroyed our family and almost killed my daughter. This confusion that she went through, coupled with forced affirmation when we took her to therapy, which is also a state law that they passed here in Colorado. Yeah, it's such a pervasive issue. It's happening to thousands and thousands of families across the country, and it's what I call the classroom to clinic pipeline. As I said, they indoctrinate these kids so subtly, whether it's books or pronoun conversation, or they fit it into math problems or reading assignments. It's everywhere throughout the curriculum. And then by the time they get them in this setting with these activists and say, oh, you're uncomfortable in your body, they're hitting them right when they start puberty. Of course, they're uncomfortable in their body. And that's exactly what happened to my daughter and others. And so, like I said, get your kids out of the public schools, but be cognizant of this classroom to clinic pipeline. A 2-hour meeting convinced my daughter that she needed to cut off healthy body parts and take hormones, wrong sex hormones, in order to fix herself when she was just going through normal pubescent discomfort and being quirky during a hard time, which was COVID shutdowns. So we've got to start talking about this classroom to clinic pipeline and standing in the way before kids get put on the conveyor belt, but keep fighting back too, like I am at the legislature level, keep fighting back against these horrible laws that once the kids get to the medicalization piece, we can prevent them from having to make that choice and go through it.
Absolutely. Like you said, the stories of those who are detransitioning are not being told. It's horrendous. It's horrific. Lifetime of problems due to the medications they took when they were young. I mean, this is not what they signed up for. And for as much as we talk about wanting to be there for children and give them what they need and comprehensively care for them, body, mind, and spirit, this has been the total and complete opposite. It's just, it's horrific. It is such child abuse. And I am waiting for the day when these people are truly going to be held accountable, especially Governor Polis. So Erin, you guys can find her at Erin4 Parents on X. Go check out what they're doing and follow along, especially the lawsuit that's pending right now. As you said, you're working with Pam Bondi and her team. She was incredible in bringing forward this lawsuit to hold these clowns accountable. These people are horrific and their ideas are horrific. It's such a Mengele style of medicine, it's just so bizarre to me that we are literally living in a time where you would tell a young girl to cut her breasts off to feel better about herself. It's impossible for me to understand how we arrived here. I can't. So thank you for continuing to use your voice and your platform, and for your family to be on board with this, to keep shouting from the rooftops exactly what's happening and why it needs to stop. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks for having me. And follow Protect Kids Colorado. We're going to fight back on the ballot.
Protect Kids Colorado. Go check them out. Thank you, Erin Lee. I appreciate you so much.
Thanks.
All right, guys. Well, I can't believe it. We're already at the end of our time together today. We're going to be back here with you guys on Friday. It is never going to end. I just want you to understand, evil does not sleep. It does not rest. It doesn't take days off. It doesn't take breaks. We're training for life here, guys. We're showing up because every day there is a battle that needs to be won. We're not just fighting for the sake of fighting. We want to win. And President Trump is definitely laying the groundwork for that. But this is not the time for us to back off or shrink back in a corner and let him do all the work. As Erin so beautifully pointed out, you have to keep working on a local level or nothing will get done. God bless you guys. Thank you for being with us today on America's Mom. Remember, all that's necessary for evil to prevail is for good men and women to do absolutely nothing. See you guys back here Friday.
Hey everyone, I am Linz Piper Loomis, and I am filling in today for Miss Miriam Shaw for Mission for Freedom. Thank you so much for joining me live here at Ex American News, Mission for Freedom. I'm also live actually on my Rumble channel as well. I'm Silent No More, and my X account at Linz Piper Loomis. Thank you so much for joining me today. We're actually going to be talking more about what I think is one of the greatest threats right now to our country and has been for quite some time. And we are seeing this narrative that is trying to basically bust out the gate, but there has been a lot of censorship. And so I'm just reminding you actually not too long ago that I covered with subject matter experts in the Islamic State, the terrorism that has been deeply embedded in cells inside of our country for quite some time. But we've been talking about legislation, how the Council on American Islamic Relations, which is actually on the terrorist watch list, has been affiliated with the terrorist organization founded and funded by Hamas, working with our legislators here in South Carolina and at the local level, the state level. And we actually see this happening in multiple states. And so I'm just going to pop up real quick this reminder of the article I wrote on 9/11. Never forget 9/11. Why is the GOP supporting legislators that support terrorist groups that have been deemed terrorist groups by our own government? How are these people still in office? Well, interestingly enough, and this is not going to be something that you'll pop up. We'll leave it on this screen for a minute. But the South Carolina Club for Growth, or the Club for Growth at large, which can sometimes be more moderate leaning, they actually brought out the scorecards for our legislators in South Carolina. And the ones that in Dorchester County that are talking about in this article that are helping sponsor, co-sponsor, defending this legislation actually have the same grades and sometimes worse than some of the Democrats in the South Carolina State House. So are these really Republicans? No. They're actually Democrats. And we need to start referring to them as that. But furthermore, our Constitution here in America, the Declaration of Independence, and I actually have it in my bag right here next to me, is very clear about those that are employed by us, serving in our government, who their allegiance should be to. And if it's not, what they're deemed as. And so when I actually look here in Somerville, they passed the hate crimes ordinance that is referenced in this article I just shared with you. And I've talked about this before. This is the welcoming mat for Sharia. Sharia actually means Sharia law, Islamic law. So there's no reason for me to say Sharia law. I learned from a friend of mine that it's actually redundant to say Sharia law because Sharia itself means the Islamic law, I believe, if I remember correctly. She'll correct me. She's also my producer. She's amazing. But the thing about this is, why is CAIR, why is the Islamic State that is here in America, why is it supporting this type of legislation and ordinances? Because if it gets passed, and at some point when people actually start waking up and pushing back against this legislation and against these terrorist entities in our country, then CAIR can actually come back, or these people who identify as Muslim Islamic State, they can come back and sue for religious freedom. We already have no-go zones in South Carolina. We have no-go zones in multiple states across the country. So passing this type of legislation, not only is it un-American, but it is an act of treason against our United States Constitution, South Carolina Constitution, and our Declaration of Independence. It has no place here in Somerville, in Gaffney, South Carolina, in Myrtle Beach, South Carolina, or any other part of South Carolina, or any other part of America, or American territories. It has no business being here. So I just actually, right as we're going through this, I just kind of want to identify a few facts. The next link that we're going to pull up is a list of the South Carolina governors in recent history. And so if we can scroll to the bottom of that, it actually will show you who was governor. Of course, we know Henry McMaster is the current governor. At the very bottom, it'll show you the history of who was before Henry McMaster. Before Henry McMaster, I think we can go down a little bit further, all the way down. It'll show you that it was Nikki Haley. Before Nikki Haley was Mark Sanford. So going back, I want you to pay attention, going back to Richard Riley in the 1979 to 1987 and moving forward. Now, I'm not saying that David Beasley is, or some of these others in here are that way, but I'm going to establish to you today when the no-go zone was established here in South Carolina. It was actually known as the hub for the expansion of the Islamic State at one point, because it was referenced by a terrorist over in Pakistan, referenced this Islamic no-go zone, Islamville, South Carolina, in his speech. There are some YouTube videos and different things that you can actually look up referencing what I'm saying. But actually, when I was running for Congress in 21 and 22, I went to the border. I went to some of these different places, and I came back and I reported on what I was seeing. The South Carolina GOP didn't want to hear it. Several clubs either limited me to just saying my name and saying what I was running for and would not allow me to speak, and others would just completely shut me down. And it wasn't until now, almost 3 years, 4 years later, that some of them are coming back and saying, oh, you were right. You were right about this. You were right about that. It's not about being right. It's about trying to sound the alarm and tell you what is happening. So I'm giving you examples, but what I said when I was running was that I had a Democrat. He's I'm not going to say who he is, but he gave me a call and said, hey, I was running on in the transit system in Charleston, and there was several Middle Eastern men, they're Muslims, that were bragging about the fact that Henry McMaster allowed them to come over here with their daughters, but their daughters were not their daughters. They were their child brides. Their marriages had been consummated overseas, and Henry McMaster allowed them into our country. And so did Nikki Haley, not into our country, but into our state, underneath refugee resettlement. And the thing is that there is a place for refugee resettlement, maybe, but we have to first protect our country and our children and our citizens, and we have to have a very thorough vetting process. The next article we're going to pull up here is from Fitz News, Holy Islamville Back on the Radar. And this is actually talking about the compound that was actually founded around 1982. And if we can scroll down just a little bit, this is actually bringing forward terrorist training camp or peaceful religious community. It's been known as a terrorist training camp. And the founder in the 1980s was by radical Pakistani cleric, and I'm going to probably murder the pronunciation, Sheikh Mubarak Ali Jalani. He is now deceased. But the thing is that this guy was listed, he was linked to terrorist organizations and different things like that. And so he was doing videos actually telling people, go to Islamville, South Carolina. We have a settlement there. This is where I'm sending people. And I actually have a YouTube video that we couldn't play here for you today. But this is why it's actually, they're part of the front for them is the Muslims of America. And I'm going to skip down in our list here to discover the network where we actually list who the Muslims of America are. It's a little bit further down. There it is. Consisting mostly of Black Muslims who reside in North America and the Caribbean, Muslims of America, also known as Muslims of the Americas, is the English name of the Pakistan-based Sufi Islamic organization, Jamaat-ul-Fakhr, JF, which was established in 1980 by the guy that I just told you, Jalani. In December 1993, Jalani reportedly took part in a conference of terrorist leaders in Sudan, where the attendees also included representatives of Hamas, Hezbollah, and Egyptian Islamic Jihad, and possibly Al-Qaeda. And we know the founder of that is Osama bin Laden. So this organization, this Islamville, was founded by this guy tied to Hamas, Hezbollah, potentially Al-Qaeda, and the Egyptian Islamic Jihad, founded a no-go zone here in South Carolina in York County in the early 1980s. And the sheriff at that time defended it because allegedly he was trying to protect their religious freedom. But the thing is that when your book of faith instructs you to expand your culture and not to assimilate into our culture, and they actually brag about it. They're like, we have prayers here. There's a TikTok video out there. They have a TikTok account where you can actually come here and be a part of our culture and, expanding this culture. They brag about not assimilating into the American culture and way of life, that they are a separate area of governance, basically. And they don't actually have any elected leaders. They have one person that is like the head of that. But anyways, what's interesting is these individuals, as we've stated over and over again, they are all about pushing their agenda, destruction and death to America. Why are we allowing people on American soil? If you're American citizens and you want to be Islam, or you want to be Muslim and be a part of the Islamic State, then move to Pakistan. We don't want you here in America because you were born into an American culture that is not this. And I'm not racist. I'm not a bigot. I'm just saying, when your faith wants you to destroy anyone who's doesn't assimilate or join your faith, and you say death to destruction and death to America, look at the track record of the Islamic State and what their path of destruction. We don't want that here in America. So if that's what you want to be, then move to those countries and be a part of their organization over in their countries. Don't come over here or stay here and say that you can establish your no-go zone here, because we don't want that here. And the fact that the governors, the Homeland Security, FBI, and some of these entities haven't shut down these camps is beyond me. And I know that there's not a lot of people talking about this besides some of the ones which here in South Carolina, there's not a lot of people talking about this, but we're going to talk about it here. But one person that is talking about it in massive amounts is Amy Meck with the Rare Foundation. If we can pull up that link right quick. She's got multiple areas. She had millions of views on an X post. And the thing about it is that it was taken down because there's a lot of people reporting on it. And then all of a sudden, Tom Homan is actually checking into it. So she's been reporting on this. There is a huge, what they're going to call the epicenter of the Islamic State, of this Muslim Brotherhood. Well, in Dallas, they've purchased some land. Take a look at this. People aren't talking about this because they're talking about other things, but we need to be talking about this. We don't need to wait till 3 or 4 years down the road where we look at like the United Kingdom. So this is important. There's multiple articles on this, but one thing I want to take a look at that I'm just going through my little links on here, guys. On the fuqrafiles.com/South Carolina, if we can pull that up. The fuqrafiles.com, it's right underneath the Fitz News link. And is that 5 minutes for a break? Perfect. All right, guys. So this is actually an interesting file that you guys should actually go check out. It actually talks about, we can scroll down just a little bit, the site. It talks about when it was established. It talks about parliamentary training. FBI counterterrorism report said that the Muslims of the American Terrorist Organization has a Jamaat, a private commune in South Carolina. So the FBI has already been on this. Why haven't they shut it down and shipped these people out? I mean, I know American citizens have certain rights, but when you are actively engaging in a cult that is against America and you're not willing to assimilate into our country, but you're actually building a compound and you're working with known people that are in the terrorist to have terrorist ties and terrorist organizations, pretty sure it should be shut down, and these people should be prosecuted for treason. If you're American citizens, you don't belong here, belong in jail at a minimum, if not deportation. So we're going to continue to look at this here in a second, but make sure you go to the rarefoundation.com, rarefoundation.com, and that's RAIR. Amy Meck is doing incredible work in this area. You need to check her out. On X, she is investing so much of her time and energy only to be getting censored, and that must mean that she's on top of this. We'll be right back after this break.
You're still looking good.
I'm still feeling good. You know, I've got all your MyPillow products. Mattress topper, bed sheets, MyPillows, towels, slippers, blankets.
I'm interrupting this commercial to do something I've never done before. Get 2 MyPillows absolutely free on orders of $100 or more. I can't do this forever, so get on board with this great sale today. Our best-selling 6-piece bath towel sets or kitchen towel sets, just $29.98. Our famous standard MyPillow is only $14.98. Queens, $18.98. King size, only $1 more. Body pillows, $29.98. Multi-use MyPillow 2.0s with pillowcase, $9.98. Save $40 on our Spring Percale and Giza Dream bedsheet sets. Any size, any color. So go to MyPillow.com or call that number on your screen. Use your promo code to save up to 80% on all MyPillow products. And when you spend $100 or more, get 2 standard MyPillows absolutely free.
Y'all, I love Mike Lindell. He has been amazing helping on the front of the election interference and election fraud, the stolen election, and so much more. His story is powerful. Please go over to MyPillow or mystore.com. You can go to either one. Use the code BISHON and help my friend Miriam Shaw out. Help support what she's doing here at X American News. She works really hard to bring forward so much incredible information, Bible studies, just incredible woman of God. I truly love her and I'm thankful for her friendship. So please make sure you go and help her out. So we're coming back to this topic, and the reason why I'm sounding this alarm, because we heard 4 years ago, 3 years ago, that there was these cells that were all across the country where there was terrorist cells, essentially. And, we know that they actually go back. I'm proving to you that this goes back even further than just recently. These people are waiting for an opportunity to do something like 9/11 or even more catastrophic. And the thing about it is that I've shown you now, hey, FBI knows about this group. They might say they're peaceful, but when they have ties to Hezbollah, Hamas, potential ties to Al-Qaeda, and the Egyptian jihad, Islamist jihad, we have problems. When the leader, excuse me, that founded and put that settlement in place, Islamville, South Carolina, and is saying that we need to expand this influence, we have issues. So I want to show you a couple of other links in here. One is I'm just trying to decide which one I want to go to. If we can go to the fundraising link at the very bottom, this shows you an active fundraising campaign right now. It says, help us expand the first, and this word, and I'm not sure if I'm pronouncing it right, Masjid is actually mosque in South Carolina history. Okay, Masjid. Okay, I'm still murdering it. My producer's helping me. She's amazing. Scroll down just a little bit. This is showing you that this is an active fundraiser still. It has 120 days left. So this means that they are actually renewing this. Now, the mosque has already been opened. There's already a mosque there, but they're still taking donations. This fundraising link is still active. They've renewed the time span on it. These kids are learning the Quran. They're learning their prayers. They're learning how to assimilate into the Islamic cult instead of the American dream, our American country, these types of things. So I just wanted to establish that they still have an active fundraiser live, and I don't know if they mean, but it says 120 days left. So that tells me that they've extended that fundraising link out there, and maybe they don't think people are going to look for this. Another article we're going to take a look at is the Post and Courier opinion. Proud Americans live in Islamville, South Carolina. What's interesting is if you're a proud American, then you're not going to assimilate into the Islamic cult and want to expand that. We've already established in previous episodes about the Islamic State Society in South Carolina, the two Islamic Muslim schools that are, one is in Greenville and one is in Columbia, and they're getting one of them is getting their accreditation through the South Carolina an NGO that gives accreditation to charter schools and private schools in South Carolina. Why are our tax dollars going this direction? So we also have the meforum.org, Islamist Watch, Islamville, South Carolina, all Muslim town faces. So there was a lot of pushback against President Trump when he said that he was going to shut all this down back in 2016. And I want to encourage President Trump to actually fulfill that. Let's shut down all these sleeper cells, all these terrorist cells, all these camps. Just like they're shutting down the Chinese, communist China police offices up in New York. They found out that was operating. Our government knows that this is an operation, and it is not racist. It is not discriminatory when you shut these places down. It's not at all. And I think that's the only articles we're going to address. I think that's going to be all the articles that we address. So I have some calls to action regarding all of this. If you're not in South Carolina, you're in another state, this is happening in your state. There are some trainings available that you can go out there and find out more about how to look this stuff up. Rare Foundation, there is multiple people. You can go to liveuptofreedom.com, discover the network. You can go to so many different places to find out what's happening in your state. And we really need to actually deem the Council on American Islamic Relations a terrorist organization. We need to deem them a terrorist organization, and every single one from the top to the bottom, we need to deem them a terrorist organization, and we need to take a look at their financials. Because when we mark someone as a terrorist in that regard, we can actually freeze their assets, and we can take a look at the money trail. Who are they paying? What money are they receiving? Where does it lead to? Does it lead to members of the state house in a particular state? Does it lead to special interest groups, lobby groups? Does it lead to congressional members, Senate or House side? Does it lead to members in different former administrations? Who's involved in this potential attempt of Islamic takeover, or to take over America? This is coming, and we have to put an end to it. The Bible is very clear about, in Hebrews 12, it talks about what can be shaken will be shaken, and what cannot be shaken will remain. And we see what's happened to Tommy Robinson over in the United Kingdom. We've seen that allowing this cult to grow and expand its influence in a country, it actually allows the raping of young girls, the murder of young girls. And we're not just talking people from their own demographics, but we're talking the English women, young women have been raped and in many cases murdered. And the pushback from the people has been met with the government, like warfare and lawfare against them. We see that Tommy Robinson is in prison for a civil offense, and they've had him in solitary confinement. It's horrific. And the government leaders over there are actually they're not taking part in fighting with the people against this terrorism. They're actually either succumbed to it, joined it, and in some cases there's more punishment for the citizens of the United Kingdom if they push back, they protest, they pray, than there is of people who are these terrorists that are raping these women and children, and boys too. I mean, boys are getting raped as well. So if that's the culture of the Islamic State, and we see what's happening in Europe, then why would we not shut these things down here? Why are our elected officials in South Carolina, people like Chris Murphy, who co-sponsored the hate crimes bill, people like Gary Brewer, who defends it, saying the Constitution needs to be reinforced by a bill that's partnering with the Council on American Islamic Relations? Chris Murphy has a video where he defended it on behalf of Israel. Last time I checked, CAIR hates the Jews, hates Christians. So, I think there's some people that have this sigh of relief that Trump's in office and now everything's going to be fine. That couldn't be further from the truth. We have to fight through peace, law, and order. And we have to demand that these elected leaders, and by the way, these guys have scores with the Democrats, in some cases lower than the Democrats. We need them to be kicked out of office. The Republican Party of South Carolina, Drew McKissick, the current chair, we're in reorg right now, has not said anything against any of this. So who's in his wallet? Who's in the pockets of these individuals? That's what I would like to know. What's in their pockets? Who's in their pockets? We showed you Chris Murphy's ties to affiliations with Black Lives Matter and National Action Network, Al Sharpton. These are not people that are pro-American, pro-Constitution. And we see this happening across our entire state. The only people standing up against it is the South Carolina Freedom Caucus. And people wonder why there's so much division in the Republican Party in our state and across other states. Why is there such a fight for to change the elements of the GOP, of the political party? Because we have allowed these sleeper cells to be birthed, to be planted, and to be bearing terrorist fruit. We have allowed they've allowed all of this, and are not speaking up because it doesn't benefit their pocket, doesn't benefit their position, their power, their pompous pulpits, whatever. So if you're a member of the South Carolina GOP and you're not examining this kind of stuff, and you're not speaking out against it, you're not informed, that's not my problem, and that's not the problem of the citizens of South Carolina or in other states. The GOP has to have a gutting. That's why I've titled this this series as counterterrorism, and I'm so thankful that Miriam has allowed me to, share this message here today, because we have to fight back. And I'm not saying go out and do anything that's absent of peace, law, and order, but at what point is the FBI? At what point is Homeland Security? At what point are sheriff's offices and in and throughout the country going to start shutting down these sleeper cells? They know they exist. You can't tell me that they don't. The software, the Pegasus software, the intelligence that our country has and our affiliates, our allies overseas have, we could totally shut this down. But I think the truth is that there is money to be found in war. There's money to be found when there's the ability or the potential ability to instill fear in the American people. And we have to understand that God has not given us a spirit of fear, but of peace, love, and a sound mind. That's what the Word of God says. So we have to understand that no matter what we face, no matter what happens, do we want to leave a country with Islamic sleeper cells and terrorist cells and no-go zones to our children and their children? I don't want to do that. I want us to rise up as the body of Christ in our identity as the sons and daughters of God, understanding that our authority, our rights do not come from government. Our unalienable rights have been endowed to us by our Creator. So my point of view in all of this and perspective is, if you're an American citizen and you're joining the Islamic cult, the Muslim Brotherhood, Muslims of America, Council on American Islamic Relations, any of these groups, then you waive your right to be an American. Because these people are not our friends. You literally yield your rights as an American citizen when you join this garbage. It's not the way that this country was founded. This country was founded on Christian values. The Constitution was constructed out of scriptures out of the Bible. And if you don't like that, that's not my problem. It's the fact, it's the truth. So we have to, the church really, and at large, needs to get involved. It is your responsibility as a believer, not just to show up to church on Sunday and keep the pew warm. That's not your only job. Your job is to seek first the kingdom of God and his righteousness, and everything else is added unto you. Or you can seek first the kingdom of darkness, and everything will be subtracted from you. So you have to decide what type of an America do you want. The word says that we can hasten the coming day of the Lord. It says that we can make the enemy a footstool for Jesus. The reason that we are where we are is because the church at large has abdicated her position and authority. Jesus said in John 14:12, greater things than me will you do. And multiple times he said that he's given us all authority through him to cast out demons, to heal the sick, to raise the dead, and we're not doing it. Those actions did not stop in the book of Acts. He has commissioned us not only to preach the gospel, but read the rest of that scripture. He tells us exactly what we are commissioned to do. So we have to decide, do we really want to raise the dead, or do we want to worship death itself? That's what the Islamic State does. They worship death. In their faith, it's like you go to heaven if you are a suicide bomber. Why do you think we said what's in your pocket? What if some of these terrorists done with bombs in there, these suicide bombers with bombs in their pockets? Is it going to take another 9/11 or worse for this country to actually listen to what we are saying to you? Is it going to take another event like that for the body of Christ to rise up? Satan is trying to convince you, if when you're engaging, seeking for Satan, the kingdom of darkness, and everything being subtracted from you, because if seeking first the kingdom of God and his righteousness and everything is added unto you is true, then the opposite is also true. If that's what you can't be lukewarm, you can't sit in the middle. So if you are engaged in seeking first Satan, the kingdom of darkness, because you're not seeking first the kingdom of God and his righteousness, then you are engaging with brokenness. It says that Satan is crouched around us, roaring like a lion. He lost his ability to stand full and unbroken when he fell from heaven. He will always remain broken. So he is actually projecting into you. He is now projecting into you what he is. We're going to take a quick break, and I'll come back and finish this up.
Well, hello everybody, it's Annie Cyrus. Welcome to my artist studio where all the magic happens. This is the station for painting, and that is the station for all the resin art I do. If you want to check out my art, all you gotta do is go to lutfstudio.com. Finish this painting, but I'm sure, or at least I hope, I'll see you at lutfstudio.com.
Y'all, make sure you go to that website that you just saw and type in the word mission after you select something from Annie's shop, and you'll actually get a discount and you'll be helping Miriam Shaw out. So I want to just kind of conclude what I've been talking about, and I'm bringing this back to the Bible because it's very important to understand that if we are actually going to change something, we have to stop engaging with brokenness. You're not a victim. At one point, if something happens to you, you're a victim, but we don't remain there, because when we remain a victim, then we're waiting for the government to rescue us. We're waiting for God to rescue us. We're waiting for something to rescue us. But we have to turn around and engage with seeking first the kingdom of God and his righteousness. And then we start stepping into survival, and then we start stepping into overcoming. And the Bible all throughout Revelation talks about overcoming. This is so key. Overcoming is key. Why? Because if we wait on God to rescue us, it's not going to happen. He's waiting for us to step in and say, we're overcomers. We're a solution. God, how do you want us to handle this situation? He's waiting for us to fast and pray and to seek him and go after him passionately, or not. And when we engage in that space, incredible things happen. Incredible things happen. And when we engage with, saying, oh, we're just waiting for the rapture to happen, we're waiting for Jesus to come back, God isn't going to rescue us. He's already given us Jesus. Jesus died on the cross, rose from the grave, and ascended to the right hand of the Father. And if it says we can hasten the coming day of the Lord, greater things than me will you do, and all of these scriptures, and we're not doing it, then the church lacks the demonstration and the power and the Holy Spirit of God. Then is it really a Christian church? Is it really the church of God? Or is it a replica of man's image? Is it a replica of Satan? I really want you to think about that. And I'm being real with you guys. I'm being so real with you. We have to stop being victims. There is a part where something happens and we have to move through being a victim. That's why a lot of times I brush things off and I'm like, it's not that big of a deal. I'm not going to give something power over me. But what I'm saying to you is we can make a difference. So that's my first thing, is we have to engage in that space. We need to understand that the Islamic State is a cult. It already has its web of infrastructure across this country, and it's building and expanding very quickly. And you can be like some of the ones I sounded the alarm to years ago, and others have sounded the alarm to, and sit back and just sit there and pray. Or you can actually engage in warfare, spiritual warfare, and engage in taking this country back through peace, law, and order. I don't condone violence. I'm just saying that. So we have to stand up, speak up, and show up. We have to demand that these legislators, they call me crazy and insane because I'm talking about this stuff, and defamatory. How is it defamatory? The Bible is very clear about the days that we're living in right now. So I really encourage you to stop with the rapture talk. That's even another rabbit hole we could go down, but not today. I want you to stop saying that you're waiting for Trump to do more. Actually, no. You were created for a purpose. You are a solution in this world. I believe all of us have been given a purpose of why we're here. And for such a time as this, Esther 4:14. What are you going to do? Your small piece that you plug in, plus somebody else, plus somebody else, plus somebody else, can change the entire situation we're in right now. Or you can sit back and scroll on social media, seeking first the kingdom of Satan, kingdom of darkness, and your life is going to be subtracted from you. There's going to be things that are subtracted from you instead of being blessed. And that's just God's honest truth. So this weekend, actually, I'm really excited. This is an opportunity for you to engage as a solution and ask questions and find out what's happening. This Sunday, and I think it's at 6 or 6:30, 6 o'clock, we have several people that are saying, hey, come sign up for $5 and we will have this forum. We're going to talk about Islamization through legislation. We've got Krista Shields. She's a subject matter expert in the Islamic State, as well as Annie Cyrus. Annie is a former child bride from Iran. Miriam Shaw, as you guys know, because you're watching her show right now, and myself. So we're actually going to have this time where you can actually have a small setting where you can listen in and ask questions and hear what's happening. Krista Shields is very engaged out in Texas. So we encourage you to sign up for this. You can go to liveuptofreedom.com and secure your spot. It's important that you figure out what you can do. And there's a lot of people that will say, oh, government's not my thing, politics isn't my thing. Well, where has that landed us to this point? Tell me where in the Bible that God said, sit back and watch me do everything. What did he tell Noah to do? He told Noah to build an ark and his family. And Noah warned people, but at some point he had to stop warning people. He was being ridiculed, mocked, made fun of, probably told he was crazy, insane, defamatory, whatever the remarks are, right? And he built the ark. And then the rains came, and those people were no longer laughing. They were probably trying to figure out a way to get into the ark, but it was too late. So what are you going to do? You're going to wait until the rains come and the floods come, and it's too late? Is that the type of America you want? I don't. And, many of us stay on the front lines. We get worn out and exhausted. We're thankful to be there. But there are indicators, as we've talked about previously, where the Islamic State is working with a cartel in human trafficking. We've explained to you time and time again. I came here saying Catholic Charities was involved in the trafficking of children through their NGO at the border. And people were like, that's not true. That's not true. And now, guess what? 4 years later, it's true. 3 years later, it's true. So are you going to wait till the facts match up to your opinion of what you think is happening before you actually get engaged? Like, there's so many of us that are just sick and tired of trying to coddle what I call baby Americans. No, you were born in this country. It's time to understand who you are and let's move forward. If you're a believer, you need to understand your identity is in Christ. You don't need to take an entire lifetime to decide that you're finally going to walk in your purpose. There are people that go through a process of healing. I'm not talking about that. But it says, Paul said in the word that grace is not an excuse to sin. Now, there's a process of healing that takes place when people go through things. That's not what I'm talking about. But how long are you going to continue to use grace as an excuse to sin and keep living a life that is not one that's sold out for God? It says, Jesus told us that we would be persecuted and we would be mocked. And he also said, I didn't come to bring peace, I came to bring division. So right now is this moment, this opportunity you have. One, if you've never given your life to Christ, I think Miriam would be fine with me saying this. It's time to give your life to Christ. John 3:16 is very clear. God so loved the world that he gave us one and only Son, Jesus Christ, that whosoever believeth in him will not perish and will have everlasting life. You got to repent of your sins. Repentance is not, and I paraphrase that very quickly because I'm limited on time, but repentance is not just saying I'm sorry, but it's actually turning away from brokenness and engaging with wholeness, which is turning away from the devil and turning towards God who wants to make you whole. Your sins weren't just covered on the cross. Your healing, everything was done through the cross. It says in Revelation 13:8 that the Lamb was slain before the foundation of the world. So everything that you've gone through, all of your burdens, all of your opinions, everything, you can just lay it on the cross, and now let's move forward. It's a simple prayer. Dear Heavenly Father, I just ask for you to send your Son Jesus to come into my heart. I understand that he is the gateway of life, and the only way I can enter in through you to you is through him. So I repent for my sins, and I ask that you would come into my heart and take up residence. I want a personal relationship with you. In Jesus' name, amen. If you've prayed that prayer, you are now a believer. You are my brother or my sister in Christ. The word of God is powerful. We are all spoken words of God. He spoke us into existence. He breathed into us air from into our nostrils, the breath of life. There is no other creation that is like humanity. We were created in the image and the likeness of God, and he loves you and he forgives you. There are consequences for sin, but the great thing is that God can come in and he can transform you and turn your entire life around if you will just surrender everything to him. If you're a believer, if you just said that prayer, it's really important for you to get in the word of God and understand your role as a believer. And then if you're in America, what your role is as an American citizen. You can't just show up on voting day. You can't just show up here or there. You've got to get engaged. Matthew 6:33 is a great scripture. If you've never read the Bible, go read John 3:16, read Matthew 6:33, go to Ephesians after that and read the book of Ephesians. It's powerful. We have to take back what has been stolen from us. It says that Jesus came to bring life and life more abundantly. It says in John 10:10, the thief comes to steal, kill, and destroy, but Jesus came to bring life and life more abundantly. Which one do you want? Do you want to be stolen from, killed for, destroyed, or do you want Jesus, life and life more abundantly? That is the faith that established America. That is the faith that established America. Thank you so much for tuning in today. Thank you to Miriam for letting me hop on here. I'm so thankful to fill in this space. Please go to her website, help her out, contribute to what she's doing. She is an amazing woman of God. Thank you for your support for X American News. Our website is now up. Stay tuned for updates there. You can find us on X American News. And thank you so much for tuning in. God bless you and God bless America.
And here we are once again. Welcome to The Right Hook. I'm your host, Steve Hook. It's a real pleasure to have you with us. Once again, we're on Rumble. We're on X America News. We're pretty much everywhere. So Facebook, I mentioned X America News. It's good to be with you once again. We remind you to follow us or watch us every Wednesday and Friday, 4 p.m. Eastern Standard Time right now. And then, of course, the day after tomorrow. And hey, by the way, if you look at my lower little third here, follow me on X at RightHook1776. We've got a huge show for you today, a lot to talk about, which is no shock because as every day President Trump has been in office, there has been a lot to talk about. You could literally do a show any day of the week and have a complete new news cycle to go over. That's just the nature of the way things are going so fast. Trump is operating fast and furious, and so too are the district and circuit court judges around the nation trying to stop and slow down and impede this president in any way possible. I'm very, very happy to welcome to the program today. And Jeff, I want to get your name right. CAIR, right?
CAIR.
Okay, God, I had it right off air. Jeff CAIR is the host of Ringside Politics. And Jeff, as I was saying with you off air, man, between your show and my show, The Right Hook, we've pretty much got the boxing analogy sewed up tight here online. But welcome to the show, Jeff. Tell us a little bit about the show and about you, man.
Yeah, Steve, thanks for having me. I love the name. I love your name. I think it's great. So yeah, I started in this crazy field 26 years ago, and started with a radio show, and then added a TV show, and then started writing. And I do a show in New Orleans called Politics with a Punch, a comedy show. And, it's been a great journey. I mean, things have changed so much in the years I've been on the air from, I used to do my own board, used to do everything myself, take my own calls. Now, fortunately, I have producers that can help, but, radio has remained constant. We like the interaction with the listeners, with the folks that are dealing with all the craziness that these politicians dump on us. And here in Louisiana, we've had a bunch of bad politicians. New Orleans is a blue city and a red state, so we got a lot of crazy liberal policies. And, so we cover all of that on our show and enjoy it. It's been labor of love all these years. And, I was a Trump delegate in 2016. I was co-chair of the Trump campaign in Louisiana that year. Was excited to help get him elected, and thought he did an awesome job in his first term. He deserved a second term, but of course, I believe the election was stolen from him. And then it's been the quest ever since to get him back into office. And my gosh, he has hit the ground running. He made it too big to rig. He got back in there. And the good thing, Steve, is this time he's put around him some people that agree with him. So he's got loyalists as opposed to backstabbers and rhinos and neocons. And he's off to a great start.
And it's funny. I hear you say he's got loyalists and he certainly learned a lot from that first term. But to hear the media tell it, that's a bad thing to have loyalists. Completely forgetting what Obama surrounded himself with. And
Steve, we got to always remind them what Eric Holder said. Eric Holder said, "I am Barack Obama's wingman."
Yeah, that's right.
That was his attorney general. Now, Trump didn't have a wingman as his attorney general during his first term. Now, hopefully, he's got a wingwoman, Pam Bondi, as his attorney general. I hope she's going to be a great attorney general, and I guess we'll have to see.
Looks like she's trying. She's off to a roaring start. I have no doubt that there's a lot of people deep inside the swamp in the administrative state, call it the deep state, call it what you will. But as well as I do, Jeff, there's a lot of people trying to kneecap every member of this administration. So not only has Trump surrounded himself with great people like Pam Bondi, I think Marco Rubio was a wonderful choice. He's got Pete Hegseth in there in defense. I mean, it's just Kash Patel. Now we got Dan Bongino. But he's also surrounded himself with a great group of lawyers, and it's a damn good thing he has, because they are really going after him with these circuit court district judges, all of them, by the way. Well, not all of them, but actually all of them the second term, all of them Democrat appointees, Jeff. Does that come as any shock to you?
It doesn't. The judiciary has really been overrun with leftists, and we just look at the math, Steve. So 12 out of the last 16 years, we've had liberal Democrats as president. So they've been able to, have all kinds of progressive, crazed leftist judges nominated, confirmed, appointed. Biden got more judges through than Trump did.
Yeah.
And, they're all over. And, they're very, very left wing, and they see Trump as someone that they're going to try to stop. And that's what they're doing. So they venue shop, they go to the right judges. Just look at January 6th. I mean, none of the people that were involved in January 6th were able to get justice because they were all tried in places like Washington, D.C.
Yeah.
Which, where they were trying to go after Donald Trump. I mean, Donald Trump got 4% of the vote there. There's no way a Trump supporter or President Trump can get justice in Washington, D.C. No way.
Yeah. And the same could be said for New York and what happened there. I mean, and then when you point that out, they're like, oh, he was convicted. He's a convicted felon. And you're right, D.C., especially the circuit court there, that is a cesspool, man. I mean, it is disgusting. Let's go over some of these judges real quick, Jeff. You got Judge James Boasberg. Now, this is the guy that told Trump basically, turn the jets around and return. We want the rapists back. We want the murderers back. We want the child sex traffickers returned. They deserve to be returned. So that's him. By the way, he's an Obama appointee. I guess I mentioned that. Then you've got Judge John McConnell. He's another Obama appointee. He's at the Rhode Island Circuit Court. He opposed Trump's spending freeze on USAID. Now, it's worth pointing out that Judge John McConnell's wife was directly receiving funds in the hundreds of thousands of dollars from USAID. Does that come as a shock? She was getting lots of grants. So he might have a little vested interest in making sure that those freezes come to a halt. So he's done that. He's done another injunction. And then you've got this guy, Judge Amir Ali. He's been on the bench for all of 4 months. The last circuit judge that Biden used his auto pen to appoint. There he is. He's a D.C. district judge, and he opposes the billions in spending freezes, like, the transgender operas in Singapore or wherever the hell they are. These people are, and he's a Biden appointee. So 2 Obama appointees and a Biden appointee, and the media is cheering them on as if Trump is violating the law. I mean...
Well, let me ask you this, Steve. Did these same media people condemn Joe Biden when he ignored judicial rulings on student loans?
Oh, of course not.
I mean, didn't he just ignore a bunch of rulings and go ahead and still give away free money to people that had loans and forgive all these loans? He didn't abide by court rulings.
Yeah, exactly right. And, to that point, Jeff, that's a great point. Chief Justice Roberts came out and basically said, hey, man, it's not a good idea to start threatening to impeach judges because you don't like their rulings, and you should abide by their rulings. But he didn't say Chief Justice Roberts didn't say a damn thing when that very item you mentioned was brought up, when they were.
Well, here's the problem, Steve. Chief Justice John Roberts is terrible. I mean, he's the guy who gave us Obamacare. He's been turning his back on Republicans and conservatives for years. We've got a Supreme Court that has 3 liberals, 3 conservatives, and 3 that sort of just go back and forth, moderates, Roberts, Coney Barrett, and Brett Kavanaugh. And, I was talking about this on my radio show. It's interesting. Democrats, whenever they nominate somebody for the Supreme Court, that person is a progressive from the day they start till the day they end. Republicans, it's a crapshoot. You never know whether you're going to get a great justice like Clarence Thomas or a loser like John Roberts. And our vetting must be terrible because we don't put the right people on the Supreme Court. So we've got all kinds of problems right now because of some of these recent Supreme Court rulings where Amy Coney Barrett and John Roberts sided with these 3 liberal wackos.
Yeah, John Roberts has become kind of the D.C. cocktail circuit court judge. That's what he's about. Seems like he's kind of roped Amy Coney Barrett. What a disappointment she's been thus far. I mean, just unbelievable.
And she's from my city. She's from Metairie, right outside of New Orleans. Went to, if I'm not mistaken, Dominican High School. And there were a lot of people down here that were like so excited about her. I was at a meeting the other day. Big disappointment in her now. And you got to wonder, what she's afraid. I don't know what she is, but she really has let a lot of people down.
Well, it does seem like her rulings as a justice are, kind of a complete 180 from where she stood prior to becoming one. It does make one wonder, scratch their head. What the hell's going on? What is it they're putting in the water there at the in the bubbler at Justice, at Main Justice, I guess. I don't know. Good Lord. Yeah, well, I want to talk about some of these and much more, but I want you to hear what Trump says. Annie, do I have time to play the Trump clip? Okay, good. Well, we do. She says we do, so we will. Trump was on last night, Jeff, with Laura Ingraham on Fox News, and she basically brought up what we were just talking about, Justice Roberts kind of repudiating Trump's call on Truth Social for the impeachment. Of course, Trump's not alone in that call, by the way. There's quite a few people. But this is what Trump had to say last night. Cut one, go.
He didn't mention my name in the statement. I just saw it quickly. He didn't mention my name, but many people have called for his impeachment, the impeachment of this judge. I don't know who the judge is, but he's radical left. He was Obama appointed. And he actually said we shouldn't be able to take criminals, killers, murderers, horrible, the worst people, gang members, gang leaders, that we shouldn't be allowed to take them out of our country. Well, that's a presidential job. That's not for a local judge to be making that determination.
And that is exactly the point. All of a sudden, the executive branch is being usurped by an appointed judge from the opposite party, no less, but one that never was elected. Trump was elected. He got more electoral votes, more popular votes. He won all 7 swing states. And these activist judges decide they're going to try to be the little Dutch boy with their finger in the dike to stop the Trump agenda. How do you think this is going to end?
It's really, Steve, the last bastion of the left. I mean, they've lost they've lost the governorships. They've lost most of the state legislatures. They lost the House. They lost the Senate. They lost the White House. I mean, they're losing the media. I mean, the media is now becoming more independent, thank God, with shows like yours. And then, of course, they fall back on the judiciary, which I think is still solidly overall left wing. Yeah. When we look at the judges that we're still dealing with out there, from Clinton to Obama to the one from Biden. So that's their last refuge.
Yeah, obviously, if they can't get it done legislatively, they'll get it done through the judiciary. It's pretty sick, and it's obvious why they do it. But I want you. I know we're gonna have to take a break here in a couple of minutes, so I don't want to jump into this next clip, but I want to get Newt Gingrich had a great take on this. Well, actually, you know what, Annie, do we have time for that? Because it's a pretty short one. Okay, yeah. We have 3 minutes here. Let's play, because this is what I think that you and I would agree that Newt Gingrich is spot on here with his idea. Cut 2 real quick.
The House and Senate Judiciary Committees should have 2 kinds of hearings. One, they should have sort of intellectual hearings, bring in smart people, legal scholars, lay out the case that the Founding Fathers never wanted to have these kind of radical judges seeking to interpose themselves between the elected officials of the American people and their own whacked out left-wing views. And then second, I think it would be very educational to bring in the weirdest of the judges and have them under oath explain why they made the decision they did, what the source of that decision in the Constitution is, why it's a legitimate decision. And I think these judges would look really bad, and you'd begin to understand that they really represent a radical worldview with no constitutional basis.
I'd pay to watch that. I'd love to see that. I'd love to see John Kennedy from your state jump up and take one of these judges down. That would just be so much fun to watch, don't you think?
Well, you're right about John Kennedy. I mean, he specializes in making these Biden judges look foolish. And then you got to think, well, how in the world was anybody that has such little knowledge of the Constitution, such a radical background, nominated for any judgeship? And then, that goes to show you what we dealt with Biden. I mean, the most radical people he put on the court. I mean, we've got someone on the Supreme Court that doesn't even know what a woman is, Steve. I mean, we are really in a fix here. It's going to take a while for the new Trump administration to get some of their appointments in there to try to even the scales. But in the meantime, I love the speaker's idea sort of expose these radicals, bring them up there. And I also like the idea about impeachment.
Yeah.
Because for too long, I think Republicans have been sitting back and
I
allowing
agree.
the left to just roll over them. I mean, Donald Trump was impeached twice for nothing. The left will do that in a heartbeat again if they ever take control of the House.
Oh, they'd impeach a lot more than just Trump, I'm sure. They'd go after everybody. They would go after Elon Musk. Look what they did to Rudy Giuliani. Look what they did to a whole slew of Trump.
And what did the Republicans do when they had control of the House? Did they impeach Biden? No.
Nope.
The only one they impeached was Alejandro Mayorkas, the worst cabinet secretary in American history. But I mean, they just they never returned fire with the same kind of aggressiveness against the Democrats that the Democrats put toward them. But now I see a new attitude with Trump 2.0 and the Republicans, and I think that's good.
I think you're right. I mean, I've even noticed it in John Thune, of all people. So, I mean, there is hope. Trump is definitely showing them the way. Okay, listen, we got to take a break, Jeff. But when we come back, I want to, we've talked about the judicial activists and whatnot on the courts. To your point, you mentioned the media is becoming a little bit more kind of on the fence. Well, yes, that's true. And no, I mean, it depends on what, but I agree with you. They're being forced to change. We'll talk about the media and specifically some weird stuff's going on over at CNN lately, and we'll talk about that in just a second. My guest is Jeff Crouere from Ringside Politics. I am Steve Hook. You're watching The Right Hook. We will be right back right after this.
You're still looking good.
I'm still feeling good. I've got all your MyPillow products. Mattress topper, bed sheets, MyPillows, towels, slippers, blankets.
I'm interrupted this commercial to do something I've never done before. Get 2 MyPillows absolutely free on orders of $100 or more. I can't do this forever, so get on board with this great sale today. Our best-selling 6-piece bath towel sets or kitchen towel sets, just $29.98. Our famous standard MyPillows only $14.98. Queens $18.98. King size only $1 more. Body pillows $29.98. Multi-use MyPillow 2.0s with pillowcase $9.98. Save $40 on our Spring Percale and Giza Dream bed sheet sets. Any size, any color. So go to MyPillow.com or call that number on your screen. Use your promo code to save up to 80% on all MyPillow products. And when you spend $100 or more, get 2 standard MyPillows absolutely free.
Well, thank you, Mike Lindell. And what a great deal that is. Take advantage of it. I mentioned that MyPillow 2.0. That is my travel pillow of choice because I don't feel like I have to wear one of those neck brace pillows. I can tuck in with that travel pillow in the plane, and I'm great. The sheets are great. Everything that they sell there is great. MyPillow.com, MyStore.com. Remember the promo code HOOK. Call 1-800-749-7095. Use that promo code HOOK and save up to 80%. On your purchase. And remember now, $100 or more, and you get 2 free standard MyPillows. And I've got like a dozen in my household, so jump on them. It's great stuff. Okay, Jeff, thank you for hanging in, brother. I want to just real quick before we talk about the media and what's happening at CNN, and you probably know where I'm going with this. I'll give you a hint. There's a couple of guys over there that are doing wonderful things. One of them is Jennings, and one of them is this Harry Enton guy. Even though I think that he's probably a lefty, at least he's a straight shooter. But before we jump into that, I just want to kind of make the case to the audience that they understand just how bad this judicial tyranny has become. I'm reading from an article, I guess it is from FNC. It's from Fox News Digital, Jeff. It says here, former Trump administration Attorney General Bill Barr added remarks in 2019 that there were only 27 nationwide injunctions in all of the 20th century compared to 37 at that time against Trump. This was obviously his first term. Since President Trump took office, this is 2016, federal district courts have issued 37 nationwide injunctions against the executive branch. That's more than in 1 month. That's more than 1 month. By comparison, during President Obama's first 2 years, district courts issued 2 injunctions. And it goes on from here, but Democratic appointed judges ordered 92.2% of all injunctions against the Trump administration. That doesn't come as a shock, does it? And this week, just last week alone, they've been issuing injunction after injunction. Republican appointed judges, by the way, ordered all 14 of the nationwide injunctions against federal government under the Biden, but it was only 14, and they've issued 14 in the last week. So it's a little bit staggering to compare those numbers and then have somebody with a straight face look at you and say, that's just the law. He just doesn't want to follow the law because he's a tyrant.
Well, that just shows you right there. There's those numbers, how much the left controls the judiciary. Only 14 during the lawless Biden administration, all the different things the Biden administration did that judges could have jumped in on, the mandates, ignoring court rulings, allowing a southern border to be wide open, et cetera, et cetera. So, yeah, 14 of them. And of course, many times more with Donald Trump, because the left-wing judges believe in activism. They want to legislate from the bench. They want to try to limit the control of President Trump because they don't like his politics. They don't like his agenda.
Yeah.
So they're getting involved. They're going beyond the scope of what their duties. So we're going to be dealing with this, Steve, the entire term of Donald Trump. This is what the left is going to continue to do. And a lot of these appeals, I guess, will go up to the Supreme Court, and we'll see what Amy Coney Barrett and John Roberts are made of.
Yeah, exactly right. I think Trump's just going to keep on pushing. But so you're right. They control the judiciary in that regard, or at least a good swath of them, these district courts in D.C. And, we can talk about others as well. Obviously, Rhode Island is somewhat screwed up. Vermont, too, I would wager. Pick a state, any blue state, for that matter, any red state with a blue city, and you're going to find that. But the media is being forced, Jeff, to kind of come to grips with the fact that Trump is on a roll. As I mentioned today, they're burning up Teslas and Tesla dealerships, Tesla charging stations, privately owned Tesla cars and trucks all over the place. These are the same people, it should be mentioned, that said anyone that wouldn't buy Bud Light was a hater. And now they're out burning cars and calling for the immediate overthrow of the United States. You're not going to shut it down, overthrow it. But the media is realizing that, Trump has kind of caught fire here. I want you to see what CNN's Harry Enton had to say about these numbers that came out last week. And this has got to scare the hell out of them. Cut 3, Annie, if we could, please.
Spare all I have to say, Democrats, call your office. We're March Madness times. Terrible, 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 to quote the great Charles Barkley. View Democratic Party favorably. CNN SRS, look at this, 29%. NBC News, you want to go lower than that? How about 27%? Both are record lows, the lowest going back to 1992 in CNN polling, the lowest going back on record to 1990 in NBC News polling. The majority of Americans hold an unfavorable or negative view of the Democratic Party at this point. All I can say is I'm a big fan of the oldies, so I'm going to quote Chubby Checker, how low can you go?
Nice. Well done. With that, what about congressional Democrats specifically?
Yeah, what about congressional Democrats specifically? You think these numbers are low? How about this one? Holy Toledo. Voters' views of the Democrats in Congress among all voters disapprove, 68%. And look at the approved number, just 21%, even lower than the Democratic Party at large. This is the lowest on record for Democrats, according to Quinnipiac University polling. You think these numbers are bad? Let's go to this side of the screen. We'll look how Democratic voters feel. Get this. The plurality of Democratic voters disapprove of Democrats in Congress at 49%, and just 40% approve. Horrible, horrible, horrible. Oh, my goodness gracious, you just can't get worse than these numbers.
Oh, my God. I wonder what kind of dirty looks Harry Enton gets in the back hallways of CNN. They must just look at him like, you Judas, you're stabbing us in the back.
Steve, he is a liberal, but he does tell it like it is. And, he does give the facts out to the viewers there. And a lot of times it's bad news for the Democrats, and he doesn't sugarcoat it. I mean, he just tells it how bad it is. So he was also talking about how Trump's numbers were good. So I give him credit. He's a liberal who will tell the truth. That's what we want in journalism. We want people to be truthful with their viewers. And I think he's an asset for CNN. As you mentioned, Scott Jennings is an asset for them. So, I mean, are they waking up? They're having, 2 people out of all the dozens of people on the air that, tell the truth. Maybe that's the start of something, hopefully.
Yeah, hopefully those are the two dominoes that are going to get the rest of them to fall. But yeah, Jennings is always great because he always just, I don't know how the guy stays so calm in these panel situations. I would be losing my mind, but he's always just got, yeah, well, you know, and then then he proceeds to make them look foolish. And Harry Enton, yeah, he's obviously a lib because I've seen him, when he's not even discussing this. But boy, he really is trying to wake the Democrats up. So, Jeff, to that end, the Democrats seem to have this as a platform. Trump is Hitler. That's it. I mean, I know what they stand against. I have no idea what they stand for other than transgenders in bathrooms, illegals flooding the border. I mean, they make it pretty easy, don't they? To kind of.
Yeah. Well, they stand for abortion on demand, wide open borders, transgender rights, and constant war. They're the warmonger party now. So, back in the day when we were growing up, they were the peace and love party. They were all about, Woodstock and hanging out and being peaceful. And now they're war. They want to go to war everywhere. And, they're in bed with the neocons. So it has changed. The Democrat Party is nothing like the Democrat Party used to be.
I know it. It's shocking. Here they are defending this kid. He's not a kid. This terrorist sympathizer, Mahmoud Khalil, and what he's the havoc he's wrought over at Columbia and Barnard College. That's of course right across the street. It's a female college, and it's just turned into a complete anti-Semitic hate fest over there. But who do the Democrats support? Of course, they support him. When Trump orders out Tren de Aragua and the MS-13 flights to El Salvador, they support the guys on the planes being deported. I don't know. Do you think they're ever going to find their way back to the center, or have they ceded too much power to the squad?
I'm noticing Gavin Newsom in some recent podcasts is trying to make a shift to the center. That's what I'm noticing. Maybe he's positioning himself to run in 2028. I don't know. He's one of the ones that they talk about with Gretchen Whitmer, and I don't think Kamala Harris is gonna make it because was universally viewed as a terrible candidate. But what's interesting, you mentioned about these Venezuelan crazed criminals that this judge wanted to bring back to the U.S. This is the same judge that threw in jail January 6th protesters who did not have a weapon, did not attack police officers, did not break windows, just walked into the Capitol on January 6th, and he threw them in prison. So he wants to make sure that these Venezuelan terrorists are not punished, but he wants to punish peaceful protesters. So that shows you, the sickness involved in these people.
Yeah, it really is. It is bizarre. And they seem to only kind of ratchet that up because Trump is on the side of getting rid of them. Obama deported a whole lot of people, folks, and they didn't say a damn thing. Now here's Trump taking prisoners and getting rid of them, and they're having a conniption fit. Did you happen to watch, Jeff? Did you happen to watch the video of them getting marched off those buses in El Salvador? The beards shaved, the heads shaved. I'm like, boy, you talk about an F around and find out video. There it was. And I thought it was wonderful, and they were clutching their pearls over it.
I thought that that was one of the most inspiring videos I've seen in a long time, because you have a guy in El Salvador who is a no-nonsense guy, and he has got a maximum security prison. He has been turning that country around. He has declared war on the drug cartels, war on the criminals. That is a safe country now. That's a country on the rebound because of him. And now he's taking these terrorists. He's going to put them to work. He said there's going to be no idleness. He's shaving their heads. They're going to be working during their time behind bars. They're not going to be lounging in any prison cells. So he's a great asset for Central America. I wish other countries would follow his lead. But that was awesome to see that. And I'm so glad he was the one who sort of thumbed his nose at the judge, saying, oops, too late. They're already here in El Salvador. I can't turn around now. And they're in prison. They already had their beard shaved off.
Yeah.
Got their heads shaved off. They're behind bars.
Yeah, it was pretty funny to watch. And I got to say that The thing that makes it doubly ironic, I think, is the fact that, well, you kind of touched on it, the J6, the way they were handled, the J6. I've interviewed some of those folks, and I've heard their stories, and I've been to, I mean, there's like 72-year-old grandmothers that all they did was step 3 feet inside the building, turn around and walk away. And then all of a sudden they're getting raided in the middle of the night. They're getting pulled out and getting arrested.
Well,
It was,
another one is Dr. Simone Gold. I mean, a woman who's a doctor, a health leader, someone who was inspiring to millions of people, was holding an event there, walked into the Capitol. I mean, he threw her in prison. I mean, it's insane what they did. I mean, and again, I think some of those judges involved in that should be prosecuted.
Yeah, here.
Total miscarriage of justice.
Well, by the way, our intrepid producer, Annie, is hitting us with some breaking news. Annie, share with us, apparently a new injunction has come down. Oh, yeah. Astronauts have to be returned to the space station, Jeff, according to the very reliable BuzzFeed, or no, who's that? Babylon Bee, rather. So,
Steve, what could Joe Biden do well? I mean, he couldn't secure the border. He couldn't keep our cities safe. He couldn't take our troops out of Afghanistan without a debacle. He couldn't even bring astronauts home from outer space. I mean, not one thing that this guy did was an accomplishment, was a positive. He was like a negative King Midas. I mean,
everything
touched turned to just total disaster.
Yeah. But, depending upon how you look at it, I mean, the left seemed to love it. They loved all this crap. They loved the transgenderism crap being forced down everybody's throats. They love and that's the irony, isn't it? They love the pronouns. They loved all of this. And all of that they loved is what got them destroyed back in November.
Because they don't represent a majority of Americans.
Yeah.
That's not a majority view. The majority of Americans don't want men competing against young girls in sporting events or in locker rooms with them. The American people don't like that agenda that they were pushing. So they got what they deserved, Steve, a total defeat.
Completely agree. And I think that it's strange that it's an 80-20 debate here with regards to the transgender thing. 80% of the country says, you know what? I don't want men who identify as women with full-blown male genitalia changing next to my 14-year-old daughter, or boys, whatever. And they opt to side with the 20%. It seems stupid, but they're tripling down on stupid now.
Yeah, they really are, and let the debate continue. I mean, they'll just continue to lose. Normally in a midterm election, the party out of power wins seats. I mean, I'm hoping this is going to be a total change from the history. I hope the Republicans can gain seats, and President Trump can get more of a margin, because his margin is so slim now. He needs more of a margin. If the Democrats don't move to the center and keep doubling down on this craziness, I think they are going to lose more seats, Steve.
Yeah, I think they're going to be wandering the political desert for a long time. My 2028 ticket selection for the Democrats is AOC and Jasmine Crockett. I think that's what they need to do. They need to lean heavily into AOC. I mean, those two are just communicators.
How about Bernie Sanders? He's going on a tour around the country, speaking out against oligarchs and trying to rile up the left. I mean, maybe at 86, he's going to run.
He just might. But, I'll tell you what, we got to take a break. When we come back, I want to play, for one, I want to get your take on Caroline Leavitt, the new White House. What an upgrade from KJP, huh? But she had some choice words today. And I also want to talk about, and I think we'll consider this kind of a silver lining. It looks like Generation Z is going way more conservative than the last couple of generations. Younger generations are starting to figure this out, and that can only be for the good. Okay, so let's take a break, a quick break. We'll come back on the other side. My guest for the whole hour, and so happy to have him, Jeff Crouere from Ringside Politics. You're watching The Right Hook. I'm Steve Hook, and we'll be back after this.
Well, hello everybody. It's Annie Cyrus. Welcome to my artist studio where all the magic happens. This is the station for painting, and that is the station for all the resin art I do. If you want to check out my art, all you gotta do is go to lutfstudio.com. Finish this painting, but I'm sure, or at least I hope, I'll see you at lutfstudio.com.
And that beautiful artist is our very own Annie. She's our producer, and as you can see, she's a great artist there. Go check out her website, why don't you, and buy a one-of-a-kind piece of art. You can say, I have an Annie original hanging in my, well, wherever you want to hang it, I guess. lutfstudio.com. If you can't remember that, just remember this. Live up to freedom. lutfstudio.com, and get yourself a one-of-a-kind piece of art from our beautiful Annie Cyrus. She's, as I said, she's not only a wonderful producer, she's a great artist, and she sells a lot of this art because it's good. That's why. So go check the studio out and find something and help keep us on the air by buying some art. Okay, let's welcome back Jeff Cruer. Jeff,
amen to that, Steve. Yes, indeed.
Yeah, indeed. Absolutely right. So I wanted to, by the way, a couple of comments from some of our viewers and listeners. Josh says, were the Biden pardons even legit for Trump to void them? Well, this is going to be obviously a question that'll have to go to courts. I don't even know if it'll make it, but it was all auto pen. What do you think about that, Jeff, that it looks like at least 80% of major legislation and executive orders were signed by auto pen? What do you think?
Yeah, I wrote about that in my last column, Steve. My thought is this, is it's not legitimate, that Biden was unaware of his surroundings. I mean, he was mentally incompetent really from the 2020 campaign on. You notice what they did. They propped him up through 4 years. They gave him scripted news conferences. They limited his press interaction. Whenever he met with a foreign leader, he had cue cards. He couldn't even speak on his own. I mean, he was handled. They rushed the media out of the White House constantly, quickly. And then when he was on his own in that debate with Donald Trump, I mean, the whole country saw the man is mentally incompetent. And they finally had to make a decision, and they moved him out, and they brought in for a coronation Kamala Harris. But I don't think a lot of these pardons were done with his knowledge. I think they all could be challenged. I think the auto pen was used for a lot of executive orders and pardons. In 2022, the Heritage Foundation found that a lot of the pardons that were done were when he was down in the Virgin Islands. And the pardon said that it was from the city of Washington. No, he was in the Virgin Islands when they were signed. And then there's the episode that Mike Johnson shared when he talked to him about a LNG prohibition that Biden had signed in a executive order limiting the sale of LNG overseas. And Johnson was like, hey, that hurts us here in Louisiana. And Biden's like, I didn't sign that executive order. I didn't do that. And he's like, Mr. President, you did. And Biden was arguing with him. So he didn't even know, Steve, what he signed. So my question to your audience is, who was really the president?
Yeah.
It was the auto pen, whoever was controlling the auto pen, and that was not Joe Biden.
Yeah, President Trump, by the way, posted a very funny meme on his Truth Social. It's a picture of him and from 2016. It says underneath the picture, it says 2016 to 2020. Then there's a picture of an auto pen, and it says 2021 to 2024. And now there's the mugshot picture of President Trump again going forward. So he's got a sense of humor. You got to love him for that. Yeah, they're probably going to keep the Trump administration so bogged down in fighting these stupid injunctions and everything else that who knows if this will ever get brought before a court. But God knows that they should, because even if the Trump administration doesn't bring it, somebody, judiciary somewhere in the committees in either the Senate or the House need to take a good hard look at it. Another comment we get from Kelly Bird. She says, when will the Trump administration start making arrests? Well, we'd all love to see that, but here we go again. It's going to be, that's politically, that can be a little bit dicey for one. You got to have everybody lined up. You got to have your case completely made before you even consider it, because God knows the media is going to come after you. Pam Bondi would be a punching bag. Well, what do you think? Do you think that some arrests may be forthcoming?
Well, historically, Republicans don't do it and Democrats do. I mean, look at all the Trump supporters that wound up getting prosecuted and jailed, from Steve Bannon to Peter Navarro. Paul Manafort,
Roger Stone.
What happened to Roger Stone? So the Democrats have, no qualms with going after Republican supporters of Trump. But then on the other side, you don't see that same sort of aggression from Republicans normally. They want to be ladies and gentlemen. They want to play nice. They want to have etiquette. Democrats are cutthroat, cold-blooded. They, do what they can to provide support for their agenda. So I'm hoping this is a new era now with Donald Trump. And I'm hoping they're going to push back and give the Democrats a taste of their own medicine. Democrats never get a taste of their own medicine. And maybe they will now.
I agree. And I think the motto of the Republican Party going forward from here for a long time to come should be fight, 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 because they're going to have to. And Trump, I think, largely won with that one photo of him standing up with blood coming down his ear, screaming, fight, fight, fight. I mean,
and let's just say this: we need to get to the bottom of those assassination attempts. And he promised that information was going to be revealed, I think, last week, and we haven't gotten the results of those investigations. I'm going to tell your audience that there's no way that those two nutcases acted alone. Ryan Ruth in Florida and Crooks in Pennsylvania. There's no way. It was too much involved in that. They had help. They had accomplices. And I'm hoping that's going to be revealed at some point.
I'll tell you what, too, Jeff, the problem is not only, we talked earlier in the program about how the judiciary has been basically infested and has since metastasized with these liberal activist judges. But of course, the libs also kind of, let me rephrase that. I don't want to say the libs, the progressive movement in America, if you will. They've also got the media. They've also got Hollywood. They've also got, to a larger extent, professional athletes who don't know their ass from a hole. They're great with playing whatever sport they're playing, but they're very quick to weigh in on this stuff. And so they've kind of got a trifecta of propaganda that they can throw against you. And I think that is largely being ignored nowadays. I think people are looking at it. They're watching shows like yours, shows like mine, and they're making up their own mind. And they're saying, gee, maybe Mika and Joe don't have a clue what the hell they're talking about.
Yeah, I think you're right. I think the Hollywood stars are losing their influence. All of the Hollywood stars came out for Kamala Harris. It didn't amount to a hill of beans. The media was all for her. It didn't work. They own the courts. They own the universities. They own the deep state. They own the bureaucracy. They own Hollywood. They own the special interests, the unions, most of the media. But it still didn't work. They still lost.
Yeah,
which is awesome. So that means the American people are waking up. They see how phony these people are. They see how ridiculous they are. And hopefully they will continue to have less and less influence going forward. But it's a battle. These people are going to keep battling. They're not going away. They're going crazy right now. You see what they're doing. They're losing their minds.
Yeah.
So we have to keep that. Look at what they're doing to the people like us, swatting. Look at what they're doing to folks that are on the conservative side trying to tell the truth. And that's a dangerous ploy that they're engaged in here. So
yeah, all the while they're screaming that we're Nazis. It couldn't be more absurd. Projectionism, cognitive dissonance, and just plain up willful blindness and willful stupidity, I suppose. But Jeff, as I mentioned before the break, the good news is it looks like the youngest generation, the last couple of generations, this is, of course, the generation that got locked out of schools. They really suffered. They got told they couldn't go to their proms. They couldn't go to their graduations. a lot of that generation, the COVID generation, if you will, is going the exact opposite direction. They're calling these idiots out for what they are. And I don't think that the left has any answer to them. So they just play to their crazies.
Well, that's good, because these are the young kids who unfortunately had whacked out teachers that were trying to turn them into transgenders and, try to push a radical agenda on them. And the fact that they're now turning against that and becoming more conservative makes me realize that they saw the folly and all that and the ridiculousness of it and turned against it. And we're not influenced by that kind of craziness. So that's good. I mean, it's heartening to see. There were some generations where we've had a very hard time making inroads because they were pretty left wing. I've got a son who is now in Austin, Texas, started out as pretty liberal, but now as he's started out on his own, paying taxes, becoming aware of the business world, he's turned more conservative. And I think that's what you see when people get out there in the world and learn how to deal with all the taxes and government. They become more conservative when they realize, the intrusion into their lives that these left-wingers constantly push.
Yeah, and it is. I mean, it's just so. It is kind of inspiring to watch the youth of America. A lot of them will say stuff along the lines of, "Well, they're all full of, they're all full of it," and maybe they've got a point there. I mean, I was cynical too when I was 19 years old, but I also had a modicum of common sense that today's hardened lefties don't seem to have. They, when you think that the way to win people over is to burn their cars or SWAT people. And folks, swatting, for those of you who don't know what it is, I think nowadays most people do. It's almost common vernacular now. But swatting is when you call up law enforcement and you report a fake crime or a hostage situation or this drunken idiot across the street or at such and such address is doing this, that, and the other. And of course, no such incident is happening. But, it's going to really end tragically one day when somebody opens the door with a gun in their hand, wondering who the hell's banging on their door at 2 a.m. It's
right.
Couldn't be more dangerous.
Oh, I know. And thank God we haven't had a tragic situation so far, but we've had a lot of close calls.
Yeah.
And it just shows you how crazy these people are and how dangerous they are. When you see the violence, it's coming from the left, Steve. You saw it at the Trump rallies in 2016 when they brought in people to beat up Trump supporters at the rallies. You've seen it ever since then. They've lost their minds. The left used to be the peace and love movement. Now they're about hatred and violence.
It really is.
Scary.
It's so. Yeah, it used to be power to the people, down with the man. Now, when they become the man, it's shut the people up, burn their cars. And to that, I want to go to this clip from Caroline Levitt because I just think she's brilliant. Here you've got the failed tampon Tim Walz talking about how he keeps a stock app on his phone just so he can look at it and be reassured to watch Tesla's stock plummet. Now, folks, forget about Elon Musk for a minute and think about all the people that work for Tesla, all the people that work on Teslas, people that own Tesla. By the way, it's worth pointing out that Tesla's market cap is $1.37 trillion. That's more than the next four combined. So Tesla's not going anywhere. But this is what Caroline Levitt had to say. And this reporter, he lobbed her such a softball, but she hit a grand slam with it. Cut 4, go.
More on Tesla, Caroline. Tim Walz, Governor Walz, saying last night he frequently checks Tesla stock. In doing so, to quote, give me a little boost during the day. How should Americans view politicians who take pride in the downfall of an American car company?
I think that's quite sad, but I think Governor Walz unfortunately is living a sad existence after his devastating defeat on November 5th.
God, I love that woman. Just absolutely rapier wit, very quick. She didn't fumble around with a 8-inch binder like old KGP did.
Right.
It's just, I mean, she's really sharp. And Tim Walz, what a letdown. Let me just say this. My parents were both from Minnesota, okay? Back in the day, my mother was a screaming, she's since passed. She was a great woman, but she was a Democrat, but she was a yesterday Democrat, not a today Democrat. She supported Hubert Humphrey. She even supported Jimmy Carter. I don't know if she ever forgave herself for that, but whatever. That's neither here nor there. But the state that gave us Walter Mondale, who ran in '84 and got crushed by Reagan, but at least he was a moderate. By today's standards, he'd be a rabid right winger. But back in '84, he was at least somewhat of a moderate in the Democrat Party. As I mentioned, Hubert Humphrey. Now look where they're at. They've got Tampon Tim, for God's sakes. What are they thinking in Minnesota?
Don't forget they have Ilhan Omar and they have Keith Ellison.
That's right.
So, I mean, Minnesota's a cesspool of crazed lunatic left wingers, and I did see the numbers from the last election. The Republicans did marginally better. There's always this hope that maybe one day we can turn Minnesota red, and maybe they can make some inroads there continually. But in the past, they did have people like Norm Coleman and others who represented the state. But then they got, Al Franken, and, they became more and more wacko. And Tim Walz is an embarrassment. I mean, if I were in Minnesota, I'd be embarrassed that that guy's my governor. I mean, he did horribly on the campaign trail, just subject of ridicule. And he mentioned the other day, Steve, he's thinking about maybe running for president in 2028. So good luck to him.
Good luck to him. Tim and his toxic masculinity. And trust me, a tongue firmly planted in cheek. But yeah, there are a whole bunch of wackadoos out there. And the problem, I think, in Minnesota is nobody lives in large swaths of that state. It's frigid up there. So St. Paul and specifically Minneapolis dominate the political world up there. And they have been completely taken over by these radicals. As you mentioned, Al Franken. Good Lord, Al Franken. He's even eyeing a comeback of sorts from what I've heard, but I don't know. I heard that a few weeks ago. I haven't seen much from it since. But Jeff, listen, why don't you tell us about, I know you have a book out. I want to, because we're about to wrap up here, and I want to give you, because I'd love to have you back on the show. Yeah. So tell us all about where we can find you and all this.
Yeah, it's been a pleasure being with you, Steve. Thank you for having me. I'd like to encourage everybody to check out my website, which is my last name, CRUER.net, CROUERE.net. And on there, I have links to my columns that I do, the shows, social media, information about my book. It's all there on the website. We do polls all the time about certain hot button issues. We also, of course, post some of my videos up there and some other good stuff on there. So that's a great resource for folks, and I'd love people to check it out. It's CRUER.net. And I thank you for the opportunity to be with you. It's been a lot of fun.
Well, it's been a lot of fun on our end as well, Jeff CRUER. Go check him out and follow him. God knows I just followed you today, Jeff, so right. I'm expecting a follow back.
Yes.
But there you go. I look forward to having you on the air again with us. It was a lot of fun, my friend. We appreciate it. You have a great day, Jeff. Take care of yourself, man.
Thank you, Steve. Thank you.
Take care. All right, folks, that's just about going to do it. But I do want to remind you, Friday we come back on the air, and we have another guest. It's going to be a good one, too. Robert Spencer from Jihad Watch will be my guest for the hour this Friday from 4 to 5 p.m. Eastern Standard Time on The Right Hook. Until then, I am Steve Hook. Thank you for watching. Thanks to Annie at the mothership. Thanks to our guest, Jeff CRUER. And thank you most of all. We'll see you next time. Goodbye.
And hello, Hearts of Oak. Thank you so much for joining us once again. And it is wonderful to have Chad Connolly back with us again. It's been over a year since he was with us, and it's wonderful to have him join us once again with his insights. Chad, thanks so much for your time today.
Peter, I'm honored to be with you, brother, and thanks for what you do. And I'll bet your audience will enjoy my accent as much as my audience will enjoy yours.
It's a good mix. It's a good mix. That accent there, South Carolina, of course, Chad served as 2 terms of the chairman of South Carolina Republican Party, was a Republicans National Committee's first ever national Director of Faith Engagement, and I'm looking forward to finding out what he has been up to. At Chan Connolly is the X, the Twitter handle, and of course faithwins.org He's founder and president of that, getting Christians out to vote, making sure Christians don't sit at home and think it's all done and dusted. It's only done and dusted whenever every individual gets out and plays their part in an election. So, Chad, it's great to have you. And I want to find out what you've been up to. You get the vote out, and then the vote goes the way you're praying for. But that's not really the end. That's just the beginning. You've just got over the first hurdle. So maybe give us a little bit of flavor of what it means for your role actually having President Trump in the White House.
Well, Peter, as you know, it is just the beginning. And if you've heard me speak, and I know I did the show, and anybody who watches our clips on YouTube or anywhere else, they'll see that I really work hard to make people understand our effort at Faith Wins is not just about elections. I believe that what's missing in society, your nation, my nation, is a grounding of a biblical worldview. What President Trump would probably call common sense, men are men and women are women kind of thing, is what we focus on. So there's no question that President Trump, the conservative movement, the Republican Party are certainly going to align more closely with my biblical worldview. And I know your audience and mine as well. A lot of people will say, I'm a Christian, and they may be culturally leaning that way. They may not really know what that means, but they also probably do know that while me and you and every other person is imperfect, Jesus was perfect, and he was the perfect substitution on the cross for our sins. And so I don't try to portray the party or a person or a candidate or personality as anything perfect. I try to tell people, you as a Christian have an obligation to vote. And I hope that a lot of your listeners have read the Sermon on the Mount. I keep pointing people to Matthew 5, verses 13 to 16, when Jesus tells us to be salt and light. And my point with pastors and faith leaders and just people sitting in churches, how can you be salt and light if you don't go vote your values? And if you let people get elected to office who are diametrically opposed to the biblical things you believe in? And that seems to connect with people, Peter. And that's really what we do. We talk to them about issues. It's life. We're made in God's image. And of course, we've got all these links for scriptures on our site and in our talks. Biblical marriage, religious liberty, freedom of conscience. Those are all biblical issues. Border sovereignty, that's kind of a big one. Limited government, I believe clearly is a biblical issue. I can go right down the line. The defense of Israel. Blessed are those who bless Israel, cursed are those who curse Israel. And so we talk to people about issues. It does happen that our people are going to line up more with quote unquote Republican voters. And look, plenty of the folks I talk to say, boy, I don't like the Republican Party. I don't like the Democrat Party. And I say, it's kind of like churches. Is my church was perfect till I got there, and I'm imperfect too. When somebody says, I'm not going to that church, there's a bunch of hypocrites. We tell them, well, come on down. One more won't matter. So we really try to focus in on issues and involvement and ongoing engagement. And if you want to reference that Matthew 5, 13 to 16, Jesus is very clear. He said, if you're not salt and light, and the way he puts it, if the salt has lost its flavor, its savor in the King James, it's good for nothing to be thrown into the street and trodden before the feet of men. So even if you're somebody who wants to do well and do right, and maybe you don't know the Bible backwards and forwards kind of thing, which I don't think Jesus requires that anyway, then you got to look at that and go, okay, I have an obligation to engage. That's where we come in.
There are lots of things I want to pick up. One thing I saw, I think it was a week ago on War Room, Dave Bratt was on with Steve Bannon, and they used the title of the segment, America is Back Because God is Back. And it's a very, I think, American. For a UK audience, that seems strange. For a US audience, it's, well, why not? And in the US, you wear your faith on your sleeve, or we hide it under a bushel, definitely.
Yeah.
But that concept, America's back because God is back, it may be overstating it, but certainly for me as a Brit, it seems to be there's a new freedom and a new hope. and a new expectation that God has something for America, that it's not that America is finished, but actually there is a purpose ahead for them.
You know, I think it's a great point, and I love that you asked this question. You know, we went from 4 years where God was acknowledged. You know, Joe Biden would say, God bless, or he'd mention God in a speech, and yet he supported abortion on demand. And so up to and including birth, Peter. And so any biblical Christian would go, whoa, 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 whoa. In God's top 10, he says, thou shalt not murder. And so people saw a confusing message from leadership. Now you've got a president in who says, wait a minute, that's wrong. This is a baby. This is a life. We should protect it. Who also actually said in the state, his address in front of Congress last week, there are two genders, men and women. And you and I know in Genesis, he created them male and female. You know, they're two genders, not 100 and whatever, however many that happens to be because the wind blew differently on Tuesday, and, you know, catering to feelings like society has done. Jesus said in scripture, he's the same yesterday, today, and forevermore. And we watched society change. Well, we watched it change in the presidential leadership. So we went from having a presidential administration that literally was arresting grandmothers, praying silently in front of abortion clinics, to now the president and the vice president come to the pro-life march in January. That's a marked difference. We go from an administration who says, well, Congress won't do anything about the border, and millions of illegal aliens come over, even criminals, rapists, murderers. We don't know who all came over. They had no restriction to, there's basically nobody coming to the border. It's shut down. And you and I know there was human trafficking and massive drug trafficking going on. So while the Biden administration supported, enabled, allowed all that, now we have an administration that's actually looking at Christian values and saying, hey, those are good. We should encourage those in society. And I think what the Biden administration did was tear a lot of those down. That's why you see Christians so excited.
Tell me about the kind of preparation before, because you were obviously involved in the run up to 2016, but maybe 2016 was a win that wasn't 100% expected.
Yeah.
2020, that's a whole other conversation.
Yeah.
But then in 2024, there seems to have been so much work done beforehand to prepare the ground to go in, and we've seen that in the flurry of executive orders. But what does that preparation mean? I'm sure you can refer back to what it was like in those early days in 2016, but what does that preparation mean for actually a Christian ethos, biblical values, and even church engagement?
You know, we have a saying that I bet you've heard: personnel is policy. And I think what you've seen is in the first administration, President Trump, they cobbled it together late. My friend Reince Priebus, I was working for him. They had to throw an administration together. I think President Trump basically said, we're not going to talk about this. We don't want to jinx it, whatever. That was his approach. And now I think one of the greatest blessings is he didn't go back in 2020. He's had 4 years to think about this, to ponder it, to look at what worked and what didn't work, and to think about the people he liked to have around himself. And I got to tell you, as a believer myself and biblical Christian, it's really exciting to think that the President of the United States has so many committed Christians around him. There's prayer going on in the White House like never before, that people are telling me. So the preparation really was, okay, 2020 didn't work out. Now we got time to take a step back, see the big picture, what worked, what didn't work, and let's put together a team and a game plan that we don't have to wait. If you remember, Peter, I don't think that out of that Plum book, what is it, 5,000, 6,000 White House jobs that are on the property. I don't think they filled a fourth of those in his first 4-year term. And I think that what they did through the America First Policy Institute was they basically built that structure. And they started putting names in those spots early on so they would have people to vet right out of the gate. So I think that a lot of the preparation that happened was very thoughtful and deliberate. For us with pastors, we never stop. I tell you, I'm working today on Zooms in the different states that we're in already preparing the field for 2025's activity with issues and 2026 with elections. And I think what's important, and you touched on a bit ago, and I kind of alluded to it, we don't want to just be about elections. Now, elections bring attention, right? People are watching. I actually like doing the work right now and in the year before, the year after, when people aren't thinking this is political. I'm trying to draw the whole thing out that in a biblical worldview, my God's big enough to be in everything all the time. And to me, it's inconceivable that the God who created human government would want his very own people not to be involved in it. So this year, as I'm prepping the ground, as you said, that's what I'm doing. We're expanding our teams in all those key states so that there are Christian votes. Yep, I won't vote votes, but I really want Christian voices. I think society's, it's broken, right? And y'all see it, we see it. We've seen the numbers in Christian identification go down and down and down. I think just a couple of weeks ago, Pew came out with a study. For the first time in decades, that's actually stopped the decline and started to go back up. Bible sales are out the roof. And as I told some people yesterday in one of my meetings, Hispanics, African Americans, young people voted for conservative values. And I think our role now is to teach them why those matter. And, Trump articulated them better to get that across to people. But we got to show them why those matter. And look at some of these Democrat-run cities in America. It's amazing. And look at his address last week. The Democrat Party has decided we hate Trump so bad that even the greenies are going to burn Teslas. That doesn't seem like an environmentally friendly thing to do. They won't stand for mamas who lost their daughters to illegals who bashed their daughters' heads in with rocks, Peter. They won't stand up and clap for those mamas. They won't clap for a 13-year-old black kid who's beaten brain cancer. They want to fight that. Now they're about to shut down the government because that they don't want Doge cutting waste. It's really insane. And I know the scripture, Isaiah 5:20, when he said, the prophet said, "Woe to them who put good for bad and bad for good, and sweet for bitter and bitter for sweet, and light for dark and dark for light. Woe to them." And that's what we're seeing. We've seen an inversion of what's right and wrong. I think society is hungry for somebody, your country, my country, the world. People are hungry for somebody to cut through that noise and clutter and tell them that, there is truth. And it doesn't change just because our feelings are hurt.
Part of that woe to those who call evil good and good evil, those who called in the churches. I want to get your thoughts on this. Those in the church who called the murder of a baby healthcare, and those who called let's bless every type of union because we love people and reject truth. How does it fit? Because there is Trump has he has talked about how important the Bible is. He's talked about how important faith is. I've no idea whether he is a believer or not. Certainly the assassination attempt, the first one, has made him ask questions, and he's had those publicly. But with the church, how does it fit in, certainly over the last 4 years, of that rejection of some basic biblical values of what life is, looking after the most vulnerable in society, which the voiceless, those actually have no voice, or the children in the womb, and then moving away from that union of a man and woman and actually just anything goes. How does the church fit into now a different political environment, considering the church has really been at fault for what has led up to this point?
Look, I totally agree with you. This is when people say, excuse me, are you a Christian? I make a point to say I'm a biblical Christian. I seek to be a biblical Christian. I dealt with this a lot in the media running up to the election with this evangelicals for Harris. And excuse me, it's pollen season in South Carolina. I made the point that I would like to speak to some of these people who claim to be evangelicals for Harris and ask them what kind of evangelical they are. If you're claiming to be for somebody who's for abortion on demand, up to and including birth, that's not in my Bible. Excuse me, buddy. It's Claritin time in South Carolina. The pollen's running rampant.
I
It's a
remember taking
confusing,
Claritin in the middle of
yeah,
hay fever season.
it's a confusing thing for people, right? Because when people don't know Christ and they don't know Jesus, and they're not seeking to follow after him, then they just see church and they think that means everybody. And let's face it, they don't. It doesn't. And that's why I use the term biblical Christian. And Jesus said we need to abide in him. If we love him, we're to follow his commandments. Look, I think that Isaiah 5:20 applies here. There are a lot of pastors, priests who've capitulated on truth. It started years ago. In fact, you're a reader. I just finished reading Kruger or Kingor's book. Paul Kingor wrote the Reagan book called The Crusaders, which got me into reading the next book he wrote called The Devil and Karl Marx. And it really talks about where that split in the churches started was a communism that decided we're going to go at the church. I don't know if you followed, we had a major denomination that's declined massively the last 25 years. And I grew up United Methodist. I grew up in a little country United Methodist church that was biblical. Well, over time, the United Methodist Church decided, yeah, abortion's okay. And, the Bible's true, but there's these places. And I left the United Methodist Church years ago. They just had a split in these last couple of years. And the conservatives, the biblical Christians, became global Methodists. And the United Methodist, I think the last I heard, they lost around 50 or 60 or even 65% of their numbers. And when you're willing to stand on your politically correct nonsense and capitulate on scripture, I'm glad I'm not God. I'd find my bag of lightning and thunder and have at it. What are you people doing? Because they're leading people astray. And you've read the book of James. There's an especially curt warning to those of us who speak and teach and lead others. And there's a higher standard. And when you mislead people and you take them down the wrong path and away from God, and you make him something that he's not, woe to you. And like I said, I'm glad I'm not God. But there's no question in my mind that has led to a lot of confusion. And if somebody's listening or watching and they're in that spot, I tell them to pick up the New Testament and read the book of John and start asking some questions. I don't know if you saw Tim Allen, who's a famous Hollywood actor, has been tweeting about he'd always kind of, thought the Bible was okay and it's good, but he really never read it. And so he's decided he's going to read the entire Bible. He's been tweeting about, I didn't know. I didn't know. I listened to the narrative from the media or the left and progressivism, and I didn't know this. So the Bible will reveal itself, and God will certainly defend himself through his word. And we too often judge people, right? We look at people and think that must be a Christian. And what we really need to do is look at Jesus. When I get on airplanes, Peter, and most times I'm just so tired, I'm ready to take a nap, right? But sometimes people talk, and what do? I'll run a pastor network, and that leads one thing to another, and hey, we'll all be in heaven together. That's kind of the path a lot of it takes. And I said, well, do you know you're going to heaven? Yeah, I'm going to heaven. They'll say, and I'll go, well, I'm absolutely going to heaven. And he said, well, I think I am too. And I said, well, why do you think you? Well, I'm a pretty good person. That's the number one answer I get. I'm a pretty good person. Well, if you had to rate that on a scale of 0 to 100, where would that fall for you? Well, and they'll give you that C average, right? They'll say I'm a 75 or 70 or an 80. Everybody rates themselves average. And I'll go, well, gosh, I hate to tell you, that's not good enough. And they say, well, what's it take? It takes 100. Well, that's impossible. Exactly. That's impossible by you and me, but a guy named Jesus hung on a tree and took away the sins of the world for everybody. And all we have to do, Romans 10:9 and 10 says, we're to admit in our heart we're sinners. Lord, I can't do it without you. We're to confess him before his name, and we're to accept him in our heart that he took our place on the cross, and then we shall be saved. And so I have that conversation with people on planes and, just out and about. And it's fascinating. People think they can be their own standard measure. And that's why you need a measuring stick. And that's what Jesus is. So this confusion that you're talking about, people really think the church. I think we got to draw the distinction to biblical Christianity, not just somebody who is a cultural Christian.
I completely agree with your thoughts that actually where you spend eternity is probably the most important, is definitely
Number one.
important. And you don't want to say you hope, pick up a Bible, pick up one of the Gospels, maybe look and read it and find out how Jesus lived. And you can actually be 100% confident and not just you hope on a wing and a prayer. It's not worth the biggest decision ever. And I made that decision at 6. And
Did you really?
I made that decision at 6. So each of us as believers have a story when we made that personal decision to accept Jesus. And certainly for the audience, if you haven't, then pick up a Bible, pick up, maybe look, read through it, and see how Jesus lived and walked and what he said, and follow after him and accept him. But that's my altar call for the.
I gave mine. Yeah.
You did yours. Chad, what is the situation with churches? I mean, I grew up traditional Baptist, now end up in a Black Pentecostal, and it kind of shows God has a sense of humor that he takes us somewhere very different than where we expect.
Yep.
And in the UK, it is the the Black Pentecostal churches are really growing, and a lot of that is maybe we have sent missionaries abroad from England, and now they're coming back to re-evangelize. It's the traditional denominations that are struggling and understanding, and certainly the Methodist Church in the UK has completely capitulated. Others are struggling to see what bits of truth they keep and what bits they reject. But what is the situation in the US in your time of engaging with many churches and different denominations? Kind of how do you see the situation regarding the church across the United States?
Look, I'm so encouraged, Peter. I think there's an awakening going on. I really, really do. We had one of my intentional goals from from when I started Faith Win 17 to 21. We had 9 denominations host us, and they were all biblically conservative. And so I made it my big goal 2-3 years ago. We're going to expand that. We had 26 different denominations host us. We did 124 pastor meetings in cities across America last year, 20 different states. And I had 26 different denominational groups host me. And so I got a pretty good finger on the pulse of this. I would say that God is allowing a sifting of the church in the world. And if they're going to deny his son, we know what happens. There's much weeping and gnashing of teeth. We always say gnashing. There'll be much weeping and gnashing of teeth when they're not let into heaven because they denied him. And we don't get to judge, but we can certainly make judgments as we make our decisions and look at entire, like you said, mainline denominations. I was reading George Barna's latest survey to my Sunday school class the other day, and if your listeners and readers and watchers aren't familiar, George Barna I think he's probably the best Christian pollster. He's got his finger on the pulse of the faith community better than anybody I've ever seen.
I just emailed his office this morning, so that's why I perk up.
George is a good friend, and he spoke in Arizona for me. We had 65 pastors there. I'm reading his book right now. I'm looking on my desk, Raising Spiritual Champions. But he talks about, it's like 78% of the people say I'm a Christian. But when he does what does a Christian mean? What's the Christian worldview? It's tiny. Only 37% of pastors, Christian church pastors, agree with 6 statements. I think the 6 are: God's eternal, always is, always has been. Bible's 100% true, not 99.99. It's 100%. There is absolute truth. Jesus lived a sinless life. We have an obligation to share our faith, and Satan's real, not a cartoon character. And only 37% of pastors agree with that. Only 2% of parents with teenage children agree with that. Only 1% of teenagers agree with that. There's our problem. But I also think for people like me and you, it's an opportunity, right? People are hungry. Bible sales are skyrocketing. That Pew report that says the decline in the identification of Christianity has stopped for the first time in I think it's 4 decades. I think it's 4 or 5 decades. It was steadily going down because they look at the United Methodist Church down the street and the Independent Baptist Church down the street, and they think it's the same. And until they start reading the word and then sitting under pastor teachers, which they can find great churches. If they don't know, boy, oh boy, if they're in America, have them go to my website and email me at faithwinds.org, and I'll find them a church in their state. We got churches in every single state. And if they're hungry to hear the word of God and biblical truth unapologetically, I will hook them up if they're in America. Can't help as much in the UK, but I can help them in America. And they got to find somebody that'll challenge them. And I was telling my Sunday school class this Sunday, I'm not a pastor. I'm a Sunday school teacher and a deacon in my little Baptist church. But here's what I think. I think this confusion has led to a time where and you go back a little bit, you can trace it. It's led to a time where you were scared to talk about stuff, right? Remember growing up, there was always somebody who said, ooh, don't talk about religion and politics. And my point is, what do y'all talk about? What do you talk about? And we used to sit under pastors and say, boy, that stepped on my toes. Thank you, Lord. That was really good. I need to have some conviction. Now, they don't want to be offended. In fact, they'll cancel you if you offend them and you say something they disagree with. And like you said a little bit ago, they've defined love as you must agree with me. And I taught my kids growing up, love means I love you enough to tell you when you're about to step onto a minefield. I love you enough to tell you the truth. And the other thing I use with them is we don't ever need to be a part of hugging people all the way to hell just to make them feel good. They may feel good, but in 1,000,000 years, if Jesus doesn't come back and they dig your carcass up, they're going to find male or female, and they're going to find out, you know what? Truth's truth. And whether you like it or not, in 1,000,000 years, you will thank me for telling you the truth because it is an eternal decision. And politically, I think it plays this way. I think it plays that there have been people in the media and the progressive side that would like to keep Christians out because they know those issues line up politically with a party. And as a former state party chairman, I tell people, you look at issues, not at party, not at person, not personality. Look at the issues. If they line up, you can vote that way. But Jesus isn't running. You always vote for the lesser of two evils. You got to look at issues, who most closely aligns. And politically, when that happens, it's the conservative biblical Christians who tend to back off. I mean, Kamala Harris went to churches and they were openly telling people to vote for her. And I don't know many churches I'm in that would do that.
What was that like going around churches? Because the media were full on Trump derangement syndrome and attacking him in every way. What was that like engaging with churches? I guess some saw through it, maybe some didn't, and maybe believed that lie. Was it a difficult road that you were on leading up to the election, encouraging churches to engage?
It's not hard anymore. I've got enough key pastors in every. I probably can't do a lot in Vermont or like Hawaii, but we've done pastor meetings now in 49 states. I've got go-to pastors, and I don't do what the political groups do. And actually, frankly, most of the faith groups do. They'll hire political consultants who barely, as I said on one TV show, most of them interact with the Bible every other Thursday when they're made dust around it. I contract with pastors. I don't want them to be out of pocket, so I'll give them a little bit of money to run around and do meetings. I'll pay for the meetings and stuff, and the breakfast, the lunches, the coffees, or whatever, and I'll challenge them. So it's not as hard as it was. There are always skeptics. There are naysayers that come to my meetings, but I'm telling you, it's 90 or 95% or higher. If a skeptical pastor hears our talk, they'll say what a pastor told me in Wisconsin not long ago. I've never heard anybody say it this way, Chad. And look, thank the Lord, I've done politics at the highest levels, and I'm a biblical Christian first. That is my first, priority. And so hopefully I can talk to them. It's not as hard anymore. I've certainly had, you name a denomination, they've been in my meetings. I've had Jewish rabbis and Catholic priests. I've had plenty of evangelicals. I've had plenty of mainline pastors. And so, but the key, I think, for us, there are no secret sauces, but this is probably the key, is it's Pastor Peter talking to his buddy, Pastor Chad, who comes to my meetings. I challenge pastors to put me in front of pastors who are skeptical and then let them hear us talk. And once they find out I'm not pushing a party or a candidate and we're just trying to get them to engage, and why wouldn't you do a nonpartisan voter registration, Pastor? Why wouldn't you hand out a nonpartisan voter guide and educate your people? Hey, Pastor, how do you square Matthew 5:13-16 that tells you to be salt and light if you're not even encouraging your people to find out what these candidates stand for, I can't tell you how many churches I've been in the last 15, 16, 17 years who at first told me, we just don't do politics. And then something happened. They had somebody, from the government come in and shut them down during COVID, which we know what happened to that lid. It's been blown off. Or they had somebody that was overly aggressive on a planning commission and mocked them or discriminated because they were Christians. I've seen that an awful lot. Or they were targeted by LGBTQ, RSTUV, plus people who came in specifically, or they were caught up in some of this lawsuit stuff that we've seen in various states where the state and our federal government uses our tax money to sue Christians for being Christians. So much of that has taken place. It's backfired on the progressives and made people go, wait a minute, I need to check this out. Reading that Devil and Karl Marx book by Paul Kingor was instrumental for me. I've been promoting that a lot, but I also want to mention this because I think it ties into what you asked. Have you ever read Francis Schaeffer's book, The Christian Manifesto? A little short book.
Long time ago.
Okay, that's right. Me too. I read it in the 90s. I went back and read it last year. And Schaeffer said in the 1971, I think he died in like 73. He said the greatest threat to Christianity in the next generation is statism. And you go, what? Wait a minute, statism? What are you talking about? And so the way I draw it when I speak and with my Sunday school class, they're my guinea pigs, is I draw a throne. It looks like a big H, but I say that's a throne. And the only person who belongs on the throne in our lives is God. I put God on the throne. And humanism, progressivism says, I am a little g God. I'm my own God. I don't have to listen to anybody. I don't have to be held accountable. Boy, are they in for a surprise, brother. But then, so they scratch out God and they put self there. And Francis Schaeffer's point was when people figure out they don't have all the answers and they know that self can't fix it, they look to the state and they put the state on the throne. Have we not seen that with COVID? Have we not seen that with the crazy tyrannical laws and rules that change based on the winds? I mean, it's really amazing. I think it condenses the idea to me an awful lot that when you look at statism, because it's selfish people, all sin begins in self, and people think they can lord it over you because they're smarter than me and you. They think of themselves as elite. And look, how old were you when you learned you didn't know all the answers? Remember being 18 and you knew all the answers, and then you figured out you didn't even have what the questions were. I didn't know the questions. And so when those people know they don't have the questions, they look for somebody to solve their problems because they don't understand what we understand as believers. There's an accountability and an obligation on our part.
Well, you mentioned being salt and light, and up to this point, being salt and light is having your midweek meeting behind closed doors, being allowed to have a Sunday service behind closed doors, and maybe doing a soup kitchen every so often. And all those are important in the life of a church. But the change that's going to have to happen now in the US and the wave that will put across the world is completely radical in terms of pushing back the huge woke agenda that we have seen. How does that mean for churches to engage? Because it's going to take a lot to push those churches out of their comfort zone and say, actually, we have been guilty. We've been a frog in boiling water. Look what's happened.
Yeah.
Now we're going to actually become active. And sometimes churches are not always active enough. So what does it mean for this administration, churches being active?
For me, the way I make that simple for them is first I'll try to say, Pastor, you don't have to do all this. Send me the person who's so frustrated with what's going on in society. They're throwing stuff at the TV. We call them a church liaison. So once the pastor is given approval or whatever, and he pat them on the shoulder, I'll teach the church liaison how to do voter registration, hand out voter guides, or educate people on issues coming down the pike in their town or county or state or whatever else. So we have a phased project list that we go through. And I tell them, I don't need you to charge up the beach at D-Day into German machine gun fire, but can you register 100% of your people to vote and teach them to vote biblical values? That's it. It's just not a heavy ask. And if a pastor pushes back on that, I really work through other pastors who are their buddies to say, what's the big deal? And why are you opposed to teaching them to go vote their values? So I think what's happened, Peter, is society has labeled those things as political. Whereas you and I are reading the Word of God and we're thumbing through it going, where's the book that doesn't have God's man or woman talking to, with, for, about, or being one of the political leaders of the day? And the answer is there's not one. That throughout the Bible, God's people are dealing with the political leaders. And so why would he create human government? He created the family, the church, and the state. It's clear God created three institutions. And for us to forsake the third one because it's uncomfortable, because people who don't even care about or love our Lord or acknowledge our God are telling us and trying to define that activity, I think that's where it goes. I think that's the difference, is letting pastors talk to other pastors and show them how simple this is. I'll bet you 100 pastors a month, a couple months will tell me, I've never heard anybody do it this way. And so I kind of took the political approach and flipped it. And we do a spiritual approach that has a political impact. We don't do a political approach.
Tell me about, we'll finish off this with the open door that's available to Christians and churches. We certainly in the UK, we see where we are now because Christians have withdrawn from the public sphere.
Right.
And they said they'll leave it up to others. And, look at the front bench in politics, or look at our medical or educational establishments, and it's devoid of any Christian ethos. America is not at that devastating point. You still seem to have an engagement with many political leaders talking about their Christian faith. That is a gulf between what we have in the UK and Europe. So maybe just let us know what that open door now means for churches, because there's so much that needs to be done. And it is a great opportunity for Christians to once again say, I'm going to re-engage with society, and I'm going to bring the values of Christ to my area and my situation.
For me, it always starts with one. And, I pray for Europe and for the UK to bounce back. I think the pendulum always swings. I know y'all have swung hard. It's amazing, the lack of acknowledgement of God. And you see these huge cathedrals that used to be full of people who honored God. You see what your nation did to lead to help eliminate the scourge of slavery, and Wilberforce and Newton. I mean, it's just amazing, right? And to think that that's been tossed aside, I think it starts just one-to-one. I really do. I believe with all my heart I could parachute anywhere. And if somebody introduced me to a pastor, I could go knock on church doors till I found some people who go, yeah, we're supposed to engage. And I also tell people, maybe your engagement is you're helping the local scouting for the Boys and Girls Clubs, or maybe you're coaching and teaching a baseball team or a soccer team. Maybe that's what you're doing, but you're supposed to engage. Christian faith is supposed to permeate society. That's what salt and light does. Salt flavors, light exposes. And so light always exposes darkness. And I believe what we're called to do is look around right where we're at and decide and say, Lord, what can I do to change this? What would you have me do? The only ability God requires is availability. And I'm a big believer that if we're available and we're searching him out, Lord, what is the answer? What am I supposed to do? It is not an overnight deal, Peter. It's not. I'm fighting stuff in conservative South Carolina that it's amazing that they would, bring up these issues in our state where we have a super majority of Republicans. So we're going to get to prove as a pastor network, we're not just about elections. We're talking about issues. And that's because we're called to live out our biblical worldview. We're called to be Christ-like and to deny ourselves and pick up our cross and follow him daily. That means sometimes doing things that are uncomfortable. So it always takes somebody emerging out of the stack. And that's what I'd encourage people to do.
Well, Chad, I love speaking with you. What you're doing it's exciting, engaging the churches, because if the churches are not engaged in society, then the future is dark, and you bring enthusiasm and passion and a vision for the church to re-engage. And so I really do appreciate your time. I know your schedule is always busy, but appreciate your time sharing what you're doing and that positive future for the US that you see. So thank you so much for joining us today.
Peter, thanks for your vision, because you are that seed planted. You are that light. So keep shining, brother, and let me know how to help. And God bless you. And I'll see you soon, brother.
Welcome, everybody, to the Sentinel Report. So much going on in the world today, from Africa to Romania to right here at home, where the tyrannical bureaucracy still wants you to carry a real ID, the tyrannical bureaucracy that was really put into high gear by FDR. We've got a wonderful guest to debunk FDR today, a great scholar who's exposing so many of the skeletons in his closet. We also have one of the greatest missionaries of our day, the real James Bond, only cooler, Dr. Peter Hammond from South Africa, joining us. And we have the leading presidential candidate for the Romanian presidential election coming up after the last leading candidate was removed from the running by the Constitutional Court. You're going to want to stay tuned for all of that later in the program. Now, we'll start like we do every day with a word from the Word before we get to the news. This comes out of Isaiah chapter 46, verses 9 and 10. The Bible reads, "Remember the former things of old, for I am God, and there is no other. I am God, and there is none like me, declaring the end from the beginning, and from ancient times things not yet done, saying, my counsel shall stand, and I will accomplish all my purpose." And folks, we got to remember that. And even the evildoers ought to remember that, folks. God is going to accomplish all his purposes, regardless of your puny efforts or my puny efforts. Praise the Lord. God's purposes will be accomplished. And I think that should cause us to rest easy at night. Now, going to the news, folks, there is a lot that we want to talk about. I want to start with the EPA. Now, I was a little bit unsure about Lee Zeldin when he was nominated. He was one of the first Republicans in Congress to embrace the man-made global warming hoax. But I'm liking what I'm seeing. I want you to listen to this huge announcement he just made about the largest deregulatory initiative in American history.
Our actions include the Biden administration's deeply flawed Clean Power Plan 2.0, mercury and air toxic standards, Quad-O BC, particulate matter 2.5, light, medium, and heavy car and truck rules, NESHAPs, and the so-called social cost of carbon. To advance cooperative federalism, EPA will partner with states that were universally rejected by the last administration's Good Neighbor rule. Among many other actions, today's momentous day also includes the 2009 endangerment finding, along with all actions that rely on it. I've been told the endangerment finding is considered the holy grail of the climate change religion. For me, the U.S. Constitution and the laws of this nation will be strictly interpreted and followed. No exceptions. Today, the Green New Scam ends as the EPA does its part to usher in the golden age of American success.
Congratulations, Administrator Zeldin. America appreciates you very much. And please take out that silly endangerment finding from Barack Obama's era, the holy grail, as you called it, of the climate religion. Folks, turning to the U.S. Agency for Global Media, the propaganda arm of the U.S. government. It is taking a chainsaw. Special Advisor Kari Lake just announced that they were going to be terminating millions of dollars worth of contracts with the lying propagandists at the Associated Press and Reuters and Agence France-Presse. They're also slashing the workforce over there and saying, oh, yeah, all those efforts to Trump-proof the bureaucracy made it impossible to reform. So, boo-hoo! Praise the Lord. This is really great news, folks. If you know about this organization, it is terrible. Now, this suspension of U.S. aid for the global LGBT movement is being described as a catastrophe for the global LGBTQB, whatever P plus movement. And that is by the homosexual activists themselves. For the Washington Blade, they had a headline on February 12th saying that this decision to freeze the aid for the global homosex movement, the transgender movement, is going to impact, it's going to have a devastating impact, they said, on the global LGBTQ movement. Washington funds, it said, a third of all international LGBTQ advocacy. Thank you, Trump administration. I mean, if that's all he did, it would be awesome. But folks, this is fantastic. We need much more of this. Now, we've got 7 conservative influencers who've been swatted in recent days, folks. And if you don't know what swatted is, that's where they send a SWAT team to your house. Somebody calls the police and says, hey, this person or I am tying up my family or doing something bad. And this is attempted murder as far as I'm concerned, folks. It's been happening more and more as the hysterical rhetoric from the radical left heats up. Victims this week include InfoWars reporter Chase Geiser, conservative radio talk show host Joe Pags, political commentator Gunther Eagleman, independent journalist Nick Sorter, and Trump impersonator Sean Farash. Kash Patel did say on X that they're going to be addressing this, that this is not going to be tolerated. It is not only morally reprehensible, but endangers lives, including those of our officers. And of course, that is absolutely true. You may have heard just last week a reporter for InfoWars, that's Alex Jones's broadcast operation, was murdered outside his home in Austin, Texas. We don't know exactly what happened yet. The police department is saying it seems to have been just a random crime, but with everything going on, we are a little bit concerned. And especially concerning was that right after this happened, Alex Jones got high-level intelligence from senior officials within the U.S. government. Actually, General Flynn joined his program and said that there is an assassination squad here in the United States going after him and other key people. In the interest of time, we're going to skip over that video, but you can find it on his social media. And we do hope that law enforcement and intelligence community are treating this with the utmost seriousness. Now, over in Kansas, they have scheduled a satanic black mass to be celebrated at the state capitol in Topeka on March 28th. This satanic ritual has been scheduled by the Satanic Grotto. According to their Facebook announcement, Satanists are going to dedicate the grounds and our legislature to the glory of Satan. Here's what they said in their announcement. We will be performing rites to the black mass and indulging in sacrilegious blasphemy. God will fall and Kansas will be embraced by the black flame of Lucifer. Hail Satan. That is what they said in their announcement, folks. I'm sorry. That's not religious freedom. That is demonic. It is absurd. And none of these people should be anywhere near the Capitol. Okay, this is crazy, folks. If this is what freedom of religion means, we need to have a serious national discussion, because freedom of religion was never intended to protect dedicating our legislatures to Satan, the prince of demons. And by the way, he's going to end up in the lake of fire along with all his supporters. So now would be a really good time to repent. Some really interesting cases in Washington State, folks. I just got back from Washington State, and really interesting stuff going on there. The Adams County Sheriff's Office is helping the federal government on immigration despite the state's sanctuary policies. And then the Moses Lake School District is defying the state's mandates on allowing boys in girls' sports if they claim to be confused about their gender. So we're going to be watching these cases carefully, folks. They're going to have important implications for the sovereignty of states, the jurisdiction of county governments, and school boards. So we'll bring you more on that as we have it. Now, speaking of school boards, an activist, Julie Gebhards in Hillsborough County in Florida, read an excerpt from a book that is so monstrous, I can't even share it with you. It's so horrific. It involves cutting up people and it's horrible stuff. It's a book called American Psycho. Turns out this book was in 9 elementary schools in Hillsborough County. Unbelievable. I can't even play the clip of her reading this to the school board because it is so unbelievably outrageous, folks. But my guess is this is probably in your community as well. These people are sick. They shouldn't be anywhere near children. In fact, they ought to be arrested. Now, we do have legislation introduced here in Florida in both houses, the House and the Senate, that would restore sound money in our state. Our friends over at jbs.org have an easy form for you to contact there. Get over there. If you live in Florida, the bills are SB 132, HB 999. And this is a great piece of legislation. It would recognize gold and silver as legal tender within the state of Florida. And folks, that would be an excellent move back toward real money. Turning over to Oregon, we got a member of the state's health authority producing best practices and policies in mental health. And this member of the Oregon Health Authority identifies as a turtle during a state panel meeting. His name is J.D. Holt, and he uses pronouns they, them, and turtle. I wish I was kidding, but I'm not. This is how bonkers this is all becoming, folks. This individual, he says, hello, it's JD. I use they, them, and turtle for my pronouns. And it turns out, according to a website that lists the different genders, it's called Gender Wiki, turtle gender, sometimes called tortoise gender, is a xenogender identity in which one feels a gendered connection to turtles. Frankly, folks, if we're talking about mental health, or maybe spiritual health, I think this is the kind of guy that ought to be getting some help, not setting state policy. We also have a massive Islamic city growing up in Texas. In Texas, folks, I want to show you a little clip of what they are doing as we speak. Yes, in Texas, folks, in Texas, in Texas. Can I emphasize that strong enough? This is in Texas, folks. This is serious. Pay attention. We'll have more on that in the future. Now, folks, before we get to the international news, I do want to encourage you to get over at our friends at 1 Acre. You can find them at oneacreiowa.com. They've got these great beef sticks. I mean, I can't even tell you how delicious these things are. My kids are like, no, I get the last one. They're really great. They've got different flavors, spicy bee, lion's mane. They got original. And you can use the promo code Newman for a 10% discount. So get over to 1 Acre Iowa, folks. Produced with regenerative farming from a local family farm. It's really, really great stuff. Now, turning over to international news, folks. This sounds like the Babylon Bee, but it's not. The government of Saudi Arabia now chairs the UN's top women's rights body until March 21st. So, yeah, I wish I were kidding. I'm not. It's the UN Commission on the Status of Women, and the regime in Saudi Arabia will lead the charge. Yeah, it's like, let's put the local arsonist in charge of the fire department. What could go wrong? I mean, you guys know me. I'm not a feminist by any stretch of the term, but really, Saudi Arabia? All right, it's just truly crazy, folks. Speaking of the United Abominations, they now have captured the former president of the Philippines, Rodrigo Duterte. He is now being held in The Hague for being put on trial, air quotes, in the International Criminal Court. And, I actually wrote an article about this guy a few years ago. He came on my radar because he had said the UN was a joke and that the Philippines ought to get out of it. And, folks, I want to ask you, if they can take the former president of the Philippines, they're now going after the prime minister of Israel, Benjamin Netanyahu. What is to stop them from grabbing President Trump? What's to stop them from grabbing you? Okay. We have not ratified the Rome Statute that created this abomination, but neither have the Israelis. And the UN ICC court is acting like it has universal jurisdiction over every person on the planet. Folks, this should be very concerning to anyone with a brain. Now, we've also got a UN judge just convicted last week of trafficking a young slave into the UK and forcing her to work, exploiting her and abusing her. These are the UN judges. By the way, before becoming a UN judge, she was a human rights fellow at Columbia University. I wish I were kidding, but I'm not. Then we got an AI robot attacking a crowd at a Chinese festival. Weird. Check this out. Officials are saying it was probably a software glitch. And folks, I have a feeling this is just the beginning of weird things to come with these strange robots. Folks, before we go to break, I do want to encourage you to check out our good friends that produce the best goat soap I've ever seen, qpgoatsoap.com, qpgoatsoap.com. Use that promo code Newman to get incredible deals on that. They also have a Liberty Sentinel pack that is just amazing stuff, all of our favorites. Now, stay tuned. We're going to be right back here on the Sentinel Report with much more.
I hear every day about the products you all wish MyPillow carried. Well, guess what? We probably do. Slippers, bathrobes, pet beds, blankets, mattresses, sleepwear, loungewear, duvets, comforters, pot holders, aprons, oven mitts, and so much more. And they're all on sale. For example, get our best-selling standard MyPillows for only $14.98. Body pillows, $29.98. 6-piece bath towels or kitchen towel sets, just $29.98. Multi-use MyPillow 2.0s with pillowcase, $9.98. Save $40 on our Spring Percale and Giza Dream bedsheet sets. Any size, any color, and so much more. So go to MyPillow.com or call the number on your screen. Use your promo code to save up to 80% on all MyPillow products. And I've never done this before. When you spend $100 or more, you're going to get 2 standard MyPillows absolutely free.
Welcome back to the Sentinel Report. Alex, I'm your host here. Folks, a lot of what we're seeing today in terms of the massive bureaucracy, in terms of the crazy international relations, the architecture of global governance that Donald Trump is taking aim at, was actually born a long time ago under FDR. Franklin Delano Roosevelt. And history has kind of sanitized him for us, but there's a lot of controversies that we need to understand if we want to truly understand the origins of what we today call the swamp or even the deep state. And joining us today, we have a very special guest who's got a book out, Debunking FDR, The Man and the Myths. Her name is Dr. Mary Graber. She's a resident fellow at the Alexander Hamilton Institute for the Study of Western Civilization. She's also the founder of the Dissident Prof Education Project. She taught at the college level for 20 years, most recently at Emory University. Her work has been published all over, and she's got a number of really, really good books, including one exposing the lying communist Howard Zinn. Mary, welcome to the program. It's great to have you with us. Thank you. Let's talk a little bit about FDR. I mean, history has really portrayed him as this saintly character who helped us defeat Nazism and win World War II. But there's more to the guy than just that. One of the things that always struck me is he had so many actual communists, like card-carrying communists around him, Harry Dexter White, Alger Hiss. What do we need to know about FDR to understand what we're dealing with today?
Well, what my book tries to do is what I think no other conservative author has done, is to trace his background, his childhood, all the way up to the early years of his presidency, and look at his character. What formed this man? What did he really want to do versus what he was able to do? And I was inspired by a quote that called him Lord of the Nation. But it was a liberal journalist, and that's the way FDR saw himself. He grew up in the Hudson River Valley among the landed gentry, or so he thought. Actually, his family's fortune came from pushing opium by his maternal grandfather. But how did this character govern, and what choices did he make? And I think a common misconception, even among the few very good books that have attacked his wartime policies and his economic policies, is that he somehow was faced with these circumstances that were very, very difficult. He was faced with the Depression. And he was forced to institute these big government programs. He was faced with the threat of Nazism. So we had to enter the war. And what I tried to do is to show that these were circumstances that worked to his favor in terms of what he wanted to do as president, as he saw himself as this kind of lord of the nation, not a democratically elected president of we the people, but as this kind of landlord, member of the gentry, who would figure out what was good for everyone, from the multimillionaire down to the tenant farmer. He would determine how they should live their lives.
Yeah. And a lot of conservatives and Republicans who tout him today, I don't think realize, or at least I hope they don't realize, that he was one of the guys who expanded the size and scope of the federal government more than just about anybody in American history, with the possible exception of, the aftermath of the Civil War. And so his legacy kind of lives on today in so much of what we're seeing, massive populations of Americans totally dependent on government, these class and race divisions that we see, the administrative state, as some people call it. I want to also ask you about his, in my opinion, bizarre relationship with Stalin. I mean, I think it should have been obvious at the time that this guy was a mass murdering monster, that he was a butcher, and yet he was portrayed as like this friendly Uncle Joe. What do we make of him and his relations with Stalin, and how did that translate into domestic policy?
Yeah, well, all of his ambassadors, except for Davies, warned him about Stalin, even, beginning with William Bullitt. And these ambassadors, many of them went into the office with the best of intentions, giving Stalin the benefit of the doubt. And FDR just dismissed what they were saying. He also dismissed reports of communists in the State Department and other departments. So he just turned a blind eye to who Stalin really was. And I kind of describe it as a bromance with Stalin. I mean, FDR was kind of like the unrequited lover who kept making overtures to Stalin, and Stalin was just playing him. I mean, lost all of Eastern Europe and much of Central Europe, and for nothing. I mean, FDR was such a bad negotiator. And so as a result of, his poor skills and his desire to be friends with Stalin and to basically rule the world with him after the war. I mean, those were his plans. We had, about a third of the world under communist tyranny. So we've had to live with that, and we're still living with, communists in this very country and people trying to subvert our form of government and subvert freedom. So his legacy lives on to the present in so many different ways.
Yeah, and I would say so many unfortunate ways. It's
Yeah.
really, really sad. Mary, we're just about out of time for today. I think we need a longer discussion on this. It's so important. But you've also been working for a long time, almost as long as I've known you. You've been looking into a fellow called George Schuyler, who I look up to tremendously. I do hope that you'll complete that project soon. In the last minute that we have, can you tell us a little bit about that project? And then how can people get the new book, Debunking FDR?
Yes, George Schuyler was a Black conservative, probably the most read Black journalist in the mid and early 20th century. And I actually got interested in FDR by looking at his life and how he converted, Schuyler did, from socialist to conservative. And it was because of FDR's policies. He saw that there was no possibility for any kind of socialistic regime that would maintain freedom and individualism. And if he was anything, he was an individualist. And so he was one of the most important voices of the 20th century. And he has been pushed down the memory hole, as they say, by history. And I think his story needs to be told, and I've returned to that project.
I'm so glad to hear that, Mary, and I agree with you. His story must be told. He was a fascinating individual, and it's amazing to me. Here you have a really heroic Black individual, and we do all these celebrations, Black History Month, and yet we don't talk about giants in American history like George Schuyler, like Booker T. Washington. I mean, it's just really, really sad what's going on. Mary, what's the best way for people to get your book, Debunking FDR? Is that just Amazon, or do you have a website?
I have a website, marygraybar.com and dissidentprof.com. There are links there. You can go to Regnery, which is the publisher, Amazon, Barnes & Noble, any place fine books are sold. You can get my book.
Excellent. Well, Mary, thank you so much for writing it. I do hope we can talk more about this in more depth at some point soon. But thank you once again for joining us here on the Sentinel Report.
Thank you.
Absolutely. All righty, folks, stay with us. We are going to be right back bringing you an update on the real IDs. The federal government wants you all to have a real ID. They're even threatening that you might not be able to get on an airplane if you don't get one. Our next guest is going to tell you why you must resist and how you can do it. Stay tuned.
In 1776, a nation was born. Forged in the crucible of revolution, brave men and women stood together fighting for freedom, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. Throughout history, the spirit of patriotism has prevailed. The battles may have changed, but the values remain the same. Today, in 2024, we find ourselves at a pivotal moment where the call for unity, freedom, and a better future echoes louder than ever. Introducing Patriot Mobile, the wireless carrier that stands with you. We are committed to supporting the values that make our nation great. With affordable plans and reliable nationwide coverage, Patriot Mobile is not just a wireless service. It's a call to action for those who believe in the American dream. Because this year is not just any year, it's the most important year since our nation's founding. Choose a wireless carrier that shares your values. Choose Patriot Mobile. For free activation, use promo code Newman.
Welcome back to the Sentinel Report. Alex, I'm your host here. Folks, we've had our next guest on quite a few times before, and she's always got really critical news updates for us. And today is no exception. The real ID. Most Americans probably have not thought too much about this. You might have noticed a little star, a golden star, a yellow star on the top of your driver's license and thought, that's interesting. Well, the federal government, it turns out, it wants us all to have an ID system that is meshed with their databases. It is going to be a tool for total tyranny, in my opinion, if we don't deal with it. And our next guest is helping to lead the charge against that. Her name is Twyla Braze. She's the co-founder and the president of the Citizens Council for Health Freedom. It's a national patient-centered, privacy-focused, free market health freedom organization launched way back in 1998 to protect the freedom of both patients and, of course, our doctors. Twyla, welcome to the program. It's great to have you with us. For the folks out there who haven't even heard of Real ID, which I'm guessing is probably most people, give us a brief introduction before we get into the details.
Sure. Real ID comes out of a 2005 law from Congress. And on the floor of the U.S. Senate, Senator Lamar Alexander called it a national identification card. He said that the Americans hadn't even been told anything about this, and there should probably be a public debate. Well, he was correct, but they didn't hold a public debate. So the Real ID is a federalized card, a national identification card controlled by the federal government. And it is, right now what the law says is it's for access to certain federal buildings, for nuclear facilities, and for commercial flight. And so everybody's been hearing this admonitions and cautions and warnings and alerts that they won't be able to fly on May 7th. So they have to understand what they have in their pocket. If they've got a star on their card, they have this federalized ID. It's not a driver's license. It's a national ID card under control of the federal government.
Yeah, and Twyla, they're telling us that this is for our own safety, it's for our own security, but really it's a national ID as far as I'm concerned. And as far as I'm concerned, there's no constitutional authority to do that. Why do you think they want us to have a national ID? What are some of the dangers of that?
Well, the dangers of the ID are first and foremost that it really takes away the sovereignty of the states and of the individuals. It's a usurpation of states' rights. It's a violation of individual privacy rights. States understood this problem right from the get-go as soon as the first rule came out in 2008. There were 25 states that wrote laws and passed laws against complying with Real ID, and there were 12 states that passed resolutions opposing Real ID. So nothing really happened until Obama came out with the "you can't fly" lie about Real ID to try to use fear to get people to conform and to get legislators to conform with Real ID in state laws. And I think the dangers here above and beyond, the federal takeover of identification, traveling, and potentially transactions are just the fact of where this could lead. We believe it could lead eventually to a China-like social credit system. Already Congress has been told by the head of the state DMVs, it's called AMVA, the American Association of Motor Vehicle Administrators. AMVA has testified to Congress that it plans to digitize the Real ID, put it on our phones, and have remote access to it, which of course means that at any time it could be shut down, it could be altered, and it could limit what we can do, what we can buy, where we can go, our transportation, every transaction possible. I just heard today that there's a California legislator who wants to combine voter ID with Real ID. And of course, what that would do is put the federal government in control of identification for voting, not the states, taking it completely out of the states' hands. And so this is the kind of control that we could see at all levels if the federal government and the bureaucrats get their way and give us a national ID rather than allowing us to keep our state driver's licenses and our state identification cards.
Yeah. And I think this danger would have been much more apparent to people even like 6 months ago. And I think everybody now is kind of just, oh, well, Trump's the president, so we have nothing to worry about. We're free again, and we can go back to watching football. But the reality is, best case scenario, he does everything we want him to do. He's president for, 3 years and 3/4 more, and then maybe we get another deep state Democrat puppet in there. And so all this comes right back. I want to talk a little bit about the digital angle here, because I've been focusing a lot on the digital currencies. They want to tokenize every asset and put it on these international blockchain ledgers. It seems like they want to digitize everything in what Bill Gates is calling the digital public infrastructure, the same term that the UN is using. How would the digital ID fit into this broader digitized system that they're trying to build?
Well, I think some of it is speculation because we don't know actually what's all on their minds. But if you have now, on lots of people's smartphones, they actually pay their bills, right? And of course, wherever they go, they are trackable. You can see where they have gone if you have access to that kind of data, as they did during COVID. And so, what we're really talking about here is a takeover that none of us want to have, and none of us should have. And we did create a website called refuserealid.org for people to connect with their members of Congress and tell them to shut down the Real ID, to stop the Real ID system. We also think that it could potentially be linked to a global identification system, causing everybody to be on the grid at every possible level. And digital, the other thing to understand about digital is the face on the Real ID is a biometric face. In other words, it's a digital face. And the law and the rules say that other digital biometrics can be added, like even your DNA or your thumbprint or whatever. That is all part of whatever the federal government decides is what the states that have conformed, that's what they will do. They will require that of you. And so what we're really talking about is all of your biometrics. Now, if you've ever been at the airport recently, you'll see these cameras that they want you to stand in front of, which we encourage you not to do. But this is using your face, capturing your face again, comparing it to your driver's license. And the TSA administrator several years ago in a conference, the South by Southwest conference, actually said that eventually we will want biometrics for everything.
Yeah.
So this is, using your body and your body parts as control over the American people.
Yeah, it is extremely troubling, Twyla. So you mentioned one of the ways people can get active here. Go to the website, Refuse Real ID, get in touch with their member of Congress. What are some other ways that people can get active in opposing this? And of course, I encourage them to go to your website, cchfreedom.org. But how else can people get active in pushing back against this campaign?
Yeah, so to be clear, it's refuserealid.org.
Yep.
Refuserealid.org. But other things that you can do, and what's really important to do, is contact your state governor and your state legislators and tell them that they should refuse to conform, that they should repeal the law and refuse to conform because it's against your constitutional rights and it's against states' rights. Now, there are some legislators across the country that are doing exactly this. And I think in probably the next month or so, there might even be more news about that. But the fact of the matter is there are conservative, liberty-minded legislators who are figuring out what Real ID is and working in their state to try to extract themselves from this national ID system. And it is a system. It is not just a card, it's a system.
Yep. I couldn't agree with you more. Now, Twyla, you said something earlier in this segment about it was a lie that we couldn't fly without a real ID. Because if you go through the TSA, and I just went through the TSA yesterday, it's like, well, you need your real ID soon, within I think like by May, or you're not going to be able to get on an airplane. What do you say to people who are concerned that they may not be able to fly if they don't get one of these things?
Yes, and so the TSA has 16 TSA acceptable identification cards, including a passport or a passport card. And in addition to that, if you have ever lost your ID or had it stolen from you when you were, somewhere else, you have found out that you can get on an airplane because you simply have to submit to some questions and you have to submit to a search. And that's something in Gilmore versus Gonzalez, a court ruling that the judges said to this person who didn't want to show an ID to get on board an airplane. They said he could have simply submitted to a search. So there is no reason for you not to be able to get onto the plane. And the other thing to understand is May 7th is the beginning of a 2-year period of progressive enforcement, which we don't exactly know what that means. The TSA has suggested to airlines or to airports that they do a 3 strikes and you're out. But even a 3 strikes and you're out will let you go through the whole search, questioning, procedural business. At least one would assume so, because there's no requirement anywhere in law that you have a real ID to fly, except have any ID to fly, except for this real ID law, which is unconstitutional because it's a federal takeover. So I guess I would just say get a passport but don't get a real ID. And if you have a real ID, the other thing you should do is get rid of it. So go to your DMV and get a standard driver's license or a standard ID. The only states that don't allow you to do that are Florida, Georgia, Mississippi, Wyoming, and Texas. So all 45 other states are not listed on Homeland Security's website as, saying all you can have is a real ID. We just heard from someone recently from California who went and switched and went back to a standard driver's license in California. We encourage you not to wait. Do not wait. Do not wait the 2 or 3 years until you're up for renewal. You want to take the opportunity right now, because the last thing we want them to do is sort of pull the switch and just say that all of us are in. And I think that the thing that they'll do if they want to do that is the Secretary of Homeland Security, who has unilateral authority to decide additional purposes for which real ID must be used, could easily say that the 4th required use is medical care. And then everyone would submit, because of course we all use medical care, but we don't all fly. And so we must stop this entire initiative from moving further forward at every possible way that we can. One of them is the state legislators, but one of them is if you have a real ID, if you have a star card, get rid of it.
Excellent. I couldn't agree with you more. Twyla, I want to thank you for sounding the alarm on this. Thank you for making some time for us today. Folks, get over to the website, cchfreedom.org, cchfreedom.org. Twyla, thank you again for all that you do, and I look forward to talking to you again soon.
Thank you.
Absolutely. All right, folks, stay with us. We got another segment coming up here on the Sentinel Report with a friend from South Africa. Our latest update on souring relations between the U.S. government and the regime in South Africa. Stay tuned.
In 1776, a nation was born, forged in the crucible of revolution. Brave men and women stood together fighting for freedom, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. Throughout history, the spirit of patriotism has prevailed. The battles may have changed, but the values remain the same. Today, in 2024, we find ourselves at a pivotal moment where the call for unity, freedom, and a better future echoes louder than ever. Introducing Patriot Mobile, the wireless carrier that stands with you. We are committed to supporting the values that make our nation great. With affordable plans and reliable nationwide coverage, Patriot Mobile is not just a wireless service. It's a call to action for those who believe in the American dream. Because this year is not just any year, it's the most important year since our nation's founding. Choose a wireless carrier that shares your values. Choose Patriot Mobile. For free activation, use promo code Newman.
Welcome back to the Sentinel Report. Folks, you may have noticed that relations between the United States and South Africa are getting chilly. Donald Trump has been calling out the racist laws. He's been calling out the persecution of Afrikaner farmers, of the Boers down there. He's been calling out the South Africans for dragging Israel to the International Criminal Court on genocide charges. And of course, their cozy relationship with Iran and Communist China and a whole bunch of others. Joining us to discuss all of this is my friend Peter Hammond. He's like far cooler than the James Bond in the movies. I mean, this is a guy who just goes to the front line of wars and brings Bibles and preaches the gospel. He's a missionary extraordinaire. He's from Africa, born in Cape Town, where I used to live, and then he grew up in Bulawayo in what used to be Rhodesia, what is today Zimbabwe, thanks to Jimmy Carter and the betrayal of anti-communist forces there. Peter, it's great to have you with us. Thank you so much. You are, of course, the head of the Frontline Fellowship, a wonderful missionary organization. Talk to us about what's going on with the relations between the U.S. government and South Africa.
Thank you so much, Alex. We always appreciate the New American Magazine and your programs. South Africa was such a paradise, I must say. It was a strong superpower, military superpower, industrial superpower in the past, but as you know, it was betrayed heavily, particularly in the days of Bill Clinton. He oversaw the final betrayal of South Africa into the hands of the ANC. Now, when I write ANC, I write small c, capital ANC, small ER, because the middle letters of cancer is ANC. And the ANC is a cancer. They do not contribute anything to the health of the body. They just break it down. About the only thing that works in this country right now is the taxation and the corruption, the criminal elements. And they can't even keep the lights on. We have power failures regularly. So we have infrastructure that you might not even think about. We have uninterrupted power supplies, generators, solar panels, a whole range of backups, because regularly it's a matter of bring your own infrastructure. The government can't keep the lights on. We have power failures for 8, 6, 9 hours a day, sometimes 12 hours a day. You can have total power out. Imagine what that does for somebody who's running a restaurant. You've got half-cooked meals, lose the customers, the food's ruined. There's so many things that are wrecked. So everybody needs to add on extra infrastructure because the government can't keep the lights on. And they can't keep the water flowing either. I've got 5,000-litre water containers at the end of each part of my house to drain rainwater off the roof so that we can manage when there's no water coming through the plumbing. And then we've also got a borehole, both at our mission house and at our home, because you can't depend on the government to even keep the water flowing. You would have thought the most basic job of government is self-defense, as protection of its citizens. They can't protect us. So we've got more private security company personnel in this country than we have army, military, police combined in this country, because even though we pay our taxes, we then have to pay for private services to do what the government has been paid to do through our taxes, but doesn't do. They steal R1 trillion a year. That is 1/4 of the GDP. According to African Union's Task Force on Corruption, the South African government steals an average of 25% of our total gross domestic product every year through corruption. And you can just imagine, why should we be surprised? The ANC was listed as a terrorist organization by the United States, even while the United States was betraying South Africa into the hands of those very same terrorists, almost like what was just done to Syria. We know that these guys are ISIS, Al-Qaeda affiliates and derivatives, but nevertheless, they're not aside. So let's just betray them. And oh, can you believe it? The new guys are worse. Who would have expected that the terrorists murder people? I mean, who could have foreseen this? And now in South Africa, we've got a government that has been so bad. So, for example, just to give you a bit of a contrast or comparison, under H.F. Verwoerd, who was once our prime minister in South Africa, assassinated, of course, that's another story. But under H.F. Verwoerd, there were an average of 69 murders a year. Now, he was terrible, of course, because he was National Party, he's Afrikaans, he opposed the communists and so on. Now, under Nelson Mandela, Saint Nelson Mandela, hero of whatever, the new George Washington, 20,000 people were murdered a year. Now, what did Nelson Mandela do to contribute to this? Well, he just kind of sacked all the top experienced generals in the army and the police, and he destroyed the civil service, he abolished the death penalty, and he opened the prisons to celebrate his birthday and let over 100,000 criminals, including violent criminals and murderers, out on the streets. And you'd never guess it, Alex, they were murdering people within a week of being let out of prison. Who knew that the prison service didn't actually reform these people? There was recidivism. I think they like to call it. So the African National Congress has been a failure on every level. Now, what do you do when you're a communist government and you fail to produce what you promised? You know, bread, jobs, peace, homes, everything like this, jobs, and then the exact opposite. Well, you blame a scapegoat. Who's the scapegoat to blame? The minority, the white minority, who were once, when I was born, Cape Town, 1960, whites were 1/3 of the population. Now we're 8% of the population. I'm one of the minority of Cape Townians who was actually born here. Most of the people living in our country now are what you'd call illegal aliens or immigrants. They've come in, they've flooded, and right now we are a minority in our own country. A country we were born in, other people now outnumber us, and I think that's what open borders does for you. And the ANC's maintained an open borders policy, and you can see the results. Squatter camps, not just lots of littering and squalor, but vast amounts of crime and violence. But since Mandela became president in 1994, the South African rand has gone from 2 rand to the dollar. And by the way, I remember in the 1970s when it was $2 for 1 rand. But because of sanctions, wars, terrorism, and so on, we went down to 2 rand to the dollar. Well, Mandela brought it up to 10 rand to the dollar, and, or should I say down to, and now under our President Ramaphosa, it's down to more like 20 rand to the dollar. So our money has been imploded, and not only that, taxes have skyrocketed, prices, of course, have gone through the roof, and 4,000 white farmers and their family members were murdered since 1994. Now, the present president, Cyril Ramaphosa, the one who's insulting your president and sent over a race-baiting political lowlife Marxist as ambassador to America, and real troublemaker. I know this Russell, I've actually crossed swords with him before too. He tried to threaten me with a lawsuit at one point, but that's another story. So under Ramaphosa, his first day in office, his first speech was, we're going to institute expropriation without compensation.
Called stealing, right, in simple terms.
Standing ovations, applause, the most thunderous applause of his speech, expropriation without compensation. Now he's outraged that somebody's been betraying us. I don't know if you've heard, but even someone like Ernest Roots and the leaders of AfriForum and Solidarity who've gone to America to explain what's going on here, they've been charged with treason. They've actually been charged with treason for testifying in America about what the government in South Africa is doing.
Yep.
I didn't know that that could be treason.
We have interviewed
so,
Ernest Roots, and it's absolutely amazing. Peter, we're just about out of time in this segment. We're going to have to get you back for a longer segment. We've got about a minute left. Tell the folks how they can learn more about your incredible ministry. I know politics is not really what you do. It's more focused on the gospel, discipling Africa. Tell the folks how they can learn more about your excellent work. And you've also got a bunch of books and a wonderful website.
Thank you. Yes, they can visit www.frontlinemissionsa.org, frontlinemissionsa, short for South Africa.org. You can see we're a mission to the persecuted church. For 42 years, I've been seeking to serve persecuted churches, work in restricted access areas, communist countries, Muslim countries. We've gotten bombed, we've gotten rocketed, strafed, imprisoned, tortured for trying to help persecuted churches. So the reason why I'm speaking out about what's going on in South Africa is we don't want to happen here what's been happening in Zimbabwe and other communist countries, Angola and so on. And yes, we've got a government that literally sings songs like kill the Boer, kill the farmer, bring me my machine gun, and shoot to kill, ba, 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 shoot to kill the Boer, kill the farmer. And I'm talking about tens of thousands of people wearing red shirts and red berets, dancing a zombie dance, singing kill the Boer, kill the farmer, shoot to kill, and being led by this Member of Parliament, Julius Malema, of the EFF, which we say stands for Everything for Free Party. They are Marxist revolutionaries. And now suddenly, since Donald Trump has squashed a whole lot of the funding for South Africa and brought out that they are planning genocide here and so on, they've gone all out of their mind saying, nobody has ever suggested, how can you say expropriation without compensation? It's expropriation with nil compensation. You understand the difference, of course,
Oh, yeah, it's truly incredible, Peter.
And so we are facing a Marxist government that hates us and which does nothing to protect farmers while they get not murdered, tortured to death through terrorist tactics. And the government's complicity has been documented by Ernst Roots in his book, Kill the Boer. I've been fighting these people for years. And we've been warning this is the kind of thing that happens. I see a pattern. The way that they betrayed Rhodesia into the hands of Zimbabwe, Syria into the hands of these ISIS, Al-Qaeda thugs, and what they try and do in South Africa. That here we were, a country that used to export food, and now we are needing to import food, and we've got a government that wants to close down the farms that are productive right now.
Yeah, it is truly a disaster. And as a former resident of South Africa, it breaks my heart, but I'm glad to see that it's finally getting attention. Peter, thank you for what you do. We really appreciate it. We're going to have to get you back for a longer segment. You just are involved in so many important things in terms of spreading the gospel, expanding the kingdom. And so we thank you, sir, for all that you do. Thank you for joining us today, and I look forward to talking to you soon.
Thank you, Alex. God bless
Absolutely.
America.
God bless you. Thank you, sir. All righty, folks. Stay with us. We've got the front runner for the presidential election in Romania coming on in just a moment. The last front runner was detained by the regime and now disqualified. And so George Simeon, our good friend here, is going to be taking his place. He is now the front runner, according to the fake media. We'll see. He expects they'll come after him, and he joins us in just a moment right here on the Sentinel Report.
Are you worried about spike proteins and how they may impact your health? Are you looking for help? The Wellness Company has an answer in the form of our clean, pure, all-natural spike formula developed by experts like Dr. Peter McCullough. The Wellness Company's spike formula includes the incredible nattokinase, dandelion root, black sativa extract, green tea, and iris sea moss. Even better, the spike formula by the Wellness Company is vegan, gluten-free, and made right here in the U.S., so you know that you can trust and rely on it if you're concerned about spike proteins. Buying American-made, natural ingredients of this quality separately will cost you over $100. Our spike formula is only $65.99. Get spike formula today by going to twc.health. Sentinel Report users use the code Newman at checkout for an additional discount. Go to twc.health, promo code Newman, and get peace of mind if you are concerned about spike protein.
Welcome back to the Sentinel Report. Alex Newman here, folks. What's going on in Romania is absolutely huge. I mean, it's earth-shattering. Even the fake media is noticing, which is unusual. Essentially, the nation's constitutional court has decided that the front-runner for the presidential election cannot run in the presidential election. Now, we decided that this was very weird. And so just a few weeks ago, when he was first detained with a lot of his supporters, we reached out to George Simeon. He's a member of parliament in Romania. He's the founder and the chairman of the Alliance for the Union of Romanians. It's actually the second largest party in Romania. And George Simeon is now considered the front runner in this election, even by the fake media. He's also the vice president of the European Conservatives and Reformists. And when Georgescu was removed from the running, George Simeon decided he would throw his hat in the ring, and he has now pulled ahead of all the other candidates. So he joins us now. George Simeon, thank you very much for being with us. Can you explain to American viewers why this court decided that Georgescu could not run? Why was his second bid for president rejected?
Călin Georgescu's second bid for president was rejected because he posed a direct challenge to the political establishment. They saw he serves the will of the Romanian people rather than foreign interests. His exclusion was not about legality or democracy. It was about control. The ruling elites in Romania, aligned with globalists in Brussels, saw that he was gaining support from Romanians who wanted real change. So they removed him before he could make their voices heard. This is part of a broader trend in Europe, actually. Whenever a candidate emerges who puts national interests over globalist agendas, they get discredited. They are attacked or eliminated through technicalities or through direct abuses and breach of the rule of law. It is no coincidence that nationalists and the leaders, political conservatives, patriots across the West face similar tactics. In Romania, this is happening under the pretext, the false pretext, of protecting democracy. True democracy means letting the people decide, not bureaucrats behind closed doors, not deep state.
Fascinating. Yeah, it sure sounds like what we have seen in the United States and in other parts of the Western world as well. It's very, very troubling. So I've got to ask you, George, this NATO base that is being built in Romania, do you think that plays into this election? Are globalist forces trying to make Romania a gateway to starting a broader war with the Russians, with the regime of Vladimir Putin?
Well, actually, Romania's strategic position in Eastern Europe makes it a key player in regional security. However, we must ensure that our role in NATO serves the interests of Romanian people first and foremost. NATO is an important alliance for Romania's security, but we cannot allow our country to be used as a pawn in geopolitical conflicts. Romanians do not want to be dragged into unnecessary wars. The NATO base being built in Romania must be, therefore, about defense, because NATO is a defensive alliance, not escalation. We support cooperation with our allies, but we demand respect for our sovereignty. The Romanian people deserve a clear strategy that protects our national interests and enhances their security and prosperity. Not one that follows orders without question from globalists in Washington and Brussels.
Yeah, thank you for that, George. And you sound like a lot of the other candidates we've seen across the Western world who have been ruthlessly persecuted, whether we're talking about Donald Trump, whether we're talking about Georgescu, whether we're talking about Jair Bolsonaro. We're seeing similar things all over the place. And so I got to ask you, George, why are you running considering these circumstances? And do you think you are going to be targeted like Georgescu was?
I am running because Romania needs leadership that puts its own people first while maintaining strong but balanced relationships with allies. I fully expect to face the same persecution as Georgescu, if not worse. The establishment will do everything in its power to prevent someone like me, who refuses to be a puppet, from gaining influence. We are already seeing media attacks, legal threats, and efforts to discredit our movement. But on the good side, the Romanian people are waking up. They see our country has been treated as a second-tier member of the European Union. This is not just about one election. This is about whether Romania can govern itself or whether it must always bow to external pressures. It is expected to follow directives rather than have a say in its own future. This must change. My campaign is not about separatism or breaking ties with our allies. It is about strengthening Romania's position in those alliances, ensuring that we are equal partners who have sovereignty and decision-making.
Excellent, George. Thank you very much. And so, it sounds like what is happening all over, and I appreciate your comments on that. But if you are elected, and it looks very possible that you will be, in fact, the media, as I said, is already calling you the front runner in this election, so we'll see what happens. But if you win, what steps do you plan to take on the globalist agenda, the one world order crowd?
Well, if I am elected, my priority will be to change the decision-making power to Romania's people. I will fight for democracy. I will fight for the will of the people. And also I will fight to engage with our allies as equals, not as second-class citizens or slaves. Romania must take control of its own policies, whether economic, social, or military. We are and we will remain part of the EU, but we will fight for the same level of sovereignty that other countries like France and Germany enjoy. In terms of security, I will work to ensure that our role in NATO is clear and beneficial to Romania. Of course, we want a strong NATO led by the United States. We need peace throughout the European continent. We will support collective defense, but we will not be drawn into conflicts that do not align with our national interests. A strong Romania within NATO means a Romania that has its say in its defense strategy, not just a country that follows orders. Finally, I will take action to restore economic growth. We will reduce the red tape, bureaucracy in local and national administration. We need policies that encourage national development, support local business, and reduce dependence on external financial institutions that want to dictate our policies. This is not about isolation. It is about ensuring that Romanians have control over their own future. This election is about proving that sovereignty, democracy, and cooperation can coexist. We reject both globalist overreach and authoritarian interference, whether from Brussels, Washington, bureaucratic elites, or Moscow. We are a part of the free world, and we want to remain a part of the free world, which is represented by the EU-US cooperation.
Well, George, fascinating. We thank you very much for taking time from your incredibly busy schedule to join us, and we wish you well. Folks, go follow MP George Simeon, very likely the next president of Romania, taking on the same globalist forces that we here in the United States, that Donald Trump in the United States is attempting to rein in. He is the most followed political figure in Romania, so go check him out. He's on Instagram, he's on Facebook, he's on Twitter, he's on all the big platforms. Stay with us. We're going to be right back here on the Sentinel Report. All right, folks, that's all we have time for today. I'm Alex Newman. Thank you so much for tuning in here on the Sentinel Report. Get over to the website, libertysentinel.org, libertysentinel.org. God willing, we shall be with you again next week. Until then, thanks for watching. God bless you all.
And you need to send a message to an Android user, you're advised to use secure apps like Signal or WhatsApp. The warning comes amid high-profile recent hacking incidents that have been linked to China.
Interesting. Let me translate that for you guys before we get rolling in today's show. It's a Friday show, and I'm excited to be here. I got a guest for this first hour, and then I might even bring up the show Severance and Cold Spring Harbor in the second hour. So, in that short clip, which of course comes to us from I think NBC. Is the text message thing. And so the translation for that is we're having a harder time reading your text messages, says the FBI. So basically, if you could just use these two preferred apps of Signal and WhatsApp, we have an easier time. If you guys could just switch over, all in the name of safety. I know. You feel soft and cuddly right now, right? And you feel like, they love me and they were just looking out for me and just want the best for me. Sure. Anyway, okay, so welcome to the show. I just loved that. I thought that was so funny. So I have a guest for this Friday show, and this is going to kind of be the Friday show on steroids for the topics we're about to take on. And you know me, I'll talk about anything. Okay, I want to be talking to people with all kinds of different perspectives on everything from UFOs to the dark forces, to witchcraft, to all kinds of things that are going on in our world. And I know it makes some people uncomfortable, I think. I don't know why, because I think that this is a very real thing. I actually think we underestimate Satan quite a bit. And we call him the tempter. He's a great deceiver. And so I'll go anywhere. I'll talk about anything that I know that you guys are well aware of, but most people don't talk about usually on live radio, right? It's not usually the thing. So what I love about today's show is that we're going to go some places that we don't normally go, and I love it, and I'm hoping that you're game too. In fact, I have L.A. Marzulli on with me, and he wrote a book called Rungs of Disclosure, Following the Trail of Extraterrestrials and End Times. We're going to talk to kind of the normalization of witchcraft, of all of these things in Hollywood coming at us. When I think of, a lot of your stars now are doing all kinds of things on the stage, like at the Emmys and Disney and all kinds of things that are showing their cards in this sort of like dark force world and showing who's really behind some of these things. So I can't wait to talk to him. LA, how are you?
I'm doing really good. Thanks for having me on the show. Appreciate it.
You got it. I actually am excited to talk with you. You have done so many interviews. You've been everywhere. The book, again, is Rungs of Disclosure, Following the Trail of Extraterrestrials and End Times, and really talking about the Nephilim, talking about ancient prophetic text. I mean, you go a lot of places. What started your journey in this?
You know, that's a really good question. I saw my first UFO at 12 years old.
Did you?
I'll turn 75 in December, and I've seen 4 in my lifetime. And I don't go looking for these things. I'm not out there with binoculars at 2 in the morning. But at 12 years old, at the Boy Scout camp, and we were taking a shortcut back for lunch, and there's 4 of us, and we're in a single file. We're hopping all these large boulders, and the lead guy goes, "Oh my gosh, what's that?" And he points. And the other 2 guys go, "Wow, what is that?" And I go, "Where?" They go, "There." And I look up, it's a classic silver disc. Classic silver disc. And it's hovering there for about 15, 20 seconds, maybe a little longer. And then it shoots straight up in the air in a blink of an eye, and is gone. That was my first sighting. And, you know, since then I've had 3 others. But, you know, the idea of, there's a phrase I called, or coined, few years ago, and I took 3 different seemingly disjunct phrases and put them all together.
Okay.
And I did it this year, and it's this: UFOs are real, burgeoning, and not going away. Phrase number 1. 2, this is the coming great deception. Second phrase. 3, however, when we go up, they come down. When we go up, they show up. And I am of the opinion that these are not extraterrestrials from some faraway galaxy. These are, in fact, interdimensional entities with a very nefarious agenda. And we talk about that all through the book.
Interesting. Okay, so people on this show know, and I've been pretty vocal, I am not a UFO believer, okay? I'm not a little green men believer. I'm just not a UFO believer. And I do have to say that it seems as though, and I just want to get your reaction to this, it seems as though once we all got really good camera phones, that the abductions in the middle of the field sort of thing, sitting on the end of a truck and being you know, going into a UFO, sort of stopped the second we got these cameras, and to take really good pictures, right? Remember, the pictures were always grainy. What is your thought on that? It's just something I've observed over the years, but what's your thought on that? And have they slowed down?
I'm gonna follow in Lou Elizondo's footsteps. Who cares what I think? Nobody cares, right? Right. Here's the answer to your question. When you get David Grush under oath in the halls of Congress, and when Representative Nancy May from South Carolina asks him, "Do we have crashed craft in our possession?"
Right.
And Mr. Grush says yes, basically. And then she follows up with the $64,000 question: "Do we have the pilots from these crashed craft?" He says yes. We have biologics. And then she asks him, were these human or non-human biologics? Non-human biologics. I've known about this since the Roswell days. I've talked to people, deathbed confessions. I mean, as a ufologist and someone that believes in the biblical prophetic narrative, I've been following this stuff for years. Yes, they have them. So the answer to your question is, people are abducted. We have a whole film on this. There's a whole chapter in the book of Rungs of Disclosure on the abduction phenomena. I forget exactly what rung it is, but it's there. There is a breeding program going on, and this ties back to the Genesis 3:15 narrative, but also later, Nephilim, Genesis 6, but then moving thousands of years into the future, Daniel 2:43, their seed will mingle with the seed of men, but they will not cleave to them. Whose seed are we talking about? It's not men, so who is it? And it's not extraterrestrials. These are interdimensional entities, i.e. fallen angels. It goes back to the seed war. They have a very nefarious agenda. The breeding program is going on. The mixing of the seed is going on. Jesus himself warns us it'll be like the days of Noah. And this is why the proper exegesis of Genesis 3:15 is so critical. Because in the Garden of Eden, you've got the pre-incarnate Christ, you've got the dragon, i.e. Satan, you got Adam and Eve over here. And Jesus says to the dragon, your seed, your offspring, will be at war, at enmity with the offspring, the seed of the woman. The one coming from the seed of the woman, the proto-evangelium, the Messiah will crush your head, you'll bruise his heel. Folks, that's the entire Bible. If we don't understand Genesis 3:15, then when we get to Genesis 6 and the flood of Noah, we're left scratching our heads. What's going on here?
Right.
Why does God destroy the world except for 8 people? Because Noah is pure in all his generations. That says from the Bible. So when Jesus warns us to be like the days of Noah when he returns, you know, the student of the biblical prophetic narrative has to go back and study that in depth. We are here. There is a mingling of the seed. It is just like the days of Noah, and it's happening now.
Do you ever wonder if we're creating this as a government intelligence apparatus, if we are creating these things, if those craft are created by us, but then rarely seen, as to not expose the nature of where we're at technologically? I mean, do we assume that they are from outer space instead of assuming maybe that they would be our own creations?
First of all, I believe that
What do
they're
you
not
think?
from outer space. They are interdimensional entities.
Okay. All right.
They pop in, they pop out, they make right angle turns, they go, you know, hundreds of knots underneath the water, faster than any submarine that we have. They can blink on, they can blink off, they can jump through space. We've got film of that. We're looking at technology that we don't have. When Commander, the first rung on the ladder of disclosure, which really was the nexus for writing the book Rungs of Disclosure, was Commander David Fravor on the Tucker Carlson show in 2017. And Commander David Fravor looked right at the camera when Tucker asked him a question, in your opinion, what was this? What was this tic-tac shaped object that you encountered, that you dealt with? Was it the Chi-Com, something that the Russians have, something that we have? What was this? And Commander David Fravor looked right at the camera and said, whatever this is, not from this earth. Is not from this earth. So what do you do with that? I mean, this is the best of the best of the best. You know, you don't get to fly an F-18 if you're Elmer Fudd. That's not going to happen. And this guy is the best of the best of the best. I mean, he is. Stand-up guy, knows what's out there, trained to know what's out there. And this thing moved away from him, his tic-tac shaped UFO moved away from him, his words, Commander David Favor's words, like a bullet out of a gun. 50 miles in 2 seconds, that would kill a normal human being unless you are bending space-time. And that gets into the work of Bob Lazar, the propulsion system, the back engineering. Do we have some of this back engineering? I think, yes, we do. Absolutely. Because the Roswell crash happened in 47. And you better believe, look, I've been to the debris field. I have a piece of metal sitting a few feet away from me right now, which we took from a debris field. We were out there with metal detectors. It's very small. It's folded in on itself. It's undergone some sort of trauma, which has bent the metal. And we were out in the debris field. So we know it's not a weather balloon. It's absolutely not a weather balloon. And we've talked to too many people with deathbed confessions who were there and talked about it. There was a crash retrieval. There were bodies that were recovered.
With about a minute to go, and by the way, his book is rungsofdisclosure.com. You can go there to get it, rungsofdisclosure.com. You talked about the coming fraud, the coming events that'll be used. Yes, we have about a minute, but we will come back to revisit this. What are your initial thoughts on that? Well, how will it be used?
Think about this. If they show up, mile-wide craft, and folks, you need to go and do your homework. Google on YouTube. Go to YouTube and Google "Hello Down There" 2024 Super Bowl ad. You will see what I call predictive programming, because there are 4 places. There's Texas, New York, Paris, France, and some place in Japan. And there's an event that happens, and mile-wide UFOs are seen on a global level. So when that happens, everything changes. Everybody's paradigm does a 90-degree shift. It's like COVID. Everybody goes, oh my gosh. That's how you create a one world government and a one world religious system. This is where we're headed. And that commercial, which is 1 minute and 30 seconds long, is programming.
Okay, I'm going to come right back more with L.A. Marzulli, and we'll talk a little bit more about that. And then I'll ask him about Bluebeam for sure. And then Hollywood, witchcraft, all kinds of stuff. Be right back. Kate Daly Show.
I hear every day about the products you all wish MyPillow carried. Well, guess what? We probably do. Slippers, bathrobes, pet beds, blankets, mattresses, sleepwear, loungewear, duvets, comforters, pot holders, aprons, oven mitts, and so much more. And they're all on sale. For example, get our best-selling standard MyPillows for only $14.98. Body pillows, $29.98. 6-piece bath towels or kitchen towel sets, just $29.98. Multi-use MyPillow 2.0s with pillowcase, $9.98. Save $40 on our Spring Percale and Giza Dream bed sheet sets. Any size, any color, and so much more. So go to MyPillow.com or call the number on your screen. Use your promo code to save up to 80% on all MyPillow products. And I've never done this before. When you spend $100 or more, you're going to get 2 standard MyPillows absolutely free.
It's your Friday show, and I actually have a guest. Rungsofdisclosure.com is where you can go get the book. And he touches on a whole lot of subjects. L.A. Marzulli is with me. And I also have a caller. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to actually start with a quick caller. Caller, make it super fast. And you're on with L.A. Marzulli. What do you think?
Hi, Kate. Mike.
Hi, Mike.
From
Go
Texas.
right ahead. Hi.
LA, huge fan of your work. I say that AI means alternate identity. And I wanted to ask what you think and how AI intersects with the DA manipulation, and if it's similar to what we saw before the flood, and if that's going on today, and if AI is really just a cover for that DNA manipulation. I'll hang up and let you answer.
Ooh, interesting. Okay. LA?
Well, I think the artificial intelligence, this is getting way out of hand because people have committed suicide because AI told them to do that. So what are you really looking at? No one really knows how it works, by the way.
Right.
And once we have a so-called sentient being, now what? The genetic manipulation that we read about in the biblical prophetic narrative, specifically Genesis 3:15, Genesis 6, where the Nephilim are on the earth. And then Daniel says, their seed will mingle with the seed of men, but they will not cleave to them. That is sealed up until the end times. This is where we are. So late Chuck Musser, when I asked him that question, Chuck, what about the hybrids? Without missing a skip, without missing a beat, Satan's outnumbered 2-1. He's building an army. Why should we be surprised? To your point with the DNA, they are absolutely creating Nephilim hybrids. In our 10 series or 10 films on UFOs, we sit down with Al Matthews, who had an encounter with a hybrid woman. They never get the eyes right. They can't get because the eyes are the windows of the soul. And these entities, in my opinion, are soulless. Now, if we were sitting around here with a bunch of New Age people, they would take umbrage at these statements. Oh, these are our benevolent, space brothers from whatever planet. I respectfully, completely, and utterly disagree. You don't abduct a 5-year-old boy and then implant them. You just don't do that. So these are nefarious entities with a breeding program that's ongoing.
What do you think about Project Bluebeam?
I think it's real. I think it can happen. I think they used it in Iraq. I've seen all sorts of stuff, cities floating in the sky in China. I mean, who knows what we're looking at? So they've got the technology to do that. But here's the deal. It's the so-called ET, or it's the fallen ones who are in control. In other words, they don't care. There's a timeline, but they're being held back. I mean, there's no doubt they are being held back. And this is, at the very end of the book, I weigh in and I say, this is the scenario. Think about this. You have a nuclear device going off anywhere on this planet. It creates the greatest climate of fear that humanity collectively has experienced. How does that work, right? Because we're all connected by the internet and the satellite network that's overhead. So once this happens, it creates the greatest collective fear. That's when they show up. That's when they show up. I have a tract that we actually give people when they buy anything from the store. And it basically says this, I'm paraphrasing, that some people here, that these people will have in an afternoon, they'll leave the earth because they're not ready. They're holding back this evolution of humankind. I mean, I'm not making this stuff up. This is channeled information from a person opening themselves up to an entity. And they don't know whether the entity is benevolent or malevolent, but in my opinion, it's utterly malevolent. It lies all the time. And it's basically explaining away the rapture of the church that we read about in 2 Thessalonians.
What did you think about William Cooper and his reversal on alien entities? What did you think about that before he was murdered?
Reversal?
Well, in the end of his life, he said that he had been used for the concept of UFOs, like giving classified information that really wasn't classified. They wanted him to have it. and talk about UFOs for all those years. And then towards the end of his life, he came out and said, well, I actually think I was used for that. What did you think about Williams?
Well, you know, behold the pale horse. I mean, you remember, this is decades ago.
Mm-hmm.
And when a person got too close to the truth, usually they wound up having a aggressive cancer, or they died, or something happened. And we've got too many people like that. So, you know, everything has changed. And think about this: the old guard that ran the crew, as it were, from the Roswell crash in 1947, they're all dead. So, but Bill Cooper was, you know, being shadowed by that group of people who put the kibosh on the whole UFO thing.
Interesting. Okay, I'm going to come right back. More with L.A. Marzulli and rungsofdisclosure.com. Yeah, that's where you can go get his book. This is the Kate Daly Show. We're 27 million on podcasts. I'll be right back. KateDalyRadio.com.
Well, hello, everybody. It's Annie Cyrus. Welcome to my artist view where all the magic happens. This is the station for painting, and that is the station for all the resin art I do. If you want to check out my art, all you gotta do is go to lutfstudio.com. But I'm sure for this, I hope I'll see you at lutfstudio.com.
Beyonce, I always think of witchcraft. So, don't you? Anyway, welcome back. And boy, she seems to be the queen of it. And Madonna, all those guys. So welcome back, Kate Daly Show. Glad to have you on a Friday. Friday shows are awesome. I love Friday. And also, I just wanted to mention, to get ivermectin, to get fembenzenol, and get those parasites out. I heard a star, actually, a celebrity, talking about their MS, and all I could keep thinking was, get rid of the parasites. Do some cleanses. Oh my gosh, get some help with that in that way. You can go to allfamilypharmacy.com/Kate. Or you can use the code KATE10, and you can do the BOGO sale they have going on with that right now. These are doctor scripts, and they're sent to your house, which is really nice because you don't have to try to go pay a doctor and find a doctor to write you refills. And to get this under roof, you can actually just get it sent in a few days to your home. So, and with a great price. So go to allfamilypharmacy.com/Kate. You know how I feel about pharma in general. Natural all the way, but on ivermectin and fembenzenol, I do think those are really, really good. And they also do hormones and all those things too. But I'm just telling you, it's such a great opportunity for people. And you've been asking me to tell you where to go to get those things. So allfamilypharmacy.com and /Kate. All right. L.A. Marzulli's with me, and somebody was just complimenting the last message of the late Chuck Missler. That's cool. That's awesome. So I like that. Also, I just wanted to kind of talk to you a little bit, because I know that you've spoken about this too. These dark forces, the dark forces in government, the dark forces in Hollywood, the dark forces in media, and the normalization of witchcraft. Do you want to speak to that?
Let me tell you a story. When I was a worship leader at a church near the Santa Monica Mountains, I won't mention the name of the church, but it was a fairly large church, and revival had broken out. People were actually getting healed. We were getting 20 to 30 people a week getting saved. It was a pretty big deal. And worship was through the roof. The Holy Spirit was showing up. Gifts were moving. Well, I used to get to that church very early in the morning, because I was the music director, and I would open up the building, turn on the equipment, the whole deal. So I'm walking down this covered porch, a walkway, which is about 40, 50 feet. And I'm looking at something in front of the church doors. I'm going, that's not right. So I run up. This is like, 23 years ago, before I was writing, but I'm not doing them what I'm doing now. And I get up there. It's a circle with a pentagram in it. There's a slaughtered dove in that circle. and the candles are still burning, Kate.
Oh.
And I cleaned it all up on Monday. We had our staff meeting. I told everybody what was happening. Everybody poo-pooed it on staff. 3 months later, that church split. The pastor was dead 2 years later. The head elder was dead within 6 months. 3,000 people completely displaced. There is witchcraft going on in Malibu. That's all I'll say. There's no doubt about it. But it's going on in a city near you. There are covens, there are witches, there are warlocks, there are people that have given their lives over to the dark side, and they don't realize what they're giving up. They've been told one thing, but the price is their soul, which is exactly what we read about in Scripture.
Yeah, we're seeing this in normalized in Disney movies. We're seeing it normalized in performances at the Emmys and all over. It's really in everything. The normalization as if it's some sort of feminist power center, right?
Well,
Very weird.
You think about it. I mean, I don't know how many people we can mention by name here, but there are entertainers that even talk about channeling, their alter ego. Well, it's a demon that they're channeling.
Right.
If you've never seen the guy The Weeknd, if that's not satanic, I don't know what else is. With all due respect, if he wants to come on my show or your show and talk about it, he certainly can. But look, this has been going on forever, and it's. Let me tell you a story. Before I was a Christian, I was like 18 years old, and a bunch of us were in my friend Cliff's bedroom. So there were three of us. It was like, table and chairs, and the table, there were 3 seats around this thing, and then the wall. And the Ouija board was there, and all 3 of us had our hands, and this thing's moving around. And it spells out the name Ashtaroth. And at that time, I had no idea who that was. Well, I'm not making this up, folks. I'm looking at the wall, and my 2 buddies are facing each other. So it's the 3 of us, and where the fourth chair would sit, that was up against the wall. All of a sudden, the room gets incredibly cold. I mean, really cold. And then on that wall, we see a black hole begin to open up. We were absolutely terrified. We threw the Ouija board up in the air and ran out of the room, out into the sunlight. That's how terrified we were. Look, all this stuff is real, and why sell Ouija boards in the first place?
Right.
I actually talked to somebody at the company that manufactures them, and I got to run around. But why are they doing this? Why are they selling it? Why is it that a lot of entertainers, and it's openly, it's in your face. Think about Katy Perry riding in on the Beast, right?
Right.
Think about Anna on the throne in the Super Bowl, making impossible gestures with her hands. Think about Lady Gaga coming in an egg. All this is very symbolic. They telegraph what's going to happen. They do it, and these are rituals that are done. And think about it. When you're sitting there and you're watching it in your living room, you are partaking in the ritual because you're watching it.
So true. It's so true because we think about it almost like a voyeur, like watching them, try to profess witchcraft as normal and good and all these horrid things. But then are we touched by it? Yes, we are, because we're watching it. Yes, I agree with you. I agree with you. We allow it in. So
yeah, you can't invite it in. I mean, I watch it because it's what I do. And then I talk about it the next day on my podcast, letting people know that, well, what you just saw was very interesting, specifically with, the Katy Perry thing. I about fell out of my chair with that.
Yeah.
It's unbelievable.
Yeah, they're getting more and more overt about it if they don't care, because I guess we've crossed into this never land of just acceptance. That I never thought I would see happen, because if somebody found that out, like the High School Musical girl that was in High School Musical, she loves being in a coven, and so she's really out with it. I just never thought we'd see a time when we would actually, it wouldn't destroy their career, is what I'm saying. It actually, nobody seems to care that we're normalizing it. That's odd. So we've reached a point.
I completely concur. I mean, we are in a place that is unprecedented. In maybe not in all of history, but certainly in what we're looking at, what was at one time a Christian nation. And we've lost the younger generation, which is tragic, but that's where we are. And as long as we continue to do the same formula week after week after week without ever allowing the Holy Spirit to come in like he did in the first century, then this is what we're going to get. That's the way it works.
Yeah. what else do you want? I know we have a minute left here, and then we'll come back for a segment. But what do you want people to really realize right now, because of the state of where we're at right now in America, with acceptance of all of this and not really doing much about it? What do you want to tell people? What do you want them to be aware of?
The bottom line is that we are in unprecedented waters. I mean, we really are. We are in an unprecedented moment in history. The Bible speaks about it. This is the coming great deception. How do you create in fact, I'll be speaking at the Prophecy Watchers Conference next weekend in Orlando, and I'll be talking about how do you create a one world government, a one world religious system. This is exactly how you do it. Because when they show up, everything changes. When they show up, when mile-wide UFOs appear over the cities of the world, everything changes. Life as we know it completely, and then it changes on a dime, and the neo-Darwinists will be celebrating it. Aha! Now we know who created us. Hooray! And this is how it's going to be couched. This is the coming great deception, folks.
Yeah,
brace yourself. And straight up.
I used to wonder how in the world people would accept an antichrist. How in the world would you get people, because knowing this and talking about it for eons, right, and exposing it, and it's written in there, it's actually told to us what's going to happen. How in the world would we adopt those feelings of, yeah, this person is right on the money, and you can only imagine what they've got up their sleeve to be able to make those things look like they're from God, right? Otherwise, you wouldn't accept that. Be right back. I want your thoughts on that. L.A. Marzulli, Kate Daly Show, KateDalyRadio.com. Be right back.
You're still looking good.
I'm still feeling good. You know, I've got all your MyPillow products. Mattress topper, bed sheets, MyPillows, towels, slippers, blankets.
I'm interrupting this commercial to do something I've never done before. Get 2 MyPillows absolutely free on orders of $100 or more. I can't do this forever, so get on board with this great sale today. Our best-selling 6-piece bath towel sets or kitchen towel sets, just $29.98. Our famous standard MyPillows only $14.98. Queens $18.98. King size only $1 more. Body pillows $29.98. Multi-use MyPillow 2.0s with pillowcase $9.98. Save $40 on our Spring Percale and Giza Dream bed sheet sets. Any size, any color. So go to MyPillow.com or call that number on your screen. Use your promo code to save up to 80% on all MyPillow products. And when you spend $100 or more, get 2 standard MyPillows absolutely free.
All right, welcome back. Okay, you're listening to the Kate Daly Show. I've got guest L.A. Marzulli on with me. And of course, get over to CozyEarth.com. It's a great way to support truth and freedom of speech, is that Cozy Earth helps me stay on the air, and they're willing to do that. And so if you're willing to go there and get the most luxurious sheets of your life and loungewear, it actually helps the show. So it's a great twofer. I love that. And you get a 40% discount. And so it's a great reason to go shopping, I believe. And so I'm a woman. Anything's a great reason to go shopping, but this gives you even more clout in that arena. So make sure that you're doing that to help this show. CozyEarth.com, and the code word is Kate. I really appreciate you doing it. All right, I got L.A. Marzulli on with me, and you can go to rungsofdisclosure.com to get the book. And he talks a lot in this particular book more about UFOs, things like that. And then also, I just wanted to kind of ask you this more broad question, if you will, and that is about end times. What, a lot of people in the back of their mind are thinking about this, LA, and I love to get your take on some of the most prevalent signs you're seeing on end times. What would you say to that?
Well, I mean, in my opinion, and I realize there's a lot of people that will take umbrage in this, and that's your problem, because the Bible makes it very, very clear that everything hinges around the nation of Israel. Mm-hmm. And I get it. Most of the Jews in Israel do not accept Jesus, so we have a problem there. But when you look at the whole counsel of God, I am not a replacement theology guy. I do not believe for a second that the church has replaced Israel. We know from Amos 9, 14, and 15. That's right. Dust that off, folks. Open your Bibles and dust off the prophet Amos. Mm-hmm. Go to Amos 9, chapter 9, verses 14 and 15. I will bring back the captives of my people Israel. They will, check, that's happened. Mm-hmm. They will build the waste cities and inhabit them. Check. They will plant vineyards and drink the wine from them. Check. They will also plant gardens and eat the fruit from them. Check. Here's the kicker. I will plant them in their land, and never again will I pluck them up from the land I have given them. Never again will they be plucked up from the land I have given them. Never again will they be plucked up from the land I have given them. Think about it. 1948, let's go back. 1945, you've got the Hiroshima and Nagasaki event. 1947, you've got the Roswell event. Why Roswell? Because the 509th Bombing Group is stationed in Roswell. Why is that important? Because the 509th Bombing Group is the bombing group that dropped the atomic bomb on Nagasaki and Hiroshima. 1948, Israel becomes a nation. The whole end time clock clicks in at that point. Wars and rumors of wars, famines, pestilence, earthquakes in diverse places, troublesome times. They will look on him whom they have pierced and mourn for him as an only son. That's future. That's where it's headed. All those little checkpoints, wars and rumors of wars, check. You know, earthquakes in diverse. Think about this. Jesus tells us earthquakes in diverse places, right? When he writes that, when he says that 2,000 years ago, how would you know about an earthquake in a diverse place? You wouldn't. But now in modernity, right? You know. If an earthquake 7.0 happens in Japan, we read about it. We know about it. Cling, my iPhone lights up. We are in a window of time that is absolutely unprecedented. By the way, for your listeners to understand, when you go back and you look at the conquest of Canaan that you read about in Numbers and other places in the biblical prophetic narrative, you will find that there were 3 cities that Joshua and Caleb did not conquer. Guess what one of them is? Gaza.
Oh, interesting.
Gaza.
Yeah, interesting.
Just saying.
Lines.
And I want to make this really clear. I am not calling the Palestinians Nephilim. What I am saying is that the Nephilim spirit has never been deposed over that territory. Isn't that interesting?
That is interesting. Okay. And so what do you think the 2030s bring us? I know you don't have a crystal ball, nor would you ever. So what do you think we're looking at time-wise? Because I know that's a hard, terrible question to ask because you don't, I mean, but I know that you study a lot and I know that you probably have some sort of opinion on it. And a lot of people think 2030s is going to be an insane time where everything goes up on steroids. So when we're talking end times, what are your thoughts?
I think we're close. I think this whole thing can turn on a dime. I think, watch and be ready. I'm not a date setter. My hand's on the plow. We're coming out with a new film on the Shroud of Turin and the Holy Fire and how the two of them connect. First film of it that's like it. There's a lot of films on the Shroud, but we connect the Shroud of Turin to the Holy Fire that happens for the last 1,700 years, essentially. 1,700 years at the Church of the Holy Sepulchre, which we believe is a real burial and crucifixion site, burial site of Jesus, the Messiah. He's got to come back because you can't fix this. There's a clip I show of a woman. She's a pretty gal, maybe 33, 34 years old. It doesn't matter what she's talking about. She could be talking about, fusion, nuclear fission, or she could be talking about the greatest recipe for eggplant parmesan on the planet. Doesn't matter. I let the clip run for about about a minute, and then I just stop it and I go, what you are watching, folks, is 110% AI created. She's not real. There's nothing about her that's real. And so we've crossed a Rubicon, Kate. We're in an unprecedented moment in history where no longer you can tell what's real and what's fabricated. We talked about that earlier. But then you plug in Israel, and now the game changes. Isn't it interesting how we know that Jerusalem will be a cup of trembling in the whole world, and the anti-Semitism is absolutely through the roof, and people, and I won't mention, certain denominations which have completely devoided themselves from dispensationalism or the idea that Israel is God's chosen people. Folks, the time of the tribulation, the 7-year tribulation period, is called the time of Jacob's trouble, not Bob, Fred, and Ernie. And there's a reason for it. It deals with the nation of Israel. They, Israel, will look on him whom they have pierced and collectively, nationally, mourn for him as an only son. That's future. That's Jesus. I'm not a date setter. Maybe next Wednesday we go up. I say that glibly and tongue-in-cheek, of course. But I think we're close to seeing something. I really do. I think we're really close.
Yeah, a lot. I mean, many of us do, right? I mean, it's kind of how fast things are going, and when you see people that
very
are
fast.
so overtly throwing the corruption. We didn't even get to government today, but that'll be another show. All of all the satanic worship, and in your face is something wonderful, and people are actually responding to that. It's amazing. It's amazing to see the time that we're in. So I didn't think we'd get there. So of course, I appreciate you coming on, sharing your thoughts today. Rungsofdisclosure.com. That's the best place to get the book.
That's a great place. Amazon also. You can order from Amazon. You can order it from our website, rungsofdisclosure.com. But, do your homework, folks, as the late Chuck Missler used to say. Do your homework, get the book, do a deep dive. There are 30 films you can watch on the Nephilim, on the supernatural, on Trail of the Nephilim, 10 films on the UFO phenomena, 2 films on the Fatima apparitions. You can stream them. You can buy the DVDs, but you can stream them. Streaming.marzulli.net.
L.A. Marzulli. And of course, I'll be right back on the flip side of the break. Don't go anywhere. Kate Daly Show, KateDalyRadio.com. And I'll be right back. Stay with me.
I hear every day about the products you all wish MyPillow carried. Well, guess what? We probably do. Slippers, bathrobes, pet beds, blankets, mattresses, sleepwear, loungewear, duvets, comforters, pot holders, aprons, oven mitts, and so much more. And they're all on sale. For example, get our best-selling standard MyPillows for only $14.98. Body pillows, $29.98. 6-piece bath towels or kitchen towel sets, just $29.98. Multi-use MyPillow 2.0s with pillowcase, $9.98. Save $40 on our Spring Percale and Giza Dream bedsheet sets. Any size, any color, and so much more. So go to MyPillow.com or call the number on your screen. Use your promo code to save up to 80% on all MyPillow products. And I've never done this before. When you spend $100 or more, you're going to get 2 standard MyPillows absolutely free.
Daly Show starts now.
When they say you'll be happy, what they mean is you'll be enslaved. That's why they're talking about a great reset. That's why they're talking about introducing this quasi-communist, quasi-socialist agenda. They know we've run the course where we cannot continue down the path of the ever-increasing indebtedness because we have a generation that quite literally cannot afford to buy a house.
Millions of Americans are priced out of buying a home.
And so it's easy to tell that generation, we're going to forgive your college debt, student debt relief, and set your expectations lower. You're going to rent forever. We're going to celebrate the tiny house move.
Pieces of evidence to suggest that the declaration of a novel coronavirus was actually entirely a fallacy. There was no novel coronavirus.
All right. That was Dr. David Martin. I actually had breakfast with Dr. Martin. He's fascinating to listen to. And I've played some of his clips. I'm going to share with you a couple of ideas that are going to seem kind of far out there. You know me, it's a Friday show. I'm going to go a lot of places on Friday that I don't normally go. But this will just, I think the reason I wanted to do this was because I thought that, as much as we can add to the conversation, like I don't believe in UFOs, but L.A. Marzulli does. So I always want to hear them out. I want to listen to them, and I want to see as they're telling their stories, how do I feel about this incoming information? I think we should always be like that, shouldn't we? I mean, it makes sense to me. So I never want to just shut a conversation out because I've made up my mind. But it does seem to me that you have to rely on the people that say, well, I do believe this, and this is what I saw, and you just have to believe that is pretty much that evidence in a way, right? Like the gentleman that he talked about on the Tucker show. So, I have a hard time with that because I think there's a lot of people sent out that do disinformation, but I can appreciate L.A. Marzulli's passion for what he believes in, and always want to hear him out. And he's written a lot on Nephilim, all kinds of different different things. So very fascinating guest. So I appreciate him coming on. I really do. I bring up Dr. David Martin because if you're watching Severance, I don't know if you're watching that show. It's laced with a lot of cursing, so it might not be your game, but I have watched Severance. I mean, you know, to me, I don't mind the cursing as much. I think that the F word is nauseating at this point to have to listen to in shows that we binge, right? And so I don't like that. But I've watched Severance because there's a couple of shows I keep my eyes on because they're talking about sort of the future, or a lot of shows have predictive programming and things like that. So that's kind of why I watch these things. But Severance is a really interesting show. Ben Stiller's the director, and of course Dan Erickson, who pens a lot of these types of things. He seems to have a lot of crazy knowledge about maybe where we're going in the future. If you get my drift, Dan Erickson, you know, bringing up the fact that they're living in this. You can separate your memories from an innie to an outie. You got the innie that goes to work and an outie that lives on the outside, and you separate your memories, and it's all done with a chip, and it's very, very interesting, right? The main thing that I wanted people to understand about and this goes to the fascinating aspect of the things they're willing to put into shows segment, okay, is the fact that the laboratory in the show that's doing all these nefarious things to people as lab rats and guinea pigs is called Cold Harbor. Okay, so now if you know your stuff, which I know Dan Erickson must know in order to even want to insert that into the show Severance, is that Cold Harbor is a very, very interesting phenomenon in our history. And David Martin speaks to that a lot because he would bring it up, Dr. David Martin, in his talks of saying, in his speeches, of saying Cold Springs Harbor is a very interesting thing in America. It has done some very nefarious things. And it was also in the early 20th century, eugenics, the office that really kicked off eugenics. Okay, now you're going to understand Severance a little bit more as to why that was inserted in there. And the couple of offices that, one in New York, the laboratory, and one in Atlanta, Georgia, the one that Dr. David Martin talks about, is kind of interesting because it's all about human genetics. And it's all about them granting unfettered access to conduct experiments on prisoners, psychiatric patients, Coney Island circus performers, Native American reservations, all kinds of different people. They took in a lot of African Americans and a lot of different, the disabled, all kinds of unfettered access to these types of experimentation. MK Ultra came out of this. You've got forced sterilization of thousands of Americans and the passage of all kinds of weird, they were instrumental in getting a lot of things passed. And so it started about the time that the World War II was ending. And so it started in a kind of a strange time as far as bringing the Nazi scientists back here and not all of a sudden they're not our enemy. Isn't that crazy? I mean, they were our enemy, and then all of a sudden they're not. And they're not going to take us over, but we want their best and brightest in the Nazi world to come here and head up NASA and head up all of these organizations in America. I mean, not just work there, to be the head of. In fact, that brings me into Werner von Braun, right? A Nazi scientist who we brought over to head up NASA, the brand new NASA that was really gonna kickstart and get going into that laundromat of black budget money. And it is a laundromat of black budget money. Hate to be the spoiler there, but I'm gonna say it gets a little crazy when you start talking about NASA. Okay, so Dr. David Martin, interesting, because he really talks and really discloses a lot of these things. And I find that really fascinating, don't you? He also talks about DNA. Now, this is where it's going to go sort of off the reservation for people, because it's going to be really hard to take in the information that he's saying about DNA, but he ties it all in. So here we go. This is the first part of this clip with Dr. David Martin talking about this subject, Cold Springs Harbor. They call it Cold Harbor in the movie or in the show Severance. Interesting. Okay, here we go.
Anybody know what the Center for Disease Control actually would? Right, in 1946, a beautiful, generous, compassionate human soul, John D. Rockefeller, decided that we needed to fund the Center for Disease Control. Now, does anybody know what the Center for Disease Control actually was set up to be? Anybody? No, that's the story they want you to tell. It was actually set up to investigate the what makes malaria kill some people and make some people survive. That's what it was set up to do. Because it was, in fact, before the CDC, it was actually the Center for Malaria Control, which was allegedly what we set in motion with the Panama Canal, and then we set in motion for the southern states, because we were very worried about the fact that we were not getting enough work out of the indentured and enslaved population, because malaria seemed to be killing, are you ready for this? African Americans, slaves. That's bad for business, isn't it? Did we actually care about malaria because we actually loved the people who were exposed to malaria? Do you think that John D. Rockefeller woke up on one of his hunting safaris and go, "Oh, how I long for the day when these poor African savages can shoot big game with me healthily"? Do you think that was part of his kind of long-term plan? No. His long-term plan was, how do I actually selectively get to a place where enough of them are around to carry the big game out of the forest or savanna, but not enough of them to be in the way of the mining and the oil and the everything else I want really from their land. So it turns out that managing their death would be a pretty good idea. So understanding malaria was not about public health. It was about economics. 1946, CDC is formed, allegedly for malaria control, but the syphilis thing snuck in under the radar because we needed someplace to put the syphilis project, and so we did. And Cold Spring Harbor and Atlanta, Georgia became a collaborating location to make sure we figured out how to destroy the lives of African Americans with a controlled release of a pathogen during a period of time that we had, quote, civil rights interests. Isn't it interesting that we're marching for civil rights at the same time we're murdering people? Isn't that a really cool paradox where our official cover story is, we're all about equal access. Let's get everybody to the drinking fountain. Let's just have fewer people getting to the drinking fountain.
I just want to stop it there because digest that. Civil rights movements going on at the same time this is going on. And it was about getting fewer people to the drinking fountain because in general, even because this was the office of eugenics. Okay. And so this is what gave us abortion. It gave us the vax program. It gave us all these things to sort of harm us. Okay. So just let that sink in because it really is a strange thing. Okay. Here we go.
To the point where maybe we could get all the way to nobody to the drinking fountain. And we could actually get to the place where we wanted in the first place. We just happen to have the inconvenience if they all died of syphilis. Oh, I'm sorry. Now here's, in my view, in the long arc of the insurance company's story, the original sin. And I'm now going to offend almost everybody in the room with what I'm
going to play that when I get back because it's about DNA and the designs of DNA versus chromosomes. And he makes a valid point, believe it or not. He makes a really valid point, even though it's something that you are not used to hearing. It's going to sound wackadoodle crazy. And that's okay, right? Because on this show, I will talk about just about every single thing you can. So I'm going to play that when I come back. It's fascinating. He also talks about several different things that I do want to try to cover in today's show. But how we changed science forever. And that happened in 1980. And he brings up a very good point, because this would be something that I would hope that DOJ would take care of, that DOJ would go in to make right, because it changed the face of science in America like you cannot believe, for the worse, okay? And it happened in 1980. He talks about it and brings up a fantastic point. If we're really going to change things, then we really need to get down to the root system, don't we? And I'll talk about the root system of where that money has been going. Our money. Be right back. Kate Daly Show.
Hi.
Well, hello, everybody. It's Annie Cyrus. Welcome to my artist studio where all the magic happens. This is the station for painting, and that is the station for all the resin art I do. If you want to check out my art, all you gotta do is go to lutfstudio.com. But I'm sure, for at least I hope, I'll see you at lutfstudio.com.
Oh, so happy that you're tuned in today. So I'm kind of going to, well, sorry, it's live. We're going to say it's live radio. Look, I'm going to introduce this to you from Dr. David Martin because it's just utterly fascinating. So I got to. This is about DNA. And how he felt, or he thinks, as he studied in the lab, that we were completely misguided by this notion. And so I'm just going to launch in and play this because it's just that fascinating. Okay, here we go. So pay attention. Here we go. This is Dr. David Martin.
What I'm going to say about science. How many of you have ever seen a tapestry? Tapestry. Most of you. So you know that it's made up of strings tied in knots on warp threads, right? Well, it turns out that you do not have DNA. You have chromosomes. Nature made chromosomes. If I were to walk into a cathedral in Europe and I would say, before you look at the tapestry, let me untie all the threads and then let me put them in a pile on the floor, and then I'd like you to critique the image of the tapestry, you would think me mad. You would think me mad because I would be, in fact, mad. You would not see the near naked vixen by the pond. You would not see the heart with an arrow thrust through its bleeding chest. You wouldn't see any of those images, and you wouldn't see them because it would be a pile of string on the ground. It turns out that a nasty photograph, and it wasn't really a photograph, it was an X-ray photograph, plate 51, taken in 1952, okay? Us all. And I said it. There you said it. And I'm telling you why I said it. Because DNA is not a product of nature. It is a model of human manipulation. Listen carefully to what I'm saying. DNA is not a product of nature. It is a characteristic. It's a model of human manipulation. That first image, 1952, Raymond Gosling and Rosalind Franklin, the actual people who first characterized the double helix called deoxyribonucleic acid. They were the first ones to discover that there was an interesting orientation of the molecule, deoxyribonucleic acid, and it was then a year later that Watson and Crick were celebrated for actually coming up with the invention of DNA. But it turns out they didn't invent anything. They actually built a model. But the model was analogous to untying the tapestry of life in the form of chromosomes and then putting the untied strings on the floor and saying, describe humanity. Funded by foundations supported by life insurance companies. Why do you think the Nobel Prize was awarded to the people who didn't even discover the thing? They didn't. Watson and Crick had nothing to do, seriously, nothing to do with discovering anything. They happened to be eugenicists who would support a cover story that would tell science, don't look anywhere else, only look to the double helix. I'm going to go out on a limb here for you. Chromosomes, being paramagnetic, wound, helical coils of conductive material, are quite possibly antenna. They're quite possibly not chemistry at all. And it turns out I've proven that in the lab. If you wonder why the magnet experiment that you're going to hear about from Dr. Carey is so damn interesting, it's not because of DNA. It's not because of RNA. It's because they are putting an antenna into your body to screw up the transmissions of all of the wisdom of the cosmos so that you are detached from being human. And if you knew what it really was, it is a wound helical antenna, and it's an antenna that was made so that we stayed in touch with our creation and our creator. That's what it was. And in 1953, we defiled it. And we have spent billions of dollars describing life through untied strings of a tapestry, and then mysteriously come to the conclusion that 95% of DNA is just junk DNA. Really? If you're a statistician in the room and you've ever actually said that, you should hang your head in shame in perpetuity. You should get sackcloth and ashes. You should have a scarlet dunce cap sewed onto your shirt or your hat or whatever.
That's why I like him.
Because it turns out
Yeah.
that the reason why we don't understand life is because we untied the majesty of the tapestry of life and then tried to describe life through the pile of strings that we put on the floor.
Wow. Fascinating. Am I right? Fascinating. Let that digest for just a moment. I'll be right back. That's the Dr. David Martin. Be right back and getting to the thing that changed science forever that most people never talk about. No one's ever tried to go after this bill. Be right back. Kate Daly Show.
You're still looking good.
I'm still feeling good. You know, I've got all your MyPillow products. Mattress topper, bed sheets, My Pillows, towels, slippers, blankets.
I'm interrupting this commercial to do something I've never done before. Get 2 MyPillows absolutely free on orders of $100 or more. I can't do this forever, so get on board with this great sale today. Our best-selling 6-piece bath towel sets or kitchen towel sets, just $29.98. Our famous standard MyPillows only $14.98. Queens $18.98. King size only $1 more. Body pillows $29.98. Multi-use MyPillow 2.0s with pillowcase $9.98. Save $40 on our Spring Percale and Giza Dream bedsheet sets. Any size, any color. So go to MyPillow.com or call that number on your screen. Use your promo code to save up to 80% on all MyPillow products. And when you spend $100 or more, get 2 standard MyPillows absolutely free.
All right. Welcome back. Kate Daly Show. And of course, so glad to have you. So glad to have you on today's show. Friday, or listening to today's show. It's a Friday show for sure. And visit my sponsors, of course, allfamilypharmacy.com. You can also go to allfamilypharma.com too, but allfamilypharmacy.com/Kate to get the buy one, get one sale. And that's ivermectin, and that's benbenzenol, all kinds of things. They do hormones, they do all kinds of things. They've got over 200 things, but that was initially my focus for getting you that deal from them. So you can also put in the code Kate10, Kate10, and then also cozyearth.com, and the code word is Kate. When you help the sponsors, you help me stay on the air. So I love that, and they love free speech, which I love. So thank your local station for playing this show, man. If my show ever disappears, we're in trouble. I'm just telling you, because there aren't going to be too many people that are going to be playing what I'm playing. So for you on, especially where Dr. David Martin is disclosing a lot of very, very interesting things on today's show for sure. Okay, so let me go back to this. He's talking a lot about the act of that changed science. Okay. And this is hugely important because it really will disclose kind of these are sort of the roots that we need to get rid of. These are the roots of the money that actually is part of the big ticket items that the deep state loves. Okay. So you won't hear anyone talking about this, just like they won't they won't get rid of, I should say, socialized medicine, right? Remember, they all campaigned, all of our politicians on our right side of the aisle campaigned on getting rid of Obamacare. Not a single word in the last cycle of 2024, right? Not a word about Obamacare because it's set in stone now. They don't want to get rid of it. Okay, so, and that's a huge problem. Here we go. Here's Dr. David Martin.
And then,
oops, hold on just a second. It's always, well, I'm live. What can I say? It's just how it goes. Okay, here we go.
And then 1980 came along. And it wasn't really 1980. It was signed into law in 1980, but the real congressional hearings were in 1979. And what I love about the Bayh-Dole Act is nobody ever reads the hearings that gave rise to the Bayh-Dole Act. You've been told that the Bayh-Dole Act was this wonderful breakthrough that actually stimulated the great knowledge economy of the United States, because for the first time, we were going to let the recipients of federal grants gain commercial access to the benefits of their research, the greatest innovation of all time, to make sure that science would finally contribute to the economy and we could build a knowledge economy. And so the cover story was, let's let people who get federal grants keep the rights to their inventions.
Let's let people who get federal grants keep the rights to their inventions. 1980 changed everything in science. Here we go.
If you want to know the death of free inquiry in science, and I mean the death like nails in the coffin, coffin on the train, train over the distance, corpse rotting in the casket, showing up and being buried under a wooden cross in the middle of the desert, the death of science happened with the signature of the Bayh-Dole Act. Because the minute we decided that publicly funded research was the provenance of the lottery winnings of those who actually would play by the rules of the game. And what's the rules of the game? Send in your grant application, have it peer reviewed. Most of you don't even know that happens. Before you can even ask a question, a committee decides whether you can ask the question. You have a team of experts who have never thought of a thing. Because you thought of the thing, you have a team of experts decide whether the question you're asking is a legitimate question. Oh, that's a great idea, because clearly the experts in the room would be perfect to understand the thing that they have no idea what the thing is. That makes absolutely logical sense. So let them be the arbiter of who gets the money. Oh, and then it goes through an institution which has a thing called the Office of Sponsored Programs. Anybody familiar with the Office?
The Office of Sponsored Programs. You haven't seen the takedown of that, right? The Office of Sponsored Programs. Here we go.
Office of Sponsored Programs. Anybody familiar with the Office of Sponsored Programs? Well, the Office of Sponsored Programs is what's the most inefficient NGO ever built in the history of humanity. It's a basic money laundering scheme where public institutions in every one of the states and most participating countries around the world charge an overhead of anywhere from 30 to 70% of a grant so that they scrape the money, and the researcher is left with the pittance of the whatever's left over to hire the graduate students, to get the lab equipment, to do the study, to do everything else, at which point in time, the results of the research get sent back to, are you ready for this? A committee who also still has no freaking clue. They get to review whether, not your study was done correctly, they get to review whether your study fits their business plan of the way education must advance.
So bought and paid for science. Bought and paid for science, 1980. It was already influenced, okay, and going in certain directions. But then we legalized it. And by the way, no one's ever really tried to reverse this bill, the Bayh-Dole or the Bayh-Dole Act. Nobody's gone after the NGO. No one's gone after a thing. Silence and crickets from Congress. Silence. Ever since this.
The Bayh-Dole Act is the death of free inquiry. The Bayh-Dole Act is the hijacking of the public coffers. And I find it fascinating that nobody talks about this, but we invented a very interesting invention.
Listen up.
The year after the Bayh-Dole Act got signed into law. I love how that happens. I love how we get the legal framework right, and then we create the thing for which the legal framework was relevant. I love that. I love that we actually anticipate where the ball is going. We're total Wayne Gretzky hockey puck here.
And just know that they do that with everything. They've already got the solution. They've already got the solution of digital transactions. They've already got the ousting of the dollar. They just need to now build up the cover story for it. I'm not kidding. Here we go.
Will be not where the puck is. And not surprisingly, the Bayh-Dole Act didn't have the ink dry on it before somebody came up with an interesting marketing program. What if you could create a virus and brand it with another name?
When have we seen that?
What if we could come up with this branding program? And the branding program goes something like this. We're going to say there's a virus. Then we're going to say there's a disease, but there's not really a disease. It's a series of symptoms, but it's not really a disease. But we're going to call the series of symptoms a disease. Sound familiar, anybody? And this branding program is going to be great because when people hear that somebody has the virus, then they'll think that it's the disease. And if they hear that there's somebody with a disease, they'll know that they have the virus. And they'll be so confused that they can come up with numbers with how many people were infected and how many people died and blah, 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 blah.
Yeah, think measles right now. Aren't they doing that with measles? They're calling it a disease. Measles is not a disease. It is not a disease.
Does this feel like we are in a freaking loop from exactly a plan that was put in place in 1981 when we invented, listen, invented HIV and AIDS. We invented it. It did not turn out in the human population in 1981. We got the merchandising ready. We changed the laws to make sure that federal researchers could keep the economic gain for it. And then mysteriously, nature decided to have somebody have sex with a monkey or whatever the story is that you were told. And by the way, that was the story you were told. Okay? Does that sound like a wet market in Wuhan? Sounds to me like a wet market in Wuhan. Really? That is the same thing as a wet market in Wuhan. Okay? We made up HIV and AIDS after we built the infrastructure to commercialize it. Does that sound like it was premeditated?
Yes.
And it turns out we did it laughing at Jonas Salk because he was too dumb to know that he should have commercialized the polio vaccine. And all of the vaccine manufacturers fell on their knees going, but we're poor because we're making this unpatented compound. We need to have patented things that allow us to actually charge for the treatment of a thing. And it turns out that the windfall 1981 was the invention.
Yep, the invention.
Does this feel like?
Yep, the invention of that act. So, and the invention of HIV. Now you know why Fauci, all of them involved getting money. Gates. Be right back. Kate Daly Show. I've got more. Be right back. KateDalyRadio.com.
I hear every day about the products you all wish MyPillow carried. Well, guess what? We probably do. Slippers, bathrobes, pet beds, blankets, mattresses, sleepwear, loungewear, duvets, comforters, pot holders, aprons, oven mitts, and so much more. And they're all on sale. For example, get our best-selling standard MyPillows for only $14.98. Body pillows, $29.98. 6-piece bath towels or kitchen towel sets, just $29.98. Multi-use MyPillow 2.0s with pillowcase, $9.98. Save $40 on our Spring Percale and Giza Dream bedsheet sets. Any size, any color, and so much more. So go to MyPillow.com or call the number on your screen. Use your promo code to save up to 80% on all MyPillow products. And I've never done this before. When you spend $100 or more, you're going to get 2 standard MyPillows absolutely free.
There's some hard times in the neighborhood.
All right, welcome back, Kate Daly Show. Yep, it is a great day to be alive, considering as we're unwinding history, all of the nefarious actions that have laid before us, right? People definitely set on eugenics and all very, very busy at what they've been doing over the last 100 years. And this show, if we can really understand our history, then maybe we understand where they're headed. So this is why we get called conspiracy theorists, right? Because we're talking about people that conspire with long laid plans. You would have to have long laid plans to have the solution ready for something that you are about to put into process, knowing that your solution is all ready to go. That takes a conspiracy. That takes people conspiring. So it always amazes me when people say that in a nefarious, you're a conspiracy theorist. Yeah, you don't think people conspire? Interesting. So that's called a, coincidence theorist, and coincidence, like they're dense. So yes, I don't believe in coincidences for everything. I believe that people do have long laid plans. So let me go back to the end of that. Here we go. This is Dr. David Martin. Here we go.
Compound, we need to have patented things that allow us to actually charge for the treatment of a thing. And it turns out that the windfall 1981 was the invention of HIV AIDS. You know who some of the very first funding sources for that research were? Life insurance companies.
Yeah, because they could game death. Yeah. That's why. So very, very interesting. And then let me play this really short 2-minute clip for you. This is also Dr. David Martin talking about mortgage, which is kind of interesting too. And he'll throw this in as the financial aspect of what we've been talking about. Here we go.
And it was a design to set in motion the maturity of one of the most horrific experiences that is about to befall us. And it, by the way, has almost nothing to do with COVID or SARS or anything else. Because it turns out that 1945, 1946, 1947, we started developing all of these interesting financial models that started saying, oh, hold on a minute, what we're going to do is we're going to actually get the government to take on the role of mitigating what life duration is, which is what we did with the New Deal and with all kinds of other programs. So we build our financial systems to actually tie into the life insurance racket. That's, by the way, why we have a 30-year mortgage. You know why you have a 30-year mortgage? A time series that correlates with nothing in nature, nothing at all, nothing in nature. Do you know why we have a 30-year mortgage? We have a 30-year mortgage because that was the average life expectancy of a blue-collar worker in 1904. And it turns out that if you match the mortgage to the life of a person, guess what you get to do? You get to foreclose on their house when they've paid it almost all the way off. People, I'm trying to wake up. This isn't about masks and it's not about injections. And the reason why we're talking about masks and injections is so the perpetrators get away with the crime. Because we're not talking about the crime.
That is so true, by the way. We never do really talk about the crime. We only talk about the fallout of the crime.
Why on earth, in 1953, would Jonas Salk be ridiculed in 1953? When he came up with the polio vaccine, he was ridiculed for not filing a patent on it. When asked why he didn't file a patent on it, he said, that'd be as ludicrous as filing a patent on the sun. That became the subject of a book, Patenting the Sun. And that was when the life insurance companies got an idea. The idea they got was, I bet we could do this vaccine thing into an actuarial control of human life.
Wow.
I bet we could actually schedule when people live and when they die. And I bet that would be really good for us. That was 1953. Just let that settle in for a minute.
Yeah. Let that settle in. Now you know why I've been so dead set on making sure people understand that we have been put through a program in our lifetime that was never necessary and that was wrought with intention, bad, nefarious intention, to actually harm our God-given immune system. We have a God-given, wonderful immune system that works. But if you lower the copper in people, and copper is like the maestro of the minerals, okay? And they took that out of the food supply in the 30s and 40s. So we have a lower copper. Copper can't do its job, can't orchestrate the other minerals, right, to get up and do the job that they need to do for our immune system. And then we also have this whole situation of the rise of cancer right after this. So remember the war on cancer and Nixon declaring that in 1970 and getting all that funnel of money for it too, okay? Because Cold Harbor, the subject of the lab in Severance, that show Severance that's quite popular right now, that is actually the mechanism of biological research programs, cancer, neuroscience, plant biology, quantitative biology, biomedical research, all of that. It shaped what that came to be. And then all of a sudden we had a war on cancer when at the time we should have been the healthiest people. If you're taking a bunch of shots to make you healthy from diseases they say you can catch, okay, you're taking all these shots to make you healthy. Shouldn't we be the healthiest people on the planet? Why did cancer rise so high? Why is it still so high? A lot of money. Same with, HIV. They were stretching out and seeing what they could do and what they could profit off of, and they did. And I think it was the drugs that was killing people, not the thing. It was the drugs, kind of like chemo, like I talked about the other day. Chemo's, I think, killing more people than the actual cancer is, right? That's their solution. That's their mechanism, and they rushed in with that. This is all done by eugenicists. So I was sort of, I when I saw Cold Harbor in the show Severance, I mean, I kind of gasped because I thought, wow, that was brave, to put that out there, because I would hope that people would go into history and understand how Cold Springs Harbor laboratories have had an effect on medicine and science today, what they've done to us, and all of the lies that we have actually believed. It truly is astounding to me as I dive into all this research. It's amazing. And life insurance, that's one of the financial mechanisms. I don't think it's the whole enchilada, but it's one of the financial mechanisms of how they reap the profit, because they also own that since the mid-1800s. So this is something that is a long, long plan of action. And, going back to our first hour, if it's not Satan himself at the helm of that. So these long, long laid plans, and knowing exactly how these things can play out and how we'll believe them. And it's up to us to exercise some, intellect to actually ask the right questions and start to analyze where we've been led astray in all of this, right? It's up to us. I mean, we need to do our due diligence and get a little smarter in asking questions. Stop asking for unity and start asking for truth, okay? We don't need unity, we need truth. That brings unity, the right kind of unity. Be faithful, be fearless. This is the Kate Daly Show, katedalyradio.com. Go hit my sponsors up and get something from them. I'll see you here on Monday.
Hey guys, welcome to this episode of The Jeff Dornick Show. We're going to begin here in just a few minutes, but while we're waiting, why don't you guys go over to pickaxe.com and sign up today. It's a free speech social media platform that I've been building for almost the last 2 years. We are in beta launch right now, so you guys can be a part of this. It's a free speech movement, okay? We're dedicated to freedom of speech and freedom of reach, and if you're a content creator, you guys can be posting your shows on there, write articles. We've got a phenomenal monetization system that is in place that's unique, that nobody else is doing, and we are giving you more direct access to your audience. And then if you, as a user, maybe you're not a content creator, but you want to follow newsmakers, your favorite creators, your favorite show hosts, you're going to have more direct access to them and find more ways to be able to support them and get engaged with their content. So make sure you guys are going to pickaxe.com, sign up today. We're going to be starting the show here in just a few minutes. So you guys are able to go over to pickaxe.com and get set up, and then we're going to start the show here in just a few minutes.
For we are opposed around the world by a monolithic and ruthless conspiracy that relies primarily on covert means for expanding its sphere of influence, on infiltration instead of invasion, on subversion instead of elections, on intimidation instead of free choice, on guerrillas by night instead of armies by day. It is a system which has conscripted vast human and material resources into the building of a tightly knit, highly efficient machine that combines military, diplomatic, intelligence, economic, scientific, and political operations. Its preparations are concealed, not published. Its mistakes are buried, not headlined. Its dissenters are silenced, not praised.
You know, once you appoint yourself an arbiter of what's true and what's not true, then there's really no end to the power that you have now assumed for yourself.
And ladies and gentlemen, the best is yet to come.
Hey guys, welcome to this episode of The Jeff Dornick Show. Thank you guys so much for tuning in. Make sure that you guys are subscribing on Rumble. That way you guys get notified every time we come out with a new episode of this show, as well as all the rest of the shows on Maverick Broadcasting Network. So look up The Jeff Dornick Show or Maverick Broadcasting Network, and you guys will be able to find the show and get notified every single time that we go live. On Monday, I had on Dr. Pierre Corey, which was a phenomenal episode, so you guys can go back and watch that as well. Just a couple of quick housekeeping things really quick before we get started. Number one, go sign up for Pickaxe, free speech social media platform, pickaxe.com. It's web-based only. We're going to be rolling out an app here very, very soon. But then also go over to summitfortruth.com. And if you guys are in the area of Rochester, New York, coming up next week, actually, I'm going to be out there. Dr. Pierre Corey is going to be out there. Shannon Joy, as well as our guest today, which I'll introduce here in just one second. But you guys can get tickets. Show up there on Saturday, March 29th. And then you guys can get tickets at summitfortruth.com. It's going to be a phenomenal event. And Shannon's been putting this together here for a little bit, and I'm really looking forward to being out there. And Pickaxe is actually one of the sponsors, so you guys can go out there, and I'm sure she'll be live streaming and all that as well. But without further ado, we're going to go ahead and bring on our guest today. It's an honor to bring on Dr. Mary Talley Bowden here. Dr. Bowden, welcome to the show. Glad we could sit down here and chat for a bit.
Yeah, very nice to be here. Thanks so much, Jeff.
Yeah, definitely. And it's an honor to have you on here, but also, there's a lot of, what we would call like COVID doctors and people that are all that, but also you've actually been on the front lines dealing with a whole host of issues, everything from, you're obviously doing everything you can to get the mRNA technology, pulled completely off the market, which totally all for. You obviously you've been persecuted for your using ivermectin and standing against all the craziness with the COVID vaccines and all of that. And from where everything that you've gone through to this point, are you happy with the direction that we've been heading, even like the last year or two? Are you concerned? What are your thoughts on where we are right now, and taking into context everything we've been dealing with for the last 5 years?
Well, it's moving a lot more slowly than I would like. But I guess, I look at this as a war. I feel like that COVID was a bioweapon and the pandemic was a war. And if you look at it that way, wars take time. They're not solved in a day, as they say. But the frustrating thing is that the new administration seems to want to be sweeping the war under the rug. And we still need a treaty. And we still need to acknowledge that this was a war and that a lot of people suffered. A lot of people died needlessly. We still have so many that are injured out there. And we continue to give the bioweapon to our children and pregnant women. So I'm very frustrated. And as I posted today, the longer this takes, the louder we get. And, it's just that the masses are not going to stay quiet. As much as the new administration wants to pretend none of this ever happened, I am confident that we will eventually succeed in getting these shots off the market and holding people accountable.
Yeah. Well, and I think for a lot of us, especially when Kennedy joined forces with Trump, I think there was a certain level of hope that it's like, okay, so he's going to get in there, he's going to pull the mRNA shots right off the market and deal with all of that. Obviously, you're dealing on the flip side where you've got Trump, who's the guy behind Operation Warp Speed and the rollout of the COVID vaccines and pushing them super fast. So I know there's a lot of frustration, myself included, where you're kind of looking at this and you're like, okay, so I get not talking about the mRNA shots leading up to confirmation because there's a strategy of getting, approved and past the Senate. But now here we are, we're a month in, 6 weeks in, however long it is, of Kennedy as Secretary of HHS. And there's a lot of talk on chemicals and food and ingredients, but there's really no acknowledgement of what's going on with the mRNA specifically. And then you throw on top of that, you've got, Trump announced, I think it was day 2 of his presidency, the Stargate operation, where they're going to be doing mRNA technology to what they say combat cancer, not cure cancer, combat cancer. So it's this frustration of, okay, so when are we actually going to deal with this stuff?
Exactly. And it's frustrating because you would think, okay, free market forces would work in our favor and these drug companies couldn't get their products on the market anyway because the public doesn't want them. But when the government is subsidizing the pharmaceutical companies, then it's just it's a no-lose situation for the pharmaceutical companies, especially since they have no liability. So it doesn't matter to them. And from what I understand, I mean, even besides the Stargate program, there are at least 200 mRNA products in the pipeline. And we have emboldened them, and by doing nothing, it's very frightening.
Yeah. Well, and I think one of the frustrating things, for me as well is I see, obviously Elon Musk is kind of Donald Trump's right-hand man and all of that. But even he came out a couple weeks ago and basically said, like, I got the COVID, jab with the mRNA, and I almost went to the hospital and had all these horrific things. But there's a lot of potential when it comes to mRNA. We should keep pushing this and keep going and all of that. And you're just sitting here and you're like, okay, you literally just said you almost went to the hospital, but we should also keep doing this very same thing that almost sent you to the hospital. How do you from a medical position, how do we deal with this when I feel like this is continually the propaganda that keeps getting pushed on us?
Well, yeah, I'm all for research, but the government doesn't need to fund that research. And, let's keep it at the research level until we can prove that it's safe. I mean, obviously, it's not safe. I mean, I've never seen anything like it with any other product on the market in over 20 years of practice. If this were a new antibiotic that had been rolled out, it would have been yanked off the market a long time ago. But obviously, this is a special product that is beyond common sense restraints. And what I always say to these people like Elon Musk is, are you giving these shots to your children? I bet you aren't, right? And so you should ask yourself why you're not giving them to your children. And because the CDC recommends you give them to your children. And if they're not safe enough for your children, then why are they safe enough for everyone else? And if you have a gigantic microphone like Elon Musk, I feel that you are ethically obligated to speak out about this situation.
Yeah, no, it's a good point, and I think also too, you're sitting here and you're like, but I don't understand why after the horrific rollout of this last round of mRNA, all of a sudden you still have all these Silicon Valley, multi-billionaire oligarchs, I would say. You've got Elon that's pushing it. You've got Sam Altman. You've got Larry Ellison. You've got all these guys, and they're all the tech guys. They're not even like medical doctors. They're the tech guys that are trying to biohack our genetic structure. And you're like, have we not learned our lesson? And so the question that I keep coming back to is why do they keep pushing this mRNA? They've been, Dr. Malone was what? He developed it back in the 80s for cancer research. It's been 40 years. They still haven't proven that it's healthy, or safe or anything. So why is there this push still?
Well, from what I understand from somebody I'm close to who lives in Silicon Valley and knows those types, is that those tech engineers are very into controlling the science, controlling the bodies with science. That you can conquer any disease with technology and with science. And they're very rigid in their thinking about this. They're very hyper about the childhood vaccine schedule. And so this just goes in line with that sort of thinking. But it's, unfortunately, the doctors who have been at the front lines, who are seeing the patients, who are not just looking at, public health is a lot different than a private practitioner. And a private practitioner has the interest of their patient at their heart. And they're not looking at a graph and making massive decisions based on a graph. And unfortunately, the people that are really interacting with patients on a daily basis and seeing it all firsthand are being completely ignored.
Yeah, and that's what's really frustrating is I feel like as well. On top of that is that we've centralized the power, and I've said this many times about many different industries. It's not just healthcare; it's almost every industry. We've centralized the control and the power into Washington D.C. essentially, and then they make all the decisions, and then everybody just falls in line. As opposed to it like doctors actually being doctors and treating the patient based upon their genetic history and family history and personal experiences and all that. And I think that's even the problem with like what we're seeing with like even like this measles outbreak where it's like, no, we got to push the MMR. Well, but is it actually safe? Should we be doing this? But see, it just feels like everybody's just pushing whatever they're told by these centralized figures. And I even know for me personally, because I've got my wife and I have a 2-year-old. And we went into our original pediatrician who we ended up firing. But he was like, you guys should really consider getting the polio vaccine. And I'm like, polio? Why? And he's like, well, polio's back. And I'm like, really? And then I'm like, I'm gonna have to go research this. I'm like, there was one case and it was caused by a polio vaccine. I think we're safe and we're not going to be exposed to the 100 people that have polio in Afghanistan and whatever other Pakistan or whatever other country. I think we're good. I'm not going to say it's safe, but they're just repeating the propaganda that they're hearing. And that's the concern that I have just with our healthcare system right now.
Right, and they look at it as, do your part for the greater good. But healthcare is not a team sport. We are individuals. We are all very unique, and bodily autonomy is just a fundamental right that we have, and we shouldn't have to do something to try to help somebody else. And that's where they're looking at with this polio vaccine. And you're smart to dig into it. Unfortunately, during my training, it was just the gospel according to vaccines. There was no questioning. I never questioned it, and I am pretty mad at myself for that. But COVID woke me up, and now when you look at the childhood vaccine schedule, none of those have been tested properly the way other drugs on the market have been tested.
Yeah, and that's one of those things that I know. Like Kennedy was talking about a lot when he was running for president, and he's talked about a lot with Children's Health Defense and all of that. But again, I feel like it's been radio silence since he kind of teamed up with Trump, and so then the question is he secretly doing things behind the scenes, or are we looking at a scenario where it's just not politically expedient, so it's kind of being pushed off to the side? And I think that's where a lot of people are concerned about this current administration is. We know that Trump has cozied up with Big Pharma, and I have a lot of concerns about Susie Wiles and her history with Big Pharma and lobbying and that whole deal. So it's kind of like, are we actually going to see gains when it comes to all of these things?
Yeah, my hunch is that he's powerless. I don't feel like he's really changed his tune, but he is being controlled. That's what I'd like to think, because it's not too long ago that he was really, really vocal about the COVID shots, and now, unfortunately, his focus has been on food and ultra processed foods and the dyes, and those are important. I agree, but it's missing the gigantic elephant in the room.
Yeah. And again, I think, I would agree with you that like those things are important. I've been, kind of, ranting and raving on all those things for years, even before Kennedy ran for president. But then also on the flip side, we have to prioritize things based on importance. And that's where it's like when we're looking at the COVID shots, I think a lot of people, especially the Trump supporters, and probably because Trump was very pro COVID vaccine, it's like, let's just put the past in the past and we move forward and all of that. But I would argue even just using their logic, we can't, because they're continually pushing the mRNA shots. Obviously, the COVID shots are still on the market and they're still being pushed. They're still being recommended by our health agencies from 6 months and above. And then like you said, they're developing 200 different mRNA products that they're developing. It's everywhere. We can't just let the past be the past because of the fact of where they're going with this. And that's what we got to really deal with.
Exactly. And, it's still, censorship still going on. I'm still fighting for my license. No one has been held accountable for what happened. There's been a lot of discussions and meetings and hearings, but nothing has happened. And even Fauci's wife is still the head of bioethics at NIH. So, I think America, we just have to keep speaking out, and hopefully they won't continue to ignore us.
Yeah. Well, and also obviously, you mentioned like your specific situation where they're going after you and your medical license and everything. Where is all of that right now? How is all that going? Just for people that maybe haven't been following that super closely.
So I stepped on the toes of 2 hospitals, and they turned me into the medical board, and it wasn't patients that turned me in, and it wasn't over patient safety. The first complaint was from Houston Methodist Hospital. They were the first in the country to mandate the COVID shots. I spoke out against mandates, and then they went after me, and they did so in a very public fashion. They suspended my privileges by telling a reporter. That's how I found out. And then they went on Twitter and announced it to everybody that was spreading dangerous misinformation. So in response to that, I resigned, and they said I resigned while I was under investigation, and that is reportable to the medical board. I'm still fighting that 3.5 years later. The other complaint was regarding a patient who was in a coma and about to go into hospice. Wife was suing the hospital to get him ivermectin, asked me to come on as an expert witness, which I agreed to do. And it turned into a big, ugly fight. The court was ordered to grant me emergency temporary privileges. The hospital kept dragging their feet, but my lawyers, the lawyers gave me the green light to go ahead, and we sent a nurse to the hospital. She was greeted by the police, and the patient never got the ivermectin. The hospital appealed, and the ruling was overturned on appeal. Hospital turned me in for unprofessional conduct, and unfortunately, this has been dragged out 3.5 years. More recently, the Texas Medical Board filed for summary judgment, which means that the judges rule based on submitted evidence, but there's no hearing. So there's no, I've been trying to get a public hearing so that I can tell the world my side of the story. Unfortunately, the judges granted them summary judgment, so I don't get that hearing, and I'm considered guilty. We will be appealing, but it's a big blow, but it's very consistent with what's been going on during the pandemic.
Yeah, well, and again, there's like this weaponization of the government and the governmental system in order to force compliance, and we've seen this historically. The establishment will do this in a wide variety of ways. But I think it's the most dangerous when you're dealing with like healthcare decisions, when you're dealing with like you as a doctor trying to make a decision to help a patient, and then they're going to use a judge or a court system in order to overrule that. And you're just sitting here like, how is that even allowed to be a part of our system? And then for me, I'm looking at this and I'm like, okay, so to me, the precedent of your specific situation is extremely important when we're talking about things like medical freedom and your right to consult with your doctor and make the proper decisions. And so to me, this should be something that the DOJ should be taking up, especially under this new administration. On no, if you're actually going to be fighting for medical freedom, this is a case that we got to deal with properly.
Right. I mean, I was really caught between, a hospital and a patient who were involved in a legal battle, and I sort of got caught into that. And it basically sends a signal that, doctors shouldn't get involved in those kinds of fights because, I'd never been in this sort of situation before. I was in uncharted territory. Because it was a legal battle, I just followed what the lawyers were telling me to do. And now I'm my legal fees have been over $200,000. It's a huge cloud of stress. It makes me not want to practice medicine anymore. And it just sends a signal that, doctors, you need to stay in line.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. And I live out here in communist California, and obviously, the Gavin Newsom administration out here is just absolutely insane. And, I believe there's 38 pediatricians out here that are, facing, threats from the medical board and the state to get their license taken away because they write vaccine exemptions. And I know Dr. Bob Sears is one of those, and he's been very vocal, wrote the vaccine book, like all of that. But it's like, they're under attack again from non-medical people to comply to whatever the political push is, because again, they're all working for big pharma to, get everybody vaxxed and the whole deal. Like it's like how after we had Nuremberg and we had World War II and we had all these testing and all these things where people weren't able to get consent, and then now they're using the government in order to force particular treatments or particular shots or whatever it is, really against people's will a lot of times. And it's like, that's okay. Like none of this makes any sense.
Yeah, and it's hard to believe. I don't think people realize this, that the mandates for these COVID shots started in Texas. I mean, this was April 1st, 2021, which was 5 months before Biden, when Houston Methodist declared it was mandating the shots for its employees. It wasn't California. This was Texas. And I believe it was very purposeful. I believe that they knew if they could get away with these mandates in Texas, they could get away with them anywhere. I also feel that healthcare is infiltrated Texas and is turning Texas blue. People don't realize that healthcare dominates the Texas economy more so than oil and gas. And we have the largest medical center in the world, which brings in people from all over the place and really dilutes our values.
Yeah, it's crazy because, again, I feel like in everybody's mind, Texas is hardcore red, hardcore conservative. Like, obviously California, yeah, we are wacko out here. But also, but it's like I think we kind of take for granted the state of Texas. But and I've said this in a whole host of different areas, is that it's much more purple when you're looking at the leadership and the people that are making the decisions. It's much more blue when you're looking at the trajectory that it's headed, and especially when you're dealing with something like this. Like that's extremely concerning. I know I was following the one case of on a unrelated subject, but of Jeff Younger dealing with he had his kids taken away because his ex-wife wanted his son to become a girl and transition and fighting and all that. And I'm like, how was Texas not taking a big stand on this and saying, yeah, no, we're not going to allow this? So to me, I think that shows the trajectory that it's going. And I think, in my opinion, as people that believe in medical freedom and people that believe in the Constitution and conservative values, we really need to look at Texas as a battleground state that, no, we've actually got to take this thing back because we're heading in the wrong direction.
Agree. I mean, as goes Texas, as Texas goes, as goes the country, is what they say, right? And it should be a wake-up call. And unfortunately, I don't know if you know about the politics of the state of Texas in terms of the local, the House and the Senate. But the House has been infiltrated, and we have these so-called Republicans who are really fighting for Democrat causes. And there's sort of this divide in the Texas House between the real Republicans and then the people that say they're Republican but are giving the Democrats so much power. And that we're making headway because there was a new influx of representatives that came in this last session. But it's still sort of this majority rhino situation. And I believe the same thing has happened in Florida.
Yeah. Oh yeah, definitely. Now, I know, because I've been seeing some of your posts as well about that there's been a handful of states that are actually pushing to make ivermectin over the counter as opposed to a prescription drug. And again, we all know how difficult it was in a lot of areas in order to get ivermectin in the middle of COVID and all that kind of stuff. Can you let everybody know kind of where that is? Because again, this is one of those things that it's become a political issue. I think that we're having to fight on the political battlefield to a certain degree. And so if we can kind of start following the lead of some of those states, we may be able to kind of expand that a bit.
Right. I mean, honestly, I think the FDA should just make it over the counter. I mean, I sued the FDA over what they did in regards to ivermectin because they put out a lot of misinformation and propaganda that leads people to believe that ivermectin is not safe and is only for horses, that sort of thing. And we actually won that lawsuit. And so the FDA was required to take down the infamous horse tweet. They were required to take down the misinformation on their website regarding ivermectin. But their branding, the brand has still stayed with ivermectin. And I believe that the FDA needs to correct that. They need to come out with a statement about ivermectin, how it is very safe and how it is very much indicated for humans. And then I think they need to make it over the counter because it's honestly safer than Tylenol, and it's still incredibly hard to access it. You have to find a doctor willing to prescribe it, and then you have to find a pharmacy willing to fill it. That being said, there are states that are really working hard to make it over the counter. Tennessee has had it over the counter since 2022. Now, it's not going to be found next to the Tylenol bottles. You still have to approach a pharmacist to get it. So there is still.
Oh, it looks like we lost her. Let's see if we can get her back on here. But on that note, it is really important that we are able to get access. And like she said, in Tennessee, they did make it over the counter. And all of that, if you guys are in a state where you can't access it, you guys could actually go over to the wellness company, twc.health/Jeff, twc.health/Jeff. And you guys can get one of they've got contagion medical kit. They've got a medical emergency kit. But if you guys can actually go there and you can get some of these prescription drugs that might be difficult for you to get access to depending on where you're located. So if you guys go to twc.health/Jeff, you guys can actually order one of those emergency kits that come stocked up with things like ivermectin, hydroxychloroquine, and some of these more controversial, drugs that may be more difficult or sometimes impossible to actually get access to, whether or not, you can get a doctor to prescribe it, whether or not you can get it at a pharmacy to fulfill it. You might as well just be prepared just in case you do need access to it. Again, depending on where you are. So again, go to twc.health/Jeff, twc.health/Jeff, and you guys can actually, order that today. They go through a whole process, check your medical history, you fill out forms, they actually write a prescription for you through more of like a telehealth service type thing. So then that way you're able to get some of these more prescription drugs, but then that way you guys are prepared. You don't have to go run to a pharmacy and all of that. So that's definitely something to consider. Let's see. I believe that we've got her back here. We're back. So yeah, well, I think, like I was saying too, kind of when we were waiting for you to come back on, is, it is important that, more states explore this. I totally agree with you that the FDA should make a statement. Maybe even Kennedy make a statement. Something like that to change the perception of it, because again, they smeared it, and I've been in the media long enough to know that whoever says something first is what sticks. They never hear the retraction. And so that's where I think it's so important that we do have our health agencies make a very strong statement and get the information out there, as opposed to just like a minor post on a social media or on their website or something like that.
Exactly. That campaign they launched had some dire consequences. The tweet went viral. It was their most viewed and liked tweet in history. And it was being used by hospitals to deny patients ivermectin. It was even used by courts. So patients that were suing to get ivermectin, the courts would cite the FDA as a reason to deny them judgment. So in the courthouse, their lawyer said, "Oh, it was merely a quip." Well, it was a very dangerous and detrimental quip that caused people to die.
Yeah, well, it was very effective. And I even remember when my wife and I we got COVID, we ended up not taking ivermectin just because we did a supplement regimen and like that whole deal. But we had it prepared just in case. And I remember I had so many friends. And again, we're out here in communist California, so we are surrounded by lefties, and all they do is watch mainstream media and all that. But I can't tell you how many people reached out to us and was like, please don't take the horse dewormer. Please, I don't want you to, I don't want something bad to happen to you. Have you seen what happens to people that take that horrific medication, blah, 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 blah. And I'm just sitting here, I'm like, you have no idea what you're talking about. But it shows how effective the propaganda campaign was, that these people that they're not really paying attention, but they had in their mind, no, this is a horse dewormer. And if you take it, you're just going to basically barf your brains out and potentially die. Like that's how effective this was.
Right. And, I was a little bit reluctant to start prescribing it based on the hype. And initially I was using monoclonal antibodies, and I was very happy with those, and they worked very well. And I could get unlimited supply. I would just reach out to the manufacturer and I'd have as many doses as I wanted the next day. And then the government took over distribution, and it became virtually impossible to get them. And so that's when I turned to ivermectin. But what I did is what any other doctor or actually anybody in the public could do. I went to the FDA's website. I found the study that Merck submitted to the FDA where they were trying to get the medication approved. And in that study is all sorts of toxicity data. And it's very clearly laid out. There's something called the LD50, lethal dose 50. It's a benchmark number for a drug's toxicity. And the higher the number, the lower the toxicity, meaning that you have to give inordinate amounts of the medicine to hurt and they tested on lab animals. And for ivermectin, I mean, it was it varied depending on what kind of animal was tested, but it was 25 to 100 times greater than what we were prescribing for COVID. And then I also did a literature search. I went online and looked for accidental, intentional overdoses from ivermectin. I could not find a single study. And even to this day, there's only one study that you can find, and it's very muddy. Whereas if you go online and look for Tylenol, thousands of studies showing overdose from Tylenol. It really didn't take a lot of digging to figure out that it was very safe.
Oh yeah, well, and I would definitely argue that ivermectin is obviously much safer than even Tylenol. Like I know, like even my doctor's like never take Tylenol for unless it's like extreme thing. But there's other alternatives you could take that would be healthier. But the fact that I think in people's mind Tylenol's healthy, but ivermectin's not, it's completely backwards on a whole host of things. But again, this goes back to, okay, so where are we going as a country when you have the basically our healthcare agencies and big pharma and the mainstream media all colluding together to push particular propaganda? And that's the concern that I have moving forward, where, like you said, there's 200 and some odd products that are being developed with mRNA technology. We've got the Stargate program where Trump's putting half a billion or $500 billion into infrastructure to be able to build that out, and they're combining with big tech and all the techies and all that kind of stuff. And you're just sitting here and you're like, are we just going to have a repeat of this, just maybe in a different scenario or a different application, but we're just going to continue to be dealing with this same cycle of propaganda? They're pushing things that benefit these centralized power figures, and our health is getting wrecked in the process.
Yeah. Well, one thing that's interesting is people have so much more access to information than they did 20 years ago when I was in training, which I don't think a lot of doctors like. So, it's frustrating when you're in a visit with a patient and they push back on everything because of what they've read on the internet. And 20 years ago that was a rarity. Now it's every time you talk to a patient, you are basically battling what they've read on the internet. But I think in this day and age, the information has become much more accurate than it used to be. So that is a plus, is that patients are empowered now. They've got a lot more information at their fingertips that they can rely on. And we cannot rely on the government to keep us healthy. The best thing you can do is keep yourself healthy and try to avoid the system altogether. But no matter what, Trump's not going to be in office forever, and we're not going away. We're just going to get louder and louder and louder. So I'm optimistic that eventually and we have made a little bit of progress in that. You see, there are bills being filed about ivermectin, but also to ban the mRNA shots in some states. So we just have to keep chugging away.
Yeah, I totally agree, and I think especially too is that, especially when we have an administration right now with Kennedy over at HHS and Trump kind of somewhat aligning with Maha. I don't know how much of it's political versus just whether he actually believes it or not. But it's like, but when we have a somewhat more receptive, allegedly, administration, to me, that's when we have to be the most vocal. I think a lot of times our movement becomes the most vocal when we're the opposition, when we really don't have the ability to change a lot because the bad guys are running the show. But when we have people that, for all of Trump's faults, historically, he has listened to his base when we do cause a ruckus. And I remember it was right after COVID, right after Trump got out of office. I had Deanna Lorraine on my show, and she made a big ruckus. She's like, we need to start booing Trump every time he mentions the mRNA shots. Every time he mentions the COVID shots, and you're at a rally, boo him. Well, 3 days later, that started happening, and all of a sudden he shut up about them. And so whether or not it actually changes anything, he does hear his base, and I think to a certain degree that shows the power that we do have, that we need to be vocal even when our team is in control.
I completely agree, and unfortunately, not everybody sees it that way. There's a very large physician group that I am affiliated with that is, I don't know. There's just people that want to play politics and people that just want to scream the truth. And unfortunately, I'm in the camp of scream the truth no matter what. But there are others that feel like, okay, we need to work with the administration. We need to get in their good graces And that's how we evoke change. And we have different strategies, but in my mind is the louder we get, the better. And don't worry about offending them, because we elected them. They work for us, and they should sort of fear us.
Yeah, and that's the thing, and I, it's funny too, because I was a Trump guy going all the way back to 2012 when I wanted him to run instead of Mitt Romney, and then I voted for him in every election, but I jumped ship from Trump over to Kennedy when Kennedy ran, because I felt like Kennedy was talking a lot more about a lot of these important issues, right? But I think on that standpoint as well, it's like I got a lot of crap from a lot of people because I don't just bend the knee to Donald Trump. And there is this mentality that, well, look, Trump won. He won by a landslide. Like, you can't challenge him. You can't. And I'm like, no, that's not how this works. He's not king. He answers to us. We're supposed to be a government, by the people, for the people. We're not supposed to be a government where he dictates everything and then we just follow along. And I think that's where it speaks to what you're talking about here, is we need to be most vocal about, especially an important issue like this. I'm not saying we need to go around and say, Donald Trump's a traitor and Kennedy has sold out, and like, people can make up their own mind on that, and that's totally fine, because everything is subjective from that standpoint. But that doesn't change the fact that we should be holding them accountable to the issues that are important to us, and especially when there's as big of a movement when it comes to these mRNA shots and the COVID vaccines and ivermectin and all of that. Now is not the time to play nice and just sit back and shut up.
Oh, I could not agree more. But if you throw any sort of shade on Trump online, it's the backlash is fierce. It is pretty. It's amazing when you look at it, how you have to really tiptoe around the issue, and we're all on the same side. I mean, I voted for Trump. I am in favor of most of his policies, but this is the one sticking point, and it's just interesting. It used to be the other side attacking, and now it's the people on your side attacking.
Yeah, no, yeah, it's nuts. I've lost friendships within the MAGA movement because I didn't just bend the knee to Donald Trump. It's nuts. But I and one thing that I think that you've been talking a lot about, and I know Shannon's been talking about this, and a handful of other people, is there's kind of a concern within the MAHA movement specifically, where there's been this move from kind of the anti-vax concern with the mRNA vaccines and all of that, and then the push towards focusing on the food and like all of that. I know some people are saying that's just misdirection, so that way we don't focus on the vaccines. What do you think is going on there? Was this an intentional thing or just an accidental thing that just kind of played out, and that's just the direction that it's heading?
Well, unfortunately, I do think it's a misdirection strategy. I wasn't quite sure. It sort of depended on what happens after Trump gets in office, because I was sort of quietly reassured that, we're just doing this so that Trump can get elected. But unfortunately, it's only gained momentum, the focus on food, since Trump got into office, since Kennedy was appointed. And so I see Callie Means out there. He's going to the States now. He's getting, Texas is all rah-rah on his agenda about food. And meanwhile, there is a bill in Texas to ban mRNA, to make ivermectin over the counter, but it's getting overshadowed by, these other bills about, ending, for SNAP program, the processed food and that sort of thing. And Callie Means is still not willing to call out the COVID shots, even though he did say on camera that he is not going to give them to his kid, and he wouldn't want his dad getting one. But he still doesn't have the courage to speak out, and he has a very big microphone. So like I said with Elon Musk, if you have influence, you have a microphone, I feel like you are ethically obligated to speak out on this issue.
Yeah, no, it makes sense. And for me, it's like when I was watching, especially Callie Means, and I saw your conversation with him and all of that, I felt like I was giving Callie a lot more grace in the period of time heading up to Kennedy's confirmation, right? Because I'm like, okay, so let's see if this strategy is actually playing out. But like you said, it's been gaining steam, and whether or not it's an intentional thing by Callie, I have no idea. I can't judge his heart or his intentions or whatever it is. But there is a term that's used a lot, which would be a useful idiot, and a lot of people use that as an insult or a slur. But the reality of it is that it's just the definition is somebody that's being used unknowingly to push an agenda of somebody else. And I think that somebody like Ron DeSantis, to a certain degree, when he challenged Trump, I think to a certain degree he was being used as a useful idiot. I don't think he's an idiot. I think he's very smart, and he does a lot of phenomenal things in Florida and took a strong stand against COVID and the whole deal. But also, I think that he was used by establishment people to try to challenge Trump. And I think Callie Means maybe being used by people that are sympathetic to Big Pharma and the vaccines and all of that as a misdirection, whether or not he knows it or not. And I think that we're seeing the result of that now, where the MAHA movement is focused only on ingredients and food dyes and chemicals and pesticides, which are all important. And I totally agree with Callie on. But it's also a misdirection from the even more important issue of the mRNA technology and COVID and vaccines and all that kind of stuff.
I'm not going to give him that much grace because he was a lobbyist for Big Pharma.
Fair.
So he's not stupid. I think I just can't give him that much grace. And he is very good at dodging questions. I mean, I have reached out to him in the last week or two about all this, and he just has a way of not answering the question directly. He's trained, so I'm not willing to give him the grace at this point. Maybe a couple months ago I would have been more forgiving, but I think it's very purposeful.
Yeah, and again, that very well may be the case, and I don't have anything to counter that at all. But and I think that it no matter what is going on with his intentions, it still comes back to the fact that we can't just follow whatever this push is, because it's like we've got to deal with the most important things, in my opinion, first. And Kennedy can implement all of these studies on the and deal with what I think they called it. What did they call it? Operation Stork Speed when it comes to the baby formula. Which, again, as a parent of a 2-year-old, I totally support dealing with the problem of the baby formula in this country, because it was very difficult to find things that were clean and not filled with all sorts of fillers and chemicals and pesticides and all that kind of stuff. So we had to import from Europe. At the same time, what's more important? That's what I keep coming back to, is what's more important. And it's like there's no evidence that we're really gaining anything or going anywhere when it comes to the most important things, which is the mRNA stuff.
The other point that should be made is, although when you look at these ingredients, and yes, they probably are harmful, do we really have that much science showing they definitely are harmful? Whereas we have so much science showing, we have over 3,400 published peer review studies showing that these mRNA shots are harmful. And the evidence is abundant. We just don't have anybody, an authority, who's willing to acknowledge it. So yes, it's a matter of higher priorities. I mean, this is an issue that affected every single American, and baby formula is important. But people can breastfeed, most people, not all. But there are other options, and as long as kids and the American College of Gynecologists and Obstetricians still recommending pregnant women get the COVID shots. And the American Academy of Pediatrics is still recommending that children get the COVID shots, and it's on the pediatric vaccine schedule. It's hard to believe that the government is getting away with this.
Yeah, well, and I think, and I know I talked to Dr. Corey about this on Monday as well. Is that to me, if we're talking about consent, because that's the thing that they keep talking about when it comes to the food stuff, is like Kennedy keeps saying, I'm not going to go around banning food ingredients or anything like that, but it's about consent and knowing what's in there and what's actually going on and all that. But when we're talking about these mRNA injections specifically, the problem goes beyond just, okay, they're lying, they're all of that, but also you're dealing with things like shedding, where other people are getting exposed to this that aren't consenting to wanting mRNA inside of their body, right? And so that's where, if we're really talking about informed consent, we're really talking about medical freedom, I should be able to decide whether I want mRNA technology inside of my body. And I don't have that ability to consent, because if I brush up against somebody else, or I get close to somebody else, or I'm, whatever it is, now I'm getting exposed to something that I don't want to be exposed to. And that's to me, until they can deal with this whole shedding thing, I don't see how this can be from a civil liberty, constitutional, dealing with all of the consent laws, how this can be allowed to be on the market.
Yes, and something that I'm seeing, which is very concerning, is these sky-high antibody levels in people that got the shots years ago, haven't been sick with COVID recently, and LabCorp has a test looking at spike protein antibodies. Now, it doesn't distinguish, it includes natural infection as well, so it could be a little bit muddy, but I am seeing just drastic differences in the antibody levels between people that were vaccinated and the people that weren't. So in people that were not vaccinated, generally the antibody levels are under 1,000. And the people that were vaccinated, 5,000 to 25,000. I mean, it's not a subtle difference. And what it suggests is the body is still fighting spike protein in the body, which, if your last infection was years ago, then it means that your body is producing spike protein still, which is what the shots were designed to do. The shots were designed to make your body produce spike protein, and there's no off switch. And what we're seeing now is these antibody levels are through the roof, which suggests that, yes, people probably are shedding because they're still producing spike protein.
Yeah, well, and I remember they promised us, no, it's only going to produce spike proteins for a short period of time, and then it's going to wane and then go away and all of that. But clearly, that's not the case. And then the other thing, like you said, they're encouraging, moms that are, women that are pregnant to get vaccinated, so that way they pass it on to the kid. And I know Dr. Corey and I talked about this. I know Jim Thorpe has talked about this a lot, where they're passing it onto their kids, but they're still having this insane antibody level because the spike proteins are getting passed on. And we all know the spike protein is what's causing all the harm to the body, all the myocarditis, all the reactions that's going on is because of this spike protein. And it's like, so why are we injecting everybody to get your body to create something that's causing all of this carnage?
Plus, they don't even work.
Right.
They don't even stop transmission. And we have, if you get COVID, it's not really a big deal anymore. And even if it is a big deal, we have plenty of ways to treat it. It's truly insane.
Yeah, no, it really is, and I think it's really important for people to understand, and it goes this way with a lot of these viruses. Even I because I've interviewed so many of the doctors and COVID doctors, all of our friends and everybody in the area. As soon as something's going on, like, Jeff, what's going on? And so with this whole measles thing, it's like everybody was making this big deal, and a lot of people that are anti-vax and they were never going to vaccinate their kids, all of a sudden they're like starting to get a little scared. And they're like, well, should I vaccinate my kid? I'm like, no, you don't want to do that. And then obviously the other day we learned from Children's Health Defense that it was pneumonia and they treated the wrong antibiotics and like this whole deal. But also from what a lot of doctors are saying is that if you're healthy and you don't have comorbidities, you don't have other issues, then when you get a lot of these viruses, you'll be sick, but you're not facing death. But they take the worst outcomes and the fact that a lot of people do have a lot of comorbidities and a lot of health issues and all that kind of stuff, and they use that to get healthy people to get vaccinated. And that to me is completely dishonest. And it, again, if we're talking about things that we wish Kennedy would do and HHS and all of that, that would be one of those things is making sure that that the medical community isn't pushing this propaganda and these fear tactics to get people to get injected.
Exactly. They're treating it like a team sport. Like I said before, that, if you get vaccinated, you're protecting your neighbor. But that's not the way it should work. And, interesting, COVID was actually very predictable. It ran a very predictable course. I treated over 6,000 COVID patients. And for a couple of years, all I saw was COVID patients. I'll never have any kind of experience like that in my life. Yeah. and it became rather boring. Like I got really tired of it. But it's just interesting that I just don't understand where this, like you said, the fear tactics, it was very unnecessary. And if the government had bothered to talk to frontline doctors, and it does sound like Kennedy reached out to the frontline doctors, so we have to give him credit for that. Yeah. And it sounded like he tried to get the message out. There is a reporter at CBS who he and I communicate, and he did report on the fact that breathing treatments, could be effective for patients that contract measles and have complications from it, which was amazing to see that somebody from mainstream media was singing another tune other than you have to get the vaccine.
Yeah, no, yeah, it's a great point. I've been talking with a reporter from ABC that's been sympathetic as well. He's not quite to the point that we are, but it is interesting seeing that some of these guys in the mainstream media are either closeted or secretly, coming out, kind of a thing, which is definitely a net positive. So I kind of want to just transition, as closing as well on. For the everyday person that's watching this, obviously we talk a lot about like the high level stuff, what we can do with the government, what Kennedy should be doing, all that kind of stuff. But what does the everyday person do in order to affect the kind of change that we're talking about, especially when it comes to the mRNA injections and all of that? If we want our elected officials to do our bidding, obviously we need to be loud, post on social, do all that. What are some of the other things that you're seeing that are effective to actually deal with a lot of this kind of stuff?
Yeah, that's a good question. I mean, I think you can go down to your state capitol and you can attend these meetings, which is a very interesting experience. They're totally open to the public. You can go on their website, you can find out when these meetings are, and you can testify. I mean, you typically get 2 to 3 minutes, but I did that recently for the first time. Just, no one invited me. I just went and testified, and it was an all-day affair. It was kind of it was time consuming, but it was kind of fun to do it and to get involved in the process and to see firsthand what's going on, in our political system. So if you have the time and energy, I would highly encourage trying to do things like that.
Oh yeah, no, definitely. I've talked to a lot of like my friends, Mindy Robinson and Chad Caton, like they do that all the time. And it's a reminder, and I think it's an encouragement, whether or not you affect change right there in that conversation or in that testimony or anything like that. What you're doing is you're signaling to other people that may see that, whether they're there in person or they're watching online, that, oh, there's somebody else that agrees with me. And I think that's one of those really important things. It's a good like cue to people like, oh, somebody else is talking about this. Maybe I can start being more vocal too.
And what's interesting, so Iowa, there was a bill about banning mRNA. Arkansas, the bill to make ivermectin over the counter. Both of those initiatives were started by just everyday citizens, and they were the ones. It wasn't any kind of medical freedom group. It wasn't a doctor. It was just concerned citizens who got those bills filed. So that's amazing.
Oh, no, it really is. Now, for people, that are watching this and they want to follow you, get more information, check out your, like all that kind of stuff. Where do they go for that? How do they do that and all of that?
So I'm very active on X and handles MD Breathe. And I also have a Substack. I call it Day 8 and also under MD Breathe.
Perfect. Sounds good. I will have all of that in the show notes, but you guys can just click on that, go right over there. But Dr. Bowden, I really appreciate you coming on. It's a blast talking to you. It'll be great to meet in person at the Summit for Truth and Wellness coming up in Rochester. I highly encourage everybody, get tickets right now, summitfortruth.com. If you guys can be in the area, it would be great. I know that they'll be live streaming it as well, but it was a blast talking to you. I really appreciate it.
Thanks so much, Jeff.
Of course. Thank you, everybody else as well. Again, make sure you guys are going over to summitfortruth.com. Get your tickets. Pickaxe is one of the sponsors. I'll be there. I'll be on one of the panels. It'll be great to meet all of you guys if you guys can be there as well. Make sure you guys are watching the live stream. But I truly appreciate everybody tuning in. Make sure that you guys are following me over on Pickaxe. Go to pickaxe.com. Sign up. Completely constitutionally protected free speech social media platform at pickaxe.com. Thank you guys so much for tuning in. I truly appreciate it. We shall catch you guys next time.